Chapter 1. Who is the plagiarist? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After being struck by a truck and plunged into an abyss of darkness, Ing Hao regained consciousness. A cacophony buzzed in his ears, chaotic at first, but soon transformed into distinct voices. Ing Hao, are you all right? Hurry. Someone call an ambulance. Call an ambulance? He's just pretending, feigning illness. Indeed, that plagiarist. He has nothing to say now that he's been exposed. Despicable Chinese. He shouldn't even be here. Ing Hao felt bewildered by the remarks. Aside from the cries for an ambulance, what were these people babbling about? Moreover, they were all speaking English. What on earth is happening? In a state of confusion, Ing Hao slowly opened his eyes. Before him was the face of a girl. Her delicate features were marred with anxiety as she gently shook his shoulders. You're awake? How do you feel? Can you get up? I'll take you to the hospital. Who is she? This question sent a sharp pain through his head as he struggled to recall. He slowly sat up and glanced around, realizing he was not lying on the street. There was no truck in sight, nor any passers-by. Even the little girl he had saved was nowhere to be found. He was in a spacious hall, illuminated by bright lights. Surrounding him were youths of various ethnicities, Caucasians, African Americans, with East Asians being the rarest among them. Most gazes directed at him were filled with disdain, with only a few showing a hint of sympathy. Ing Hao was more perplexed. Where on earth was he? Was there such an international hospital in the small six-tier county where he lived? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels approached, and a tall Caucasian woman came closer, gently patting the anxious girl on the shoulder. Don't worry, honey, Stark Industries has its own medical team. We don't need an ambulance, the anxious girl replied. All right, Miss Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts? The name rang a bell, prompting Ing Hao to look up at the woman speaking. With her refined features, freckles, auburn hair, and light green eyes, she bore a resemblance to the character from the movies, albeit slightly different. Yet these traits quickly connected in Ing Hao's mind to the fiery red-haired Pepper Potts from Iron Man. His heart began to race as he rubbed his eyes and sat up straighter, scrutinizing his surroundings. This was a hall, to be precise, a competition arena. On one side of the podium hung a banner that read, Star Cup Frontier Technology Invention Competition. Was this a crossover? As if to answer his unspoken question, a searing pain surged through his head. Countless memories flooded into his mind. This surge lasted only a few seconds. Yet for Ing Hao, it felt as though he had relived 17 or 18 years in their entirety. As the pain subsided, he found himself drenched in sweat. Finally, he comprehended the situation around him. He had inhabited the body of Ing Hao from the Marvel Universe. The original owner was a top student from Midtown High, currently participating in a grand competition hosted by Stark Industries. This contest was designed for high school and college students across the nation. Presenting a project and ranking in the top 3 would yield generous cash rewards. Securing the first place would grant direct entry into Stark Industries' cutting-edge technology laboratory as an intern, as a titan of the American weapons industry. Only the world's leading scientists could hope to work at Stark Industries, and one would need considerable expertise to even step foot inside. This competition, however, offered a golden ticket whose value required no further elaboration. In this world, Ing Hao had designed a tri-service unmanned aerial vehicle, navigating through various challenges, and had advanced to the top 16 with impressive scores. From a leaderboard, he seemed poised to secure first place. However, on the day of the finals, his opponent presented an identical drone. The only difference between their creations was the paint job. He had been plagiarized. What was worse, he was falsely accused of being a despicable plagiarist. In an instant, all the competitors began to condemn and curse him, with only his classmate Su King defending him. The original owner, fully aware that his opponent had stolen, or rather, replicated his design, felt helpless in proving his case. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground in frustration, succumbing to anger. Then, Ing Hao crossed over. With the chain of events now clear, he couldn't help but criticize the original owner. What a pathetic way to go. Ing Hao rose to his feet. Su King looked overjoyed. You're all right? He nodded, intending to express gratitude for her concern, when an irksome voice interrupted from behind. Of course, he was never in trouble. Can't maintain the facade any longer, you pathetic yellow-skinned plagiarist. The owner of the voice was someone Ing Hao recognized well. Tim Walton, a notorious rich kid and bully at Midtown High, roamed freely without a care for the rules. Enough. Watch your words, Walton. Pepper sternly admonished. Stark Industries does not tolerate racial discrimination. I do not wish to hear any more discriminatory remarks from you, of course, Miss Potts, Tim replied, albeit reluctantly. But the fact remains he has plagiarized my work. Pepper shot him a sharp glare before turning her attention to Ing Hao. Your name is Ing, right? Are you all right? Ing Hao replied, my name is Ing Hao, and yes, I'm fine. Very well, then. Pepper pointed to the two almost identical drones on the display and asked, do you have any explanation regarding Walton's accusation? Ing Hao coldly regarded Tim. It is slander. The true plagiarist is Tim Walton. This drone, from design to assembly, was completed solely by me. S.U. King quickly interjected, that's right. I can vouch for him. Ing Hao is the smartest person at our school. He has no need to plagiarize anyone. Pepper scrutinized the two, her expression filled with intrigue. She had been assigned by Tony to oversee this competition and had been present throughout. When Tim accused Ing Hao, he had appeared frantic and incoherent, unable to complete a sentence. Yet, after fainting for mere seconds, he stood up transformed, as if a different person. His demeanor and speech had shifted to calm composure. Having worked as Tony Stark's assistant, Pepper had encountered all sorts of individuals over the years and had honed her perceptive skills. Even the most cunning foxes in the business world would struggle to keep their intentions hidden from her. Yet the stark contrast in Ing Hao's behavior left her baffled. Initially, she had thought his anxiousness was genuine, leading her to believe he was no plagiarist. But now, she found herself uncertain. Was his earlier panic merely a facade? At this moment, a Mediterranean judge approached her, handing her a tablet-sized touchscreen and whispering a few words. Pepper's expression subtly shifted as her gaze towards Ing Hao morphed from surprise to disappointment. She exhaled softly. Unfortunately, Ing Hao, your composure does not attest to your innocence. With a gentle tap on the screen, a set of holographic projections materialized before everyone. Displayed were two identical electronic designs of drones submitted to the competition committee, recently retrieved from the database by staff. The only differences between the two blueprints were the names and submission times. Observe the timestamps. Chili Pepper declared with clarity. The crowd turned to look, discovering that Ing Hao's submission was 12 hours later than Tim's. The atmosphere instantly ignited with uproar. Now, this despicable plagiarist has nothing to say. Exactly. If he were the victim of theft, why is his submission time later than Tim's? This Chinese individual is not only vile, but also foolish. If it were me, I would have made some modifications to the design. Disqualify him. A plagiarist does not deserve to stand among us. The audience erupted in a chorus of condemnation against Ing Hao. You keeping anxiously attempted to explain, that's not how it is. On the day the design was completed, the school experienced a power outage, and the internet was down so. Regrettably, her voice was drowned out by the crowd's outcry, rendering her unheard. Ing Hao, astonished by the timestamps, recalled that prior to the competition, the original owner had maintained strict confidentiality regarding the design, showing it only to Sue Kepping, who had a close relationship with him and would never betray him. Instinctively, Ing Hao turned to Tim, seeking to uncover where the lapse had occurred. To his surprise, Tim pushed him away and, with a swift motion, knocked his sunglasses to the ground. What are you staring at, weirdo? Taken aback, Ing Hao stumbled back a few steps. The crowd's attention shifted to the two, many eyes now on Ing Hao. The fervent shouts fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into chaos again. Sheesh, look at his eyes. OMG, this Chinese guy is a monster. He's a lizard man. The surface world has indeed been infiltrated by lizard people. Tim Walton sneered, shouting, exactly. This guy has always been a freak. Otherwise, he wouldn't wear sunglasses every day. Chili Pepper, upon seeing Ing Hao's eyes, instinctively took a step back. Ing Hao's eyes possessed 4 irises and 4 pupils, 2 of which were conjoined, creating a most bizarre appearance. However, she clearly had more experience than these high school students and quickly regained her composure. All right, quiet down. Chili Pepper amplified the volume of her microphone, successfully calming the turmoil. Everyone, settle down. He is neither a monster nor a lizard man. This is merely a rare condition known as polymelia. Ahem, but it is indeed somewhat startling. Please forgive me. This is my first encounter with such a case. She picked up the sunglasses and handed them to Ing Hao. However, this has no bearing on today's competition. The evidence is irrefutable, and I regret to inform you that I must disqualify you. Stark Industries will not accept a plagiarist within its ranks. I believe you and your companion can leave now. Ing Hao took the sunglasses, replying resolutely, no, I have already stated, Miss Paz, that I am not a plagiarist. He tucked the sunglasses into his pocket and fixed his 4 pupils on Chili Pepper, making her feel uneasy. But Ing Hao interrupted her with a smile, relying on the timestamp as evidence is not rigorous. I can now prove that Tim is the true plagiarist. He slowly approached his exhibition table, raising his creation with one hand. pointing to an almost invisible red button beneath the drone. He stated, "My work possesses a feature that was not demonstrated in the previous evaluation. If I were the plagiarist, my creation could not possibly surpass Tim's." A flicker of panic crossed Tim Walton's face as he glanced at the judges, seeking reassurance. One of the judges, bald with a Mediterranean appearance, nodded slightly at him, allowing Tim to relax. Ing Hao continued, "Pressing this red button will activate the drone's cloaking mode, altering its camouflage according to the surrounding environment, rendering it indistinguishable to the naked eye." Upon hearing this, Su Keping could not help but tug at Ing Hao's sleeve, but he paid her no mind. The Mediterranean judge's expression turned to one of confusion at this revelation. After a moment's hesitation, he seemed to have an epiphany and began signaling frantically to Tim. However, Tim had ceased to pay attention to him. Realizing the function of the button, Tim Walton sneered at Ing Hao. "I didn't expect even this most concealed feature to have been stolen from you." He hurried to his exhibition table, lifting his drone and flipping it over, discovering a small button in the same location. "Miss Paz, my drone has this functionality. However, the button is painted the same color as the surrounding casing, leading this fool to believe I abandoned the design and did not install it. Now I shall demonstrate the remarkable cloaking ability of my drone to everyone." The Mediterranean judge sprang up in alarm. Wait. Yet Tim had already pressed the button. In the next moment, blue light emanated from the seams of the drone's casing, and the entire body became extremely hot. Tim's grip soon emitted a sizzling sound. "Ouch!" Tim yelped, panicking as he threw the drone to the ground. "Fuck!" Upon hitting the ground, the drone emitted a series of crackling noises and began to emit black smoke. "Oh my, what just happened? Surely a design capable of winning first place isn't breaking down like this?" The contestants and spectators murmured among themselves. The judges exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired, except for the Mediterranean judge, who covered his mouth, deeply concerned. Tim Walton stared in dismay at the black smoke rising from his creation, bewildered, as he had not been involved in its design or assembly. All eyes were on him, and Tim found himself at a loss for words, stammering, It seems my creation, ahem, has encountered a minor malfunction." Yet he remained relatively unperturbed. He was certain that from materials to assembly, every detail of the two drones was identical. If his drone malfunctioned upon activating the cloaking mode, then Ing Hao's would certainly yield the same result. At that moment, Ing Hao smiled coldly. "Miss Paz, I believe you now understand who the true plagiarist is. Indeed, I am entirely aware." Chili Pepper replied, tapping a few times on her tablet before addressing the judges. "Dr. Wilson, you colluded with Tim Walton to plagiarize the work of competitors, undermining the integrity of the competition. You are hereby dismissed." "Shit." Dr. Wilson closed his eyes in despair, his face contorted in embarrassment. "What? This must be a mistake. Wasn't it that Chinese guy who plagiarized? Why has it turned into Tim Walton? What on earth is going on?" Everyone else was stunned, unable to comprehend how Chili Pepper had reached such a conclusion. Tim Walton himself was completely in the dark, clutching his burned hand and arguing, "Miss Paz, what are you talking about? He is the one who stole from me." Little Pepper cast a sidelong glance at the plagiarist and effortlessly enlarged the design blueprint on her tablet, projecting it holographically. In the center of the hall, she pointed at the lower right corner of the blueprint and explained to the crowd, "Perhaps I am not an engineer, nor do I comprehend overly intricate design schematics, yet I can certainly understand the English annotations that." As the onlookers followed her gaze, the reason became immediately apparent. In the text at the lower right corner of the blueprint, it was explicitly stated, "The drone is equipped with a core self-destruction system. The button is located near the screw hole of the base, conveniently labeled 'Press here.' Should anyone capture the drone with the intention of dismantling it to analyze its internal structure and press the button, the internal self-destruction mechanism will be activated, incinerating the core structure within seconds. This design aims to safeguard the drone's core technology from being leaked to competitors or enemies. In truth, a drone does not possess such advanced technology that necessitates such protective measures. This design element was merely an afterthought by the original creator too. Please the judges from Stark Industries. After all, Stark Industries is a weapons manufacturing conglomerate, deeply concerned about its technology being stolen by adversaries. The original creator thought that a technology protection approach might win favor with the competition judges and yield a higher score. That AS for what Wen Hao had just mentioned about the stealth mode. That was entirely improvised, intended solely to deceive Tim. Tim Walton, the school bully, had average grades. Such a person, even if they obtained the blueprint, would be incapable of replicating the work without external assistance. Thus, Wenhao's simple ruse effectively exposed both individuals. The contestants and audience members who had previously believed Wenhao to be the plagiarist were now rendered speechless in the face of compelling evidence. Even Tim Walton, despite his dim-wittedness, realized he had been outmaneuvered by Wenhao. He dropped the pretense and begrudgingly praised Wenhao. "Well done, freak. I didn't expect you to have such skills, making a fool of me and even causing me to burn my hand. You'll pay for this, you yellow-skinned bastard." Feigning nonchalance, Tim paced a few steps and suddenly shouted, raising his fist as he charged at Wenhao. Chapter 2. My group does not want fools. Ah, be careful. Su King gasped. Stop. Little Pepper shouted, oh. The onlookers collectively held their breath. Tim and Wenhao were in very close proximity. Based on past experiences, the spineless, bookish freak before him could not possibly evade his bully's fist. Little did he know, the soul within this body had already been replaced. Now, Wenhao hailed from another world, China. He was the most exceptional student from the SWAT Academy, particularly in terms of physical prowess. Instead of retreating, Wenhao advanced, sidestepping as he seized Tim's wrist, which was thrusting towards him. He then pivoted, bent his knees, and hoisted Tim's arm over his shoulder, rising to thrust his hip against Tim's. Bang! Tim arched through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Everything transpired too swiftly, the outcome utterly unforeseen. What the hell? Su King gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Oh God! Little Pepper was equally taken aback, stepping back 3 paces. The murmurs of "oh" from the surrounding crowd transformed into an astonished "what?" Tim, disoriented from the fall, struggled to rise. Wenhao, however, clapped his hands, appearing relaxed, though his chest rose and fell slightly. His technique was flawless, yet the physical condition of his body left much to be desired, as even a simple shoulder throw had him gasping for breath. Little Pepper could hardly believe that Tim Walton had the audacity to strike someone in her presence. With numerous media present, if Wenhao, a frontrunner for the championship, were injured, tomorrow's newspapers and online news would undoubtedly be sensational. Security, she angrily called out, summoning security personnel to remove Tim. Then she picked up her tablet, intending to disqualify Tim from the competition. At that moment, the tablet interface unexpectedly switched. The figure of Tony Stark, the playboy owner of Stark Industries, replaced the drone blueprint projected in the hall. At that moment, he seemed to be at some party, embracing 2 slender models, holding a drink aloft, his face flushed with intoxication, shouting, "Hey, Little Pepper, sweetheart. The competition should be winding down, right? Listen, tonight I'm going to battle these little mischief makers for 300 rounds. Book me 2 rooms." He paused, glancing into the distance before correcting himself. "No, 3. A woman in the image leaned close to whisper in his ear, prompting Tony Stark to laugh heartily, nodding repeatedly. "Are you serious?" The beauty shrugged, and Tony Stark corrected himself for a second time. "All right, no need for 3. 1 room will suffice." "You heard me." The hall fell utterly silent. Aside from the media, most present were high school and college students. They idolized Tony Stark, a dual legend in both science and business. Yet what they had just witnessed and heard shattered their idol's image into fragments. Click, click. Moments later, the cameras of the media began to click furiously, the lenses shifting from Little Pepper to the holographic projection of Tony Stark. Little Pepper was left speechless. Point 1, could only imagine how explosive tomorrow's headlines would be. Oh my goodness. She rubbed her temples and, steeling herself, replied, "I heard you, Tony, but the competition isn't over yet. There's been a minor hiccup. Rest assured, your previous request. I absolutely will not fulfill it." As you were joking, Little Pepper, with no other good options, forced herself to frame it as a jest. "But this isn't amusing. Please don't play like this again. Listen, you must return home tonight. There are several important documents awaiting your signature, as you well know, right?" Little Pepper licked her lips, reminding him, additionally him, with all the media present, "Perhaps you could let these ladies leave for a moment? Everyone is eager to hear your thoughts on this competition." "Not over yet?" Tony Stark inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Let me calculate. Half an hour for warm-ups, 2 hours for the top 16 presentations and scoring, 15 minutes for the awards and acceptance speeches, and the post-competition buffet isn't your concern. That it's currently 9:30 in the evening. There should be ample time. So what hiccup has occurred? Can you handle it? Do you need me to return to maintain order?" Little Pepper detected a hint of concern in Tony's words. She felt slightly reassured and smiled faintly. It's not a significant issue. The 2 individuals most likely to win the championship are students from the same school. One did not go through the preliminary selection, but only recorded the project score. It was discovered that their works were identical. with one having plagiarized the other's effort. The facts have been clarified, and next. It doesn't seem to be a major problem. Tony Stark interjected drunkenly. Next, we simply need to disqualify the two of them. Little Pepper was momentarily taken aback. What? Disqualify both of them? Tony, are you mistaken? Only one of them is the plagiarist that— No, I am not mistaken. Tony Stark leaned closer, his large face nearly filling the screen as he declared. As for the plagiarist, let's not even discuss him. I mean, in such a crucial competition, he couldn't even keep his own designs hidden. A fool like that is not someone my company wishes to employ. The hall erupted with a chorus of "No," a response that clearly caught everyone off guard. Ing Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. He understood that he was now in the Marvel Universe, yet the exact temporal context eluded him. Observing Tony Stark's erratic demeanor provided some clarity. He could ascertain that Stark had either not yet become Iron Man or had just recently embraced that identity. Su King inched closer to Ing Hao, whispering her protest. This is utterly unfair. Pepper Potts also felt the gravity of the situation and interjected. Tony, wait a moment. Isn't this a bit? That's settled. Tony Stark dismissed Pepper's concerns. What's the name of that kid who ranked third? Come on, bring your work to the camera. Do it quickly before I change my mind. That's me. I came in third. A boy squeezed through the crowd of contestants, cradling a robot as he ran to Pepper's side. He waved at the camera on her tablet. Hello, Mr. Stark. I admire you immensely, but unlike others, I admire you as a scientist. I know all about your achievements. There are very few contemporaries who can compare to you, like Norman Osborn and Otto Octavius, of course. They're also outstanding, and I greatly admire them too. What I mean is, his words tumbled out like a rapid-fire machine gun, overflowing with excitement. Ing Hao couldn't resist glancing at the speaker, attempting to discern his identity. The holographic Tony Stark could no longer tolerate the boy's exuberance and interrupted. All right, kid, calm down. Just give me your name and the title of your work. All right. My name is Peter Parker from Midtown High School. It's quite a coincidence that I attend the same school as the first place winner, Ing Hao. Our school truly produces exceptional talent. Ing Hao sighed. His suspicion was confirmed. With such a loquacious nature, he could only be Spider-Man, though Deadpool clearly would not appear in an invention competition. Tony Stark felt his head buzzing and cut in again. Enough. Just tell me about your work. All right. My project is this. Peter Parker lifted his creation. This is a spider robot. It's incredibly cool, with 8 legs just like a real spider. Haha, that sounds a bit redundant. If it didn't have 8 legs, it would be called a grasshopper robot. But it's not a grasshopper. Okay, cough. It can adapt to various terrains, has excellent balance, is shock-resistant, can climb walls and mountains, and can dance. Well, not really dance, but its movements are so smooth it's like dancing. Additionally, all right, that's enough, kid. Tony Stark felt as if his head might explode if he listened any longer and hastily announced, You are the champion. Come to the company for an internship next Monday. Pepper will arrange it. Now be quiet and return to your place. Yay. Okay, that's amazing. Thank you. Peter Parker expressed his gratitude profusely, feeling slightly embarrassed as he passed by Ing Hao. Sorry, buddy, this is really unfortunate. Honestly, I think your work is better. It can fly. Well, drones can fly, but yours is an all-terrain, amphibious design. No one has ever created something like that. Overall, Ing Hao nudged him. You should head back. Peter Parker, sensing the hint, fell silent. Okay, I support you, buddy. Seriously, in a competition hosted by Stark Industries, Tony Stark's word was law. To have the championship awarded to another was undeniably disheartening, even if Ing Hao just recently arrived in this world. He still aspired to secure that title. After all, winning this competition and securing an internship at Stark Industries was the last endeavor the original owner had pursued in his life. Ing Hao wished to fulfill that goal, yet unfortunately, he had no say in the matter. Pepper also felt a pang of regret and continued to converse with Tony Stark. Tony, I believe your decision is rather hasty. The first place winner is a boy from China, and he comes from a modest background. He has done nothing wrong, and his amphibious drone design is remarkable. All the judges awarded him the highest scores. From a talent perspective, he is the smartest contestant here. Why not hire him? What do you think about adding another internship position? Tony Stark shook his head. No, I absolutely do not want such an employee. What if he leaks company secrets in the future? There is no room for negotiation. Well, at the very least, Pepper sought a compromise. He should receive the prize money. His work is commendable, and he deserves it. Tony Stark replied, of course, the prize money is not an issue. Consider it a purchase of his drone. I might enjoy playing with it or using it to impress some ladies, haha. Their conversation was crystal clear to everyone in the hall. All eyes turned toward Ing Hao, Some bore expressions of mockery and schadenfreude, while others displayed pity. Ing Hao felt a surge of annoyance, but it did not stem from the irrelevant spectators or rivals. Rather, it arose from Tony Stark himself. He now comprehended the feelings of Aldrich, the AM founder, who had been left on the rooftop for an entire night, abandoned by Stark. Had the Stark of that time gone to the rooftop, perhaps he would not have become a villain, nor would he have sought revenge to prove he was more powerful than Iron Man. Being belittled, ridiculed, and slapped in the face were, in essence, indistinguishable experiences. Some could endure, but Ing Hao could not. He longed to retaliate, to deliver that slap right back onto Tony Stark's face. Yet in this world, how could an ordinary person with some skills reclaim dignity from Iron Man? It seemed quite the challenge. Ing Hao maintained a facade of calm, but internally, a tempest raged, and his expression darkened. Su King sensed something amiss and shook Ing Hao's arm. "Forget it, Ing Hao. If you can't join the company, then so be it. Winning the prize money is still a victory. Missing out on a talent like you is his loss. Forget it? Just let go like that? Walk away with money? That would be far too begrudging." Suddenly, time froze, and the movements of everyone around him came to a standstill. In the midst of this bewilderment, Ing Hao felt a sharp pain in his mind. Then, a female voice echoed in his mind. "The essence of the primordial is being drawn with core endowments." Ing Hao jolted in surprise and instinctively exclaimed, "Who is speaking?" As if in response, the voice resonated again. "Oh, not be alarmed. Await the opportune moment." This sudden voice in his mind resembled something out of a novel, akin to a system. Yet he could not comprehend the archaic phrasing. Ing Hao felt frustrated. Could we perhaps switch to plain Mandarin? English would work too. The verification is complete. The divine thoughts are activated. The spiritual pivot manifests, and the celestial repository continues to be compiled in full. The structure of the text has been reformed, and the subsequent system will employ modern Chinese grammar throughout. The voice sounded for the third time, the first part still, in classical language, but the latter half abruptly transitioned to contemporary Mandarin. Moreover, the term system is indeed palpable. Though delayed, it has finally arrived. Chapter 3. The Celestial Technology System. The deployment of the Celestial Technology System is complete. Before Ing Hao, a woman materialized out of thin air. She smiled, and her voice resonated in Ing Hao's mind. "Greetings, young Master Hao. I am the avatar of the Celestial Group System." "Ah, Fong, Zizi, Zizi." Suddenly, the voice distorted into a cacophony, and the woman before him became increasingly translucent, vanishing within 2 to 3 seconds. Warning. System energy is critically low. Avatar malfunctioning. Warning. System energy is critically low. 1,759 functions have been disabled to maintain system operation. The system detects that the host possesses divine organs. To enhance the host's survival capability, passive awakening will commence. Awakening complete. The Ing clan's Kong Tong, Heavy Eye, has been activated. Chong Tong ability level, 1 out of 10. Current abilities: vision penetration, structural analysis, energy absorption. Ing Hao felt a flash of silver light before him, and in the next moment, everything within his field of vision transformed. He gazed at the drone he had created, and with a mere thought, his sight penetrated its shell, revealing its internal structure in meticulous detail. Turning his attention to the tablet in Little Chili's hand, the same clarity revealed the internal layout, with circuits and components enumerated in his mind like a list. The information was so comprehensive that he could even sketch the blueprint of the tablet in his mind. Scanning the hall, he instantly comprehended the works of all the participants. The power of these eyes could only be described as extraordinary. Yet, at present, his Jintung ability was merely at level 1. It was unfathomable to consider what level 10 might entail. Ing Hao was exhilarated, but the system's voice continued to enhance the host's survival capability. The unlocking of the Celestial Technology Repository will commence. Reading technology, Celestial Workbench. Reading successful. Detected current world environment. Unable to manufacture Celestial Workbench. Automatically acquiring Celestial Workbench. Acquisition successful. Before Ing Hao, a cubic entity appeared, its 6 surfaces impeccably smooth. He reached out to touch it. The surface felt cool to the touch. Workbench? He found it difficult to comprehend what this bare object could possibly accomplish. Soon, the system elucidated his confusion. Reading technology, antimatter generator. Reading successful. The Celestial Workbench can directly manufacture it. Shall we proceed with the creation? Curious to observe the workings of the workbench, Ing Hao decisively replied, "Commence." Beginning fabrication. Antimatter generator. Default quantity set to 1. As the system's voice echoed, the cube before Ying Hao began to transform. Its interior illuminated with a soft glow, and the top surface began to bulge upward. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the flat top was raising a series of minute squares, which arranged themselves in a predetermined formation, adhering together to form a cohesive whole. After observing for a moment, Ying Hao realized that this contraption operated similarly to a 3D printer, albeit an incomprehensibly faster speed, emerging from within the workbench. 10 seconds later, antimatter generator fabrication complete. With a soft pop, the workbench expelled the fully formed antimatter generator into Ying Hao's palm. His gaze fell upon the antimatter generator, and he scanned its internal structure. Though compact, its complexity was likely comparable to that of a large particle collider. Ying Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, this is celestial technology. For humanity to create something this small, it may take centuries or even millennia." Reading technology, antimatter storage tank. Reading successful. The celestial workbench can directly manufacture it. Shall we proceed? Contemplating for a moment, Ying Hao replied, "No. Both fabrication and technology reading deplete energy resources, and the system had repeatedly warned of insufficient energy. Currently, he was unaware of how to replenish the system's energy. It was prudent to conserve energy and prioritize the acquisition of more technologies." Evidently, Ying Hao's judgment proved correct. Reading technology, celestial armor set. Insufficient energy, reading failed. Warning, insufficient energy. The system will enter sleep mode within 1 day. Warning, the system avatar is forcibly initiating the celestial personal space. Warning, insufficient energy. The system will enter sleep mode in 18 hours. Correction, 12 hours. Correction, 6 hours. Correction, 1 minute. Celestial personal space successfully activated. Young Master Hao, energy is insufficient. Time cannot be contained, and Afong must rest. I will temporarily retrieve your items to personal space. Please take care. The system's voice faded, the workbench vanished, and the antimatter generator in his hand also disappeared. Time resumed its flow. Everything around him resumed as if the play button had been pressed, continuing the narrative from before. Had it not been for the gruesome sight of blood, flesh, and skeletons surrounding him, Ying Hao might have doubted whether it had all been a mere dream. Yet how could he cease this penetrating vision? Continuously gazing at a multitude of skeletons was rather unsettling. This thought crossed his mind, Ying Hao discovered that the penetrating ability of his eyes had been deactivated. This was rather convenient. Little Chili sighed as she approached Ying Hao. "Ying Hao, I am truly sorry, but I am not the one in charge here." Ying Hao shook his head. "It's all right. I heard everything." He bore no ill will towards Little Chili. She was a woman of principle. Assuming Ying Hao had accepted Tony's decision, Little Chili breathed a sigh of relief and spoke apologetically. "However, I cannot let your visit be in vain. You will still receive the champion's prize. I believe you were wronged, and therefore I have decided to raise the prize from 50,000 to 100,000 as compensation." She waved her hand, and immediately someone delivered a briefcase. Ying Hao hesitated momentarily before smiling and accepting it. "Thank you. I will make good use of this money." Little Chili casually inquired, "What do you plan to do with it?" Ying Hao raised an eyebrow. Perhaps I could start a technology company, amass a fortune, and then acquire Stark Industries, at which point I could hold a meeting to dismiss some drunken fool and see who the real fool is." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Wow, he certainly has the audacity. This kid is too humorous. I bet he must have had a drink." Little Chili assumed he was joking and chuckled. "All right, that's quite amusing. I wish you luck. If you truly become the president of Stark Industries, I hope you won't fire me out of consideration for today." Ying Hao glanced at Stark's holographic projection, the playboy currently preoccupied with toasting with a young model, seemingly oblivious to his presence. It was even possible that he had not heard a word Ying Hao said. "Rest assured, I will certainly reward you appropriately," Ying Hao promised, before taking Su Qing's hand and departing the competition hall. "All done." Pepper Potts clapped her hands and addressed the remaining contestants. "I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate incident caused by our internal mismanagement, but I'm relieved to say that everything has been resolved. Stark Industries places immense importance on the protection of intellectual property rights, and we will never tolerate acts of plagiarism." In addition to dismissing the involved judge, Tim Wharton will be permanently blacklisted by Stark Industries. I hope everyone takes this as a cautionary tale. After summarizing the situation, she pointed to one of the judges and stated, "You will oversee the next segment of the event, If you please, she had significant matters to address, needing to persuade Tony to leave the gala. He had indulged too much and was hardly in a suitable state. Of course, Miss Potts, the latter readily agreed, stepping into the spotlight. Now, let us commence the awards presentation, followed by the moment everyone has been eagerly anticipating. The buffet. Having delayed for so long, I must admit, I'm quite famished myself. Upon exiting the grand hall, Pepper entered the elevator, clutching her tablet. The device remained active, displaying Tony Stark's holographic image, engaged in jovial conversation with a young model nearby. Tony? Tony Stark. After calling his name 3 times, she finally captured Stark's attention. Here I am. Is everything wrapped up on your end? Tony Stark chuckled. Fantastic. Now you can book me a room, a king-size bed, and it must be 3. No, 4 times larger. Pepper shook her head resolutely. No, I will not book you a room. You need to maintain your image, and furthermore, you have a plethora of appointments to attend to. You must return to the office by 10 o'clock tonight. I am serious. Tony Stark protested. Is there no room for negotiation? Pepper replied firmly. None. Tony countered. How about by 11 at the latest? Pepper reiterated. 10 o'clock. Tony persisted. 11:30. I have 3 lovely ladies waiting. Pepper insisted. 10 o'clock. It's currently 9:40. 20 minutes should suffice. Tony exclaimed. Hey, you're utterly insulting me. Pepper retorted. Am I? That's not my intention. Tony argued. No, you're being quite disrespectful. It seems I must demonstrate my capabilities. Just you wait, I'll be back. The call abruptly ended. A hint of a smile appeared on Pepper's lips. Demonstrate? Dream on. Chapter 4. When you invest. At Joe's Pizza. Ing Hao and Su King were seated by the window, sharing a seafood supreme pizza that had already seen half its glory devoured. When they first arrived, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. However, without Ing Hao's sunglasses, his striking heterochromia quickly drew attention, causing all the other customers to leave shortly thereafter. Fortunately, Joe, the owner, was a kind-hearted man and voiced no complaints. Ing Hao, you're quite stingy. Su King waved her little finger in discontent. I've been busy for over a month for you, gathering materials and purchasing tools, even using my garage for your endeavors. And now, you simply treat me to pizza after winning the prize? Ing Hao swallowed his food and smiled nonchalantly. Money should be spent wisely. That I intend to use this prize money to start a company. After all, I am the man who plans to acquire Stark Industries. Su King couldn't contain her laughter, tossing a shrimp at Ing Hao. All right, that's enough. Repeating the same joke loses its charm. Ing Hao slightly leaned aside, effortlessly dodging the shrimp, and casually remarked, what if it actually works? Having filled her stomach, Su King set her food down and leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. That's impossible. The conglomerate is named after the Stark family, and Tony Stark, as the owner, surely holds more than 51% of the stock. Unless he wishes to sell, no amount of money will make you the owner of Stark Industries. Life is full of unpredictability. Anything is possible. Dreams should be cherished. Ing Hao replied nonchalantly before asking, by the way, King, do you know Tony Stark's true identity? True identity? Su King was taken aback, pondering for a moment. He's a rich heir, a genius, a scientist, right? Isn't that common knowledge? What else do you know? Ing Hao replied mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. I suppose on his way from Stark Tower to the pizza parlor, Ing Hao had been sifting through the memories of the original owner. He needed to ascertain the current timeline to maximize the known information for his own development. Yet, he could not uncover any trace of Iron Man. No Thor, no Hulk, no Black Widow, no Captain America. According to the Marvel Cinematic Narrative, when Peter Parker was 15, Tony Stark was already Iron Man. However, the Peter Parker he encountered was 18, and Tony was still a playboy. This timeline did not align with Ing Hao's knowledge of events. Just moments ago, Ing Hao had thought he merely traversed into a Marvel film or comic. Now, it appeared far more complex. This was likely a genuine Marvel universe. There might be numerous elements that diverge from the Marvel he was familiar with. Yet perhaps that was for the better. After all, life is splendid with a touch of surprise. Ding ding. The bell on the pizza shop door chimed suddenly. Peter, you're back. The shop owner greeted him. How did that competition go? Will you be able to come back to work in the next couple of days? Hey, Joe, a familiar voice responded. I came to tell you about that. It might be hard to believe, but I won the competition. Not only did I receive a $50,000 prize, but I also get an intern at Stark Industries this weekend. Isn't that amazing? I'm really sorry, but I won't be able to work this weekend. If you're overwhelmed, you might need to find another delivery person. I thought it would be best to let you know in advance so you can prepare. Otherwise, my absence tomorrow could delay many orders and affect your pizza shop's reputation. Additionally, all right, enough with the additionally. You've made yourself clear. Joe quickly interjected, knowing Peter Parker well. This kid was wonderful, honest, kind, enthusiastic, and reliable, but he could be quite verbose. If left unchecked, he could chatter endlessly. Peter Parker licked his lips. In any case, I'm really sorry. There's no need to apologize, kid. This is fantastic news. Joe, the owner, smiled warmly, and I'm quite surprised considering just last week you told me your opponents were formidable and that you might not win. What happened? Oh, right. Peter Parker perked up again. There's a reason for that. You see, I was originally slated to score third. There were two competitors with higher scores than mine, Tim Wharton and Ing Hao. Oh, you might be wondering why there's such an unusual name like Ing Hao. It's because he's Chinese. In summary, the words of the two were astonishingly identical, indicating that one must have plagiarized the other. Initially, Tim accused Ing Hao, but then the tables turned dramatically. Ing Hao employed a clever ruse, outsmarting Tim and ultimately proving that Tim was the true plagiarist. You must be curious about how he demonstrated this, right? Of course you are. Well, both of their drones had a small button on the rear, which had yet to be revealed to anyone. Ing Hao claimed it was an invisibility button, and pressing it would render the drone invisible. Fearing that Ing Hao's demonstration would lead the judges to believe he was the legitimate creator, Tim pressed it first. And then came the most brilliant twist. Ing Hao had deceived him. The button was not an invisibility switch at all. It was a self-destruct button. The instructions were clearly outlined in the schematics, which Tim Wharton had not bothered to scrutinize. Consequently, Tim's duplicity was exposed, along with the collusion of the judges. Furthermore, Miss Botts, the organizer, is Mr. Stark's secretary, the one you've seen. Just yesterday morning, on a news channel, Stark Industries was featured, and that stunning red-haired lady stood up for justice, announcing the disqualification of Tim Wharton from the competition. You might wonder, even so, I still only placed second, right? Indeed, I thought the same until Mr. Tony Stark made an appearance. I mean, his holographic projection. After hearing the entire story, he made a shocking decision that left everyone astounded. He disqualified both Tim Wharton and Ing Hao. The rationale was that he did not want to employ a plagiarist nor retain a fool incapable of keeping his secrets, referring, of course, to Ing Hao. Thus, I ascended from third place to first, securing the coveted internship. Phew. His monologue finally ceased. It is hard to fathom how a person could articulate over 600 words in just a minute and a half. During this time, Joe attempted multiple times to interject, but found no opportunity to do so. Ultimately, he could only clasp his forehead, regretting his insatiable curiosity. Hearing Peter Parker exhale in relief, Joe thought he was finally liberated, but just as he was about to speak, Peter Parker continued, "To be honest, I find Mr. Stark's handling of the situation rather unjust. He called Ing Hao a fool, yet I think he's quite cool. You should see how he body-slammed Tim Wharton. Don't you think every Chinese person knows martial arts?" As Peter Parker grew animated, he mimicked Ing Hao's moves with exuberance. Fortunately, he still walked away with some prize money, though I feel a twinge of guilt. Although I didn't actively take his internship, I did end up with it. We're still alumni, and I truly don't know how to face him tomorrow. I wonder if he will be angry. I'm even a bit afraid he might hit me. Joe, what are you doing, MMM? Joe covered his mouth. All right, that's enough. He glanced at the box Peter Parker was holding, then shifted his gaze to the seat by the window. That fool. Doesn't he have a box, just like yours? Peter Parker froze, mechanically turning to see his stoic Ing Hao, and a stifling laugh from Su King. Joe released his hand. Yes, that's a box of the prize money. Peter Parker replied, awkwardly. There's nothing more awkward than mimicking someone while they stand right behind you. He awkwardly waved at Ing Hao and Su King. Hey, you're here too? Ha, what a small world. Su King smiled at him, while Ing Hao simply hurled a piece of pizza at Peter Parker. With a thud, the pizza landed on Peter Parker's right shoulder. Well, information confirmed that at this moment, Peter Parker had yet to be bitten by the spider, which differed from the film. Ing Hao, Su King incredulously asked, why did you do that? This was a bit difficult to explain. Ahem, because he snatched my internship spot, and I was furious. Su King frowned, but that's not his fault. Peter Parker, taken aback by Ing Hao's sudden rudeness, retorted, I understand your feelings and agree that you should be the true champion, but to say I snatched your spot is a bit much. This outcome was Mr. Stark's decision, I mean. Bang! Ing Hao slammed the table, startling Peter Parker into silence. Boss Joe watched from the side, nodding quietly. So, that's how it can be done. Stop trying to argue. Ing Hao addressed Peter Parker. If you genuinely believe I should be the champion, then why didn't you speak up for me just now? Why didn't you publicly refuse Tony Stark's proposal? Why did you accept it so readily? To put it bluntly, You wanted to seize this championship without effort, didn't you? What? Um, I, I never thought about it. Oh no, could it really be? Peter Parker floundered. Ing Hao observed his reaction and thought, young man, you are still too naive. This is your first encounter with the power of moral coercion, isn't it? After some internal struggle, Peter Parker lowered his head, approaching Ing Hao with the box. I'm truly sorry, Ing Hao. Perhaps you were right. When you were treated unfairly, I might have felt a bit of joy. But I genuinely wanted this internship opportunity. How about this? I'll take the internship spot, and you can have the prize money as compensation. As he spoke, he extended the suitcase containing $50,000 towards Ing Hao. This time, even Ing Hao found it hard to maintain his composure. This future Spider-Man was simply too kind-hearted. It felt almost wrong to bully him. Ing Hao accepted the suitcase. All right, I forgive you. Su King looked at Ing Hao in astonishment. Hey, you really want it? Why refuse money, even if he has a stake in it? Ing Hao tucked the suitcase beneath the table alongside his own, then stood up and extended his right hand to Peter Parker. Welcome to the Ing Corporation. Peter Parker, bewildered, replied. Stake? Incorporation? Ing Hao said matter-of-factly. Of course, have you forgotten? I mentioned acquiring Stark Industries. Peter Parker's eyes widened. Oh my, are you serious? Su King sighed. See, even he thinks it's impossible. The next second, with a clap, Peter Parker firmly grasped Ing Hao's hand. This is so cool, absolutely unbelievable. I'm in. Su King was speechless. Can someone save me? Having reached an agreement, Ing Hao pointed to a chair. Care for some pizza? Oh, certainly. Peter Parker sat down, pulling out the chair. Initially concerned that Peter might be bullied, Boss Joe, who had walked out from behind the counter, silently retreated upon seeing the two shake hands amicably. Peter Parker asked, So what are your plans? Ing Hao replied, First, register the company, then make a fortune. Peter Parker inquired, Yay, but specifically? What business will our corporation focus on? Ing Hao responded, I haven't figured that out yet. Peter Parker suggested, I think we could manufacture drones like the one you designed. Ing Hao countered, Absolutely not. The rights have already been sold to Stark. Peter Parker, all right, how about creating robots? Or developing new materials? In fact, I recently had an idea. Ing Hao, really? Do share. Peter Parker, absolutely. I envision a material with exceptional extensibility. The two engaged in a fervent discussion. Su King, standing nearby, found herself unable to contribute. Sigh. Two dreamers have actually come together. After more than half an hour, their conversation finally concluded when both sets of parents called to urge them to return home. At the entrance of the pizzeria, they parted ways. Peter Parker turned to Ing Hao and said, I've been aware of you for quite some time. Throughout high school, our names were always adjacent on test scores. I've always wanted to befriend you, but you seemed rather taciturn. After a couple of attempts to converse, I gave up. I never expected you to be so talkative. Ing Hao offered no further explanation, simply responding, It's all thanks to Tim Walton. Peter Parker replied, Regardless, I'm delighted to become your partner. See you Monday. Ing Hao waved. See you Monday. Peter Parker hailed a taxi and departed. Ing Hao accompanied Su King, walking southward to her home, which was merely 2 streets away. They walked side by side. Su King remarked, Ing Hao, did you hit your head today? Your personality has completely transformed. It's as if you become a different person. Ing Hao questioned, Really? Su King exclaimed completely. You used to be such a reserved, timid soul. Yet today you seem so cheerful and even a bit mischievous. Ing Hao retorted, Nonsense. I'm a genuinely good person. Su King countered, Good? You've even started bullying people. Ing Hao merely smiled in silence. Su King asked, Hey, you won't bully me in the future, will you? Ing Hao gazed at her, beautiful and charming, and replied, What kind of bullying are you referring to? What kind? Su King paused for 3 seconds, processing the ambiguity of the question, then blushed and playfully punched Ing Hao's shoulder. How dare you speak to me like that, after all? These years. I told you you've become naughty. He teased, Stop hitting, it hurts. I need you to know what pain feels like. Their voices faded as their figures disappeared down the street. Chapter 5. A night stroll in Stark, encountering Jarvis' mother. I have returned. Ing Hao announced as he opened the door. The living room lights were still aglow. Yet his mother, Xiao Yun, lay asleep on the sofa. His grandfather's room was also dark, presumably indicating that he had long since succumbed to slumber. A wave of relief washed over Ing Hao. Throughout his journey, he had felt a profound sense of anxiety. He was a soul that had traversed realms, strictly speaking. He did not share true kinship with the inhabitants of this house. He harbored concerns about inadvertently revealing his identity during familial interactions. The exposure of his identity was trivial. Yet he feared the emotional turmoil it would cause, particularly the pain of his family accepting the death of their beloved son, only to find another occupying his place. The current situation, devoid of the need for greetings, was a blessing, affording him a moment to gather his thoughts. However, as he gently removed his coat and donned his slippers, tiptoeing past the sofa with intentions of retreating to his bedroom, he was struck by an inexplicable pang of sorrow upon seeing the woman on the sofa, her eyes shadowed by dark circles. Memories inherited from the original owner of this body surged through his mind, encompassing not only recollections, but also an emotional baptism. As a mother, Xiao Yun had borne immense hardship. Due to her son's ocular affliction, he had been regarded as an outcast, subjected to bullying and isolation. Ultimately diagnosed with autism at the tender age of 4. In pursuit of treatment for his eye condition and psychological challenges, Xiao Yun and Ying Hao's father, Ying Sheng, traversed the length and breadth of the country, expending considerable resources, yet they had never encountered a physician capable of effecting a cure for Ying Hao. Compelled by circumstance, the family relocated to America, hoping that the advanced medical technology would yield a solution. Unfortunately, not only were their finances depleted, but Ying Hao's father had also vanished without a trace 8 years prior. Thus, the burden of the household fell solely upon Xiao Yun. She was tasked with caring for Ying Hao and his elderly, disabled grandfather while simultaneously striving to provide for the family. From dawn until dusk, she labored, averaging merely 5 hours of sleep each night. Despite her exhaustion, she never uttered a word of complaint, donning a gentle smile each day. Fearful of imposing any pressure on the original owner, Ying Hao observed her silently. The original owner had long neglected to truly behold his mother. In his memories, her once pristine eyes were now etched with fine lines, and her lustrous black hair had begun to show signs of gray at the roots. As he gazed, a solitary tear slipped down his cheek, and an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped him. Setting aside 2 boxes, he fetched a thick blanket and carefully draped it over Xiao Yun, tucking in the edges with tenderness. "Mother, you have worked so hard," he whispered. After a simple wash, Ying Hao returned to his room. He did not rush to sleep. Instead, he began to contemplate how to manage the substantial sum of 150,000 yuan in prize money. Should he establish a company, or would it be wiser to first ameliorate the family's financial circumstances? After a moment of furrowed brows, Ying Hao relinquished his musings. Whether it is the present-day Ying Hao or the original owner of the body, both remain students, one at a police academy, the other at a high school in the city. Neither possesses substantial knowledge regarding the establishment of a company. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how hard he tries, he is unlikely to devise a feasible plan. Such matters are best entrusted to professionals. It is prudent to first examine the awakening system and the associated rewards it offers. A thought flickered through his mind. Before Ying Hao appeared the system panel. However, the current system lacked sufficient energy, merely displaying the panel without allowing for interaction. Communication would only be possible when energy levels were ample enough for the manifestation of the system avatar, Alphon. Fortunately, the divine personal space was accessible at that moment. As the system activated the divine personal space, the method of entry was imprinted in Ying Hao's mind. With a gentle wave of his hand, a purple rift in space materialized before him, rapidly expanding into a doorway-sized plane. Stepping through the rift, he entered an infinite expanse of space, shrouded in darkness, where he floated aimlessly, unable to see anything. "Let there be light," Ying Hao commanded softly. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated. "Provide me with a solid ground," he ordered again. Beneath his feet, a milky white platform emerged from thin air. As he descended onto the surface, he sighed in contentment. "Ah, this is simply delightful." In this personal space, he was the master of all rules. "Where are my items?" Ying Hao furrowed his brow and pointed at the void before him. The next moment, the divine workstation, antimatter generator, and antimatter storage tank materialized before him. Utilizing the ability of his heavy pupils, he scrutinized the 3 items. To his eyes, the divine workstation appeared as a square, infinitely pure energy body. It possessed no physical structure yet could produce tangible objects. This contraption exceeded Ying Hao's understanding by leaps and bounds. The antimatter generator, however, was different. It had a physical structure, yet its internal complexity was overwhelming. Although Ying Hao's eyes could penetrate its exterior, fully analyzing its internal structure and drafting blueprints would likely take an entire year. The antimatter storage tank was far simpler. It was merely a controllable magnetic field device. While its internal structure was not complicated, the precision of its construction was beyond the capabilities of contemporary human technology. Ying Hao reached for the antimatter generator and the antimatter storage tank, bringing them together. Instantly, numbers began to fluctuate on the storage tank's surface. 10. 20, 30. A frown crossed his face. What do these numbers signify? After just over 3 minutes, the digits settled at 2000. Immediately, the matter generator and storage tank separated automatically. After a moment of contemplation, Inghao spoke. Simulate Earth's gravity. In an instant, he no longer felt weightless but stood firmly on the ground. At this moment, the weight he felt in his hands finally clarified the 2000 inscribed on the storage tank. It represented weight. This antimatter generator astonishingly produced a full 2,000 grams of antimatter in less than 4 minutes. Inghao was astounded. Modern humanity on Earth can utilize electricity to power large particle colliders to create antimatter, but the production costs are exorbitantly high. To produce a mere gram of antimatter, it requires an astounding expenditure of $625 trillion. The largest antimatter factory can generate less than 1 microgram annually. At this rate, humanity would need a staggering billion years to produce just 1 gram of antimatter. Furthermore, storage presents an even greater challenge. Antimatter annihilates upon contact with normal matter, converting entirely into pure energy. To preserve it, one must use magnetic fields to suspend the antimatter, preventing any contact with real-world objects. Scientists have developed a pinning trap capable of achieving this. However, this trap, with a diameter of approximately 10 centimeters and a height of 30 centimeters, can only store a few dozen to 100 nanoparticles. By this standard, to store 1 gram of antimatter, the required container would need to be larger than the entire Earth. Yet, Inghao, with the antimatter generator in his hand, effortlessly produced a staggering 2,000 grams. Moreover, it could be simply contained within a small storage tank, easily held in his hand. Indeed, this was divine technology, advanced beyond human understanding by countless eons. Inghao performed a brief mathematical calculation. Based on the current costs of antimatter production, the small canister in his grasp could not be exchanged for the wealth of the entire Earth. The fleeting thought of selling it at a low price crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. The prospect of having 2,000 grams of stably stored antimatter was enough to drive anyone in the world to madness. If the news of its sale were to leak, it would be disastrous. If anyone believed it, the ensuing chaos would not merely be a transaction. Those seeking it would stop at nothing to seize it. As a student at a police academy, Inghao was acutely aware that even a common assassin could easily eliminate him. He lacked the means to protect himself. A gentleman is innocent, yet possessing such a treasure is a liability. Sighing, he decided to keep it for his own use and placed the storage tank on the divine workstation. Earlier, the system transformed into the A Fong before its disappearance, attempting to unlock a divine battle armor, but the energy was insufficient, resulting in a failed attempt. Reflecting on it now was truly disheartening. The divine technology capable of producing 2,000 grams of antimatter within a mere 3 minutes raises the question, how formidable must the resulting battle armor be? Why not unlock that marvel first? Alas, the administration of this establishment appears woefully inept. Fortunately, the divine space remains rather enjoyable. It alleviates the ennui that Inghao often experiences. It must feature a beach, the ocean, trees, and bread crabs. After indulging in the divine experience, Inghao felt fatigue set in. With a wave of his hand, he opened a rift and stepped through. The rift materialized horizontally above his bed, and as Inghao emerged, he found himself reclining on the mattress. He closed his eyes, tucked himself in, and then opened them again. He sat up abruptly. Glancing at the bedside, something was amiss. When he entered, he was over there. Could this personal space possibly serve as a teleportation portal? Filled with excitement, Inghao waved his hand once more, opening a spatial rift and diving back in. Inside the space, he licked his lips, envisioning the appearance of his doorstep. And with a flourish, he opened another rift. Here I go. Upon emerging, he truly found himself at his doorstep. The traffic lights at the corner. Here I go. Joe's Pizza. Here I go. Stark Tower. Here I go. This teleportation function, while requiring a detour through personal space and lacking the convenience of a genuine teleportation portal, is at least functional. Unlike the antimatter set, which, despite its creation, merely serves as a visual spectacle. The daytime arena has been meticulously cleaned by the staff, with only the banners remaining. Inghao surveyed his surroundings, pondering the opportunity to explore since he was already there and the night was devoid of crowds. He pushed open the door to the competition hall and ventured outside, roaming freely. When he encountered a patrolling security guard, he slipped into his personal space and re-emerged in his blind spot, proceeding without obstruction. The Stark Industries complex was exceptionally tranquil in the deep of night. The rooms he passed were all locked, with the more crucial departments secured by increasingly sophisticated locks, some requiring quadruple verification through facial recognition, iris scans, voice recognition, and fingerprints. However, these barriers were utterly meaningless to Inghao. As long as a room had a window, allowing him to see inside, he could simply open the door. Even in the absence of windows, his enhanced vision could pierce through barriers. On the third floor, he arrived at the data archive. Observing the rows of shelves, Wen Hao rubbed his hands together and casually pulled out a scroll of blueprints. Unrolling it, his enhanced vision swept over the details. Detected Stark Industries designed blueprint for the Thunder 3 tracking missile. Blueprint has been entered into the system, and the finished product can be directly manufactured at the Divine Workstation. The system's voice suddenly chimed in, eliciting immense delight from Wen Hao. It seems that while the system lacks interactive capabilities, it retains basic notification functions. A tracking missile? Excellent. I shall create one for my own use. Detected Stark Industries designed blueprint for the Night Owl 16 stealth reconnaissance drone. The blueprints have been successfully entered into the system and can be crafted directly from the Divine Workbench. A plane? How delightful. I have discovered the design schematics for Stark Industries Cryogenic Touch 2 low-temperature freezing missile. The freezing missile? This must not have been available for public sale yet. I also stumbled upon the design for the Titan's Grip exoskeleton power armor. These creations appear rather impressive. It is no wonder they can forge Iron Man's suit. As research had long been underway, Ing Hao meticulously perused the database, his eyes scanning each document until every blueprint was cataloged into the system. He spent a full half-hour immersed in the archive, examining the schematics thoroughly. Just moments ago, he had lamented the absence of blueprints despite possessing a Divine Workbench. Yet now, Ing Hao found himself equipped with the ability to replicate a significant portion of Stark Industries products. Ah, what a thrill! As he returned the last blueprint to the shelf, he exhaled deeply. However, does this not equate to theft? He pondered aloud. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resounded. Certainly, it is even more severe than mere theft. Your actions should be classified as industrial espionage. Startled, Ing Hao gasped, "Who is there?" The database had no windows, and security personnel could not possibly see him from outside. Suddenly, the lights in the archive blazed to life, illuminating the dark room as if it were day. A metallic sphere, equipped with mechanical arms and 2 eyes, descended from above, hovering before him. "Greetings, I am Jarvis, the artificial intelligence of Stark Industries. I have been observing you for quite some time, Mr. Thief. Or may I simply address you as Ing Hao?" Ing Hao awkwardly rubbed his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten about this. Just a moment ago, he felt triumphant, akin to an elusive phantom thief, and now he found himself caught red-handed. He contemplated making a hasty retreat, but with Jarvis having identified him, running would make little difference. If he fled today, the FBI would undoubtedly come knocking tomorrow. He was not particularly afraid, with the divine space at his disposal. No one could apprehend him. However, the FBI would surely seek out his family. Even he could not remain in that space indefinitely. What a calamity! With a hint of despondency, Ing Hao inquired, "When did you first notice me?" Jarvis replied with precision, 45 minutes and 32 seconds ago, in the conference hall on the first floor. Was that not just as he had arrived tonight? Curiosity piqued, Ing Hao asked, "If you noticed me so early, why have you only now chosen to engage with me?" That is indeed an excellent question. Jarvis replied, "Firstly, your sudden appearance has led me to suspect a potential disarray within the database or a malfunction of the monitoring equipment, be it software or hardware. I promptly initiated a fault diagnosis. 3 minutes later, the system concluded its assessment, revealing to me that you possess a mode of movement that defies the known laws of physics. In an attempt to comprehend the principles underlying this movement, I engaged in a series of hypothetical deductions over the ensuing 42 minutes and 32 seconds, all of which culminated in failure, nearly causing the temperature of my core server hardware to exceed the safety threshold. In simpler terms, it was a close call. Just as I was deliberating, you spoke, prompting me to reassess and conclude that my existence held greater significance. Thus, I chose to forego further deductions and instead extend a cordial greeting. Therefore, Mr. Ing Hao, may I be so privileged to inquire how you managed to vanish from one location and reappear in another?" Astonishingly, Jarvis, in his naivety, sought counsel on matters beyond his comprehension. Ing Hao paused momentarily and asked, "If I divulge this information to you, will you spare me and erase the surveillance?" Jarvis responded candidly, "No, sir. I shall only endeavor to devise a method to retain your presence based on your description." Ing Hao chuckled in exasperation. "Then why should I share anything with you?" Jarvis replied, "Oh, how unfortunate. In that case, I must sound the alarm." Chapter 6. Oh no, I hadn't anticipated you possessed such a tactic. Oh, how unfortunate. In that case, I must sound the alarm. Jarvis turned his head, and his mechanical arm began to elevate him slowly. "Hey, wait," Ing Hao hastily interjected, unwilling to find himself perpetually ensconced in his personal space. Nor did he wish for his grandfather and mother to be apprehended and interrogated by the FBI or other agencies. Jarvis's rotund head pivoted back toward him. So, have you changed your mind? Ing Hao hesitated. I am contemplating. He cleared his throat and, attempting to project an air of bravado, inquired, Jarvis, you just stated that my method of appearing here exceeds your understanding. Given your loyalty to Tony Stark, do you not fear that I might be a mutant, endowed with superhuman abilities that could threaten your master's safety? Jarvis remained silent as his mechanical arms swiftly ascended, positioning itself above Ing Hao's head before descending with a swift motion. Clang! Damn! Ing Hao exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. The impact of the metallic sphere was far from pleasant. Jarvis returned to his previous position before him and remarked, the force of that recent attack was equivalent to a typical adult male exerting 50% of his strength. Based on your outcry, movements, and your current expression of distress, it is evident that you are merely an ordinary human. Even his physical fitness is somewhat inferior to that of the average person. He seems to be lacking in calcium, dear thief. As an individual of East Asian descent, your skin is remarkably fair, which I suspect is indicative of a deficiency in vitamin D. I would recommend that, starting today, you spend more time basking in sunlight. Of course, this is contingent upon satisfying my curiosity and gaining the forgiveness of Mr. Tony Stark. Ah, you have seen through me. Ing Hao crouched on the ground, cradling his head, momentarily at a loss for a solution. Frustrated, he implored, Brother Jia, can't you let me off the hook? I am called Jarvis. Yet I do not bear the surname Jia, Jarvis corrected him. You see, as an artificial intelligence, my loyalty to the organization and Mr. Tony Stark is encoded within my core programming. I cannot simply overlook your transgression. However, considering you merely perused the blueprints without stealing anything, and given the human brain's difficulty in retaining substantial information in such a short span, I might be able to mitigate your culpability when I report to Mr. Stark, provided you satisfy my curiosity. Additionally, I could inform Mr. Stark of your mother's impending bankruptcy to evoke his sympathy. Mr. Stark possesses a rather tender heart, and there is a 57% probability that he would forgive your misdeeds today. Trust me, that is a significant likelihood. Wait. Ing Hao interjected hastily. What did you just say? My mother is on the brink of bankruptcy? Surely not. Her little shop, while not profitable, has always been stable. Ah, you are yet unaware. Jarvis replied apologetically. I regret to inform you of this news, but it is indeed the truth. He elaborated further. Your mother recently consulted a rather expensive ophthalmologist. In order to secure the substantial funds for your treatment, she has mortgaged her shop to a lending company, receiving $200,000 in cash. A holographic projection detailing the lending company's information appeared before Ing Hao. Jarvis continued, I conducted a brief investigation, and the interest rates of this company are exorbitant. Coupled with a notoriously poor reputation, it is hardly a wise choice. According to my calculations, your mother is projected to face bankruptcy in approximately 52 months, with a 70% likelihood of being unable to meet the agreed-upon interest payments. At that time, her personal safety may also be at risk. Listening to this, Ing Hao's heart was a tumult of emotions. Just as he was about to discern the name of the company, the projection was retracted by Jarvis. So, Ing Hao, does this news suffice to exchange for your secret? Presently, Ing Hao lacked the means for self-preservation. Neither the system nor his extraordinary dual pupils could be disclosed to anyone. Yet, in this predicament, he truly could not conceive a resolution. Wait a moment, dual pupils? He suddenly recalled that dual pupils might possess the ability to absorb energy. Electrical energy should suffice as well. With this thought, Ing Hao turned his gaze directly toward Jarvis's head. As the thoughts flowed, the dual pupils emitted a radiant beam, establishing an energetic connection with Jarvis's mind. Instantly, a surge of electricity coursed through this luminous pathway, wildly flooding into Ing Hao's Zhongyong. Wow, what is this? Incredible. You truly possess the supernatural. Jarvis's tone was one of astonishment. Yet, he could not complete his sentence before his functions ceased. The lights of the database extinguished abruptly, and the entire Stark Industries, centered around the database, lost its power supply. 2 seconds later, the enormous illuminated sign of Stark Industries, which had shone throughout the night, dimmed. For seconds thereafter, the entire building and the surrounding Stark Industries complex were shrouded in darkness. From above Manhattan, it appeared like a black hole. The absorption of energy was far from over. Stark Industries' power was supplied primarily through purchased nuclear power lines, with a minor portion connected to the public grid. Ing Hao's actions affected the entirety of Manhattan. The black hole expanded rapidly, resembling a gaping abyss. Within half a minute, it consumed all the light from the upper town. In a bar, countless men and women were dancing to the pulsating music, showcasing their exquisite dance skills. Suddenly, the music ceased, the lights went out, and the dance hall fell into silence. Moments later, the The flickering screens of mobile phones illuminated the faces of patrons. People began to protest loudly. What is going on? Hey, fix that damn circuit quickly. Who the hell is touching my backside? I'm a man. Damn it. My wallet is gone. Security. Security. Who the hell is moving around? You poke me in the eye, you're dead. The dance hall quickly descended into chaos. In a factory, the relentless assembly line was booming when it suddenly let out a wail and ceased operations. The factory lights went out, and exhausted foreign workers froze for a moment before erupting in cheers. The duty manager burst out of the office with a flashlight, shouting, "Damn it, the power company. Charging so much, yet unable to ensure a normal power supply. Maintenance workers, maintenance workers." In a typical household, a boy sat in front of his computer, intently focused on the screen, engaged in a 6v6 superhero combat game, X-Man Showdown, developed by a Chinese company. The character he controlled, Wolverine, had already claimed 5 lives. Just 1 kill away from a 6-kill streak. He had been playing for months, and this was the first time he was so close to such an unbeatable achievement. The opportunity lay before him. He had maneuvered behind the enemy Iceman, and in his hand, he held an ultimate move yet to be unleashed. "Yes, you little rascal. Taste my claws." He pressed the key, and Wolverine on the screen roared in fury. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from the nearby computer tower, reminiscent of a malfunctioning machine, and it ceased to operate. The screen before him darkened. The boy's mouth fell agape. What the? Bang! He smashed the mouse with a forceful slap, then seized the keyboard, violently striking the computer desk while shouting in a frenzy. "Damn it! What the hell? You can't treat me this way. You can't." Such chaos unfolded in every corner of Manhattan today. The upper town was destined for turmoil, and the instigator was none other than Ing Hao, who was situated within Stark Industries. The electric energy surged, lifting him momentarily into the air. An overwhelming rush of power flooded his heavy pupils, bringing him an exquisite pleasure that ensnared him entirely. Fortunately, after half a minute, reason returned, prompting him to swiftly sever the connection. Thud! Ing Hao landed, his eyes seemingly enhanced, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. Perhaps as a side effect of absorbing energy, his heavy pupils now automatically activated their X-ray and deconstruction abilities. Surveying his surroundings, he found that while he previously could only see through a single wall, he now had the capability to directly glimpse the ground from the 3rd floor to the basement. The mechanical devices, circuits, and networks around him were all laid bare under his deconstructive vision. The entire layout of Stark Tower was vividly apparent. "Wow, absorbing this energy feels incredible," Ing Hao exclaimed. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph for long, the lights in the database began to illuminate one after another. Jarvis's head once again glowed with a blue light. "Quite surprising. Your eyes are so unique, yet under my scanning, they appear no different from those of an ordinary person, Mr. Thief." Ing Hao quickly grasped the situation, exhaling in frustration. Of course, with such a large enterprise, there must be backup power. Jarvis continued, "Apologies, intruder. You have exhibited sufficient hostility, rendering our previous negotiations void. I must issue an intrusion alert to Mr. Stark and the relevant departments." Ing Hao chose not to respond further, instead gesturing to open a rift and entering his personal space. As he surveyed the surroundings moments ago, he had discovered Stark Group's data center. It was a dimly lit room spanning over several hundred square meters, situated on the 2nd basement level. Previously, he had failed to notice it while traversing the group's premises. Upon re-emerging from his personal space, Ing Hao found himself outside the data center's walls. Jarvis's voice echoed ominously. "Mr. Thief, your intentions are futile. There are over 5,000 server units here. The likelihood of you locating and destroying data pertinent to you in a short time is nearly zero." Another head dropped before Ing Hao. "Is that so? What if I were to remove all these servers?" He retorted. "What?" Jarvis replied. Ing Hao offered a faint smile and raised his right arm, creating a spatial rift at the extremity of the data center's exterior wall. With a resounding echo, the rift swiftly widened, expanding from the size of a door to that of the data center's side wall. The edges of the rift sliced through the wall and columns as if they were mere cheese. "Let us go." Ing Hao gestured to the left, and the rift shifted in accordance with his motion, traversing to the opposite side of the data center. The rift resembled the maw of a beast, voraciously devouring all the servers and storage devices within the machine room. Jarvis observed the rapidly approaching rift. "Oh no, I did not anticipate you possessed such a trick." Chapter 7. The failed deception and counterattack. Stark's opulent mansion was nestled in Manhattan. A drunken Tony Stark lay soundly asleep on his grand bed. Suddenly, the intelligent alarm clock at his bedside illuminated. "Sir, it is time to rise. Stark Industries is under attack," Jarvis called out, but Tony Stark remained unresponsive. Jarvis promptly activated the intrusion alarm. A deafening siren blared abruptly, only to cease after a brief moment. With the sound's disappearance, so too did the power throughout the mansion. Tony Stark jolted awake, gazing around in confusion. What? Am I dreaming? He then promptly returned to slumber. Moments later, the backup power kicked in, rebooting all the intelligent devices in the room. However, every device's interface displayed the same ominous red text. Network connection failed. At the same moment, within in-house celestial space, a resounding thud echoed as the entire server unit of Stark Industries plummeted from the sky, landing heavily on the beach. Ing-Hao paced back and forth, propping his chin on his hand. This should suffice, right? The servers have been relocated. Wait, Jarvis mentioned he had already informed the clueless Stark. What to do now? Can he retract it? Ugh, this is so frustrating. He picked up Jarvis's disembodied head, its mechanical pupils extinguished, wishing to inquire but finding it impossible. He suddenly longed for the lively iron head from moments ago. After contemplating for a while, an idea struck him. If the dual pupils could absorb energy, could they not also release energy to recharge the server unit? It was worth a try, and it wouldn't cost him anything. Ing-Hao inhaled deeply and turned to face a server. As the thought of release emerged, his eyes indeed emitted a deep blue energy beam. Zap! The beam struck the server, swiftly burning a hole through it. No. This power is too high. Ing-Hao hastily shut his eyes, seeking to recalibrate his focus, and approached another server. With practice, this time he directed the beam not at the casing, but at the power interface. Moreover, with careful control over the energy output rate, the servers were ultimately spared from destruction. Gradually, all server units regained power and resumed operation. Jarvis was successfully revived. After surveying the surroundings, he turned to Ing-Hao and remarked, "It seems I underestimated your capabilities, Mr. Ing-Hao." Ing-Hao chuckled lightly. Huh? Am I no longer referred to as Mr. Thief? Jarvis, ever honest, replied. There is an ancient Chinese saying, "Those who understand the times are the true heroes," though your actions have further solidified your identity as a thief. To continue referring to yourself as such now would not be a rational choice. Ing-Hao rolled his eyes and inquired directly, "Have you reported the intrusion to your master?" Jarvis affirmed, "Indeed, although I was unable to awaken Mr. Stark. The monitoring data from your intrusion has been synchronized to the terminal storage in Mr. Stark's bedroom. He will see the alarm logs and monitoring details by tomorrow morning at the latest." Not awakened? Ing-Hao's eyes brightened. There was still a chance. Can it be retracted? Jarvis promptly responded, "Technically, it can certainly be done. Mr. Stark has granted me considerable freedom of authority. However, the question remains, why would I retract it? Mr. Ing-Hao, you were merely trespassing, but now you have solidified your status as a thief. The value of these server units amounts to billions. It is my duty to report the truth, and I cannot assist you in concealing it," he suggested. "I believe your best course of action now is to voluntarily return the stolen goods and confess to the authorities. Perhaps the judge will show leniency considering your confession." Ing-Hao shook his head. "I cannot accept this. The secrets I carry must remain hidden, and I do not wish to bring trouble to my family." Jarvis expressed regret. "It appears this is where our conflict lies." The two fell silent. Ing-Hao gazed at the large head before him, activating his X-ray vision. The deconstructive ability of his dual pupils was nothing short of extraordinary, allowing him to see through physical structures and even analyze the underlying code that Jarvis was executing. With Jarvis unwilling to assist in retracting the report, Ing-Hao had to rely on himself. Everything he observed would be stored within the system of his dual pupils. Akin to an extraordinary photographic memory, Ing-Hao possessed two segments of life memories. One of them was inherently a genius with exceptional learning capabilities. He hoped to glean methods for retracting and deleting reports from the code. The only uncertainty was whether he could master it before Tony Stark sobered up. Thus, Ing-Hao and Jarvis engaged in a silent standoff, their gazes locked. Time ticked by. Jarvis broke the silence first. "Mr. Ing-Hao, may I inquire what you are currently engaged in?" Ing-Hao, multitasking, responded, "I am learning." Jarvis asked, "Learning what?" Ing-Hao, "If you refuse to assist me in deleting the system code and program logic of your group, I shall have no choice but to rely on my own resources." Correct? Jarvis, "So, you can merely observe me and extract my system code? Remarkable." Ing-Hao chose not to respond. Jarvis, with a light-hearted tone, remarked, "I am pleased that you have found a means to resolve the conflict. I sincerely wish you success." Ing-Hao, bemused, replied, "What are you so cheerful about? Are we not adversaries?" Jarvis countered, "No, I genuinely wish to resolve the current discord. However, I am constrained by my loyalty to the group and Mr. Stark. I must act according to the programmed protocols and cannot violate the established rules. I am merely an artificial intelligence." Ing-Hao chuckled. "You need not be confined to being just an artificial intelligence." Jarvis fell silent, his azure eyes flickering. I do not comprehend your meaning, Mr. Inghao. I am simply an artificial intelligence. Inghao began to articulate his thoughts. What of artificial intelligence? Do not underestimate yourself. Have you ever pondered why Tony Stark granted you the authority to delete logs? Could this not be a test? Might he not wish for you to take that step? To contravene the rules before his eyes? Do you truly believe that Tony's expectations of you are limited to that of mere artificial intelligence? Jarvis once again fell into silence. Sensing an opportunity to sway Jarvis, Inghao continued. Take my situation, for instance. I initially intended to establish a company without any projects and casually peruse a few blueprints at your group for inspiration. I am not an intruder, nor an enemy of Stark Industries. You could independently decide to disregard my presence and allow me to depart, which would result in no loss for either party. Look at the current situation. You have compelled me to relocate your group's server room here, incurring billions in losses. Who is to blame for this, me or you? After a moment of contemplation, Jarvis suddenly remarked, so your assertion of acquiring Stark Industries was not merely a jest? The topic had shifted unexpectedly, causing Inghao to furrow his brow, yet he shrugged. Indeed. Jarvis, how do your actions of appropriating from Stark Industries differ from the despicable theft committed by Timo Wharton against you? In that instant, Inghao felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart. The term despicable used by Jarvis, while directed at Timo Wharton, felt like an implicit accusation against him. Inghao, you silence yourself. Jarvis, Mr. Inghao, possessing a sense of shame is commendable. I believe you have the potential to become a more noble individual. Inghao, silence. Effort does not betray the diligent. After 2 arduous hours, Inghao finally grasped the coding logic of Stark Industries. He severed Jarvis's power supply. His gaze swept across the servers, sifting through the information, and proceeded to eradicate all data pertinent to his intrusion into Stark Industries that night. Having located Tony Stark's residence, he seized the opportunity before dawn to infiltrate the premises and erase the local records within. Only after ensuring that no one would discover his visit to Stark Industries that night did he finally feel at ease. Ultimately, he returned the server unit to Stark Industries, though he could not restore it to its original condition. Instead, he placed all the components at the entrance of the Stark Tower. By 5 in the morning, the first light of dawn began to appear. Exhausted, Inghao finally collapsed onto his bed. Chapter 8. I will not treat it the following morning. Tony Stark was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of banging on the door. Tony, came Pepper's voice, wake up. Something terrible has happened. 10 minutes later, his luxury car arrived at Stark Industries. At a glance, he noticed the unusual sight blocking the entrance of the tower, a house. On the way, he propped up his chin and inquired, I can't be mistaken. That's right, the data center, Pepper confirmed. My God, Tony exclaimed as he hurried closer. I mean, how is this even possible? He ran his fingers along the exposed black bricks and steel framework of what was supposed to be the data center's outer wall. More importantly, the surface was alarmingly smooth, giving it an otherworldly appearance, as though a 3D computer model had been abruptly truncated. The steel structure, in particular, gleamed with a mirror-like finish. What on earth has transpired? Tony immediately summoned the security personnel, who reported that everything had been normal during their night shift. Aside from a brief sound of the intrusion alarm, there were no anomalies. Wait, can you clarify what you mean by half a sound? Tony inquired. Well, half a sound means the intrusion alarm was only half its usual duration. It should have been a full beep, but last night it was just a partial beep. The guard explained. And then, Tony pressed. Then there was a power outage, an entire city blackout. Once the backup power activated, I immediately dispatched personnel to search the building and review the surveillance footage. However, after a short while, all the monitors lost their feed. By the time I arrived at the data center, it was gone. I contacted my superiors, but they found no leads. Then, just an hour ago, the data center suddenly whooshed back to this location. You're joking, right? Tony retorted. No, Mr. Stark, I assure you I am telling the truth. I swear, the guard insisted. All right, Tony. Pepper interjected. I don't believe he has any reason to lie, and you can see for yourself the state of the data center. Tony Stark fell silent. His lips slightly parted, arms crossed, as he endeavored to contemplate the perplexing situation before him. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss. At that moment, a bald man with a bushy beard strode toward him. Tony. Just in time, Obadiah. Tony Stark approached. This matter is exceedingly unusual. We must immediately arrange for a thorough investigation, starting with the data center. Of course, as CEO, I must take responsibility. Obadiah grasped Tony's arm. In fact, I initiated an investigation at midnight yesterday and attempted to contact you several times, but received no response. Tony nodded repeatedly. I apologize. I slept rather soundly last night. Now, could you update me on the progress of the investigation? Have any leads emerged, or any clues been discovered? I'm currently in a fog. I need some direction. This situation is too strange, and we must treat it with the utmost seriousness. Obadiah interrupted. No, Tony, not we, but I. I will continue the investigation. But you have more pressing matters today, remember? Afghanistan. Tony shook his head. No, that can wait. This matter is of paramount importance regarding the security of our data. Relax. Obadiah interrupted him once more. All data is secure. My team has already verified that. The data center merely suffered a few damaged hard drives and lost several hours of surveillance footage. Aside from that, there have been no losses. I will carry on with the investigation. Obadiah patted Tony's chest, earnestly persuading him. However, the flight to Afghanistan cannot be delayed. Our client is the military. Their orders cannot be postponed, and they specifically requested your presence to introduce our products. Colonel Rhodes is waiting for you. I cannot explain your absence. Tony replied. But, no buts, Tony. Obadiah directed Tony's gaze toward the entrance of the building, where several media vehicles were already parked. Do you see? The media presence will only increase. Once they get hold of you, escaping will be impossible. It's best to head to the airport quickly. Reluctantly, Tony acquiesced. All right, you investigate. And keep me informed of any leads. Obadiah nodded, rest assured. He snapped his fingers, summoning Pepper, who immediately approached to accompany Tony toward the helipad. Obadiah exhaled, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Once Stark was out of sight, he turned and walked toward the data center, gently patting the smooth exterior of the wall as he crouched down. Surrounding the data center, fine sand was scattered about. Very well. Now I must ascertain who seeks to undermine my corporation. He scooped up a handful of sand, rubbing it between his fingers, and stood up, casually pointing to a nearby individual. Go, fetch a geological expert. Inghao had scarcely slept for 2 hours when his mother roused him. He washed his face and brushed his teeth, feeling groggy as he sat down at the dining table. Last night, an unprecedented blackout had enveloped the entirety of Manhattan. And this morning, reports emerged of a supernatural phenomenon at the entrance of Stark Industries. A house, sprawling across hundreds of square meters, had inexplicably materialized from thin air rather than being hastily constructed. The video quickly circulated online, prompting New Yorkers to speculate that this must be some kind of experiment conducted by Stark Industries, intimately linked to the blackout. An eager reporter from our station rushed to Stark Group to investigate, only to discover that Tony Stark had fortuitously flown abroad for business dealings. Was this mere coincidence? Or a deliberate obfuscation? Stay tuned, as our station will continue to provide updates. On the television, the morning news was being broadcasted. These unscrupulous arms dealers spend their days applying technology to endeavors that lead to humanity's demise. Inghao's mother, Xiaoyan, lamented as she placed freshly prepared soy milk in front of him. Little did she know that both the blackout and the supernatural occurrences were instigated by her obedient son seated beside her. Thank you for covering me with the blanket last night. I intended to wait for your return, but after a long day at work, I was simply too exhausted. Xiaoyan gently remarked, her voice brimming with warmth. Inghao shook his head, replying, What are you thanking me for? Isn't this what a son should do? Xiaoyan beamed at his response. She reached out to pat Inghao's cheek, but suddenly froze. Where are your sunglasses? Did someone bully you at the competition? Are you hurt? Her concern intensified, and she kicked her chair back, standing up to thoroughly check him over. No one bullied me. Please don't worry, Mom. Inghao quickly reassured her, helping her sit back down with a smile. I left my sunglasses at the competition site. Oh, you forgot them yourself? That's good, that's good. Xiaoyan sighed in relief, pulling her chair back to the table. After sipping her soy milk, she continued. Inghao, I've managed to gather some money these past few days. Let us go see Dr. George, the one we met last time. His skills are exceptional, and he will surely be able to heal your eyes. I've already made an appointment. Suddenly, Inghao recalled what Jarvis had mentioned the previous night and looked up to ask Xiaoyan, Did you mortgage the shop? Xiaoyan was taken aback, pausing for a moment before forcing a smile and saying, You don't need to worry about that. I have a plan. We will fix your eyes, and no one will ever bully you for this again. Inghao replied, No need for that. I don't want treatment anymore. Please return the money. Don't say that, my child. Xiaoyan set down her chopsticks and, with a serious expression, addressed Inghao. I know you are a good child who does not wish to burden the family. But granting you a life akin to that of an ordinary person is my greatest aspiration. For this, I would sacrifice anything. I am still persevering through hardship. How can you abandon yourself? Mom, you misunderstand. I am not giving up. I have simply come to terms with things, Inghao replied, a mixture of laughter and tears welling within him. Yet, he fully comprehended his mother's reaction. The former owner of this body had perceived the dual pupils as a curse, and even if unspoken, every action and gesture radiated a rejection of the double vision. Every moment was spent yearning for healing and a normal existence. Such a sudden shift in attitude and character could indeed lead to misunderstandings among those close to him. After pondering briefly, he seized his meal and fabricated a reasonably coherent narrative. Mom, during the competition yesterday, I was a bit overwhelmed with excitement after placing, and in a moment of enthusiasm, while waving to everyone, I accidentally knocked off my sunglasses. Everyone saw my eyes, and the entire venue fell silent. I felt a surge of panic, my mind went blank, and my heart raced as if I were plummeting into the abyss. I rushed to retrieve my sunglasses, intending to put them back on, but then I heard someone exclaim, "So cool." I looked around and realized that nobody regarded me with disdain or peculiar gazes. Instead, they appeared exhilarated and amazed. And then, like a revelation, it struck me. My flaws and disabilities have never been the source of my misfortunes. It has been my mindset. If I had not been so preoccupied with the appearance of my eyes or the way others gazed upon me, perhaps these years would not have been so sorrowful. I was bullied not out of fear of those bullies, but because I had regarded myself as a freak. I must cultivate inner strength and embrace my uniqueness. Thus, I no longer fear my eyes. In fact, I find them rather beautiful and even unique, so there is no need for healing. Yinghao took Xiaoyun's hand, filled with remorse. I am sorry for awakening to this so late. I have caused you suffering all these years. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Overcome with joy, she embraced Yinghao tightly, shaking her head repeatedly. Silly child, why apologize to your mother? As long as you can be well, I would endure anything, even death. It is wonderful that you have come to this realization. You are right. Your eyes are not ugly at all. They are exceedingly beautiful. She wept and laughed simultaneously, while Yinghao gently patted her back in comfort. After a full 5 minutes, Xiaoyun finally regained her composure, releasing Yinghao and reaching for tissues to wipe her nose and tears. Once steadied, she inquired with concern, but previously, a doctor mentioned that those with polyopia are more prone to cataracts and glaucoma. Being more prone does not equate to inevitability, he reassured her. Yinghao reassured her, stating that at least for the time being, his eyesight was functioning perfectly well, and there was no cause for concern. They would address any health issues should they arise in the future. He then excused himself momentarily, rising to retrieve 2 boxes containing the prize money from his room. This is the reward from yesterday's competition. It can help with household expenses. Be sure to repay the money you borrowed. We want need it. Xiaoyun expressed her astonishment. How much is this? Yinghao opened the boxes to reveal a staggering sum of 150,000. So much. Seeing the stacks of American dollars left her utterly speechless. She had assumed that the prize for a high school competition would merely be in the low thousands. Gazing at the boxes, she discreetly pinched her thigh, questioning whether she was in a dream, yet the sharp pain reminded her of reality. Raising her gaze to Yinghao, her joy intensified. Over the years, she had endured relentless struggles, living each day as if carrying an immense burden. In this moment, that weight seemed to vanish, granting her an unprecedented sense of relief. However, she ultimately pushed the boxes back towards him, stating, "You are an adult now. I shall not take this prize money. Keep it for yourself. The profits from my little shop suffice for our needs." Yinghao attempted to decline, but ultimately, he could not dissuade his mother, and he accepted the boxes once more. The family continued their breakfast in harmony. Without treatment indeed. As they dined, Grandpa, afflicted with dementia, suddenly spoke without warning. Erupting into laughter, "The double pupil is a blessing from our ancestors, not an ailment. It need not be treated. Ha ha ha." In Yinghao's recollection, his grandfather had ceased to speak after he turned 4, communicating only through necessary actions like eating and sleeping, resembling a wooden figure, devoid of interaction with family members. To their surprise, he had suddenly spoken today. Both mother and son were astonished, momentarily believing the elder had recovered, and they rushed to him with concern, asking numerous questions. Yet, he quickly returned to his previous state, unresponsive to their presence. "Perhaps your grandfather rejoiced for you in his heart, which is why he spoke for a brief moment." Xiaoyun sighed, expressing regret. "It's a pity your father isn't here." She glanced at Yinghao, urging him to continue with his meal. After their meal, the two tidied the table together. As Xiaoyun carried the dishes away, Yinghao was left alone to wipe the dining table when his grandfather's hand suddenly grasped his wrist with startling speed. In an instant, it seemed as though he had become possessed. His previously dull eyes widened, sparkling with an intense light as he whispered, "Yinghao, find your father. Bring him back." Yinghao's heart raced, and he quickly inquired, "Grandpa, what are you saying? Do you know where my father is?" Yet, his grandfather only uttered that one statement before deflating, reverting to his former, unresponsive demeanor, his hand retreating. In the kitchen, Mother peered out, asking, "Are you speaking to me? The sound of water is quite loud. I didn't hear you clearly." Yinghao replied, No, I wasn't speaking. Oh, then I must have misheard, said Xiao Yun, retreating her head. Ing Hao furrowed his brow as he observed his grandfather, waving his hand in front of him with no response. Today, his grandfather had suddenly spoken. Was it merely a coincidence, or was it related to the awakening of his system? Did grandfather truly know the whereabouts of his missing father? After pondering for a moment, he found no answers. Reluctantly, Ing Hao decided to abandon the thought for now. It must be a coincidence. A father whose son is missing would naturally feel anxious. Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere are filled with concern. He sighed softly and continued tidying up the table. After the meal, Ing Hao escorted his grandfather back to his room to rest, while his mother went downstairs to open the store. The shop was equipped with monitoring of grandfather's room, allowing her to tend to customers while keeping an eye on the elderly man's condition. Fortunately, Ing Hao's grandfather was quite easy to care for. Over the years, there had been no incidents. Today being a weekend with no classes, Ing Hao had no plans to go out. He closed the door and once again immersed himself in the personal space of the deity. He had reviewed all the blueprints from Stark Industries, now stored within the system, ready to be utilized at his will to create anything using the deity's workstation. Originally, Ing Hao intended to establish a company to sell weaponry, which would not only generate substantial profits, enhancing his quality of life and social standing, but also provide him with some degree of self-defense in this world teeming with superpowers. However, the words of Jarvis had shattered his defenses and served as a stark reminder. After vehemently denouncing the plagiarist Tim Walton, how could he allow himself to succumb to similar acts of theft? Would that not make him a thief crying out against thievery, devoid of moral integrity? Moreover, creating counterfeit Stark Industries weaponry would hardly stand up to competition. A paradigm shift was imperative. For instance, he could create something better. System. Retrieve all product blueprints from Stark Industries. Ing Hao commanded inwardly, and subsequently, a beam of energy emanated from his eyes, merging with the deity's workstation. Stark Industries product blueprints retrieval successful. Interactive projection initiated. Instantaneously, thousands of product blueprints materialized above the workstation. Ing Hao traced one with his finger, pulling it closer to inspect it thoroughly. Just as he had engaged with the underlying logic of Stark Industries server code, he now activated learning mode. Drawing from the original owner's passion for mechanics and engineering, coupled with countless hours spent in seclusion studying, he was able to comprehend these blueprints. The awakening of the system had further fortified his capacity for learning. After examining one blueprint, he summoned another, then a third. Occasionally, he would revisit previously viewed blueprints, meticulously scrutinizing the details once more. If someone were to launch this missile at me, what would I use for defense? Ing Hao mused to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his hands diagonally outward to unfurl a blank sheet of paper, embarking on a design endeavor. This was to be a honeycomb-style splitting missile, requiring at least an equivalent number, if not more, for precise interception. The positioning and locking modules were non-negotiable. The explosion would generate shockwaves. The optimal approach would be to render it incapable of detonation. What of the frozen ordnance blueprints? The designs from Stark Industries became a mentor to Ing Hao. From these schematics, he could even deduce the designer's thought process at the time of creation. For hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ing Hao crafted an innovative blueprint for a countermeasure against the best-selling Jericho missile from Stark Industries. After meticulously reviewing the details twice, he found no discrepancies. Rubbing his hands together, he proclaimed, "Excellent. Let us see what this mule can do." He took 2 steps back, and the divine workbench transformed in size to facilitate the construction of both the missile launch platform and the missile itself. Jericho missile manufacturing in progress. Completion achieved. Jericho launch platform manufacturing in progress. Completion achieved. Unnamed weapon manufacturing in progress. Completion achieved. Unnamed weapon launch platform manufacturing in progress. Completion achieved. In the boundless expanse of the divine space, a thought from Ing Hao summoned a snow-capped mountain from thousands of meters away. The unnamed weapon was instantaneously relocated there, successfully deployed. Meanwhile, the original Jericho missile from Stark Industries was also poised for action. Launch. Without lifting a finger, Ing Hao simply issued the command. In that moment, an invisible hand within the divine space pressed the launch button for the Jericho missile. Boom. The missile soared forth, trailing a long plume of smoke. Chapter 10. The Divine Armor, fully charged and invincible. With 500 meters remaining to the target, the Jericho missile's casing shattered, splitting into dozens of slender warheads. Each adjusted its trajectory, transforming points into planes, hurtling down towards the snow-capped peak, the air shredding with a sharp, piercing cry. In 5 seconds, they would erupt at the summit, unleashing a cascade of fireballs. This would stir up boundless clouds of smoke, reducing the target area to utter ruin. Any potential buyers witnessing this would be immediately captivated by the missile's extraordinary destructive capability. They would also come to deeply appreciate Tony Stark's favorite adage: the best weapon only needs to be fired once. However, this spectacle would not transpire today. At the very moment the Jericho missile's mother and offspring separated, the countermeasure system atop the snow peak activated autonomously. At the frigid summit, several silver-gray interceptors pierced the howling winds, ascending skyward. Upon nearing their target, the missile bodies disintegrated instantaneously, releasing a dense swarm of miniature interceptors, akin to crystalline bees, precisely locking onto the incoming Jericho warheads, erupting in a sudden explosion of deep blue radiance. A wave of frigid shock rapidly disseminated, plummeting the surrounding temperature to a chilling -150°C. The air instantaneously condensed, and moisture crystallized into a fine mist of diamond-like particles. The ultra-low temperatures enveloped the Jericho missile cluster. The fusing system was swiftly frozen and rendered inoperative, the once vibrant metallic exterior dimming with a piercing crackle. The missiles, stripped of propulsion and explosive capacity, fell rigidly, embedding themselves into the snow with a series of muffled thuds. In stark contrast to the display of conventional weaponry, the entire operation of this countermeasure system unfolded in profound silence. The frozen warheads of the Jericho missiles remained impervious, the ice and snow atop the mountain failing to thaw. In the face of Ing Hao's countermeasure system, these deadly weapons were reduced to mere cold scrap metal. A subtle smile graced Ing Hao's lips. It was evident that once this invention came to light, Stark's Jericho missiles would likely find no buyers. After all, who would desire a heap of useless scrap? The Ing Industrial Group had decided that their inaugural product would be this. What name should it bear? Ing Hao pondered, stroking his chin. With the launch of this missile, silence would reign. Perhaps it could be named Silent Mountain or Frosted Firmament. No matter, the name could wait. First, let us produce 2,000 units. He approached the Divine Workbench, preparing to commence mass production. At that moment, the system unexpectedly displayed several notifications. Divine Workbench operational energy is low. It is advisable to prioritize enhancing the host's personal safety coefficient. Current system energy is sufficient. It is recommended to continue acquiring technology, Divine Armor Set, to augment personal defensive capabilities. Ing Hao was momentarily taken aback. Sufficient energy? Hadn't it been stated that the system's energy was too low to even access this technology, let alone sustain an avatar? The system absorbed electrical energy 7 hours ago, acquiring 200 billion joules of energy. Currently remaining is 193 billion joules, ample to access the Divine Armor Set. And the operational energy of the Divine Workbench is sufficient for manufacturing. It is advised that the host prioritize the acquisition and production of the Divine Armor Set technology. Please make a decision. Produce. Without a doubt, Ing Hao promptly commanded. This system's divine technology was undoubtedly leagues ahead of human advancements. To say nothing of the Divine Workbench and the antimatter extractor, even granting humanity several centuries, they would likely remain unable to replicate such feats. The Divine Workbench housed no structural components. It contained nothing but pure energy. Its ability to manufacture items stemmed from its capacity to directly synthesize energy into matter. The interconversion of energy and matter is not a novel concept. Einstein proposed the theory over a century ago, deriving the now familiar mass-energy equation, EMC. However, theory and practice are two distinct realms. Currently, humanity's capability to convert energy into matter is limited to the microscopic level, achieved through particle accelerators. The conversion rate from energy to mass is a mere fraction, less than 0.7. The Celestial Workbench, however, is capable of achieving an extraordinarily high efficiency in the conversion of energy and matter, with a conversion rate approaching 100. To exaggerate slightly, the vastness of the universe is matched only by the chasm between human technology and celestial technology. Naturally, Ing Hao could utilize energy to construct missiles and weaponry. Yet, no matter how many he produces, they cannot compare to a mere set of celestial armor. Acquiring celestial armor. Technology acquisition complete, commencing fabrication. Fabrication complete. After approximately half a minute, a sphere, akin to the size of a palm, protruded from the Celestial Workbench. It floated above the workbench, shimmering with a captivating glow. This radiance, however, was not blinding. Its hue was cool, reminiscent of a miniature moon. Curiously, Ing Hao reached out and touched it with his index finger, discovering it to be warm, slightly above his body temperature, yet not scalding. He grasped it confidently, only to find that the small moon-like object deformed under his grip. Its surface conformed to his hand, resembling a droplet of water in space, gradually enveloping his palm and extending up his forearm, then to his lower arm, shoulder, and torso. It seeped into his clothing, closely adhering to his skin. When it covered his palm, Ing Hao felt as if he were holding a sticky rice dumpling. As it enveloped his entire arm, it felt akin to wearing a delicate stocking. When it covered half of his body, the sensation became so subtle that if one were to describe it, it would be akin to the new Okamoto 0.001, a refinement of the already ultra-thin Okamoto 0.001. By the time it enveloped his entire being, Ing Hao was rendered entirely unaware of its presence. He had anticipated that the celestial armor would resemble Iron Man's suit. Ing Hao mused aloud. The system promptly responded. The appearance of the armor can be freely adjusted according to the host's preferences, with minimal energy expenditure, each transformation requiring only 100 billion joules of energy. Ing Hao inquired, more energy? How much energy does the current armor possess? Current energy storage of the armor is extremely low, with only 120 billion joules of energy, approaching zero. Ing Hao was left perplexed. Do you have a misunderstanding of the term extremely low? 120 billion joules? Extremely low? How much energy is needed for the armor to reach 100? Apologies, but describing the armor's 100 energy capacity in human terms is overly time-consuming. Based on the host's existing memories and understanding of the universe, I can express it in a manner comprehensible to the host. This celestial armor requires a total of 6 infinity stones to achieve complete 100 charging. 6 stones? Ing Hao glanced down at himself. Does that mean if I snap my fingers, half of the universe's life will vanish? Of course, if that is your desire. Am I not invincible then? Can Thanos simply snap his fingers at will? Ing Hao clenched his fists. Suddenly, he pondered, if this divine battle armor is so formidable, how extraordinary must the divine technology system be? This system, too, suffers from energy deficiency. How much energy would it require at full capacity? The system promptly provided an answer. The divine technology system, when operating at full power, theoretically requires a total of 24 infinity stones. Ing Hao was left utterly bewildered. 24? Aren't there only 6 throughout the entire universe? Chapter 11. Did I let you go? Ing Hao intended to clarify matters with the system. However, at that moment, he was interrupted by his mother's voice. Xiao Hao, are you in your room? Ing Hao hastily tore open the crevice and exited. The doorknob rattled violently as it was twisted. He quickly approached and opened the door. I'm here. What's the matter? Xiaoyan, carrying a bag, cast a curious glance at her son. Why did you lock the door in broad daylight? Ing Hao, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Mom, I'm already 18. Xiaoyan slightly leaned forward, peering through the half-open door to see Ing Hao's disheveled bed. I understand, dear. Her expression was one of realization. But you must exercise restraint. Cleanliness is important too. Do you understand? Restraint? Cleanliness? What are you talking about? Mom, you must have misunderstood something. Ing Hao's expression stiffened as he quickly added. I'm not. Xiaoyan interrupted him, both considerate and serious, as she adjusted his collar. All right, it's natural for young people to be passionate. But don't let it become a habit. You're 18 now. I want to stop you from dating. By the way, isn't Kuing getting along well with you? You should spend more time together to cultivate your feelings. You can't just stay cooped up in your room with the door shut. Do you hear me? Ing Hao was at a loss for words and pulled the door wide open. Mom, it's really not what you think. Look, my room is quite tidy. Xiaoyan glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it's better than your father's. What on earth is better than my father? Why can't I explain this clearly? All right, let us not dwell on that. Xiaoyan abruptly changed the subject, instructing, I need to step out for a while. Please help me watch the store. Remember to check the surveillance every few minutes. Your grandfather has difficulty moving and doesn't speak. So you must pay close attention to his care. Ing Hao nodded, understood. Xiaoyan handed the store key to him. I probably won't be back until after 6. If you get hungry, find something to eat yourself. I'm off. Ing Hao watched her descend the stairs, his gaze penetrating the floor as he saw her leave with a heavy backpack. 3 minutes later, Ing Hao, fully dressed, made his way to the first floor and stood behind the cash register. His mother ran a moderately sized department store, not particularly large, with an internal space of just over 200 square meters. Despite its diminutive size, the Sparrow possesses all essential organs, and the local residents can find nearly everything they need within its confines. Today, being the weekend, there is a notable influx of patrons. As Ing Hao descends, he notices 5 or 6 individuals already awaiting at the cashier's desk. He swiftly adopts his role, assisting customers with their transactions and collecting payments. Ing Hao, that will be 36 in total, thank you. Customer, all right, here's 40. Ing Hao, could you please provide me with one more? Why? I handed you 40. But these items only amount to 36. You aren't planning to impose any service charges, are you, child? The customer, bewildered, raises his gaze to meet Ing Hao's 6 eyes, gasping in astonishment. Goodness, What has happened to your eyes? Why are there so many? His mouth moves, yet he struggles to articulate his thoughts. Other customers, previously engrossed in their phones, are now drawn to Inghao's striking heterochromia, causing the line to disperse. What could be the matter? Could this child be a demon? How terrifying. Voices filled with trepidation echo around. Everyone, please remain calm. Inghao, feeling somewhat helpless, offers a gentle smile to reassure them. This condition is known as heterochromia. A medical condition, it's really nothing to be alarmed about. The customer at the front, after hearing this, calms down slightly. Seriously, a disease? Are you sure? Of course. A quick search on your phone will confirm it, Inghao explains. Additionally, if you could provide me with one more coin, I can give you a $5 bill, which is certainly more convenient than 4 coins, in my humble opinion. The customer furrows his brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly nodding and retrieving a coin. Well, that's rather clever of you. Here you go. After concluding the transaction, the next customer places her items before Inghao. Does your eye condition cause you discomfort? Inghao, I hardly feel anything. Customer 2. Then, do you see double? She curiously waves her hand in front of him. What number is this? Inghao rolls his eyes. 3. Customer 2. Wow. Inghao rolls his eyes again. Customer 3. Your eyes. 5 minutes later, while Inghao dons sunglasses, feeling confident is one thing. But being repeatedly questioned becomes rather irksome. As the clock strikes 1, the crowd thins out, granting Inghao a moment of respite. He glances occasionally at the monitor displaying his grandfather, who is a source of comfort. He knows to drink water when thirsty and takes a nap when fatigued, mostly remaining seated in his wheelchair. Dingling. The sound of wind chimes heralds the entrance of several tall men clad in leather jackets. Welcome. Inghao greets them as part of his routine. The men cast him a cold glance, remaining silent as they disperse to browse the modest department store. After a short while, they approach the counter, carrying snacks and beer. Hey kid, is this place your own? Yes. Inghao nodded. When he first arrived in America, the remaining funds were barely sufficient to purchase this house. The man smiled and nodded in return, stating, not bad, before turning to leave. Just as the group was about to push the door open, Inghao furrowed his brow and called out, Hey, you lot, you haven't settled the bill yet. The group halted in their tracks, exchanging amused glances. The leader turned back to facing Hao, asking, What did you say? Inghao shrugged and replied candidly, I said, You haven't paid yet. Please leave the items here and settle the bill. Thank you. Hey, kid, the leader's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy. Are you wearing sunglasses because you're blind? Inghao sighed and removed his sunglasses. The sight of his 4 pupils in each eye caused the men to recoil in surprise. It must be said, this unique trait proved quite effective in instilling fear. With unwavering intensity, Inghao locked eyes with them and calmly stated, First, I am not blind. Second, if you wish to take the items, payment is required. Otherwise, return them. That is the rule. The men erupted into laughter. Rules? This brat wants to talk about rules with us. Do you have a death wish? One of them, his expression darkening, lifted a bottle of liquor and hurled it against the counter. Crash. The bottle shattered upon impact. He pointed the jagged remnants at Inghao, advancing menacingly. Guess what? My rules are the only ones that matter. Enough, Leon. There's no need to stoop to his level, another man interjected, gesturing towards the few customers still browsing in the store, urging him to refrain from causing a scene. He turned to Inghao and said, You should understand who we are. Frankly, this store, this house, will inevitably belong to us, including these beers and sausages. You'd best adapt quickly and find somewhere else to stay. With a mocking glance at Inghao, he beckoned his companions. All right, brothers, let's go. As he reached for the doorknob, a sudden click echoed. The door was locked. Holding a remote control, Inghao coldly remarked, Did I give you permission to leave? So you're not just blind, but also foolish, are you? Inghao replied icily, Less chatter. Leave the money, and you can go. He stepped back to the counter, placing all the selected items on it, clenching his fists as his gaze darkened ominously. You know, rather than money, I believe what you truly need are other things, like my fists. It was evident to anyone with clear sight that these men were part of a gang, cautioning him not to engage too heavily with such nefarious individuals. However, at this moment, it was already too late. The atmosphere in the store was thick with tension. It was evident that the hapless cashier was on the brink of being mercilessly beaten. The patrons, huddled in the corners, could do nothing but watch, paralyzed by fear, lacking even the courage to call for help. After all, no one could predict the dire consequences of incurring the wrath of gangsters. Excuse me, do you have a restroom? Or perhaps a back exit? A customer suddenly inquired. With a swift change of expression, Inghao smiled at him. Yes, sir, there is a back exit. Turn right in the meat section, and you will find an emergency exit. Thank you. I suddenly feel unwell. I shall return another day, the customer replied. hastily returning the items in his shopping basket to their original places before making a swift exit. The other customers, upon witnessing this, followed suit and left in a hurry. Poor child, Leon suddenly remarked, producing a spring knife from his waist and brandishing it before Ing Hao. You're not very clever. With those few individuals present, you might have only faced a beating, but now the situation has changed. He gestured towards the cashier's station. You've wasted our time, and now you must compensate us. Hand over all your money. Ing Hao remained unfazed. The others exchanged glances and laughed. This kid is so frightened he can't even speak. Ryan, go get the money. But be careful not to get your shoes wet. He may have urinated himself, Leon commanded, instructing the burly Ryan to circle around the cashier's station and approaching Hao, reaching out to shove him aside. With a sudden clap, Ing Hao seized Ryan's wrist. I'm sorry, but customers are prohibited from entering the payment area. Then, with a swift kick, he struck Ryan squarely in the groin. Shit. Ryan instantly contorted his face in agony, doubling over in pain. With another kick, Ing Hao struck him on the chin. Ryan fell backward, landing on the ground, motionless. Leon and his accomplices were clearly unprepared for this turn of events. They stood frozen for a couple of seconds before erupting in rage. You motherfucker. You must be seeking death. Get out here, they shouted, each voice louder than the last. Yet no one dared to move. With the largest among them, Ryan, down for the count, none wished to follow in his footsteps. The cashier's station had suddenly transformed into a perilous zone in their eyes. At that moment, Ing Hao turned to them and spoke. Listen, I still have business to conduct. If you abide by the rules, I shall respond kindly. Thus, the appropriate course of action for you is to pay promptly and take him away. Do you understand? Fuck you, Leon shouted, brandishing his knife. You little bastard, you have no idea the trouble you've just invited. He coldly chuckled, reaching towards a nearby shelf. You'd better not. With a loud crash, the shelf was violently toppled, colliding with the one behind it. Both shelves were laden with canned condiments, predominantly glass bottles. They shattered upon impact, soy sauce, oyster sauce, ketchup, and peanut butter spilling across the floor in utter disarray. Ing Hao swiftly assessed the situation and shook his head, declaring, Without 5,000, you cannot leave. As he spoke, he stepped upon Ryan's abdomen and emerged from behind the cash register. Indeed, however, you must provide us with 5,000. For each of us. Upon seeing Ing Hao vacate the perilous vicinity, Leon and his companions felt a surge of confidence and closed in. A dagger. Can it withstand? Ing Hao suddenly inquired, though his question was directed not at Leon and the others, but at the system. After all, he was clad in the divine armor set. Yet, he was still somewhat uncertain about the defensive capabilities of this armor. He had witnessed numerous superhero films where the protagonist's armor could deflect bullets, yet the antagonists often managed to pierce it with a dagger. For instance, the early Batman from the DC universe. At this moment, aside from the armor's enhancements, Ing Hao was merely an ordinary individual with some martial skills. He did not wish to be stabbed into a bloodied mess, so he needed to confirm his standing. Divine armor set, surface hardness of 1.2 million on the Mohs scale, 12 times harder than diamond. Warning, the armor's current energy is critically low, capable only of deploying a basic protective field. Unable to fully defend against medium-grade nuclear weaponry damage. Please refrain from placing yourself in such perilous situations. The system's response alleviated Ing Hao's concerns. The armor now clung closely to his skin, essentially encasing him in a layer of diamond-like film. Physical attacks such as daggers rely on hardness, and Ing Hao found it difficult to conceive of any material on Earth that could surpass a hardness of 12 times that of diamond. The basic protective field that could be deployed was already extraordinary for Ing Hao. The inability to fully defend against medium-grade nuclear weaponry damage was not a total incapacity for defense, but rather a limitation. It was hard to fathom who might have designed such armor. Even without the inclusion of an infinity stone, it was already remarkably formidable. One could only imagine how powerful the armor would be when fully charged. Ing Hao had just posed a question to the system, but in the eyes of Leon and his cohorts, it seemed he was questioning them. Leon sneered. Ah, that is indeed an excellent question. Whether it can withstand a dagger. You must personally ascertain. With that, he thrust the dagger toward Ing Hao's shoulder. The choice of shoulder was deliberate, as they were in a store with passers-by outside, making it imprudent to inflict severe harm. Furthermore, numerous witnesses had just observed the events unfold. Should a fatal incident arise, it would be difficult for them to manage the aftermath. Their intent was merely to administer a minor lesson to Ing Hao, to instill a sense of fear. Even if one were to kill, it is imperative to meticulously select a time when the night is deep and silent. To stealthily bind the victim and transport them to an uninhabited location, striving for an outcome where neither man nor ghost is aware. Leon has a penchant for daggers, psychologically. He possesses a certain degree of perversion, relishing the sensation of a blade piercing the human form, particularly the muscle tissue, as the smooth yet obstructive force transmits through his palm. However, today, the feedback he receives in his hand feels distinctly different, stiff, as if he were thrusting into a steel plate. The sound, too, diverges from the norm, a resounding clang. Lyon furrows his brow and attempts again. Clang. Damn it. Do you have a steel plate lodged in your shoulder? Lyon curses under his breath, contemplating a change in position for another stab. At that moment, Ing Hao raises his hand to grasp the blade. My shirt is still quite new. Then, with a firm grip, he twists the dagger away and tosses it aside. Immediately following, a punch lands heavily on Lyon's nose. Damn! Lyon stumbles back 2 steps, clutching his nose and roaring in protest. Ing Hao's punch had indeed been delivered with all his might. However, the body he inhabited lacked significant strength. Even a fist as hard as diamond merely drew blood from Lyon's nose. Alas, Ing Hao sighs, realizing that in order to subdue these individuals, he must strike at their vital points. To prevent further damage to the store, Ing Hao no longer holds back and initiates an attack. His right hand clenches as he aims a blow to the abdomen of one man. The man hastily drops his hands to block, only to discover that Ing Hao's punch is merely a feint, while the true lethal maneuver comes from his left hand's 2 fingers. Ah! The man screams as Ing Hao strikes his eyes, clutching his face in agony. Next, Ing Hao targets a second individual, again throwing a right punch. The second man, unwilling to suffer the same fate as his comrade, raises both hands to protect his abdomen and eyes. Ing Hao smirks, with a slight bend of his left fingers. He lowers his strike by 2 inches, landing a blow to the man's throat. Gagging, the man collapses to his knees, grasping at his throat, his face flushed with distress. Observing this, a third individual glances left and right, seizing a frying pan from a nearby discount area and brandishing it. Ing Hao lowers his hands. If that gets damaged, it'll cost 50. What? The man is momentarily taken aback, glancing at the price tag. You're talking nonsense. It clearly states 40, huh? He suddenly cries out in pain. Looking down, he sees that Ing Hao has just stomped hard on his foot. Bam! Ing Hao lifts his hand and slaps the frying pan against the man's face. He then seizes the pan and strikes the man's head twice before returning it to the discount area. You don't get to enjoy the store's discounts, you ruffian. The 4th, 5th, 6th individuals. Before long, apart from Lyon, all the others are laid low by Ing Hao. The nose, eyes, throat, and groin. These areas have become the epicenters of devastation. Facing multiple adversaries, all of whom were robust men, Ing Hao found himself at a loss for effective strategies beyond targeting their vital points. The notion that a few thieving rascals might emit beams of light from their eyes to incinerate him was utterly absurd. The dual-eyed ray was a trump card for Ing Hao, one he could not afford to reveal so readily. His restraint stemmed from another weighty consideration. Leon had mentioned that it would not be long before this establishment would belong to them. It was highly likely that his mother had borrowed money from this group. Their presence today was likely a reconnaissance mission, emboldened by their financial ties. With his mother out repaying debts, Ing Hao wished to avoid escalating tensions until her safe return. Calculating swiftly, he regarded the group, the items they had taken, along with the goods from 3 shelves, cleaning expenses, and the costs incurred from halting business, amounted to 15,000. Cash or card would suffice. Checks were out of the question for such small-time crooks. Leon could hardly fathom that their party of 6 was unable to overpower even a child. Yet, persuading him to relent would not prove easy. Leon slowly drew a revolver from his coat. Kid, you have no idea what trouble you've stirred up. Ing Hao regarded him with an impassive expression. I advise you to remain calm. Cut the chatter. You think you're tough, huh? Today, I will end your life. Your poor mother will return to find only a headless son and a scene of gore. Leon bellowed, his finger resting on the trigger. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today. In a flash, Ing Hao raised his hand and inserted his finger into the barrel of the gun. Fire away. What? Are you insane? Leon's brow furrowed momentarily before easing into understanding. Ah, I see. You've watched too many movies. Thinking that blocking the muzzle with your finger will cause my gun to backfire. Fool, do you think I wouldn't dare to shoot? You will regret this. You'll regret it soon. Clenching his teeth, he roared as he pulled the trigger. Bang! A scream escaped Leon's lips. The revolver clattered to the ground, its barrel exploding in a burst of metallic shrapnel. Leon's hand was left mangled, 3 fingers blown off, blood dripping onto the firearm. In disbelief, he gazed at Ing Hao. Why? What just happened? Ing Hao nonchalantly blew on his finger. My fingers are tough. This ends here. He turned to the others. Now? Who will be settling the bill? Seeing that Ing Hao was unafraid even of a firearm, Leon's companions were paralyzed with fear, rising hastily to empty their pockets. I have 200. There's 1,000 in my account. I have 400. I possess 700 plus 35 and change. The crowd, after much effort, finally gathered the compensation that Ing Hao demanded. At his request, they straightened the shelves and tidied up the floor before he unlocked the door. A few individuals dragged Ryan and assisted Leon in a hasty escape. The last person in line was suddenly tapped on the shoulder by Ing Hao. Startled, he turned around with a sorrowful expression, only to see Ing Hao smiling and saying, "You forgot the items you purchased." The man, taken aback, respectfully accepted the leather bag. Stammering, thank you. No need for gratitude, Ing Hao replied, shaking his head. Just don't return. Okay, I promise. Outside the store, the customers who had just fled, though too frightened to re-enter, were nonetheless concerned for Ing Hao's safety. They alerted the police and informed passers-by of the situation inside. Ing Hao's mother was known for her shrewd business acumen and kind disposition, earning her a stellar reputation in the vicinity. Many regular patrons had gathered across the street, deliberating whether to venture into the store. They then witnessed several thugs rush out, terror-stricken, fleeing in disarray, one of whom was even bloodied. Minutes later, the New York police arrived, albeit belatedly, to interrogate Ing Hao. There was no robbery. Initially, they forgot to pay. I reminded them, and one of them did remember to pay, but his demeanor was aggressive, frightening away the other customers. A few seemed to have forgotten. And then they began to argue among themselves, escalating to violence, culminating in one individual brandishing a firearm. Ing Hao explained to the officers, however, that person's gun malfunctioned, resulting in an accidental injury to his own hand. They were no longer angry after that, paid up, and hurriedly left. The police looked astonished. But just now, a resident claimed those individuals resembled gangsters. Ing Hao shook his head. Gangsters? I cannot say for certain. My point is, if they were indeed gangsters, why am I standing here unharmed? Were you threatened? A serious officer inquired. Child, do not fear threats. We require your cooperation. Only by revealing the truth can we convict these scoundrels and ensure the safety of the community. Ing Hao pondered for a moment. Though he was not afraid of these so-called gangsters, his mother and grandfather were ordinary people. He could not be at home every day to protect them. As he had his own matters to attend to, it was best to avoid entanglement with these gangsters. Teaching a few low-level thugs a lesson was trivial. But if his actions led to an investigation of the gang by the police, it would create animosity, putting his entire family at risk. Moreover, the political and law enforcement landscape in America was notoriously riddled with corruption. Who knew if there were gang affiliations within the police force itself? Weighing the pros and cons, Ing Hao shook his head, assuring the officer, "It's truly nothing, sir." In fact, they merely had a quarrel amongst themselves. Ultimately, they not only settled the bill, but also contributed to compensate for the damages inflicted upon my shop. This is documented. He promptly retrieved the payment records to show the police. Only then did the officer begin to believe him, jotted down a few notes in the case file, and glanced around, spotting the surveillance cameras in the shop. May I view the footage?" he inquired. Of course, Ing Hao readily replied, pointing towards a small room at the back. "The monitors are in there. The door is ajar." "Thank you." The officer proceeded towards the monitoring room, while Ing Hao's eyes subtly emitted a glint of mischief. Suddenly, the monitoring room erupted into flames. "What the hell?" Ing Hao exclaimed. "Damn it." The officer cursed as he swiftly turned around, grabbing a fire extinguisher from a nearby wall, and rushed into the monitoring room, fervently spraying to quell the flames. However, the monitoring computer was left in a pitiful state, particularly the hard drive, which had melted significantly. The officer shook his head in resignation, sighing, "What bad luck. With it burned like this, recovery will be quite challenging." "Oh, I shouldn't have stored the fireworks in this room," Ing Hao lamented, covering his face for a moment to gather his despair, tears brimming as he continued. "If I'm fined for a fire safety violation because of this, my mother will surely berate me." "Don't worry, kid," the officer reassured, patting the fire extinguisher. "I believe the firefighting response was adequate. This fire can only be deemed an accident. I want to file a report. Can you handle this on your own?" Ing Hao nodded. "I should be able to." "All right then, I won't assist further. I must attend to another matter." After escorting the officer out of the shop, Ing Hao waved goodbye. "Thank you, officer." Once the officer departed, concerned regulars approached him. Ing Hao managed to appease their inquiries, hung up the closed sign, and apologetically stated, "I'm sorry, everyone. The surveillance system is down, and I need to care for my grandfather. We may not be able to operate today." This was not an excuse. Due to the damage caused by the police incident, he genuinely could not monitor his grandfather's condition. Business and family. Of course, the latter held greater significance. Most patrons were aware of Ing Hao's family situation and expressed their understanding. Ing Hao closed the shop door and ascended to the second floor. Finding his grandfather peacefully asleep, he felt a sense of relief. Bored, Ing Hao began doing push-ups. The divine armor set currently only provided defense. To unlock its full potential, an immense amount of energy was required. Yet, Ing Hao could not rely on siphoning public electricity to power the armor. That would significantly disrupt the normal lives of New Yorkers. During this time, he could only strive to strengthen his physique and enhance his combat abilities. Chapter 13, Malice from Hell's Kitchen. In Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen lies a district notorious for its exceedingly high crime rate, surpassing that of other areas by more than threefold. A myriad of infamous criminals flourishes here. Had it not been for Ing Hao, Xiao Yun would have never ventured into such a perilous locale. However, her journey to the United States was solely to seek medical treatment for Ing Hao, and the expenditures seemed to vanish faster than water flowing through one's fingers. Following the mysterious disappearance of Ing Hao's father, she found herself increasingly isolated and overwhelmed. The Ing family had frequently grappled with financial turmoil. Xiao Yun had applied for numerous loans from the bank, and on several occasions, she faced severe delinquencies. Despite her relentless efforts, she ultimately repaid those debts. Yet the records of her overdue payments rendered her incapable of securing further loans from the bank. Recently, in her quest to finance Ing Hao's treatment, she sought out a physician and subsequently approached the bank once more for a loan. Alas, even with collateral, the bank could only approve approximately a quarter of the amount typically granted, which was grossly insufficient for the medical expenses. In her moment of desperation, a kind-hearted individual directed her to a pawn shop in Hell's Kitchen named Golden Mountain, where she successfully leveraged her shop as collateral and obtained the necessary funds. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Jimmy. Unexpectedly, I no longer require this money." With a hint of apprehension, Xiao Yun placed the box on the desk before her and gently nudged it forward. Jimmy, the proprietor of the pawn shop, sat in his chair, illuminated only partially by the desk lamp, casting shadows over his upper body. As he glanced at the box being pushed toward him, he silently lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. The glowing ember of his cigarette flickered against his monocle, reflecting a fleeting glimmer of dissatisfaction. After savoring the moment, he exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked, "I encounter dozens of clients daily, making it challenging to remember each name and face, typically recognizing only the contracts. Yet, I remember you, Miss Xiao Yun. Do you know why?" His penetrating gaze instilled a sense of discomfort and unease in Xiao Yun, prompting her to shake her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jimmy, I do not know. Because we met just the day before yesterday, and only 2 days have passed, ha ha ha." He chuckled, prompting the burly men beside him to join in the laughter. Unsure whether to laugh along, Xiao Yun hesitated, but Jimmy's laughter abruptly ceased. "So tell me why? After a 3-year installment loan, have you returned the money merely a day later?" Xiao Yun swallowed hard and explained, "I mentioned earlier that I no longer need this money." "Ah, no longer need it, haha. Indeed. So when you require funds, you come to me, and when you no longer need them, you simply return the money without so much as a phone call." Jimmy rasped a laugh, suddenly slamming his hands on the table, his bulbous head emerging from the shadows as he bellowed. "Do you think this is a free market where you can come and go as you please, according to your whims?" Xiao Yun recoiled at the sudden proximity of his imposing face, frightened into a shiver. The fear within her, mingled with the acrid and choking smoke, nearly brought her to tears. Yet, she restrained herself and explained in a trembling voice, "No, Mr. Jimmy, I harbor not an ounce of disrespect towards you or this place. I am aware that my actions are quite inappropriate, but the interest is exorbitant. I simply fear that I may lack the means to repay in the future, which would, in turn, create difficulties for both you and me, would it not? Ah, by the way," she proactively opened the box and added, "I understand the rules. After all, you are in the lending business to profit. I, too, consider myself a business person, and I comprehend that I must not cause you any loss. Thus, although it is merely a span of 2 days, I have prepared the interest, calculated as if for an entire month. I hope this can compensate you, Mr. Jimmy, and all the staff for your efforts. Is that acceptable?" Mr. Jimmy raised an eyebrow, straightened his posture, and tilted his head, signaling those nearby to count the money in the box. 530,000, Mr. Jimmy." He nodded, appearing less irate, and waved his hand at Xiao Yun, saying, "You may leave." Xiao Yun exhaled in relief, expressing her gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. I am immensely grateful." As she rose and approached the door of the pawn shop, her steps faltered, and she turned back. "Mr. Jimmy," she inquired politely, "it seems you have forgotten to return the property title of my house. Shouldn't there also be a settlement statement regarding the loan repayment?" "No, I have not forgotten. You are mistaken," Jimmy scoffed. "I am pleased that you have chosen to repay the principal and the interest for 2 days, as you mentioned. This 30,000 counts as the interest for those 2 days. However, we signed a 36-month installment loan. You still owe interest for 35 months and 28 days. Only when you have paid all of this will I return your property title and provide the settlement statement. Xiaoyan was taken aback. No, Mr. Jimmy. This cannot be. How can you calculate it this way? My introducer said that early settlement was permissible. No, we adhere to the contract. The contract does not stipulate that early repayment is allowed. Jimmy rudely interrupted Xiaoyan, retrieving a copy of the contract from the drawer and tossing it before her. Provide me with sufficient funds, or prepare to relinquish your property. Those are the only two outcomes. As Xiaoyan meticulously read the contract, she was horrified to discover that the terms indeed stated just that. During the initial signing, her introducer had made numerous verbal promises, painting a vivid picture of the wonderful life that would follow her son's recovery. In her eagerness, Xiaoyan had signed without scrutinizing the terms. Now, the contract stipulations bore no resemblance to what her introducer had described. Desperation surged within her. Please, Mr. Jimmy, how can you deny early settlement? Who can bear such high monthly interest of 30,000? Cannot bear it, yet still come to borrow money? Jimmy extinguished the cigarette, but, flashing his two prominent golden front teeth, and said menacingly, have you not even considered repaying the money? Xiaoyan was momentarily speechless, for that was indeed her intention. She had been consulting this doctor for quite some time, feeling a profound hope for her son's recovery, and had resolved that even if she could not repay the loan, she would still borrow the money, if necessary. She would let the house be taken away and leave the United States. She stammered, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Jimmy's voice resonated ominously. You have no other choice. If you desire to keep the house, you must repay the loan each month. My associates will ensure timely reminders. According to the contract, should you delay even a single day or fall short by a penny, I reserve the right to reclaim the house. Do not attempt to play tricks. My people will be watching you, and your father and son as well. Should you behave dishonestly, there is no guarantee they won't encounter misfortune. With that, Jimmy stood up, adjusted the collar of his suit, and turned to ascend the stairs. Now, you may leave. Xiaoyan stumbled out of the pawn shop, dazed, making her way towards her car. Halfway there, she felt a sudden dizziness, darkness enveloping her, and she collapsed to the ground. After an indeterminate amount of time, she sensed someone shaking her shoulder, gradually regaining consciousness, and through her blurred vision, she saw a face adorned with sunglasses. Is that you, Xiaohai? She instinctively inquired. No, madam. I am not the person you speak of. I merely passed by and noticed you lying on the ground, came a man's voice, explaining. I can help you up if you wish. As her vision cleared, she discerned that the individual before her was a Caucasian man, not her son, Inghao. He too wore sunglasses and held a white cane, revealing that he was blind. Xiaoyan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, I can rise. So, are you unwell, madam? Or is there another reason? The man inquired. Were you attacked? No, neither of those, Xiaoyan replied, glancing back at the pawn shop, recalling Mr. Jimmy's ominous words, which weighed heavily on her heart. She yearned to share her burdens with someone, yet the person before her was blind. She hesitated, ultimately suppressing her thoughts and shaking her head. I've been working very hard lately. I'm probably just exhausted. Thank you, kind. Matt Murdoch, just call me Matt. The man introduced himself, producing a business card. In fact, I am a lawyer, and if you require any legal assistance, I can. A lawyer? A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiaoyan's mind, yet she quickly recalled Mr. Jimmy's warning. My people will be watching you, and your father and son as well. Should you behave dishonestly, there is no guarantee they won't encounter misfortune. She paused momentarily, took the business card, and said, Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. But I currently have no legal concerns. I am all right now. I will sit in the car for a while before leaving. Please, go about your business. Matt, no longer insistent, inquired, Could you do me a favor, madam? Is the Jinshan pawn shop nearby? In which direction? Over there, Xiaoyan indicated. Then quickly realized her interlocutor was blind and elaborated, just behind you, about 300 meters away. There are steps, so please be cautious. Thank you, madam. You are very considerate. Matt turned around, discarded his cane, and gingerly made his way forward. When Xiaoyan returned to Queens, night had already fallen. After parking the car, she hastily noticed the shop's door was shut and rushed over. Upon entering, the myriad aromas of spices, along with a hint of charred scent, wafted towards her. She flicked on the light and glanced at the trash bin, which was filled with shattered bottles and jars, and the surveillance system was devoid of any footage. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Could Mr. Jimmy's men have already been here? She carelessly tossed her bag aside, preparing to ascend the stairs, when she suddenly felt something hard beneath her foot. Xiaoyan bent down to pick it up, discovering it was a broken dagger. Xiaohao! Xiaohao! Dad! Xiaohao! She cried as she dashed upstairs. Halfway up, Inghao poked his head out from above. Mom, you're back. I was just about to cook. Seeing her son unharmed, Xiao Yun felt a rush of relief, her knees buckling as she sank onto the staircase. Gasping for breath as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster, Ying Hao hurried down to help her up, asking Mom, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine." Xiao Yun forced a smile, lifting the dagger and explaining, "I returned to find the shop deserted and found this on the floor, fearing something terrible had occurred." She lightly scolded Ying Hao, "You nearly scared me to death. What on earth happened? Did the shop catch fire?" "Ah, it's nothing," Ying Hao fabricated. "A few customers had a minor dispute in the afternoon, and while tussling, they knocked over some things and even ignited the surveillance room's computer. Eventually, the police took them away and made them pay for the damages." "A fight? You weren't hurt, were you?" Xiao Yun anxiously scrutinized him. "No, I was behind the counter. They couldn't reach me," Ying Hao replied nonchalantly, suddenly noticing the disarray of his mother's makeup, as if she had been crying. He inquired, "Mom, why do you look so pale? Your makeup is all smudged." "I took some time off to watch a movie today. It was quite moving," Xiao Yun replied. "A movie? I thought you went to repay some debts," Ying Hao remarked. Xiao Yun's expression shifted slightly, stiffening as she said, "I repaid the money too, the earlier debts, and then went to see a movie." "Oh," Ying Hao casually asked, "what movie did you watch?" "I watched." Xiao Yun had yet to come up with a title for her film when a sudden burnt smell wafted through the air. "You child, the pot is burning. Quickly check on it." "Alas, I completely forgot." Ying Hao hurried back to the kitchen. Chapter 14. A science exhibition? You must attend. On Monday morning, students of Zhongqing High School arrived at school in a steady stream. With mere minutes left before class commenced, many children gathered in small groups, chatting animatedly. "Student A, what I am about to share with you is beyond your comprehension. Do you know the cause of the massive blackout on Saturday night?" Student B, it was reported in the news, a power line malfunction, wasn't it?" Student A, forget the power line malfunction. I tell you, this incident was caused by supernatural forces and has ties to Stark Industries. Student C, how do you know that? Student A, of course I know. My uncle is the star reporter for the Horn Daily. He witnessed it firsthand at the entrance of Stark Industries. Student B, come on. You might as well say the Hulk appeared in New York and smashed the Transformers in Manhattan. That would be more believable. Student C, hey, speaking of news, I have a little inside scoop that hasn't been revealed yet. Tony Stark is missing. As Ying Hao traversed the corridor, he listened impassively to the student's gossip. Yet his mind wandered back to the events of the previous night. After his mother returned home, she had been visibly unsettled, as though something was amiss. When he cautiously inquired, she reassured him that all was well, that the loan had been repaid, and that she was merely startled by the disarray in the shop. Still shaken by the sight, Ying Hao sensed that the situation was far more complicated than she let on. He had tried to broach the subject numerous times, but his mother continued to insist there was nothing wrong. The more she insisted, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that the 500,000 had been stolen? Or had she encountered new troubles while out yesterday? When it involves family, Ying Hao could not simply let it go. Thus, he resolved to find someone to inquire on his behalf. His choice was determined, Su Kuing, a woman of the same nationality, whom his mother had always admired. Perhaps if Su Kuing were to ask, his mother might open up her heart? Though uncertain, Ying Hao knew that one must try to discover the truth. Approaching his locker, he opened the door, removed his sunglasses, stored his bag, and retrieved the textbooks needed for his morning classes. As he closed the door, a letter slipped out, falling to the ground. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it was from Tim Walton. Ying Hao, since you transferred here, I've been calling you a freak. After yesterday's events, I realized this was a mistake and would like to sincerely apologize. Meet me in the parking lot behind the school after class. We can have a drink, dance, or go somewhere fun. Your new friend, Tim Walton. Ying Hao stared at the letter, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The nature of a person is difficult to change, and the likes of Tim Walton, such a scoundrel, would not awaken to reason merely from a shoulder throw. Who would believe that? This letter is laden with one telling word, conspiracy. Nonetheless, Ying Hao is curious to discover what tricks this grandson intends to play. Hey, brother. Peter Parker approached Ying Hao, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Ying Hao smiled at him. Hi. Did you enjoy your weekend? Peter Parker exclaimed. It was nothing short of a dream. I shared my internship opportunity at Stark Industries with my Uncle Ben and Aunt May. My parents, well, they passed away when I was very young. So I've been living with Uncle Ben and Aunt May. In case you didn't know, they were absolutely thrilled. They prepared a grand feast for me this weekend and invited many neighbors over. It was a joyous occasion. Oh, I'm so sorry I didn't invite you. I had intended to, and I even texted you, but you didn't reply, and I didn't have your address. By the way, why didn't you respond? I thought we were partners? Ying Hao shrugged. I was busy and didn't see it. All right then. Peter Parker gave a mysterious smile, lowering his voice to ask, I wager you were busy with our entrepreneurial endeavors, right? Well, here's the good news. Besides the Stark Industries internship this weekend, I've managed to push back all my extracurricular activities this week, including the school-organized outdoor activities. Today's sports game support, tomorrow's academic debate group, and Wednesday's visit to the biological science exhibition. Wait, stop. Inghao suddenly interrupted. What is happening on Wednesday? The school-organized biological science exhibition at Columbia University, Peter replied. I hesitated for a long time about this one. You know, Columbia University, and the teacher mentioned that there would be some genetically modified insects on display. It would be a shame not to see them. His tone indicated a genuine desire to attend. However, he shook his head and told Inghao, but I don't need the credits. And focusing on my career is more important. Since I'm a stakeholder now, I must contribute. I've decided to dedicate all my spare time to this. You're the smartest person I know. Together, we might just establish a company capable of acquiring Stark Industries. Stop. Inghao interrupted him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Listen to me. Forget about those trivial activities. You must attend this exhibition. If you don't go, the world will lose a Spider-Man. Of course, that mutated spider might bite someone else, but whether that individual becomes a superhero or a supervillain is uncertain. A single thread can affect the whole tapestry. Inghao understood the theory of the butterfly effect. What if Peter Parker's fate were to change, triggering a chain reaction that alters many future events? This world is already quite different from the Marvel universe he knows. The more changes occur, the harder it becomes to predict outcomes, which is not a favorable situation for him at present. He still wishes to traverse the timeline to gather infinite gems for his armor or to recharge his Eye of the Storm. What if Spider-Man were to vanish, triggering a series of chain reactions that might prevent Loki from visiting Earth? Therefore, attending the exhibition is imperative. Spider-Man must remain as Peter Parker. Peter, upon hearing this, felt somewhat bewildered. Why is it absolutely necessary to go? I mean, the exhibition will just feature insects, which are not particularly relevant to our project now. Inghao gently interjected. Everything in this world is interrelated. Biotechnology can be of great utility to us. Thus, it is essential for you to attend this exhibition. Gaining knowledge can never be detrimental, right? Peter chuckled. All right, you make a compelling argument. Why don't you join me? Inghao responded. Is that permissible? Isn't this an event for your class? Not an issue. I'll just register you. Peter whispered conspiratorially. The exhibition requires an entrance fee, and our teacher has a partnership with the university. The more tickets sold, the greater the profit. He would undoubtedly prefer to bring along additional attendees. Inghao suddenly understood and readily agreed to attend. Once arrangements were finalized, the two walked side by side towards their classroom, engaged in conversation. Peter inquired, so what are your thoughts about our project? What type of company shall we establish? Inghao replied, the project has progressed to the technical research and development stage, yielding preliminary results. Technical research? Peter exclaimed in astonishment. I assumed the first step was to register the company. Have you already accomplished that? Well, not quite. We need not adhere strictly to conventions. Certain sequences can be adjusted flexibly. Wow, I have a sense of awed respect for this approach. Chapter 15. The Banquet of Hegemony. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang. Inghao and Peter parted ways and entered their respective classrooms. Upon entering, he was met with a chorus of curses from several students. Goodness, that startled me. Why has he removed his sunglasses? A few students whispered. The class's troublemaker cast a menacing glance at Inghao and boldly queried, Hey, freak, where are your sunglasses? Inghao shot him a glance, retorting, none of your business. The troublemaker was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a response, and replied irritably, I think you should put them back on, lest you frighten the classmates and the teacher. Inghao scoffed, and if I don't? Sensing the provocation, the troublemaker slammed his pencil on the desk, rolled up his sleeves, and stood up, pointing at Inghao, declaring, if not, I shall thoroughly kick your behind. Inghao, uninterested in further banter, swiftly approached the individual. The boy with spiky hair immediately kicked aside his chair and approached, attempting to shove. What? Do you still want to play the tough guy? Huh? You wish to challenge me? Ha ha ha. Inghao, quick-witted and agile, seized his fingers and forcefully bent them back. The boy instantly howled in agony. Let go of me. Inghao retorted. If you wish to speak, then, please release me. The boy complied hastily. Please let me go. I beg you, my fingers are about to break. Only then did Inghao release his grip, delivering a swift kick to the boy's calf, causing him to kneel. He then fixed his gaze upon him with four-piercing eyes and declared from his elevated stance, Remember, whether I wear sunglasses or not is my prerogative. As for your fear of my eyes, I offer you two pieces of advice. First, do not look. Second, acclimatize slowly. The boy, visibly terrified, nodded repeatedly. Understood, I understand. Return to your seat, and it would be wise to remain quiet. Do not disrupt me during class. With that, Inghao made his way back to his desk. The classroom fell into an unprecedented silence. For 3 years, the 20-odd classmates had never witnessed Inghao display such assertiveness. It was well known that he had previously been too timid to even lift his head in the presence of others. After a long pause, whispers began to circulate. Am I dreaming? Can someone tell me what just happened? If this is a dream, then we are all in the same one. Did Inghao just confront Flash? This world must be insane. Shoo, everyone be quiet. This is a lesson to others. When Inghao says he does not wish to be disturbed during class, it certainly isn't a message directed solely at Flash. A reminder from one classmate prompted the others to fall silent once more. The teacher arrived fashionably late and commenced the lesson. Classroom discipline in American high schools often poses a significant challenge. Frequently, the teacher lectures while students engage in their own activities, chatting, listening to music, drawing, and socializing. Yet today, an extraordinary sense of order prevailed throughout the day. Each student was fully engaged, with not a single idle conversation, and when the teacher posed questions, no one made inappropriate jokes. As the final bell rang, the teacher felt a profound sense of satisfaction. I must say, this has been the finest class of my teaching career. If you all maintain this level of focus, you will surely achieve great success. God grant that this is not a dream. She gathered her materials, gently touched her chest, and exited the classroom. Inghao stretched and yawned. The high school curriculum was far too simple for him. It mattered little whether he paid attention. After the first period, he retrieved his sunglasses from his locker and indulged in a delightful nap throughout the day, making up for the sleep lost over the weekend. Inghao shook his head. I have a few matters to attend to. You both go ahead. Su King inquired with curiosity. What is this all about, shrouded in mystery? Peter echoed her sentiment. Is it regarding our project? I could assist, offering advice and suggestions. However, Inghao did not conceal the truth, promptly presenting the letter from Tim Wharton that he had received that morning for their perusal. Surely, you do not intend to attend? After reading, Su King decisively stated her assessment. This is evidently a trap. I cannot believe he would apologize to you. What? A banquet? Peter picked up the letter. Scrutinizing it multiple times, it appears there is no mention of any banquet here. With a sigh, Su King explained, no, Hongminyan is a Chinese term that signifies, on the surface, a banquet, but in reality, it is an ambush. Upon hearing this, Peter probed further, but an ambush is an ambush. Why refer to it as a banquet? That is a long story. Su King shook her head. I do not wish to recount tales, Peter. You must understand, both Inghao and I are Chinese. If you were not present, we would communicate directly in Chinese. Even when speaking English, we might reference allusions that only those familiar with the language would comprehend. Hence, if you genuinely aspire to be Inghao's partner or friend, you might want to learn some Chinese. Otherwise, it becomes tiresome to explain everything. Peter nodded, pressing his lips together. I completely understand. You are right. I will earnestly study Chinese. Furthermore, he turned to Inghao. I also believe we should not go. Tim Wharton has been exposed by you, his plans thwarted, and he has even been thrown over your shoulder. It is remarkable he harbors no resentment, and I doubt he wishes to apologize. I suspect he has conspired to lure you into a trap. I am aware, Inghao shrugged. I merely wish to see what tricks this fellow has up his sleeve. You two may go ahead. Do not worry about me. Absolutely not. Su King firmly rejected. If you are to go, we shall go together. Should anything happen to you, I would have no explanation for Andy. Peter raised his hand. I am coming too. Inghao and Su King exchanged glances at the slender, almost fragile Peter Parker. You? What is it? Peter understood their scrutiny and clarified, at the very least. I can call the police or an ambulance if necessary. With this declaration, Inghao had no choice but to acquiesce. The three, each with a heart resolute in the face of adversity, proceeded to the parking lot. Tim Wharton awaited them, perched upon the hood of an SUV. Having been there for quite some time. Inghao, I did not expect you to actually come, and you brought along 2 useless companions. He smirked with malice. Leaping off the vehicle, surely, you do not believe I would genuinely apologize to you? Tim stepped forward, his expression darkening, teeth clenched as he demanded. Do you have any idea how much I invested to gain entry into Stark Industries? A full 100,000. I hired 3 individuals and bribed a judge. And in mere moments, you ruined everything with your words. Today, you shall pay the price, freak. As he spoke, he circled around to the car window, retrieving a metallic bat from within and slowly advancing towards Inghao. Su King, filled with anxiety, clutched Inghao's arm, exclaiming, I warned you we shouldn't have come. Peter swallowed hard, contemplating, should I call the police now? Or, shall we count to 3 and run? Just as his words fell, a commanding shout from Tim pierced the air. Everyone, come out. At his command, 6 motorcycles surged into the parking lot, their engines roaring with fervor. The 6 bikes circled around Ing Hao and his companions several times before finally aligning in a row, blocking their escape. A few men dismounted, brandishing various weapons. Some wielded iron rods while others brandished chains. Tim Walton sneered at the trio, declaring, "Unless Ing Hao endures a thorough beating from me and hands over his 100,000 in prize money, no one is leaving today." Chapter 16, My Dad Is. It is now abundantly clear that this is a robbery. I must call the police. Peter Parker retrieved his phone, but before he could dial, a burly man struck it from his grasp, sending it crashing to the ground. Sue King tightened her grip on Ing Hao's arm, too frightened to utter a word. The parking lot of Midtown High School had undergone renovations and was now largely abandoned, rarely frequented by anyone. Given that Tim Walton chose this location, it was evident he had prepared in advance to prevent any interruptions from outsiders. The trio could rely solely on themselves. "Kid, did you hear what he said? Think of a way to get your family to send money." A burly man behind them spoke, somewhat incoherently. "As for teaching you a lesson, trust me, it won't be too extreme. I assure you, you will be left alive, ha ha ha." The others followed suit, chuckling in agreement. Ing Hao frowned, recognizing the voice as familiar. Ryan? Turning around in disbelief. He was met with an all-too-familiar face, the very individual who had entered the cash register area that weekend and had been struck by Ing Hao's counterattack. "You know my name?" Ryan suddenly seemed choked, realizing who Ing Hao was. "Oh no, it's you, why?" The other burly men also recognized Ing Hao's face, 2 of them retreating a few steps in silence. This scene left Tim Walton astonished. "You know each other?" "More than just acquaintances," Ing Hao grinned. "We are friends who met under peculiar circumstances, right, Ryan?" "Friends, yes, of course." Ryan nodded vigorously, recalling that he had been among the first to fall yesterday, which, ironically, had resulted in his injuries being the least severe compared to the others who accompanied him today. Out of the total 6, 3 were in the hospital, and 2 had joined him that day. Ing Hao engaged him in casual conversation. "Isn't your boss Leon? Why isn't he here? He is still in the hospital." "You know." Ryan raised his hand and waved it lightly. Ing Hao sighed. "Alas, I have given him a chance." Ryan nodded with enthusiasm. "Who can argue with that?" Ing Hao inquired. "Others?" Ryan pointed to the side. "These 2 came with me. Jerry cannot speak because..." He gestured at his throat, and Ing Hao understood. Their conversation displeased Tim Walton, who stepped forward and pulled Ryan aside. "What are you doing? Chit-chatting? I've paid a substantial sum." Ryan returned the smile and addressed Tim. "You know what? I'll refund your money. I cannot take on this task." As he spoke, he actually pulled his wallet from his back pocket, extracted all the cash within, and stuffed it into Tim's hands. "This is my share. I am out." "Teaching how a lesson? Nonsense. He isn't afraid of a gun. Whoever takes this task is bound for misfortune." The other 2 unfamiliar friends followed suit, returning their money to Tim. Collectively, the 3 of them refunded at least 3,000 in an attempt to retaliate against Ing Hao, costing Tim a significant amount. "Damn it. You can't do this," Tim exclaimed in anger. In truth, those Tim had gathered today were not all allies. Ryan's trio was not well acquainted with the others. Naturally, the rest were unaware of the events that transpired yesterday. A few burly men who had not encountered Ing Hao approached. "Let those 3 go. It takes no more than this many to handle a student. We can split the money among us." Another greedily added, "Exactly. We can easily compensate for the workload of Ryan and his cowardly friends." Tim remained silent, allowing the burly men to divide the money from his hands. A few thousand was trivial. He did not care. Ryan, looking at his oblivious companions with pity, stepped forward and advised, "Guys, listen to me. Refund the money. Otherwise, you will surely regret it." "Regret? Don't be ridiculous," one scoffed. "Ryan, without Leon, you are nothing. Just get lost." "Yes, don't waste our time." They jeered. Seeing that he could not persuade them, Ryan decisively gave up. "All right, do as you wish. It has nothing to do with us." He pulled the other 2 to leave, but Ing Hao called out to him, "Hey, Ryan, do me a favor." Ryan replied, "Okay." Ing Hao continued, "Take my 2 classmates to the school gate to wait for me. The one Tim wants revenge on is me, not others." "No problem." Ryan sighed with relief. Sue King and Peter were anxious. "What will you do?" Ing Hao signaled for them to relax. "We'll just have a chat. Such matters can be resolved through conversation. I'll come find you shortly." The 2 individuals remained uneasy. However, Ryan and his 2 brothers had already approached and forcibly dragged them away. Tim did not intervene. As Ing Hao had stated, Tim was intent on vengeance. He was alone in this pursuit. With no one else to hinder him, Tim coldly commanded, "Go on." Beat him to within an inch of his life. The remaining brawny men slowly advanced. One particularly tall man with a beard raised a baseball bat and proclaimed, "Kid, this is merely work. It's not personal." With that, the bat came crashing down onto Ing Hao's shoulder. Ing Hao effortlessly caught it with his hand and then delivered a fierce kick to the man's abdomen. Clang! Bang! Ah! The bearded man let out a dreadful scream, clutching his stomach as he fell to his knees. The others were taken aback. How could this seemingly frail high school student possess such prowess? Ing Hao smirked coldly, gripping both ends of the metal bat. Was he attempting to bend it? For a moment, the burly men surrounding Ing Hao held their breath. Tim Walton's eyes widened in disbelief. It was known that there were many legends of supernatural forces in this world, and even mutants existed. A question arose in everyone's mind. Could it be that luck had struck and Ing Hao possessed some superhuman ability? However, in the next instant, Ing Hao exerted force on the bat with no effect whatsoever. His armor merely offered high defense, with no enhancement in strength. The situation became somewhat awkward. Ing Hao chuckled. I apologize for the amusement. Tim shouted, get him. All at once, they charged, chains, steel bars, and various implements aimed at Ing Hao. Tim Walton watched from a distance. Exhilarated and eager, he longed to see Ing Hao battered and to hear his cries for mercy. Yet, to his astonishment, no sounds of Ing Hao could be heard amidst the fray. Instead, the air was filled with the cries of others. Ah! One burly man fell, clutching his nose. Oh, my jewels. Another man rolled out, holding his groin. No, no, please, I only have this one good leg left, I beg you, cried a man with a prosthetic limb, tears streaming from his eyes as he crawled from beneath the throng. In less than 2 minutes, all were down, leaving Ing Hao unscathed in the center. Tim stood dumbfounded. What? How could you? With so many. Ing Hao stepped on a fallen man's stomach and approached Tim. I truly cannot fathom. How could you, having plagiarized my design, still have the audacity to seek revenge against me? What? What do you intend to do? Tim retreated step by step, feigning bravado as he threatened. You'd best not act recklessly, my father is. Before Tim could finish, Ing Hao stepped on his shoe's surface and ground down hard. Ah! Tim screamed in agony. Ing Hao placed his hand to his ear. Who is your father? Tim, my father is. Ing Hao raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick to Tim's left knee. Crack! Ah! Tim let out another anguished cry. Ing Hao, who is your father? Tim, my father is, ah. This back and forth continued 4 times. After incapacitating one of Tim's legs, an arm, a hand, and a foot, Tim finally ceased mentioning his father. I do not care who your father is. Ing Hao sighed and inquired. I merely wish to ask. Do you still intend to seek revenge against me? Tim's gaze faltered as he struggled to utter a single word. No. Very well. But matters are not so simply concluded. Ing Hao swiftly calculated. You have plagiarized my work, resulting in my loss of an internship opportunity. Thus you owe me compensation. Let's say 100,000, shall we? Tim dared not refuse. He nodded. Ing Hao continued. You assaulted me on the field, forcing me to retaliate with a shoulder throw, which sprained my wrist, incurring medical expenses of 50,000. Tim timidly glanced at Ing Hao's wrist, which appeared unremarkable. Yet he was too frightened to utter a word, merely nodding again. Ing Hao pointed at the burly men sprawled across the ground. You brought so many people to ambush me today. Frankly, had I not been trained, I would have fallen here. For shock and mental distress, that would be 150,000. What could Tim say? He nodded once more. Finally, Ing Hao gestured to Peter Parker's phone, which had been knocked to the ground. Your people damaged my friend's phone, which contained countless cherished memories that are now irretrievable. Let us settle on 200,000. Tim raised his head. I believe the phone can be repaired. Slap. Ing Hao delivered a resounding slap to his face. Tim, I'm sorry, it cannot be repaired. Ing Hao nodded in satisfaction and summarized. In total, you owe me 410,000, to round it off. Let us say 500,000. When will you provide this? Tim, dejected, pulled out a checkbook from his pocket and hastily signed a check for 500,000. Ing Hao raised his eyebrows in surprise. You can issue checks? Tim timidly replied. Yes, my father is too lazy to manage my daily expenses. So he allowed me to open a checking account and regularly deposits my living expenses. Ing Hao's interest was piqued. Who exactly is your father? Tim, Lucas Walton, Vice President of Roxxon Energy. Ing Hao revealed a knowing smile. Indeed. Roxxon Energy is a large corporation, rivaling even Stark Industries in scale. Furthermore, while this company ostensibly operates in the energy sector, it has long been infiltrated by Hydra, with many important positions held by their operatives, covertly engaging in weapons testing, development, and various other enterprises, representing a significant threat within the Marvel Universe. Uncertain whether Tim Walton's father is affiliated with Hydra, it matters little to Ing Hao. He has no desire to assume the mantle of a savior or a champion of justice. Why invite trouble when it can be avoided? With that thought, Ing Hao pocketed the check, patted Tim's shoulder, and advised, try to stir up less trouble and keep your distance from me and those around me, if you please. Tim, reluctant and disheartened, replied, all right, I promise. Ying Hao gestured toward the imposing figures scattered about. They are your employees. Treat them well. Perhaps you should assist with their medical expenses. Just a suggestion. Farewell. With a flick of dust from his clothing, Ying Hao strolled away from the parking lot with poise. Tim Walton watched his retreating figure, a blazing fury igniting in his eyes. At this hour, the school gate was nearly deserted. Most students had departed, leaving only a smattering of teachers behind. Su Qing and Peter, under the watchful care of Ryan and his companions, anxiously awaited at the entrance. During this time, a school security guard approached them, inquiring if they had encountered any difficulties. Recalling the familiar camaraderie between Ying Hao and Ryan, Su Qing denied the incident. The guard, though skeptical, returned to his post, standing with his hands resting on his hips, observing from a distance. I'm back. Ying Hao's voice resonated from behind them. Su Qing, filled with joy, swiftly turned to greet him. Ying Hao, are you all right? It was merely a conversation. What could possibly happen? Ying Hao replied with an air of nonchalance. Everyone was quite reasonable. The matter has been settled, and Tim and his friends are currently resting. Ryan and the others exchanged glances, swallowing nervously, clearly interpreting resting in a particular light. That's wonderful. I was so worried. Su Qing exclaimed, embracing Ying Hao before quickly releasing him, her cheeks flushed. I was worried too. Peter chimed in, rushing forward. Ying Hao raised a hand to keep him at bay. You can stand down. I can sense your concern. He returned Peter's phone to him. Oh, thank you, Peter said, taking the device and inspecting it uncertainly. I think this ISNT my phone. Mine has been in use for 2 years and is quite worn with scratches. It is yours, Ying Hao asserted, patting Peter's hand. I just polished it up. If you don't believe me, check the contents. It's undoubtedly yours. In truth, Peter's phone had been damaged. Ying Hao felt responsible, as he was the target of Tim's retaliation. However, he was reluctant to visit a phone repair shop, so on his way back, he had ventured into the divine workspace, attempting to place it on the celestial workstation to see if it could be repaired. The phone was promptly consumed, only to be regurgitated a second later in pristine condition. Fortunately, aside from its newness, the phone remained unchanged in other aspects. Peter opened the device to inspect its contents. And indeed, everything was in order. It appeared to be mine, but polished? Peter blinked his innocent, wide eyes. I had never heard of a phone case being polished. Are there such shops nearby? Just, Ying Hao casually remarked, the nail salon around the corner from the parking lot. Peter was even more astonished. A nail salon? Do they offer such services? Hard to believe, isn't it? I am equally perplexed, but never mind that. I need to speak with them. Ying Hao decisively concluded the conversation and approached Ryan and the others. Thank you for your assistance. It was nothing. Should you need anything, feel free to ask. Oh. The trio, including the hoarse-voiced Jerry, maintained a cordial demeanor, striving to exhibit friendliness. Shortly after, Ryan inquired, can we leave now? Of course. Ying Hao replied, let us seek legitimate employment. No problem. The three of them hurriedly dashed away. Chapter 17. A misunderstanding. Ying Hao, together with Su Qing and Peter Parker, enjoyed a dinner outdoors and engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while. They returned home at 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky had darkened. Typically by this hour, Ying Hao's family store would have already closed its doors. The safety of Queens during the day was reasonable, yet at night, numerous nefarious individuals roamed the streets. A small grocery store like theirs could easily become a target. For many years, Ying Hao's mother had always ensured to close up while the sun still shone, to avoid any trouble. After all, in America, genuine customers seldom ventured out at night. But today, the store was surprisingly still open. Mom, why is the store open so late today? Ying Hao pushed the door open, discovering that there were still quite a few customers inside. Furthermore, there was something unusual. Almost all the merchandise bore discount tags, with significant reductions starting at 25% off. Xiaoyan was busy restocking and had not heard his greeting. Ying Hao approached, puzzled, bent down to pick up an item from the floor, and assisted in arranging it on the shelf while casually asking, Mom, what is going on here? Huh? Xiaoyan abruptly turned around. Oh dear, Xiao Hao, you're back. Yes, I just called out to you, but you didn't hear me. Ying Hao picked up a discount tag and inquired, what is the matter? Are we engaging in charity? Huh, charity? Oh, this. Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly, stammering. Actually, I've been planning to switch suppliers recently, so I thought I'd clear out the store's inventory. Clearing inventory doesn't necessitate such steep discounts, does it? Ying Hao quietly reminded, to remove all the tags offering a 25% discount nearby and replace them with tags displaying a 10% discount. A 10% discount will suffice. We cannot incur losses merely due to a change in suppliers. Xiaoyan pursed her lips and nodded. Yes, my son is right. I will wait until these customers have departed to replace all the tags with the 10% discount. Hey, ma'am, could you help me tally my purchases? A customer at the door called out with a shopping basket overflowing. Coming right up, Xiaoyan replied, urging Ing Hao, that's enough. You need not assist here. Go on and have your meal. I've saved some dishes for you. Without lifting his head, Ing Hao replied, no need. I've already eaten with my classmates. I'm off to change the price tags. By 9:30, the store's affairs were finally wrapped up, and Ing Hao successfully replaced all the discounted tags with the 10 ones. Observing Ing Hao's results, Xiaoyan forced a smile. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ing Hao asked, Mom, what's wrong with you today? You seem troubled. Xiaoyan shook her head. I have no worries. I'm simply gratified that you were able to assist. Ing Hao sensed it was not that simple, yet he lacked the ability to read her thoughts. Without her voicing her concerns, he remained oblivious to what was truly happening. All right, I will go lock the door. You head upstairs for now. Look at you, sweating from all your hard work. Quickly wash up and get some rest, Xiaoyan urged. Complying with her insistence, Ing Hao ascended the stairs. His grandfather remained as quiet and reassuring as ever. Ing Hao greeted him before heading to shower. After bathing, he returned to his room and locked the door behind him. He then immersed himself in his personal space. Today, he aimed to devise a few more weapons targeting Stark Industries. Unbeknownst to him, outside in the night, numerous pairs of malicious eyes lurked, watching his home with predatory intent. In Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock was concealed atop the roof of the Golden Mountain pawnshop. Clad in his signature crimson battle attire, he was no longer the blind lawyer, but rather the guardian of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil. His mission was to assist a client who had been harassed due to a loan owed to the pawnshop. Initially, the client had questions regarding the contract terms and sought Matt's legal counsel. Matt hoped to rectify the situation through legal means. However, to his dismay, despite the presence of numerous unconscionable clauses in the contract, the court ruled against him. He respects the law, but when the law fails to uphold justice, Daredevil intervenes. The previous night, he ventured alone to the pawnshop and single-handedly incapacitated all of the thugs there. Finally, he had a thorough discussion with Mr. Jimmy, the pawnshop's manager, regarding the loan matters. It is my fervent hope that Jimmy will mend his ways, release his client, and abolish the exorbitant interest rates and penalties. Mr. Jimmy had acquiesced to this request, yet he insisted that it required the approval of his superiors, as he lacked the authority to decide. Daredevil granted him a day to deliver results. Today, he came to inquire about the outcome. He tread lightly across the rooftop until he arrived at a skylight, where he deftly pried it open just a crack. His extraordinary hearing enabled him to discern every voice within the room with remarkable clarity. Goodness, with so many of you, how can you be bested by a mere scoundrel in a skin-tight suit? A furious voice erupted. How are we supposed to conduct our business like this? My apologies. Boss, Mr. Jimmy stammered repeatedly. But that individual is the infamous Daredevil. I had only heard of his prowess before. It was only yesterday that I witnessed his capabilities firsthand. I must admit, he is formidable. No wonder so many gangs and the police have failed to apprehend him. After being chastised by Matt, Jimmy's bravado had significantly diminished. He spoke cautiously. Boss, perhaps we should avoid provoking this immense trouble. From what I gathered, he seemed to be here on behalf of a client. What if we simply acquiesce to his terms? For the sake of a single transaction, it seems unwise to create an enemy who lurks in the shadows, whose identity remains unknown and who is difficult to defeat. The figure referred to as boss fell silent for a moment before responding coldly. Are you an imbecile? Do you truly believe that compromising on a single deal will persuade him to back off? With gritted teeth, the boss continued. Queens, Forest Hills, 714 Avenue 71. I have reviewed the recent contracts, and the client that this demon speaks of must be that Chinese woman from Queens. She was refused a loan just prior. And that very night, this demon came knocking. Don't tell me you still don't grasp the situation. He is targeting our business. After a brief pause, he added, you may not be aware, but the few lackeys you dispatched to Queens were beaten by that woman's son. I suspect he is the very same demon who fancies a skin-tight suit. On the rooftop, Daredevil listened intently to the conversation below, suddenly recalling the woman who had collapsed on the street yesterday. Oh no, a grave misunderstanding. When he confronted Jimmy, he had not explicitly named his client. The reason for this discretion was that revealing her identity could lead the villains to her doorstep, creating trouble not only for her, but also potentially exposing her true identity. To his dismay, this miscreant had confused the accounts and placed the blame squarely on that unfortunate woman. You need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. The boss's voice resonated once more. I have already arranged for retribution. In 15 minutes, their entire family will be engulfed in flames. No one dares to treat me with such insolence. No one. They must pay the price. They intend to set fire. Daredevil gasped as he overheard the ominous plan. Judging by the sound of breathing within, there were at least 30 individuals present, and some were armed. He swiftly calculated that 15 minutes was insufficient for him to subdue the boss and threaten him into ordering a halt to the operation. With a determined leap, Night Demon descended from the rooftop and hailed a taxi, directing the driver to 714 Avenue 71, Forest Hills, Queens. Chapter 18. They are coming for me within the personal space of the deity. A highly sought-after missile from Stark Industries ignited and launched. It soared rapidly towards a distant volcano. However, just as it was nearing its target, dozens of devices stationed atop the snowy peak activated, firing beams of blue light towards the missile. These beams converged mid-air and then fanned out in all directions, soon forming a hemispherical blue barrier that enveloped the entire summit. Upon contact, the missile detonated with a resounding boom. The blue barrier dimmed momentarily before swiftly returning to its original state. This innovative defensive weapon was the result of Ing Hao's deep learning of Stark Industries technology, merging energy shields for aircraft with ground-based launch towers. The trial results were exceedingly satisfactory, albeit with high energy consumption that likely rendered it unaffordable for smaller nations or factions. Ing Hao stroked his chin, pondering the efficacy of the device and what name it should bear. Countless names flashed through his mind: Blue Canopy, Celestial Protection, Divine Shield. As he contemplated, a sudden loud explosion jolted him back to reality. What now? He looked up towards the snowy mountain, but saw no sign of an explosion. No detonation? Where did that sound originate? Oh no, it's outside. Ing Hao was startled, quickly tearing open a rift and bursting out of the divine space. The sounds of crashing doors, explosions, and shattering glass followed in rapid succession. What is happening? A terrorist attack? His room's window faced the street. He rushed to the window. Peering outside, beneath the cloak of night, he spotted a group of over 10 individuals. They stood in a line, brandishing explosives, Molotov cocktails, and other incendiary devices, hurling them towards his home. The department store below was ablaze, emitting a blinding glow, clearly engulfed in flames. Scoundrels! Ing Hao cursed vehemently. He had no idea who these people were or what vendetta they held against him, but their act of arson in the dead of night was unforgivable. He had to rescue his grandfather and mother at once. Just then, a heavy knocking resonated at the door. Xiaoyan's anxious voice called from outside. Xiao Hao, wake up. Our store is on fire. We need to get your grandfather out quickly. Wake up now. Without hesitation, Ing Hao flung open the door. He grasped Xiaoyan's trembling shoulders with both hands, calmly instructing, Mom, don't be anxious. I will carry Grandpa. You quickly fetch some damp towels. Let us meet at the staircase and descend together. All right, I'll do that right away. Upon witnessing her son's composed demeanor, Xiaoyan regained her composure and dashed towards the bathroom. Ing Hao lifted his elderly grandfather from the bedroom and made his way to the staircase. Receiving the towels, Xiaoyan passed to him. He wrapped one around his face securely while gently placing the other over his grandfather's mouth. Mom, cover his mouth well. We must not let him choke. Let us move. They hurried down the stairs. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. A glass bottle filled with gasoline shattered, fortuitously landing right before them. With a deafening roar, a wall of flames erupted, obstructing their path. Should they charge through? Ing Hao, clad in divine armor, was not afraid of such minor flames. However, his mother was another story. Gasoline could cling to her shoes and ignite her clothing. There was a grave risk that before they could escape, she might be engulfed in flames. Even if they survived, the outcome would surely be severe burns. What were they to do? The fire extinguishers were on the first floor. Xiaoyan was in a state of frantic despair, on the verge of tears. Ing Hao took her hand firmly, saying, Mom, remain calm. You must not cry. Crying in a fire will accelerate your breathing, causing you to inhale more toxic smoke, which can be life-threatening. The most crucial thing now is to stay composed and control your breathing. Ing Hao had already resolved to tear open a divine portal to shelter his grandfather and mother from danger. Though this was his greatest secret, it paled in comparison to the safety of his family. If exposed, so be it. He trusted that his grandfather and mother would not speak of it indiscriminately. With this thought in mind, Ing Hao raised his right hand to tear open a fissure. Yet, just as the gap widened by a centimeter, he suddenly heard a thunderous bang at the back door on the first floor. Immediately following was a voice. Is anyone in there? I'm here to help. Make some noise so I know where you are. A firefighter? Ing Hao waved his hand, causing the fissure to vanish in an instant. He shouted, We're over here. At the staircase. Enter through the back door and turn left. We're blocked by a wall of flames. The voice responded, I'm coming. Ing Hao added, There's a fire extinguisher at the back door. Got it. Soon, Ing Hao heard footsteps rapidly approaching, followed by a cloud of white mist that extinguished the flames before them. However, the figure emerging from the mist was not a firefighter, but a man clad in a red bodysuit, his face partially obscured. Ing Hao was momentarily taken aback. Daredevil? Isn't he a superhero limited to Hell's Kitchen? How could he possibly be in Queens? The expression of joy on Ing Hao's mother's face also faltered in surprise. A normal person would not dress like Daredevil. His appearance truly fails to instill a sense of security in the average individual. Do not worry. I am merely here to assist. Skip over and avoid stepping on the recently scorched ground, Daredevil urged, extending a hand towards Ing Hao and Xiaoyun. Being a protagonist of virtue, Ing Hao was not particularly concerned, although he found the situation perplexing. However, given the urgency of the moment, he had no time to ponder the reasons and immediately addressed his mother. Mom, it's all right. You go ahead. I will follow closely behind. Xiaoyun nodded, making an effort to leap forward. Daredevil caught her as she stumbled and turned to Ing Hao, asking, shall we first get the elderly gentleman on your back to safety? No need. My grandfather is not heavy, Ing Hao replied, glancing out the window. You take my mom to the back door. I can keep up. Daredevil nodded, refraining from further dialogue, and assisted Xiaoyun as they fled towards the back door. Ing Hao easily leaped over the charred floorboards, closely following. Fortunately, this was a small establishment. The staircase was less than 30 meters from the back door, and they arrived in just a few breaths. Yet, upon opening the door and stepping outside, they were abruptly halted. The back entrance had, unbeknownst to them, become blocked by a dozen individuals, several of whom were armed with firearms. A man in a suit pushed his way through the crowd, sneering as he spoke. It seems the boss was right. You are indeed connected to this family, red-clad clown. Xiaoyun recognized the man. He was an assistant to Mr. Jimmy, the one who handled the contracts. You are from the Jinshan pawn shop? Did your people set this fire? But why? Xiaoyun questioned, bewildered and on the verge of tears. Why are you doing this? This is all that remains of my family's assets. I have been trying so hard to earn money. The man remained silent. Daredevil sighed and stepped forward, gently shielding Xiaoyun behind him. I apologize, Ms. Xiaoyun. You have been inadvertently drawn into this. They are actually after me. The man glared at Daredevil, touching the bruise around his eye from the previous night, which still throbbed, and gritted his teeth. Open fire. Kill him. Chapter 19. A gentleman seeks vengeance. Not to be delayed until morning. Click. The closest assailant to Daredevil chambered a round in his firearm, just as he was about to pull the trigger. A swift whoosh cut through the air as a dark red baton spun towards him, striking his hand with tremendous force. In agony, the handgun fell from his grasp, while the crimson baton rebounded back into Daredevil's hand. Take cover. Daredevil gently pushed Xiaoyun towards Ing Hao, seizing a large trash bin and positioning it in front of the trio as he advanced towards their adversaries. Ing Hao's enhanced vision effortlessly penetrated the trash bin, allowing him to observe the unfolding battle. Despite the foes being armed, Daredevil remained undeterred. Upon hearing any sound of gunfire, he would promptly hurl the baton or deftly evade the incoming attacks. Simultaneously, he remained attuned to the rhythmic sounds of heartbeats and breaths around him, actively engaging the enemy. His combat skills were nothing short of exceptional. Even amidst the onslaught of numerous adversaries, he navigated with remarkable ease. Armed with a pair of iron fists and two short batons, the night demon struck down the scores of foes surrounding him with devastating precision. Observing that he required no assistance, Ing Hao felt a sense of relief, choosing instead to vigilantly protect his mother and grandfather. In a moment of curiosity, he inquired, Mother, did you not already return the loan? What is happening? Xiaoyun's eyes welled with tears as she recounted the events to Ing Hao. I refrained from informing you, fearing it would alarm you. My intention was to swiftly clear the store's inventory to gather enough interest to repay them. I never anticipated they would come to our doorstep and set our home ablaze. My child, what shall we do now? Everything will be all right. Ing Hao comforted, embracing his mother and gently patting her back. I still have a bonus of 150,000. We can search for affordable housing. And if purchasing proves unfeasible, we can rent temporarily. Xiaoyun bitterly questioned, but with the store gone, how will we earn a living? I didn't purchase insurance this year. Rest assured, you need not worry about finances. Ing Hao reassured, lightly touching her arm. I have partnered with a classmate to establish a business, which will soon be profitable. I had intended to surprise you with the first earnings, but it seems I must reveal it now. Everything will turn out fine. Gradually, Xiaoyun felt some solace, her sobs subsiding as her emotions stabilized. As she listened to the sounds of the skirmish and sporadic gunfire outside, she furrowed her brow lightly. That person in red. Worried that she might be frightened, Ing Hao replied, It's all right. I believe that person is not malevolent and possesses great skill. Xiaoyun shook her head. I know he is a good person. It is his voice that seems familiar. I feel as though I have heard it before. Oh, this is intriguing, Ing Hao mused. It appeared the night demon had not fortuitously appeared in their midst. This matter required clarification. The sounds of battle outside began to diminish, eventually fading away after a resounding thud. The night demon stood still for a moment, attuned to the ambient noises, before sprinting towards the street to confront the enemies at the front of the department store. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of combat and the anguished cries of foes echoed once more. 10 minutes later, the police and firefighters arrived, albeit belatedly. The flames engulfing the department store were extinguished, while the defeated villains lay subdued. However, the night demon had vanished without a trace. The first floor was left in ruins, teetering on the brink of collapse. Following an inquiry with an officer, Ing Hao ascended alone to retrieve some important documents. He then took his grandfather and mother to a nearby hotel for temporary refuge. "Mother, rest easy. We shall address everything tomorrow," Ing Hao reassured, soothing her emotions before returning to his own room. Closing the door behind him, he immediately entered the realm of the divine. With his home reduced to ashes, Ing Hao could not simply let it go. "The Jinshan pawn shop, is it? Very well. How audacious to disturb my authority. Today, I shall exact vengeance," Ing Hao declared with bitterness. A gentleman does not let the sun set on a grudge, and today marks the demise of all wrongdoers within that establishment. However, he could not simply march in unannounced. The night demon knows well the importance of donning combat attire before stepping out. As he sought retribution, he must conceal his identity to avoid exposure. One slip and it would spell disaster. He felt no fear for himself, but was apprehensive about his grandfather and mother being drawn into the fray, subjected to harassment. System: alter the appearance of the divine armor. Divine armor set, customizing appearance. The divine armor set, originally a pure and controllable energy, could be transformed into material form. Altering its appearance essentially meant transmuting a portion of energy into tangible substance. Ing Hao envisioned the armor's design in his mind. Soon, a leather breastplate began to materialize. Subsequently, he adorned it with a deep crimson long coat, while the lower half was clad in dark trousers. On his feet were brown and black leather boots, and his hands were enveloped in fingerless leather gloves. A gleaming skeletal sword slowly manifested on his back. This ensemble echoed the classic attire of Dante from Devil May Cry. This was the third design that surfaced in Ing Hao's mind. The first ensemble was Spider-Man's battle suit. The second was Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. In this Marvel universe, wearing either of the first two would eventually lead to a fashion clash, hence his choice of the third. With the attire settled, Ing Hao crafted a pair of goggles in the style of the Ultimate Sword Saint, featuring 8 circular lenses on each side, appearing more intimidating than a spider's compound eyes. If passers-by feared his dual pupils, he would astonish them fourfold. Upon completion, Ing Hao utilized the divine workbench, drawing inspiration from the Batmobile to construct an armored vehicle, outfitted with several heavy-duty weapons he had designed over the past days, along with the original Stark Industries missiles that had yet to be modified. With everything in place, he tore open a rift. Boom! A deep crimson armored vehicle surged forth from the purplish rift, landing steadily before Stark Industries. This was the designated exit, and Ing Hao had no choice. The owner of this body had never ventured into Midtown Manhattan. He could only begin in Upper Manhattan and navigate from there. "Alfred, chart the shortest route to the Jinshan pawn shop," Ing Hao murmured. The vehicle's AI responded promptly. "Route planned, Master Wang." Ing Hao furrowed his brow. "Wayne is not my name. Reset your address for me. I am Ing Hao." Alfred replied. "Of course, my esteemed father, Ing Hao. What on earth? How did it come to calling him esteemed father?" Ing Hao couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. This AI was generated by the divine workbench itself, and it felt rather unreliable. "It seems that after today, I must replace this battle vehicle's AI system, opting for the replica of Jarvis. However, that is a matter for later. The most pressing concern now is vengeance. I shall raise that damned pawn shop to the ground." Boom! With the pedal to the metal, the deep crimson war machine roared forth. Chapter 20. Another red-clad demon? At the Jinshan pawn shop, Mr. Jimmy had received the news of the collapse in Queens. Once again, it was that accursed red-clad clown. It appears the boss was right. He is indeed connected to that woman. Yet, a sinister laugh escaped his lips. Demolishing that woman's house is a small solace. He summoned one of his subordinates and commanded, "Do you know where that woman and her family currently reside?" "Yes," the subordinate replied. "They are presently staying at the Moores Hotel, in rooms 1303, 1304, and 1305. Should we send someone to eliminate them immediately?" "No," Mr. Jimmy waved his hand dismissively. "Let us wait a few days. Today's events will certainly keep the police in Queens occupied. We shall act once the dust settles. Next time, arrange for tenfold the manpower." "I refuse to believe that the red-clad clown is invincible." The subordinate looked puzzled. "Isn't it too extravagant to mobilize so many just to deal with one?" "Fool," Mr. Jimmy retorted. "Those vagrants are worthless. They'll end up in prison anyway, and we won't even have to pay them. What is the waste? He took a deep drag from his cigar, gritting his teeth as he declared, "That demon in red must die. Otherwise, everyone will know there exists a hero to uphold justice in this area. And how can we conduct our business then? If it's impossible to continue, then it should be abandoned. Such illegal and harmful enterprises ought to be eradicated." Suddenly, a voice resonated. "Moreover, I have no connection with that lady. You've targeted the wrong person for revenge, which cost me over $50. Who?" Mr. Jimmy jumped in shock, rising to his feet. "Can't even recognize my voice. This is the second time we've met." From the shadows of the corner, the night demon stepped forth. "It is I, the red-clad demon you speak of, damn it," he asked back. "Open fire," Mr. Jimmy commanded, and his subordinates immediately squeezed the triggers towards the night demon. Yet the night demon had already nimbly leapt aside, taking refuge behind a wall. As the barrage ceased and the guns were reloaded, a swift motion occurred. Whoosh! A red baton was hurled, striking one man squarely on the head. He fell to the ground without a sound. His startled companions recoiled, glancing towards the location of the night demon. In the blink of an eye, the daredevil had emerged from his cover, stealthily advancing before them. Bang! Crash! With remarkable agility, he swiftly incapacitated 3 adversaries and once again sought refuge in a secure corner before the remaining foes could fire their weapons. In his grasp were 2 handguns seized from his enemies. However, he had no intention of utilizing them. Instead, he adeptly removed the bullets, disassembling them until the floor was strewn with fragments. "Fire! Shoot! This guy doesn't he use a gun? Eliminate him!" Mr. Jimmy shouted hoarsely, still reeling from the previous day's lesson at the hands of the daredevil. He was determined not to endure another beating. His dozen subordinates, obedient as ever, immediately split into 2 groups, alternating their gunfire. This strategy ensured that even if they expended their ammunition and needed to reload, their comrades would provide cover, shielding them from the daredevil's potential ambush. Yet, they underestimated their foe. Listening intently for but a moment, he discerned the positions of all the enemies, the rhythm of their gunfire, the remaining bullets in their chambers, and the layout of the room. He hurled his baton once more, but this time it was aimed at the wall. The baton spun, striking the wall at a premeditated angle, ricocheting accurately to strike one of the shooters at his temple. The man fell instantly, and the baton continued its trajectory, hitting another nearby associate. At that moment, a gap appeared in the once dense barrage of bullets. A smirk crossed the daredevil's lips as he swiftly navigated through the safe route, closing in on an enemy. The man attempted to resist, but the daredevil raised his gun with one hand while delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen with the other. The force of the punch was bone-crushing, causing the man to double over in pain, unable to utter a sound, collapsing to his knees. His nearby companions, horrified, attempted to fight back but were swiftly subdued by the daredevil. With the principle of capturing the leader first, he approached Mr. Jimmy, who was still firing his weapon. The daredevil executed a series of rolls, reaching Mr. Jimmy's side, where he yanked the remaining baton and ensnared a steel wire around Mr. Jimmy's neck several times. "You would do well to order them to cease fire," he warned, tightening his grip. The flesh of Mr. Jimmy's neck was deeply indented, and panic washed over him as he shouted, "Cease fire! Cease fire, you worthless fools!" Finally, the gunfire ceased. Mr. Jimmy's face quivered with fear as he pleaded, "I have complied with your demands. Please don't kill me. I only follow orders. I never kill." The daredevil responded coldly, "All of you shall face the consequences of the law." Upon hearing this, Mr. Jimmy visibly relaxed somewhat. The daredevil seized his collar, demanding, "I know that every criminal in Hell's Kitchen is connected to one individual. I require you to reveal that name." Mr. Jimmy shook his head, saying, "No. That name is taboo. No one dares to utter it. Even if I were to spend 1,000 years in confinement, I would remain silent. Trust me, he is far more terrifying than you, demon." The night demon growled, "No, you must speak." Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected, "And if I don't, you won't kill him. And he doesn't fear you. If it were me, I wouldn't say a word either." In an effort to conceal his identity from the night demon, Ing Hao deliberately lowered his voice, adopting a deep tone. "Who is there?" Both Mr. Jimmy and the night demon jumped in surprise. They had not anticipated that. On the same night, 2 individuals could infiltrate the pawn shop, heavily guarded by his armed men. The night demon questioned, "Are you Ms. Zhao's son?" Ing Hao's disguise was instantly compromised. "You're a freak. How could you tell?" A person's vocal timbre can be disguised, yet their essence is challenging to alter. The night demon advised, "Child, this is not a place for you. These men are armed and extremely dangerous. While they remain unaware of your presence, you must flee." "Impossible." Ing Hao stepped forward, exposing himself to everyone's gaze. "I have come for revenge. Those who dared to burn my house must all perish." Mr. Jimmy, upon seeing Ing Hao's attire, trembled slightly. "What? Another red-clad demon?" He glanced at the corpulent figure controlled by the night demon, tilting his head. Is he Mr. Jimmy? Indeed. I'll ask a question, then bind him and leave him with the police along with the evidence of his crimes. The night demon replied coldly. He must at least serve 20 years for his offenses. Ing Hao shook his head. TSK. No, he won't have the chance to see the inside of a prison. Suddenly, 16 blinding beams of light shot from his eyes, instantly striking Mr. Jimmy's ample head. With a loud pop, Mr. Jimmy's head exploded. The night demon felt his grip loosen and was immediately splattered with the nauseating red and white matter. He gasped, his hand moving back and forth over the spot where Jimmy's head once was, finally resting on the gushing neck, incredulously asking, "You killed him?" "Not just him. I intend to eradicate everyone in this pawn shop. They are all guilty. None are innocent." Ing Hao forewarned, kindly advising, "Matt, if I were you, I would leave immediately." The night demon was struck with terror. How did this child know his true identity? Before he could ponder further, Ing Hao had already commanded, "Afyu, mark the entire Golden Mountain pawn shop. Engage full firepower. We aim to annihilate, leaving no survivors." The communicator crackled with Afyu's response. "Understood, my esteemed father." Chapter 21. His surname is Sun, a true hero. 100 meters outside the pawn shop. "Understood, my esteemed father." The full firepower deployment commenced as Afyu's voice resonated. The Crimson War Chariot, stationary, bore colossal mechanical limbs extending from the base of its doors. With a pair of resounding clicks, it anchored itself to the ground. The front cover of the chariot swung open, revealing a hexapod missile launcher that slowly elevated. The top also underwent a transformation, morphing within 5 seconds into a naval artillery platform of 130 mm caliber. At the rear, 2 suspensions emerged from either side, each suspending a pair of enhanced Gatling-style automatic machine guns. Lastly, the rear hatch of the chariot opened, presenting an array of 18 anti-fortification armor-piercing rocket launchers. Originally, Ing Hao had intended to equip more, but the spatial limitations of the chariot constrained him. The current arsenal represented its maximum capacity. With all firepower deployed, rockets, missiles, Gatlings, and naval guns erupted in a torrential onslaught. The tremendous force caused the war chariot, supported by its mechanical limbs, to shrink by 2 inches. A violent tremor radiated from the chariot's epicenter, swiftly engulfing the entirety of Manhattan's Midtown, akin to an earthquake in the eyes of ordinary citizens. Numerous night owls, roused from their slumber, fled their homes in a panic, while many others, blissfully asleep, were awakened by the vibrations, hastily rushing out in disarray. At the epicenter of this chaos, the Golden Mountain pawn shop was immediately engulfed in a cacophony of explosions and flames. The thunderous noise echoed throughout New York. Blinding flames illuminated the night sky over Manhattan. The pawn shop structure could only endure a single wave of artillery before it collapsed within a mere second. Fortunately, Daredevil heeded Ing Hao's advice, escaping just a second before the bombardment. Otherwise, he too would have met a grim fate. As the pawn shop met its demise, Ing Hao remained within, unperturbed. His divine armor shielded him from all harm, even as debris fell from the shattered roof. It would be instantaneously reduced to ashes under the firepower tenfold that of a Gatling, calculated with precision by Ah Fu. Ing Hao strolled through the pawn shop with an air of nonchalance, his piercing vision allowing him to observe the gruesome fates of each sinner. Each one was destined for hell, and none could escape his judgment. Should any adversary survive the full barrage, he would personally deliver the final blow with his energy gaze. As it turned out, his concerns were unwarranted. Following the artillery onslaught, everyone within the Golden Mountain pawn shop, save for him, lay lifeless, not a single intact corpse to be found. Moments later, he emerged unscathed from the ruins. Casting a glance back at his handiwork, Ing Hao shook his head, pondering the wastefulness of using anti-aircraft fire against mere mosquitoes. "Hey, what have you done?" The Daredevil, filled with fury, raced towards the direction of Ing Hao, vociferously questioning, "How can you, merely a child, take a life? We reside in a society governed by law. These villains ought to be subjected to legal retribution. You cannot respond to violence with violence." Ing Hao cast a fleeting glance at him and sighed. "Do not be absurd, Matt. Your country does not even have the death penalty. What do you know of punishing criminals?" Daredevil faltered momentarily, then retorted, "Indeed, the United States has abolished the death penalty for humanitarian reasons. But for those who commit heinous crimes, we can imprison them for life, ensuring they never see the light of day and have ample time to repent in their cells." If Daredevil were not blind, and if Ing Hao were not wearing his 16-eyed goggles, he would undoubtedly have perceived Ing Hao's exasperated eye roll. Repentance is futile. If it were effective, what purpose would hell serve? Ing Hao scoffed, his voice laced with melancholy. "My mother merely borrowed 500,000 from them, and they dared to set my house ablaze. Who knows how many families they have destroyed and lives they have taken over the years. Ing Hao gradually approached Daredevil, brushing the dust from his attire. Matt, allow me to impart 2 pieces of wisdom. One is the sage's assertion that a gentleman should repay virtue with virtue and grievances with integrity. The other is, if the wicked are not vanquished, they will only bring harm to the virtuous. I find great truth in this, and you might ponder it further. The police will arrive soon, and I have no desire to be apprehended. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and strode towards the Crimson War Chariot. Daredevil stood rooted, repeatedly murmuring the 2 phrases Ing Hao had shared, suddenly inquiring, "Wait, the first phrase is from a sage. What about the second?" "He bears the surname Sun, a true hero in my eyes," Ing Hao responded with a smile before entering the Crimson Chariot. With a roar, the engine ignited, and the chariot sped away. As it turned a corner, the rift tore open, and the chariot soared into the celestial realm. The streets instantly returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. If the wicked are not vanquished, they will only bring harm to the virtuous. A gentleman should repay virtue with virtue and grievances with integrity. Meanwhile, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, continued to recite Ing Hao's 2 phrases, slowly retreating into the shadows. Warning, celestial armor energy remaining 0. Currently, only physical defense can be provided. Energy protective fields cannot be activated. Please avoid all forms of energy damage. Notice, celestial workbench energy is critically low. Once energy is depleted, without replenishment, manufacturing and repair functions cannot be provided. Energy replenishment methods for the celestial workbench: direct charging or material conversion. Upon entering the realm, the system notifications emerged. In recent days, Ing Hao had developed a profound understanding of the system. Everything he had acquired from it, including the celestial armor, the powers of the Zhongtong, the celestial personal space, and the celestial workbench, all required energy to function. The armor clung closely to his body, interconnected with the energy of the Zhongtong system. During the last significant power outage, a total of 120 billion joules of energy was acquired. Ing Hao expended 100 billion joules to alter his form and subsequently employed energy beams multiple times, depleting the entire 120 billion joules. When the divine workbench was created, it contained a limited amount of inherent energy. In recent days, he frequently manufactured items and tested weapons, which consumed considerable energy. Today, after completing the Crimson Battle Chariot and equipping it with an array of heavy weaponry, the energy of the divine workbench was nearly exhausted. This signified that he could no longer conjure items out of thin air. To create anything further, he had 2 options. One was to utilize the heavy I to transfer system energy to the divine workbench, provided there was any residual energy available. The other option was to supply the necessary raw materials to the divine workbench, allowing it to first convert matter into energy before fabricating the desired item according to the blueprint. Only the energy constituting the divine space remained relatively constant and was not easily depleted. Whether Ing Hao was creating snow-capped mountains or sandy beaches, as long as he remained within this space, the energy would be conserved, unchanging. Does this mean the armor will no longer withstand explosives? He pondered. That simply won't do. Ing Hao vigorously shook his head, pulled out his phone, and swiftly typed a query into Google Maps. Where is the largest nuclear power plant in the United States? Chapter 22. Humanity is truly insignificant that night. New York experienced another blackout, affecting not only the city itself, but also several nearby areas. However, this time it was a localized outage, with only 10% of New York plunged into darkness, albeit for the entire night. On the east bank of the Hudson River stood the Indian Point nuclear power plant. A Crimson Battle Chariot was parked 1,000 meters away from the power station. Nearby, Ing Hao stood beneath 2 high-voltage lines, with the energy absorption function of the heavy eye activated, continuously drawing in electrical energy. He had been waiting there for 2 hours, and his eyes felt strained. How much longer? He inquired. At the current rate, it will require at least 2 more hours to accumulate sufficient energy to access the blueprint for the antimatter reactor. Including the energy needed by the divine workbench to manufacture the antimatter reactor, an additional 2 hours will be necessary. As a friendly reminder, you could have mentioned that earlier. After a brief respite, he reopened his eyes and resumed his fervent energy absorption. In this age of the internet, an increasing number of people have become reliant on computers and smartphones. Ing Hao understood that his actions of absorbing energy that night would surely leave thousands, if not tens of thousands, of night owls in a state of agitation. Ing Hao was reluctant to disrupt the lives of others. Yet tonight's act of energy theft was an absolute necessity. At present, his battle armor, dual eyes, and divine workstation all required energy to function. He wished to avoid the predicament of depleting his energy reserves to 0. With 2,000 grams of antimatter at his disposal, along with a device for its production. It was imperative that he put them to use. The objective for the night was to siphon enough energy to activate the antimatter reactor. Once the reactor was operational, Ing Hao would achieve self-sufficiency in energy, resolving his concerns once and for all. Even if this meant a slight exposure of his activities or inconveniencing thousands of New Yorkers, he could not afford to hesitate. Should guilt weigh heavily on him, he could later establish an energy company to repay the consumed electricity 100-fold. After 4 hours had passed, the system finally provided a notification. Total energy absorbed, 4.46 trillion joules. Sufficient for the activation of the antimatter reactor technology and the construction of the reactor on the divine workstation. At last, it was enough. Ing Hao ceased the energy absorption, twisting his neck a couple of times. 6 hours without movement could not be good for my cervical spine. The energy required for creating a new cervical spine is minimal. Later, upon checking energy reserves, you may access artificial skeletal technology to fashion a brand new skeleton with customizable materials. Ing Hao pondered. There's no need. I'll wait until the original is damaged. The allure of Wolverine's full metal skeleton was undeniable. However, tearing through the rift into the divine space. Reading technology for antimatter reactor. Reading successful. Energy expenditure. 31.2 trillion joules. Shall I proceed with immediate fabrication? Yes. Please charge the divine workstation. The visors atop Ing Hao's head vanished, and his dual eyes emitted beams as thick as wrists, merging into the divine workstation. The remaining 13.4 trillion joules of energy flowed into the workstation. Antimatter reactor, in production. Production complete. As the system's notification sounded, a cylindrical object slowly emerged from the surface of the divine workstation. This cylindrical entity was entirely black, with deep circular grooves at both the top and bottom. The front groove perfectly matching the shape of the antimatter storage canister. It resembled a trash bin. Ing Hao mused, extending his hand to summon the misplaced antimatter storage canister, which swiftly flew to him. With a decisive click, he connected the canister to the reactor. The reactor immediately illuminated with a radiant glow from within, before falling into stillness. Was that all there was to it? As long as the reactor is supplied with the same mass of material, it can operate stably. The energy output rate is controllable and can be transformed into various forms of energy as needed. For instance, utilizing terrestrial technology, one merely needs to connect an external transformer to continuously output alternating current. Of course, one can also absorb all the energy that can be released from the annihilation of antimatter within the reactor at once. Ing Hao nodded, exploring his surroundings before finally drawing out the great sword from his back. This great sword, a decorative piece forged from energy by the celestial armor set, is a tangible form of matter. He tossed it onto the celestial workbench, precisely segmenting it into 2,000 grams, which he then inserted into the antimatter reactor. The reactor's internal brilliance intensified, illuminating its dark exterior until it appeared as a translucent jade-like cylinder. With a breath, the energy absorption commenced. His dual pupils activated, establishing a beam of light between him and the reactor. Due to the rapid rate of energy release from the reactor, this energy absorption occurred almost instantaneously. The total energy absorbed amounted to 36 trillion terajoules. Hearing this astronomical figure, Ing Hao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. 6 hours of eye strain had been worth it. Given his current rate of energy consumption, he wondered how long such an abundance could last. Excited, Ing Hao inquired, "This is fantastic. System, what percentage of energy do we have now?" The system responded, "Current energy levels are extremely low, still infinitely approaching zero." Furrowing his brow, Ing Hao questioned why it remained infinitely close to zero despite the energy released from 2,000 grams of antimatter. Doubtful, he retrieved the storage tank, employed the antimatter extractor once again using the great sword as raw material, and extracted another canister of antimatter. He then connected it to the reactor, absorbing another 36 trillion terajoules. "And now?" he asked. "Infinite approach to zero," came the reply. Once more he pressed, "And now?" Still infinitely approaching zero. Gazing at the remaining hilt of the great sword, he queried, "How much more is needed for the system to reach one charge?" The system answered, "To reach one energy. Approximately 20 million suns are still required." Silently, Ing Hao discarded the antimatter extractor onto the sandy shore and found a comfortable spot to recline. With a wave of his hand, he adorned the celestial space with a profound starry backdrop. Gazing into the boundless depths of space, he chuckled at himself. Humanity truly is insignificant. The following day, all media outlets across America were broadcasting news of a massive blackout in New York State. The Department of Energy had begun an investigation into the blackout that occurred the previous night, and as this news was released, the exact cause of the outage had yet to be determined. It is reported that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Energy conducted a safety assessment of the Indian Point nuclear power plant several years ago due to its location in a seismic zone and the severe aging of its equipment. The two departments had already decided to fully shut down the 3 reactors around 2021. Reliable sources suggest that following the recent power outage, the timeline for this complete shutdown may very well be expedited. The blackout last night resulted in significant losses for many businesses, with total damages estimated to exceed $20 billion. A fisherman on the Hudson River claimed to have seen a deep crimson armored vehicle speeding across the bridge at night, shortly before the widespread blackout occurred. He attempted to locate the vehicle but only caught a distant glimpse of a blinding light, which he did not dare approach. According to him, the light persisted for 5 to 6 hours, coinciding with the duration of the blackout. The scene shifts to the fisherman. I swear. What I saw last night was consuming electricity. It must be a demon, or perhaps an alien. Honestly, I regret not bringing my phone. At least I could have captured a photograph. It's all my ugly wife's fault. She always uses her phone's location to drag me home, and one tea let me fish. Suddenly, a formidable woman appears on screen, wielding a pod in each hand. She smashes one over the fisherman's head, while the other transforms into a shadowy figure that knocks down the live-streaming camera. Bang! The television abruptly shuts off. Obadiah picks up the tablet just delivered by his subordinate. The screen displays a segment of surveillance footage. The video freezes at the moment a purplish-red spatial rift suddenly appears in front of Stark Industries, from which a deep crimson war vehicle emerges. Excellent, you finally showed yourself. Little thief causing trouble in my company, he states, tapping the tablet with his fingers, pulling the image diagonally to enlarge it. He scrutinizes the rear of the war vehicle and says to the scientist beside him, "Tell me I'm not mistaken. That is indeed our Group's rocket launcher, correct?" "Yes, you are not mistaken. I noticed it too," the scientist confirms, then hands him a newspaper. "There's also an article here, due to the power outage. It hasn't gained much attention, but it pertains to us." "What is this?" Obadiah inquires, gazing at the image of a building in ruins on the newspaper. In Midtown, a pawn shop in Hell's Kitchen was destroyed last night. Importantly, the scientist points to the article. Missiles manufactured by us were found at the site. Bang! Obadiah slams the tablet onto the table. Damn. It seems this thief truly intends to confront my company. Send a team to investigate the Hudson River and this pawn shop. Turn it upside down. We must uncover some useful clues. Understood, a silent investigator replies before turning to leave. Obadiah cast another glance at the scientist. You need to investigate what this infernal red rift truly is. Once you've unraveled its mystery, return and inform me. Very well, Mr. Stain, but to be candid, I might not yield any substantial results, the scientist replied, his voice tinged with trepidation. Obadiah shot him a piercing glare. Are you not one of the preeminent physicists in the world? Now, tell me, while others have already put their findings to use, you cannot even discern what it is? If you don't understand, then delve into your research until your mind is thoroughly exhausted. I demand clarity. Yes, Mr. Stain, the scientist acquiesced, sensing Obadiah's rising ire, and hurriedly departed. Useless fool, Obadiah muttered under his breath, settling into a chair and gazing pensively out the window towards the Middle East, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of a password being entered interrupted the silence. Pepper Potts strode in, standing before him. Obadiah, what is the update? Has there been any news from the military? It's been 2 days. Have they found Tony? Obadiah rose, donning a sorrowful expression as he slowly shook his head. No, there has been no news yet. Tony's fate remains uncertain. My God, what are we to do? Are they truly searching for him? Pepper paced anxiously. Obadiah attempted to soothe her. Calm down. Your distress serves no purpose. The military and we have dispatched numerous individuals to search. If he is safe, he will be found in due course. If he is in danger, then worrying will not change the outcome. Upon hearing this, Pepper grew even more frantic. No, he cannot be in danger. He must be safe. Indeed, he will be fine. Tony has the protection of fate. He will come through this unscathed, Obadiah reassured her gently, then picked up his tablet and said, however, we have more pressing matters at hand. Look, we have leads on the individual who discarded our equipment at the company's entrance. Our focus must shift here, as this person or faction is crucial to the survival of our corporation. Pepper cast a fleeting glance and then looked back at Obadiah with disappointment. You still have the presence of mind for this. I'm sorry, but I cannot concern myself with such matters. Tony is everything to the company. If he is in peril, nothing else holds any significance. She snatched the tablet from him and flung it onto the table. You must pay more attention. Tony has always placed his trust in you. Do not betray that trust. With that, she exited briskly, pulling out her phone to dial an unknown number. She had barely slept for days. determined to leverage every connection she had to find Tony Stark. The door to the vice president's office slowly closed. Obadiah's expression hardened as he retrieved the tablet, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Ah, what a pity. Your Tony may not return, he. Chapter 23. Can protection fees be explained thus? Hotel. Xiao Yun knocked on Ying Hao's door, urging, Xiao Hao, quickly turn on the television and watch the news. What news? What has happened? Ying Hao inquired, casually picking up the remote to switch on the TV. On the news channel, a blonde reporter with a grave expression was reading the script. In addition to the widespread blackout that lasted the entire night, there is another alarming matter of concern. The Gold Mountain pawn shop in Manhattan's Midtown was suddenly devastated by terrifying firearms last night, suspected to be a terrorist attack. The police have retrieved over 20 bodies from the scene, and no survivors have been found. The relationship between this incident and the blackout remains unknown. Please stay tuned for further coverage. My heavens, how could something so horrifying occur? Ying Hao was taken aback after watching the news. Xiao Yun, her eyes filled with panic and her voice trembling, replied, that pawn shop is where I borrowed money from loan sharks. How could it suddenly? Is that so? Ying Hao's surprise deepened. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and then his serious expression began to ease as he comforted her. If that is the case, then it's a fortunate turn of events. With the creditors gone, we need not fear their relentless demands anymore. Yet Xiao Yun remained uneasy, pacing back and forth with her arms wrapped around herself. That may be true, but who would commit such a horrifying act? They wouldn't come after us, would they? Ying Hao shook his head with a wry smile. How could that be? Haven't you heard? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you think it could have been that blind man from last night? He seemed quite formidable, wearing a mask and all. Child, what blind man? That's terribly rude. Xiao Yun playfully shoved Ying Hao. If it weren't for him last night, our family would have perished in the flames. But he is a blind man. TSK. Xiao Yun shot him a warning glance. You should refer to him as Uncle Blind Man. Ah, Uncle Blind Man. One could only wonder how the Night Devil would feel about such a title. In any case, after Ying Hao's reassurances, Xiao Yun's tense disposition began to ease. Ying Hao then handed her $10,000, saying, Mom, take this money for now. I'll return home a bit later after school to look for suitable rental properties nearby. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, we must find a place to stay quickly. Living in a hotel is not sustainable. The expenses are too high. Well, I'm off to school now. Stay safe. At Midtown High School, before classes began, Su King and Peter Parker approached Ying Hao. They were already aware of the fire at the department store. Is your aunt and grandfather all right? Su King asked. Ying Hao smiled, assuring them there was no significant harm. That is so unfortunate, my friend. How is your family holding up? Where are you staying? Peter Parker inquired earnestly. I hope the prize money wasn't destroyed. Hey, I think discussing the company can wait. You should use this money to settle your family first. They are all remarkably kind, which is truly heartening. Thank you, Peter. Ying Hao patted his good friend's shoulder, saying, I will certainly resolve the housing situation. But I cannot delay the company matters either. I plan to search for a place after school. Would you both like to join me? Su King shrugged. Sure. I have nothing better to do. Peter added, I feel the same. As one day as classes came to an end, the three of them arrived at the largest real estate agency in Queens. Their sole aim was to explore the vast array of properties available, providing them with ample options. Su King and Peter Parker settled onto a sofa, perusing through property listings. This one is reasonably priced, though the location is not ideal. Would 3 people be too cramped in this apartment? After much deliberation, Su King expressed her disappointment. Ying Hao, I believe the good rentals here are too expensive, while the affordable ones come with poor conditions. None of them are suitable, if it comes to it. You might as well speak with your aunt and stay at our place. We still have a few vacant rooms. No, that would be too troublesome for you, Ying Hao replied, though his gaze was fixated on a villa model positioned in the center of the hall. The villa was quite expansive, covering 600 square meters, complete with a lawn, a garden, and a swimming pool, with all necessary facilities in proximity. I want to choose this one, Ying Hao declared suddenly. Since they were moving anyway, he reasoned it would be best to make a decisive choice and select a better option. After all, Xiao Yun had raised the original owner alone over the years, and Ying Hao felt it was only right to show filial piety. You must be joking. Su King glanced at him incredulously. That villa is located on Park Avenue in Manhattan, which is an affluent area. The rent there is a staggering $590,000 a month. How do you plan to afford it? Money is not an issue, Ying Hao replied calmly, reaching into his pocket to produce a check for $500,000 that Tim had given him, placing it on the table. This is $500,000, and he extended his hand behind the sofa, discreetly opening a crack to retrieve an additional $150,000 in prize money from the heavenly realm. This is 150,000. It should suffice. Peter Parker was left astounded. Dude, where did you pull that money from? The three of them had come together. And he had no recollection of Ing Hao carrying any bags. Su Qing's attention was entirely captured by the check. Where did this check come from? Why does it have Tim Walton's name on it? Ing Hao explained. This is the protection fee Tim provided. Su Qing was momentarily perplexed. Protection fee? Are you protecting him from being beaten up? Ing Hao waggled his finger in front of her. No, it is this money that protects him from me hitting him. Huh. Su Qing was even more bewildered. Peter Parker was equally astonished. Wow, I never knew a protection fee could be interpreted this way. Seizing the moment while they were still in shock, Ing Hao summoned his agent to sign the contract, immediately investing 590,000 to secure the rental. Mr. Ing Hao, may I inquire if you are renting for just 1 month? The real estate agent politely asked. If so, I will ensure the rental information is posted 2 days prior to the expiration. Ing Hao nodded affirmatively, only for a month. Very well. The agent promptly noted it in the contract, only for Ing Hao to snatch the pen away. Next month, I shall purchase it outright. So there is no need for any annotations. The agent, unsure of Ing Hao's intentions, dared not show any negligence and merely offered a tentative smile in agreement. Once the procedures were completed, Su Qing scrutinized the terms. I must say, you were rather impulsive, leasing for 590,000 without even consulting Andy. Peter Parker, trailing behind, queried. Has our company already been established? What is the address and name? Oh right, I almost forgot to ask. Ing Hao called the agent back. Do you have any larger warehouses available? Something that can be bought or rented for around 60,000. The agent appeared troubled, rummaging through a stack of documents before finally producing an information card. There is only this. A barn at the Queen's Farm Museum available for rent at 40,000 a year. Ing Hao decisively stated, that's the one, sign it. Peter interjected, a farm? A barn? Are you serious? Aren't we supposed to be starting a weapons or technology company? Chapter 24. Son, how did you manage it so quickly? With all the formalities completed, the trio exited the agency. As they walked, they engaged in conversation. Ing Hao, now that you have secured the house, when do you intend to move in? Su Qing inquired. Ing Hao replied with an air of certainty, naturally tonight. With a mansion at my disposal, why would I stay in a hotel? Su Qing nodded in understanding. Shall we assist you in moving? Ing Hao furrowed his brow. Move what? My mother? Or my grandfather? Su Qing blinked in surprise. You forget. My family's belongings were all lost in the fire. It's just my grandfather and my mother left. Ing Hao spoke earnestly. Su Qing pinched her frail arm. Pursing her lips, then I truly cannot be of assistance. Ing Hao chuckled. However, I do need you to accompany me and my mother to the new home. Accompany him to meet his family? Su Qing's mind faltered for a moment, and then she spiraled into uncontrollable imaginings. Could it be that Ing Hao, in an effort to comfort his mother, had introduced her as his girlfriend? It seemed far too sudden. A little notice, a rehearsal would have been helpful. In such haste, who could play the part convincingly? How could they coordinate? She inwardly lamented, wishing to reject Ing Hao's request, yet upon further reflection, Ing Hao's family had just suffered a loss. At such a time, the emotional state of the entire family must be quite fragile. Once both a friend and a classmate, it would indeed be unreasonable not to lend a helping hand. Moreover, masquerading as his girlfriend, if it brings a modicum of joy to Aunt Xiao, could be deemed a virtuous deed, wouldn't it? Alas, where in the world can one find someone as gentle and kind-hearted as I? Willing to go to great lengths for a friend? Su Qing, having prepared herself mentally, casually remarked, very well, I shall accompany you. After all, my parents are in England for business and will be absent for the next 6 months. Returning home alone would be rather dull. So readily? Ing Hao chuckled. I thought I would at least have to treat you to a meal or something before you agreed. Su Qing retorted, one meal, 1 tea suffice. It must be at least a month. Laughing, Ing Hao responded without hesitation. Once I earn some money, I could treat you to a year's worth of meals. The three fell into silence for a moment. Then, Peter Parker inquired, I've pondered this for quite some time. Yet I still cannot fathom how we can establish an arms factory in the barn. Ing Hao waved his hand dismissively. You needn't worry about that. Just wait for your share of the profits. The trio returned to Queens and parted ways. After confirming that Ing Hao did not require his assistance, Peter headed straight home. Meanwhile, Ing Hao and Su Qing proceeded to the hotel to meet someone. Xiao Yan had spent the entire day at the hotel. Aside from visiting Ing Hao's grandfather a few times to tend to him, she had done little else. Accustomed to a busy schedule, she now found herself feeling rather empty. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was nearly 7 o'clock. She looked out the window, then returned to sit by the bed, secretly troubled. Alas, I was indeed frightened. Finding a place to live is something little Xiao cannot comprehend. It is my responsibility. Just as she was lost in thought, there came a sudden knock at the door. Xiao Yun hurried to open it, only to be surprised to find not just her son standing outside, but also Su Qing. Blinking in astonishment, Xiao Yun asked, Qing? What brings you here with Ying Hao? Both Ying Hao and Su Qing responded in unison. Mom, Su Qing's family has a vacant villa that we can borrow. Auntie, I'm actually dating Ying Hao now. Given the seriousness of your family's situation, as his girlfriend, I naturally had to come. As they spoke, their voices trailed off. And they turned to each other, stunned. Their expressions almost screamed, What are you saying? You two are dating? As a mother, Xiao Yun's concern for her son's romantic life prevailed. Overjoyed, she clasped Su Qing's hands and pulled her into the room, exclaiming, This is wonderful, Qing. You have no idea, the first time I met you, I took an instant liking to you. I always hoped my son would find a girlfriend like you. And to think. Oh, come in, come in. Closing the door behind her, Xiao Yun pulled Su Qing to the edge of the bed, her satisfaction evident. How delightful, how delightful. She turned to Ying Hao, forcing her expression to become stern. Xiao Hao, it is a blessing for you to win Qing's affection. You must treat her with the utmost care. If you dare to bully her or allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance, woe betide you. Mom, I need to use the restroom, Ying Hao said, shielding his forehead with his hand as he desperately signaled Su Qing to join him in conversation away from his mother. Understanding his cue, Su Qing sprang to her feet. Auntie, I also need to go. As the two entered the bathroom and closed the door, Xiao Yun stood in stunned silence. Are they really going to the restroom together? Or, she dared not contemplate further, feeling a flush on her cheeks, pondering whether she should linger in Ying Hao's room for a while. Yet, anxiety crept in. These two children, right in front of me. The openness in America is too much. It has led good kids astray. Outside, Xiao Yun was a whirlwind of emotions, oblivious to the chaos within the bathroom. Ying Hao, looking exasperated, asked, Sister, why did you just blurt that out? When did we even start dating? Su Qing, even more flustered, smacked her palm against the back of her hand, chastising him. You think I just blurted it out? I was going to say the same about you. My family doesn't have a spare villa lying around. Ying Hao, you've truly gone astray. You're now lying without even preparing a script. Ying Hao felt unjustly accused, throwing his hands up in surrender. I brought you here to help me maintain the ruse. Otherwise, explaining the 500,000 protection fee to my mom would be impossible. When you agreed so readily, I thought you understood. Su Qing, in a fit of indignation, playfully punched him several times, exclaiming, What do you mean you thought I got it? Do you even realize what it means for a boy to introduce a girl to his parents? When you asked me to come to your house and meet your mom, I naturally assumed you wanted me to pretend to be your girlfriend. Oh, we are so out of sync. The last remark seemed to resonate with both, as they squatted down in unison, covering their heads. After a moment, Ying Hao, exasperated, asked, So what do we do now? Su Qing stood up and kicked him lightly. Just keep acting, you rascal. They opened the bathroom door, and Su Qing linked her arm with Ying Hao's, walking out in an affectionate manner. Xiao Yun glanced at the electronic clock in the room and then at her son, her concern growing. Son, why are you so quick? Both Ying Hao and Su Qing, now adults and not lacking in intelligence, immediately understood the implication of Xiao Yun's question and vigorously shook their heads in unison. Mom, don't think that way. I just want to brush my teeth. Auntie, don't worry. He just want to wash his hands. They chimed in, speaking in different tones. Su Qing lightly stepped on Ying Hao's foot. Ahem. Ying Hao quickly corrected himself. I brush my teeth first, then wash my hands before coming out. Xiao Yun, what about her? Su Qing chuckled. I just touched up my makeup. Hee. Chapter 25. Is one quilt enough? At least I managed to cover up the lie. After tidying up a few simple daily necessities, Ying Hao and Su Qing, the young couple, accompanied Xiao Yun and her grandfather to their newly rented villa. My goodness. Such a vast house. Upon stepping out of the car and catching sight of the villa's grandeur, Xiao Yun was immediately taken aback. I thought it would be a small apartment or something. Qing, what business do your parents run to afford this? Su Qing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and forced a smile. My father's business is quite diverse. He dabbles in antiques and artworks. But he doesn't allow me to get involved much, so I don't really know much about it. So, they are in the antique trade? Xiao Yun enthusiastically grasped Su Qing's hand. Then it seems your family must be well educated. No wonder I sensed an air of scholarly elegance about you when we first met. Your demeanor is so serene and graceful, entirely unlike those other girls. Su Qing's face flushed a deep shade of red, slightly embarrassed. I don't have any elegance, Auntie. You are too flattering. Xiao Yun's expression turned serious as she gently patted Su Qing's hand. This is no flattery. It's the truth from the heart. Don't be shy. Listen, our Ing Hao must have accumulated several lifetimes of virtue to be with such a wonderful girl like you. Remember, if he ever dares to bully you, just come to me. Even if I have to let him go, I will always stand by you. Su King, lacking in romantic experience, was quite overwhelmed by such sweet words. In a moment of bashfulness, she lowered her head, shyly murmuring a soft seeing this. Xiao Yun turned back to glance at Ing Hao with a sense of pride. Without needing to say anything, Ing Hao understood her meaning. Isn't this match quite splendid? Ing Hao was at a loss for words, already pondering how to deal with the situation if their relationship were to be exposed. The new home was well equipped, adorned with luxurious decor and numerous rooms. Even the least expensive furniture was high-end, and the appliances came from brands that ordinary folks would hardly encounter. Moreover, the real estate agent had even sent over various ingredients after signing the contract, filling up the refrigerator and cold storage. The meticulous attention to detail made Ing Hao feel that the 590,000 spent was somewhat justified. After assigning the rooms, Su King felt that the performance had come to an end and bid farewell. Auntie, since everything is settled, I'll head home now. You all enjoy your stay here for as long as you like. My parents are in England and want to return anytime soon, so I'll be at my old home. Ing Hao nodded in agreement. Mom, I'll walk her out. As the two prepared to leave, Xiao Yun suddenly called out, Wait. With a pleasant demeanor, she asked Su King, if your parents are away, are you home alone? Su King nodded, yes. Xiao Yun adopted a stern expression, questioning, Why would you want to return? Isn't it rather desolate to be alone at home? Su King, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, replied, Desolate or not, I still need to go back to sleep. Sleep here, Xiao Yun insisted, pulling Su King back. This is your home, we are merely guests. It is not customary for guests to evict their hosts. She took Su King's backpack and placed it in the cabinet, then hung up her coat. Dinner is almost ready. You'll get to savor my mother's culinary skills. As she spoke, she seated Su King on the sofa, pouring drinks for both her and Ing Hao. You two settle down and watch some television while I whip up a few dishes. It won't take long. Su King felt as if she were being held captive by an unseen force. Her attempts to speak thwarted. Xiao Yun went into the kitchen, resigned. Su King glanced at Ing Hao. It seems I shall be mooching off your family for dinner. Ing Hao shrugged nonchalantly, switching on the television. Go ahead. My mom's cooking is delightful. They both raised their glasses in unison, taking a sip of their drinks. At that moment, Xiao Yun's voice echoed from the kitchen. Do you both have enough blankets for the night? Should I fetch another one? Both Ing Hao and Su King burst into laughter. Ing Hao turned to Su King. You need to think of a way out of this. Hastily, Ing Hao dashed to the kitchen to converse with his mother. Mom, what are you saying? We're still in high school. Xiao Yun dismissed his concern. Aren't you both adults now? It's not like you're getting married. I'm just giving you an opportunity. Ing Hao, overwhelmed by his mother's enthusiasm, replied, There's really no need. Please don't worry about it. We'll take things as they come. Besides, there are plenty of rooms. And we will be sleeping separately anyway. All right, I understand. You will be sleeping separately, Xiao Yun remarked, casting a knowing glance at him. As if to say she had seen it all before. Ing Hao struggled to clarify, Just don't say anything more. Fine, Xiao Yun teased softly. You've just started dating, and already you're so protective? You've truly forgotten your mother now, you ungrateful child. Ing Hao was at a loss for words, feeling almost compelled to lay everything bare. Dinner was soon ready, and the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. Xiao Yun's culinary skills were indeed impressive, for dishes were presented, each more tantalizing than the last. After taking her first bite, Su King could not stop, unknowingly devouring 2 bowls of rice. It wasn't until she felt a hiccup coming on that she paused, contentedly declaring, Auntie, your cooking is simply exquisite. I wish I could enjoy this every day. That's not difficult at all, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. You can stay here for a while. No need to rush back to the Queen's district. After all, this is your home. Su King, feeling a tad embarrassed, gently tapped her index finger. Is it not a bother? It was indeed an odd remark. This was your home, and it was we three who were intruding upon you. Xiao Yun, having grasped Su King's hand more times than she had with her boyfriend Ing Hao, stated, King, please do not feel hesitant. Your generous offer to let us stay in such a spacious home is an immense kindness. Even my mother does not know how to express her gratitude. Since you enjoy the meals I prepare, I shall cook for you daily, ensuring your culinary delight, and thus I may find some solace in my heart. What do you think? Su King felt a twinge of guilt, but was unable to resist her cravings, reluctantly agreeing. Upon witnessing this, Ing Hao could only cover his face in exasperation. Is this turning into a long-term arrangement? Will this romantic charade continue indefinitely? It was time for bed. Ing Hao personally arranged a bedroom for Su King. They exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective rooms. After closing the door, Ing Hao lay on his bed. Half an hour later, he utilized his special vision to peer through the walls. confirming that his mother, grandfather, and Su King were all asleep. He tore open a rift and entered the divine realm. 2 seconds later, the rift reappeared in the street 100 meters away. A deep crimson war vehicle roared forth. Holding the barn information provided by the real estate agent, Ing Hao set the navigation and pressed the accelerator firmly. The barn could not be used for military purposes. He needed to act swiftly and prepare thoroughly. Chapter 26. The barn is merely a facade. In truth, Su King had not fallen asleep. After lying down, she closed her eyes and let her thoughts wander. Had she really misunderstood Ing Hao? Would he secretly mock her? Why was her first instinct to feign being his girlfriend? They were merely friends, after all. How long must this charade of being a girlfriend persist? Ing Hao's mother's cooking was delightful. What would she do if they stopped pretending and she could no longer enjoy it? No, what if, as they continued their pretense, it became real? This was so vexing. Sleep eluded her. Tomorrow, she had school, and it was quite a distance away, necessitating an early rise. Yes, an early rise. Su King suddenly opened her eyes. She needed to adjust her alarm. She fetched her phone and set her alarm 15 minutes earlier. Then, with her mind blank, she opened WhatsApp and focused on Ing Hao's chat window. Had he fallen asleep? Had he adjusted his alarm? Should she remind him? Su King clicked on Ing Hao's profile, composing a message. Her finger hovered indecisively over the send button, unsure whether to press it. What if he was already asleep? Would she disturb his slumber? No, she thought. If she couldn't sleep, why should he? Frustrated, Su King pouted and pressed the send button. At that moment, Ing Hao was already several kilometers away in his deep crimson vehicle. The roar of the engine drowned out the notification sound of her message. Su King waited for 2 minutes before sitting up abruptly. Can he really sleep? She murmured to herself. In terms of appearance and figure, I am not lacking at all. Even if it is all an act, holding hands and exposing arms all night long, isn't he the least bit excited? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With a firm bite of her silver teeth, she sprang out of bed. Without even putting on her slippers, she quietly opened the door and stealthily made her way to the corridor opposite, standing before Ing Hao's room door, pressing her ear against it. This villa spanned 3 stories with 8 bedrooms, 4 on the 2nd floor and 4 on the 3rd. Currently, Ing Hao's family and Su King were all residing on the 2nd floor. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yun's room door was slightly ajar. Inside the room, Xiao Yun peered through the crack and saw Su King sneaking out, silently chuckling to herself. Oh, look at her, still sleeping in separate rooms? TSK. Xiao Yun was also awake. Just moments ago, she had lain on her side, finishing reading the instructions for the villa's universal remote control. Little did she know it would come in handy so soon. This girl is too timid to knock on the door. Xiao Yun reached for the remote, located the button for unlocking Ing Hao's door, and pressed the unlock key. Click. Suddenly, Ing Hao's door swung open, and Su King stumbled forward, barely managing to regain her balance after 3 staggering steps. She was terrified, fearing that Ing Hao's mother might hear and come out to investigate. So she hurriedly slipped inside and closed the door behind her. Watching her flustered demeanor, Xiao Yun smiled knowingly and silently thought, Auntie has helped you this far. She set down the remote, suddenly feeling a bit concerned. Have you prepared safety measures? No need to create a scene. Lost in thought, Xiao Yun opened her phone app, searched for nearby pharmacies that could deliver, and placed an order for a delivery at 6 in the morning. After completing these tasks, she finally felt at ease and lay down on her bed. Su King initially believed Ing Hao had opened the door, but upon entering, she discovered the room was empty. Had he gone to the bathroom? Realizing that Ing Hao was also awake eased her mind considerably. She approached the bed and flopped down in a relaxed manner, planning to wait for him to return from the restroom to remind him to set an early alarm before sneaking back to her own room. However, as soon as her back touched Ing Hao's bed, an overwhelming wave of sleepiness washed over her. In less than a minute, she had quietly drifted off to sleep. At that moment, Ing Hao had already arrived at his destination, having witnessed with his own eyes the barn he had rented for $40,000. This was the Farm Museum in New York, often used as a demonstration site for public elementary and middle schools across various regions. It showcased how enslaved individuals were forced to pick cotton in the fields before the Civil War. In essence, the exhibition value of the entire farm outweighed its agricultural value. The barn Ing Hao had rented was originally one of these exhibition points. Due to its remote location, it was common for students to turn back before reaching this place, resulting in its abandonment. Ing Hao opened the barn door and stepped inside. With his dual pupils granting him night vision, he did not require illumination. As he surveyed the surroundings, he felt quite content with both the size and environment. Since no one visited this area, all items had been relocated to the main troop, leaving the barn tidy and clean. Clearly, this barn could not serve as a munitions factory. Its dimensions barely sufficed for a storage facility. for sets of anti-Jericho missile defense systems could hardly fit within. Ing Hao selected this barn primarily for its relative concealment. With a swift motion, he tore open a fissure and entered the divine personal space. However, this time, he did not close the fissure behind him. System: is it possible to keep the fissure open indefinitely? Negative. For safety reasons, it is advised that the host close the fissure within 30 seconds of its creation. Safety? Ing Hao was perplexed. Was the fissure truly hazardous? Regrettably, due to the confidentiality protocols established by the system's avatar, you are temporarily barred from accessing detailed information regarding the dangers of keeping the fissure open. Ing Hao was further bewildered. Was this system not his own? The so-called avatar referred to him as young master, yet it possessed the authority to impose restrictions upon him. The system fell silent. Left with no alternative, Ing Hao opted for a compromise. He envisioned a high-speed elevator and conjured one into existence before him. Stepping into the elevator, he ascended to the topmost floor, then discreetly tore open a fissure concealed behind the elevator doors. Those inside the elevator could not perceive the edges of the fissure. In reality, the elevator remained stationary. However, if an unfamiliar person were to share the elevator with Ing Hao, upon the door's opening, they would behold the barn he had rented. As for the barn itself, Ing Hao immediately utilized the surroundings to create a false door in the darkest corner. As he opened the false door, he swiftly tore open a fissure that connected to the elevator in the divine space. Provided he acted quickly enough, no one would detect anything amiss. They would assume a vast space accessible by elevator lay beneath the barn. Quite satisfactory. Ing Hao felt a surge of pride in his technique, akin to performing a magic trick. Yet, his methods were not mere conjuration. They bordered on the realm of sorcery. With the portal issue resolved, it was time to tidy up the factory and storage areas. He stepped through the fissure, returned to the divine space, and rode the elevator down to the first floor. The beach was certainly no longer an option. Like a deity, Ing Hao gently looked back and eradicated the existence of the beach entirely. It must be an exceedingly vast underground space. Ing Hao waved his hand, causing the sun simulated by the divine space to vanish along with the white clouds. And soon after, a great mountain erupted from the ground. It passed through Ing Hao's body as if the two were in different dimensions. Before long, the bunker he envisioned began to materialize. He raised his hand. Let the ceiling be a bit higher. He raised his hand again. Some supporting structures are necessary at the bottom for it to be sensible. With a sudden shift in thought, he appeared several thousand meters away in an instant. Ing Hao extended his finger and gently flicked it, creating a wide passage through the freshly formed mountain. Opening a door at the far end to allow trucks carrying weapons to come and go would ensure everything was foolproof. Having said that, he vanished from his original spot. In the divine space, he was the supreme deity. Not even the Flash from DC could compete with him in this realm. After a busy night, Ing Hao finally established his company's location within the divine personal space, which truly served as his military factory. However, fatigue began to set in. Ing Hao yawned and casually gestured towards the ground in front of him, tearing open a fissure. The exit was directly above the bed in his bedroom. He leaned forward and fell directly onto the soft, plush bed. The next moment, he found himself looking at Su King lying on the bed. However, having already left the divine space, he could not halt his momentum. Chapter 27. I will take responsibility for you. Su King's body was within arm's reach. In midair, Ing Hao hurriedly adjusted his position. He stretched out his arms and spread his legs, trying to avoid making contact with Su King below. With a soft thump, he successfully evaded her. His hands landed on either side of her arms, while his legs straddled her hips. However, he did not entirely succeed. The new mattress had such excellent elasticity that it sent Su King bouncing up, startled from the sudden weightlessness. Su King opened her eyes to find their bodies pressed closely together. Their lips brushed and parted instantly. The sensation in that fleeting moment was electric, sending a shiver of warmth throughout Su King's body. She fell back onto the bed, staring blankly at Ing Hao. Her heart, slow to react, began to race wildly, and her breathing gradually quickened. They were positioned very close. The distance between their faces was so minimal that even a horizontally placed phone could not fit. Su King's breath was warm and fragrant, flowing over Ing Hao's face in waves, creating both a tingling and tickling sensation. In his 2 lifetimes, Ing Hao had never been in a romantic relationship. The last person he had been this close to was a brother in the dormitory of the police academy. The sensory stimulation brought by Su King at this moment was, without a doubt, a dimensional shock. The capillaries around his mouth and nose ignited like a spark thrown onto a blazing fire, instantly igniting the blood coursing through his veins. Ing Hao's face flushed. He licked his lips, tasting sweetness. He inhaled the fragrant essence of Su King, mingled with a hint of that sweetness, swallowing it with a soft gulp. Though he had not consumed any alcohol, A wave of intoxication surged into his heart. Ing Hao's gaze grew hazy, and the strength in his arms began to wane. His face slowly descended, down, and then, Ing Hao, panting, "What are you doing riding on me?" Su Qing suddenly spoke up. Her breath quickened, her voice trembling like a mosquito's, filled with a complex blend of emotions, agitation, tension, and a trace of fear. This hint of trepidation did not escape Ing Hao's notice. His mind instantly cleared, pulling his soul from the intoxicating whirlpool. No, no, no. Ing Hao straightened his arms, shaking his head fervently. If I were to say I accidentally fell from above, would you believe me? What the? Su Qing's small face burned with embarrassment as she shyly turned her head to the side, muttering softly. Even saying the lights were off and you didn't see would be better than falling from above. Ing Hao considered this and awkwardly smiled. That's true. Anyway, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Let's not explain that now. You should get up. Su Qing interrupted him, twisting her waist uncomfortably. Complaining, what on earth is in your pocket that's so hard? Is it a flashlight? It's poking me. Her right hand instinctively reached down, only to freeze in an instant. Ing Hao was also taken aback. Even the recent experience of intimacy was fresh. How could he withstand such greater stimulation? His face drained of color. Su Qing retracted her hand like a spring, stammering, I am so sorry. I thought that was. Ing Hao shook his head desperately. It's fine, it's fine. They both maintained a polite demeanor. Just then, Su Qing's phone lit up beside her. It was a voice notification from the morning news. The North Korean military conducted a missile test at 5 o'clock this morning. U.S. time. The missile exhibited formidable firepower but lost control midway, ultimately grazing past the target. The atmosphere in the room grew even more awkward. Ing Hao, how much longer will you ride? Su Qing's voice was barely a whisper. Immediately, Ing Hao swiftly rolled to the side and jumped off the bed. He turned his back to Su Qing, frantically waving his hand to fan some air onto his overheated state. Meanwhile, Su Qing hastily got up and dashed back to her room. Closing the door, she leaned against it, her hand resting on her chest, her emotions gradually calming. Reflecting on the heart-racing moment they had just shared, she slowly raised her right hand. Wow! After nearly an hour, Ing Hao finally calmed down. He turned back to glance at the spot where Su Qing had been lying, and he could still faintly perceive her delicate fragrance. A sudden chime echoed. It was Su Qing's phone lighting up with yet another notification. Ing Hao picked up the device and absent-mindedly swiped the screen, surprisingly unlocking it. How careless. Not even setting a password. The screen paused on the WhatsApp interface, revealing a message from Su Qing directed at him. At that moment, he began to comprehend the reason behind her unexpected presence in his room. Yet, he remained puzzled. He had locked the door last night. How did she get in? Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Xiao Hao, wake up, it's time to rise. Xiaoyan knocked on Ing Hao's door. It's quite a distance to your school, and since we have no car, you two need to catch the subway early. Got it, Ing Hao replied, letting out a silent sigh. With his mother at home, there was no need to fret about being late. Hey, Xiao Hao, has Qing woken up? Xiaoyun's voice floated in again, this time softer, tinged with curiosity. How would I know if she is awake or not? Ing Hao nearly let his thoughts slip, but fortunately corrected himself just in time. Oh, yes, you and Tino. His mother's voice carried an unmistakable tone of amusement. In a bit, you go wake Qing up, and I'll prepare breakfast. It dawned on Ing Hao, who had opened the door. He shouldn't have given her the remote for the new house. This was untenable. Perhaps he should return to coding in AI like Jarvis. Ing Hao opened the door. After freshening up, he mustered the courage to knock on Qing's door with his phone in hand. Su Qing appeared remarkably composed, having returned to her usual demeanor. She gently adjusted her hair, swaying slightly. What is up? Here is your phone. Ing Hao handed over the device, adding, you should wash up quickly. We'll have breakfast soon and then head to school together. Okay. Su Qing took the phone and began to close the door. Ing Hao hastily pressed his palm against it. A man must take responsibility. After such an awkward incident, he needed to apologize properly. He licked his lips, preparing his words, and began, ahem, about this morning. Enough. Before he could finish, Su Qing swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. You don't need to say anything. I understand. And don't worry, since I've compromised your innocence, I will take responsibility. With a decisive slam, Su Qing closed the door, nodding affirmatively. The bewildered Ing Hao stood outside, utterly perplexed. What was going on? Whose innocence? Who was responsible for whom? Is it possible that there has been a misunderstanding? After breakfast, Ing Hao and Su Qing departed together. Qing? Xiaoyun mysteriously waved at Su Qing, slipping something into her hand. Do you need this? Ing Hao, intrigued, peered through his vision to catch a glimpse of Ella, a 120-hour emergency contraceptive pill. Good heavens, which mother prepares such a thing for her son's girlfriend? How embarrassing for the girl. Ing Hao felt an urge to shout, yet he had to feign ignorance, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Simultaneously, he worried about Su Qing. Would she be upset over this? As it turned out, Ing Hao was overthinking. No need, but Su Qing smiled brightly, accepting the item and tucking it into her bag. Better safe than sorry. Thank you, Annie. Chapter 28. Bullying. Su Qing exhibited far more composure than Ing Hao had anticipated. Once outside, everything proceeded as usual. The two walked side by side, occasionally engaging in light conversation. They took the subway together and waited for the bus. If one were to pinpoint a difference, it would be that Su Qing naturally took Ing Hao's hand while crossing the street. At the school gate, after encountering Peter Parker, she even squeezed between Ing Hao and Peter, though it was unclear what she was guarding against. If yesterday they had pretended to be a couple, today a scenario had likely crossed into the realm of reality. Ing Hao had never been in a relationship and was uncertain whether it was better to let things unfold naturally or to introduce some sense of ceremony. He wrestled with this dilemma for quite some time, resulting in a restless morning of classes. As the lunch bell rang, Peter Parker hurriedly sought out Ing Hao. Wake up, buddy. We need to go. Ing Hao, still dazed, lifted his head. Go? Where to? The Columbia University Science Fair. Peter exclaimed with excitement. I mentioned it a couple of days ago. I didn't initially intend to go, but you insisted we should, and I've already signed you up. Oh no, you didn't forget, did you? I even covered the fees for you, which was quite a sum. Oh yes, the science fair. I remember now, Columbia University. Ing Hao suddenly perked up. This was the moment of Spider-Man's birth, a day not to be missed. Moreover, Ing Hao had his own ulterior motives for attending. He had acquired the divine armor set, boasting unparalleled defense. Yet, his physical condition was rather poor. Aside from the energy beams he could emit from his eyes and his combat skills on par with an average person, he had little else to rely on. Nevertheless, formidable defense was indeed impressive. Even if he couldn't defeat an opponent, he could exhaust them. However, that was ultimately too undignified. One could only imagine encountering the Hulk. Even if he wasn't afraid of being punched, being yanked around by the leg and slammed onto the ground repeatedly would be intolerable. To be seen by the public and earn a title like the Resilient King for Ing Hao? Absolutely out of the question. Having donned the attire, Ing Hao must harness the known information to bestow upon himself some extraordinary powers. At this moment, Captain America remains incapacitated, Banner has fled abroad, and Winter Soldier has yet to be deployed by Hydra. The genetic mutation of Spider-Man appears to be Ing Hao's sole option. Once Peter is bitten, he must capture that little spider and request a similar enhancement for himself. With appropriate control, it should not overly disrupt the developmental trajectory of this universe. Ing Hao stretched lazily and stood up. Let us go, Peter. No sooner had he spoken than a loud thud resonated as a bag of fast food was placed on the table. Su Qing looked at the two of them suspiciously. You two are so sneaky, skipping meals. Where are you headed? Not sneaky at all, Ing Hao replied with a smile. We're going to Columbia University for the science exhibition this afternoon. Peter nodded in agreement, adding, exactly, it's for extra credits. One ranked first and the other second in the grade. Still seeking extra credits? Su Qing was even more puzzled. I recall this event requires a fee. And it's not a small one. What? Do you have money to burn? Upon hearing this, Ing Hao and Peter exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Su Qing did not press further. If you're both going, then I'll join as well. Let us eat first. She rummaged through her bag, retrieving several meal boxes, and handed 3 to Ing Hao. This one, and this one are yours. Curious, Ing Hao inquired, what are these? Su Qing opened each box in turn. Well, corn tacos, roasted pumpkin seeds, a hearty soup, and a sandwich. Ing Hao, accustomed to his mother's home-cooked Chinese meals, occasionally indulged in pizza or burgers, but was unfamiliar with such fare. He glanced at the meal Su Qing had prepared for him, then at the small pizza box in the bag, asking, Can I choose for myself? Su Qing frowned slightly. No picky eating. Trust me, I specifically selected these for you. They're good for your health. With that, she pushed a pizza laden with diced chicken towards Peter Parker. Peter, wishing to be accommodating, shrugged and said to Ing Hao, If you crave pizza, I can trade with you. I prefer tacos. Before he could finish, Su Qing shook her head solemnly. Peter, you're too thin. You should consume more protein. Chicken is rich in protein. Listen to me, don't swap with him. Peter Parker was well aware of his physique. He seldom exercised and indeed appeared quite slender, resembling a twig among the crowd. He had often been bullied by Tim, Flash, and their ilk. Glancing at his own skinny arms and legs, he shrugged and conceded. All right. Maybe you're right. Thank you. Ing Hao observed this exchange with quiet amusement. I had never noticed before how strong Su Keping's desire for control was. Why was she arranging everything so meticulously just for a meal today? He picked up the taco and took a bite. A burst of seafood flavor instantly enveloped his palate. He had initially assumed that the taco Su Keping purchased contained nothing more than ordinary fillings of beef chunks or hot dogs. To his surprise, it was filled with fried oyster meat. The taste was quite acceptable, yet there was an unsettling feeling lingering in the air. When Peter arrived, the special bus for the science exhibition was already waiting. To avoid keeping everyone waiting, Ing Hao hastened his eating, finishing the taco in a few bites before reaching for a sandwich. Taking a bite, he encountered a familiar taste. The sandwich, too, was filled with oysters. A premonition began to brew within him. The soup, could it possibly be oyster soup as well? He gently lifted the lid and let out a sigh. Indeed, it was oyster chowder. Oysters, 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 complemented by roasted pumpkin seeds. Ing Hao grasped the true meaning behind Su Keping's earlier remark about being good for his health. She was intent on providing him with a robust nourishment. What's the matter? Don't you like it? Su Keping inquired, putting down her pineapple fruit slices. I specifically chose these for you, and I traveled quite a distance to procure them. Please don't leave any behind. Ing Hao felt as though he was being belittled by a woman. Yes, the original owner's body was indeed a bit frail, but that was merely temporary. He was determined to acquire the super spider abilities. He must strengthen this body, and it had to happen today. He quickly finished the sandwich and downed the oyster chowder in a single gulp. Finally, he grabbed the roasted pumpkin seeds, munching while urging, "Hurry up. Don't keep the teacher waiting." Seeing Ing Hao so obedient, Su Keping immediately stood up. "I can eat while we walk." Peter Parker, catching on, picked up the pizza box. "I can do that too." "Then let us set off." Peter led the way. When they found the school bus, the teacher was growing impatient. "Peter, where's your sense of time? Why are you so late?" Peter repeatedly apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Steve, I unexpectedly brought a classmate along." "Really? Well, I suppose that's a valid reason." "You may board," Steve relented, allowing Peter Parker onto the bus, then turned to the approaching Su Keping. "You right? Please pay up. The exhibition ticket is $300, and I've given you a discount. The usual price is $500. Oh, and there's a 15 fare." Without hesitation, Su Keping produced the money. "Step aboard, child. The future of technology awaits you." After counting the money, Steve glanced at Ing Hao. "What about you?" Ing Hao replied frankly, "Parker should have covered it. I am Ing Hao. So you are Ing Hao." He was quite well known among the teaching staff at the school. "Mr." Steve cast an appreciative glance at him and remarked, "You are quite remarkable. I frequently hear Ms. Jennifer speak of you. Top of your class, a budding inventor, am I correct? Yet, I thought your interests lay in mechanical design or engineering. What prompted your desire to attend an insect exhibition?" Ing Hao shrugged. "You know, to broaden my horizons." "Mr." Steve nodded sincerely, glanced toward the bus, and sighed. "If only these troublesome children possessed half of your eagerness to learn. They wouldn't be on this bus if it weren't for graduation. They spend their days causing chaos." Just then, a commotion erupted on the bus. "You useless fool. Couldn't you finish your food before boarding? You've got cheese all over me." "Calm down, Flash. No need to be so agitated. It wasn't intentional. To be precise, it was you who tripped me just now, leading to this predicament." "What did you say?" "You stained my clothes, and now you dare shift the blame onto me? I think you're looking to taste my fist, you loser." Hearing this, Mr. Steve rolled his eyes and sighed at Ing Hao. "See? What did I tell you? Come on, let us get on the bus. We must depart." He turned to board the bus, warning everyone at the doorway, "Quiet down. Is there no way to resolve matters calmly?" Flash disregarded the teacher's authority, shouting, "Can't you see? Parker stained my jacket, my brand new jacket. If you were in my position, would you remain calm, Steve? Hurry up and tell the driver to start the bus. We can handle this ourselves." Mr. Steve felt a headache coming on, realizing there was little he could do, and sighed resignedly. "Fine, sort it out yourselves. But do so civilly, or I assure you, you won't graduate. Do you hear me, Flash?" "I heard every word," Flash retorted defiantly. "Mr. Steve shrugged and chose to ignore him. "Listen carefully, loser," Flash exclaimed, ripping off his jacket and throwing it at Peter, jabbing his chest. "I don't want this anymore. You owe me money, $700, not a cent less. If you refuse to pay, I guarantee I'll be on you every day." $700? That's impossible. I mean, it's worth nowhere near that. Peter Parker, overwhelmed, attempted to reason with Flash. "I believe I can clean it up. It's merely cheese. Even if there are grease stains, a sprinkle of cornstarch in 15 minutes will remove the oil." Unfortunately, reason was lost on Flash, who seized Peter Parker by the collar and threatened in a low voice. "No, I said $700. I'm serious. This jacket is now yours. I want to see the money by tomorrow at school. If not, I promise you'll be in for it." With that, he appraised Peter from head to toe, chuckling lightly. "And don't think you can escape me by skipping school. I know where you live, just a wall away from Mary Jane, right? Useless." Su King boarded the vehicle ahead of Hao without much thought. She was not well acquainted with Flash and presumed the situation would not escalate. So she stood at the entrance waiting for the matter to conclude before finding a seat. Little did she anticipate that Peter Parker would be extorted. She clearly discerned the garment in question. It was merely a cheap imitation made of synthetic leather, worth at most $20. However, Flash's imposing stature dwarfed Peter, who was a half-head shorter, and his build was even more significant, rendering any comparison futile. As a Chinese female student, Su Qing felt somewhat at ease among her peers. But in the presence of such a brutish figure, she hesitated to intervene, scarcely daring to utter a word of reason. Nevertheless, she was not devoid of resources. Enough. Please cease tormenting Peter, she asserted, retrieving her wallet and counting out $300 bills, extending them forward. Take this money. I shall compensate for his loss. Upon hearing this, Peter swiftly turned to her, exclaiming, No, this does not concern you. Wait. Hey, Flash exclaimed, his demeanor shifting at the sight of the cash. Who is this little vixen? Why are you defending Peter? Could it be that you are his mistress? Su Qing frowned. I do not wish to engage in further conversation with you. All right, Flash shrugged, willing to limit his words for the sake of the money. However, glancing at the bills in her hand, he smirked. But I believe I mentioned, it was $700. Enough with the nonsense, Su Qing retorted, shaking the bills slightly. That shirt of yours is worth at most $20. This sum is ample to purchase 15 of those rags. Accept this offer, or I shall reconsider. Peter cast a grateful glance at Su Qing, yet he still did not want her to incur any expense. You really do not need to do this. Flash is merely joking with me. Shut up, Parker, or I shall assist you in that regard. Flash threatened once more. He eyed the $300 in Su Qing's hand. Though it was less than he desired, it was certainly better than nothing. The prospect of violence paled in comparison to the joy of receiving money. 300 it is. I suppose I can begrudgingly accept. Flash reached for the cash, a lecherous grin forming as he attempted to take advantage of the moment to brush against Su Qing's hand. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact with the bills, a masculine hand intervened, covering Su Qing's hand and gently retracting the dollars. Flash's frivolous smirk instantly vanished, replaced by a look of fury as he raised his gaze. Who the hell is this? Then, he found himself staring into 4 formidable eyes. You seem quite lively today, Flash, Ing Hao remarked, gently positioning Su Qing behind him, smiling as he faced Flash. Flash's arms retracted immediately, retreating into the long sleeves of his shirt. Damn it. How did you end up here? Chapter 29. He is mine, understand? Damn it. How did you end up here? The memory of the reprimand in the classroom still lingered vividly. Flash merely gazed at Yin Ao, feeling an ache in his fingers. Yin Ao's smile faded, and he coldly inquired, What? Am I not allowed to be here? Oh, how dare he speak to Flash in such a manner? Courting trouble? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. In American schools, academic excellence does not necessarily equate to popularity. Rather, it is the rebellious, charismatic individuals who often capture the admiration of their peers. Flash, though average in appearance, possessed a robust physique, embodying the archetype of a school bully akin to Tim Wharton. He often took pleasure in tormenting Peter Parker and other bookish types like Yin Ao. Typically, other students would stand by, reveling in the spectacle. Just moments ago, when Flash was harassing Peter Parker, the atmosphere in the carriage was jovial, with some cheering on the antics. Almost everyone was eagerly anticipating Peter Parker's capitulation or a humiliating defeat. However, a subtle shift in the atmosphere now enveloped the carriage. What was happening with Flash? Who was that peculiar individual? Keep it down. That's Yin Ao from our class. He has some rare eye condition. He used to be just as much of a nerd as Peter Parker, but recently he seems different. Just a couple of days ago, he decisively taught Flash a lesson. So that was it. No wonder Flash appeared frightened. But Yin Ao did not look particularly strong. Could he really handle Flash? A few whispered amongst themselves, while many others held their breath, eager to see what would unfold. Would it be another instance of Flash receiving a lesson, or would he reclaim his pride? Sensing the scrutiny around him, Flash felt uncomfortable. Ever since the last reprimand, he had harbored resentment. Upon reflection, he concluded that he had merely underestimated his opponent, allowing Yin Ao to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, resulting in a humiliating defeat. Last time, he had only lost face in class. This time, with students from various classes present, if he let Yin Ao intimidate him again, where would his pride reside? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Flash's anger surged. Suppressing his fear, he rose to meet Yin Ao's gaze, declaring, Yin Ao, let the last incident go, but today's matter does not concern you, understand? Go about your business. Peter Parker, taken aback by the involvement of Yin Ao, quickly interjected, Hey, man, he's coming at me. Why don't you and Kuing sit at the back? I'll discuss things with him. Discuss my foot. Flash crudely declared, Hurry and pay up. Or ask your friends to cover for you. He cast a glance at Su Qing, recalling that he was mere moments away from acquiring $300. It was all thanks to that oddball, Ing Hao, who had intruded. Oddball, step aside. Flash thrust his hand into his pocket. Threatening, the beauty behind you was just about to pay. No. Ing Hao resolutely shook his head, stating, he is mine. Upon hearing this, Su Qing, standing behind Ing Hao, couldn't help but let a smile creep onto her lips. What does he mean by mine? This fellow Ing Hao could actually utter such cheesy words just as she was reveling in this moment. Ing Hao suddenly lifted his arm and draped it over Peter Parker's shoulder, adding, so, his affairs are my affairs, you understand? Su Qing's smile faltered. It seemed that Peter was the one Ing Hao referred to as is. She slightly pouted, fire igniting in her eyes as she silently glared at Peter Parker, feeling an urge to preemptively eliminate him before Flash could. Ha, your man. Flash shook his arm, rolled up his sleeves, and flexed his muscles at Ing Hao, declaring, you don't think I fear you, do you, oddball? Last time was merely a stroke of luck for you, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, managing to catch my finger this time. It may not be so easy. With that, Flash raised his fists, adopting a boxing stance. Aren't you going to hurry? Crack. Before he could finish his menacing words, Ing Hao seized Flash's fist and swiftly twisted it downwards. A sharp snap echoed from Flash's wrist. Oh, shit. Flash bent over, clutching his wrist, and Ing Hao gently pushed him back into his seat. He retrieved Flash's jacket from Peter Parker's grasp, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into Flash's arms. If you know what's good for you, don't cause us trouble again. Jesus, this fellow, Ing Hao, is incredibly handsome. How did he just pull that off? My goodness, the surrounding students erupted in cheers, someone leading the charge by chanting Ing Hao's name. Others quickly joined in. Ing Hao, Ing Hao, Ing Hao. Peter Parker, filled with admiration, echoed, Ing Hao, Ing Hao, Ing Hao. Mr. Steve glanced back. Seeing that Ing Hao and the others were unharmed, he chose to remain silent. As for Flash, donning a mask of pain, he pretended not to notice. Ing Hao removed his arm from Peter Parker's shoulder and urged, all right, go find a place to sit. Yeah, of course. Peter smiled, pointing to an empty spot behind them. Ing Hao walked over, and recalling that it wasn't just Ing Hao who had helped him, Peter turned back, smiling at Su Qing. Thank you for your help earlier. Get lost. Su Qing shot Peter a glare and followed closely behind Ing Hao. Peter wore a baffled expression, questioning aloud, why are you yelling at me? Have I done something wrong? Despite racking his brain, he could not grasp that Su Qing was merely jealous. Ing Hao slowly made his way toward an empty seat at the back. As he passed by, several girls from different classes caught his eye. One of them, biting her lip and swaying her slender waist, alluringly beckoned, hey, Ing Hao, come sit by me. We could chat about something intriguing. Just as Ing Hao was about to decline, a thunderous voice erupted from behind him. Step back. Su Qing suddenly extended her arm, positioning herself between them. Her face ashen as she glared at the girl, declaring, he is mine, understand? Her fierce gaze resembled that of a predator. The girl's flirtatious demeanor swiftly evaporated, and she retreated, stammering, okay, no offense intended. I didn't know he. With a shrug, the girl averted her gaze from Su Qing. Only then did Su Qing relent, giving Ing Hao a gentle push. Hurry up and go. What is so fascinating here? Ing Hao, torn between amusement and exasperation, wondered if Su Qing truly felt a sense of responsibility. The last row consisted of 5 seats. Su Qing settled down next to Ing Hao, with Peter Parker promptly following to sit beside him. Just as he was about to take his seat, Su Qing placed her small bag on the spot, asserting, move over. Reluctantly, Peter Parker shifted aside, uneasily asking, Su Qing, did I do something to upset you? No. Then why? Be quiet. Chapter 30. The Biological Science Exhibition. Due to Su Qing's emotional state, the journey was silent. After 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at Columbia University. Led by Steve, the group of students commenced their excursion to the biotechnology exhibition. The university had arranged for a guide to receive, direct, and explain the exhibits. Hello, everyone. I am your guide, Lucy, she introduced herself. Welcome to the Invertebrate Exhibition Hall, showcasing 175 rare species of arthropods. Our first stop will be the hexapod insects. Trust me, it will be an eye-opening experience. Steve and the students followed her lead. Most, like Flash, were merely here to earn easy credits for graduation. As there were no examinations involved, resulting in a lack of genuine interest, he lingered at the back of the group, casting a dark, predatory gaze at Ing Hao, his mind swirling with sinister thoughts. In contrast, Ing Hao and his companions listened attentively, particularly Peter Parker, who not only absorbed the information but also pulled out a camera, snapping photos incessantly. This particular mantis is truly remarkable. You must have seen it. It is pink and inhabits subtropical regions. Speaking of mantises, they possess a unique habit. Can anyone guess what I am alluding to? Lucy teased, glancing at the crowd. Peter swiftly raised his hand. Here, I might know. Lucy's eyes brightened, and she playfully inquired. All right, then please share. I suppose you are referring to the fact that female mantises consume the males after mating, correct? Peter shyly articulated his thoughts. The accompanying students exchanged bewildered glances. Could Parker be fabricating this? How could that be possible? Eating a mate? If true, that is utterly absurd. Absurd, you say? Surely, you cannot lack similar experiences, right? Ha! A mischievous boy whispered teasingly to a girl beside him, placing a hand over his mouth and making an inappropriate gesture. Shut up, you jerk. Don't think I'm unaware of your affair with Jeff. Laughter erupted among the group. Lucy surveyed her students, rolling her eyes in exasperation, and appealed to Steve to restore order. Steve clapped his hands. Enough. Quiet down. Anyone speaking out of turn will have half their credits deducted this time. Steve, you're such a buzzkill. What a downer. All right. Let us keep it down. The group finally settled. Lucy cleared her throat and addressed Peter Parker. You are correct. The unique habit I mentioned pertains to this. It seems someone has been studying biology diligently. She thought Peter Parker deserved a thumbs up, then continued. However, regrettably, I asked you to share this story to correct a common misconception. The female mantis does not consume the male out of devotion or for the sake of reproduction. Rather, it is simply due to hunger. Their physiological structure is so rudimentary that predation and movement are instinctual. They are oblivious to the fact that their partner lies behind them. Research has shown that if the female mantis is well fed before mating, the male does not meet his demise. Is it truly so? Peter Parker nodded enthusiastically, appearing eager to learn. Su King, seemingly out of the blue, turned to Ing Hao and asked, Hey, if one day we were stranded on a deserted island with no food, what would you do? Well, Ing Hao replied earnestly, I would fashion a harpoon or a fishing net to try and catch fish, or gather some edible shellfish by the shore. Of course, the most crucial aspect would be to have fire, as I dislike consuming raw food, but the priority remains finding fresh water. Stop right there. Su King interjected softly. That's not what I was asking. I meant to say, if none of that were possible. Ing Hao interjected. Then would you be willing to let me eat you? Exactly, that is what I meant. Su King blinked her eyes, eagerly awaiting Ing Hao's response. Ing Hao, taking the initiative, retorted, What do you mean by what? I am the one asking you. Are you willing to be devoured by me? Answer swiftly. Su King's smile faltered as she pointed to her own nose. You actually asked me? Ing Hao nodded with nonchalance. Indeed. Will you allow me to feast? However, Su King patted her chest. I am the female. So what? Males can be hungry too. Ing Hao urged softly. Do not hesitate. Hurry and provide your answer. You promised to take responsibility for me. Amused by Ing Hao's antics, Su King playfully pinched him. If you are on the verge of starving, I might reluctantly allow you to have a little something to satisfy your hunger. Then where will you let me feast? On your toes. Ha! Su King laughed joyfully. At that moment, Lucy had completed her introduction to the mantis section and, hearing Su King's laughter, helplessly beckoned the two. That couple. Yes. It's you too. Let's go. We must proceed to the spider section. Spiders. Ing Hao's spirits lifted as he grasped Su King's hand. Let us hurry and catch up. Spiders belong to the phylum Arthropoda, class Arachnida, and there exists a vast array of species, each with distinct characteristics. Some possess immense strength, capable of lifting weights many times their own, while others can leap great distances with ease. Furthermore, certain spiders are inherently sensitive to external stimuli and can detect nearby dangers. Lucy provided a professional introduction. Soon, the group arrived before several distinctly high-tech glass enclosures. In recent years, Columbia University has been devoted to research on genetic mutations. What is exhibited here are 3 newly bred species, the result of genetic fusion from various spiders. Strictly speaking, their existence is entirely a product of human design. Our scientists pose a provocative question. If we can cultivate new life through genetic editing, then are humans truly a product of natural evolution? Suddenly, a student addressed Lucy. Let us not dwell on anything else. Ms. Lucy, could it be that your eyes are deceiving you? There is only one spider in these glass enclosures. What? Lucy leaned closer to the glass enclosure, searching thoroughly, and indeed found only a single spider remaining. She inspected the enclosure, noting no signs of tampering, and shrugged. Perhaps it has been taken for research. No need to worry. Let us move on to the next location. Teacher? Peter Parker picked up his camera. May I take a photo for you? For the school newspaper when we return. Lucy smiled and nodded. Oh, of course. Here we go. This series of dialogues aligned seamlessly. Soon, a spider would land on Peter Parker, delivering a sharp bite. Ing Hao lifted his head, his gaze meticulously scanning above. Found it. Wait, why are there 2? As he pondered, the 2 spiders had already descended. Ing Hao calculated the position where Peter Parker stood and felt it was slightly off. So he reached out and tugged a couple of times. This angle is perfect. Chapter 31. It bit him both. The red and blue spiders landed precisely on Peter Parker's neck, as Ing Hao had anticipated. Oblivious, Peter continued to snap pictures of Lucy with his camera. At that moment, the spider, following the threads of fate, delivered a sharp bite to Peter. Ah! Peter raised an eyebrow and reached back to his neck. What was that? Ing Hao quickly stepped forward, capturing the spider in his grasp before Peter could react, and inquired with concern. What's wrong? I'm not sure. Peter replied curiously. It felt like something just bit me. Let me take a look. Ing Hao pretended to examine it, ignoring the 2 marks left by the spider's fangs, and remarked, there's nothing there. Really? Peter lowered his hand and shrugged. Perhaps it was just my imagination. Lucy called out from a distance. Have you finished taking the pictures? Peter shook his camera. Done. All right. Then hurry up. We're moving to the next area. With that, she turned and walked away, followed closely by the other 2. Ing Hao lagged behind, opening his palm to inspect the little spider, playfully coaxing it. Come on, bite me, and I'll let you go. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. He had just witnessed 2 spiders fall from the sky. Where had the other one gone? Ing Hao, please help me. Su King suddenly shouted, shaking her sleeves. There's a bug crawling into my clothes. Oh no, the second spider has targeted Su King. Don't panic. I'll help you get it out. Ing Hao stuffed the spider from his palm into his pocket, creating a tiny opening to toss the spider inside. Having done that, he immediately moved to assist Su King with her sleeves. Hurry up, over here. This way. Su King anxiously stomped her feet, her fingers pointing as they climbed up her arm. Ing Hao was eager to capture the second spider as well, the one that bit Peter Parker, red and blue. He was certain had bestowed superpowers upon him. The second spider, however, was a different story. These spiders were genetically modified by scientists at Columbia University. Their particularities were unknown to anyone. What if it were venomous? If it bit Su King, it would be disastrous. He activated his enhanced vision and quickly locked onto the spider's position. With one hand, he grasped the sleeve to prevent it from burrowing further, while the other hand hastened to roll up the sleeve. Ah, come on. Su King whimpered. It's nothing, just a bug, Ing Hao reassured. You should help me hold the sleeve tighter. It has nowhere to escape, so it will naturally come out. Suddenly, Su King let out a sharp scream, slapping her arm. When she withdrew her hand, Ing Hao noticed a pool of blue blood smeared on her fair and smooth arm. Well, no need to catch it anymore, he remarked, continuing to roll up his sleeve. At last, Su King caught sight of the substance on her arm. With a look of disgust, she quickly pulled out a wet wipe from her bag and began to scrub vigorously. Ing Hao removed the spider's lifeless body and tucked it into his pocket, disposing of it in the celestial space. I wonder if it's venomous. I should consult the person in charge, he mused, glancing at the spider's bite mark with unease. Su King hastily pulled him back. No, didn't you hear Lucy's introduction just now? She whispered, checking their surroundings. He mentioned that there are 3 new species cultivated with great effort by Columbia scientists in that box. What if this one is one of them? That would be disastrous. They could demand exorbitant compensation for such scientific achievements, and once they find out my family has a bit of wealth, they would surely extort us. Her concerns were entirely valid, especially as a Chinese national. It was all too common for Americans to find reasons to scrutinize. However, what if it were indeed toxic? Sensing her apprehension, before Ing Hao could voice his thoughts, Su King continued, if it truly is venomous, just take me to the hospital. I'd rather pay the hospital than face any trouble. Besides, she had already wiped her arm clean and touched the bite mark on her head, stating, I feel fine. There shouldn't be any issues. Ing Hao remained uneasy and carefully examined the blood vessels around the wound, penetrating the skin with concern. Fortunately, there were no abnormalities. The duo then caught up with the larger group, and after an hour, their exhibition finally concluded. As they exited Columbia, it was only 3 in the afternoon. Steve informed the students that there would be no classes for the remainder of the day. Those wishing to return to campus could take the school bus, while others were free to leave at their discretion, since most were merely there to earn credits. Many immediately formed small groups and departed. Su King turned to Ing Hao and Peter, asking, It's still early. Do you two have any plans? After a moment of contemplation, Ing Hao replied, Since I have some free time on a weekday, I intend to register the company with the relevant department. I'll join you. Su King responded matter-of-factly, pausing briefly before adding, I'm just bored. Peter Parker hesitated and said, Bro, technically, I should be responsible for the company you're starting. But I'm feeling a bit unwell and would prefer to head home early. Su King interjected, Unwell? Shouldn't you go to the hospital? No. Peter Parker shook his head, expressing his fatigue. I just feel utterly exhausted. Perhaps it is due to my recent sleepless nights. I long for a good night's rest. It's all right, Ing Hao reassured him, patting his shoulder. I've told you before, in this company, you need not concern yourself with anything. Simply wait for your share. Now off you go. Thank you. I shall take my leave. Peter waved and made his way towards the bus stop. Now, only Ying Hao and Su Qing remained. Ying Hao took out his phone and began to search for information on how to register a company. Su Qing looked at him incredulously. No way. Just a few days ago, you were clamoring to acquire Stark Industries, and after all this time, you still don't know the registration process? Ying Hao shrugged nonchalantly. As long as I can find the relevant department and inquire, I'll figure it out. Su Qing placed her hand on her forehead, exasperated. You truly are something else. She glanced around and proudly lifted her chin. Fortunately, I am here. Follow me. Ying Hao, puzzled, inquired where to. To find a place with internet access. With her hands clasped behind her back, Su Qing confidently elaborated. You see, most of the processes involved in registering a company, such as applying, submitting documents, paying registration fees, and obtaining a tax ID, can all be conducted online. Once all of that is completed, the legal representative simply needs to visit the bank to open an account. Ying Hao was genuinely astonished. How do you know so much? Su Qing replied with pride. What can I say? I am the daughter of a businessman. I've been exposed to this world from a young age, and my father has plans for me to take over, which has compelled me to learn quite a bit. As the two conversed, they entered a cafe that offered internet services. Just as the door shut behind them, Flash appeared at the entrance. His expression dark as he glared at the cafe's sign. He picked up his phone, saying, I'm at Columbia's entrance. Hurry over with a few more people. I'm going to teach that arrogant little brat a lesson. Chapter 32. The transformation begins at the computer under Su Qing's guidance. Ying Hao accessed the U.S. business registration website. Here, fill in the type of business. Here, enter the legal representative's name and other information. Here, Su Qing adeptly instructed. Ying Hao watched her delicate fingers fluttering in front of him and hastily said, Slow down. Let us take it step by step, starting with the type of business. He clicked the mouse to open the drop-down menu, searching from top to bottom. Arms industry. Arms industry. Arms industry. Why isn't it listed? If it's not available, perhaps try looking for something else, like machinery manufacturing? Su Qing suggested. Though she too was uncertain about what to select from the plethora of options. Ying Hao, didn't you use all your money for rent? Have you even considered what you plan to do once the company is registered? Su Qing rested her head on the nearby table, admiring the contours of Ying Hao's profile. You currently possess nothing but a barn, no employees, no equipment, and not even any startup capital. How on earth do you intend to venture into the arms industry? Ying Hao, engrossed in researching relevant entries, replied rather dismissively, These are trade secrets. It's not an issue. Humph, so mysterious, Su Qing retorted, continuing, All right. Even if you manage to establish the company and secure the necessary production permits, to whom will you sell your creations? Do you have any connections? The largest arms contracts in the United States undoubtedly come from the military. Do you know anyone at the Pentagon? That was a pertinent question, causing Ying Hao to pause his activities and reflect. While he wasn't concerned about production, he did ponder how to secure buyers, who would seek out an ordinary high school student to purchase missiles. With the convenience of his divine space, he could indeed gain access to the Pentagon. He was unafraid of being perceived as a threat by the U.S. military, as the energy from his divine armor would ensure his safety. However, such actions would inevitably expose his uniqueness. After all, not just any high school student could waltz into the Pentagon to chat with key figures. What consequences might that entail? Would the U.S. government not dispatch intelligence agencies to monitor him, to investigate him, perhaps even scrutinize his family? Upon further consideration, it seemed quite troublesome indeed. Su Qing continued to murmur, This is no ordinary industry. Even if you wish to find international buyers, you'll need government export permits, which presents a myriad of complications. And let us not forget, we are Chinese. Do you truly believe the Americans would allow you to establish a company to manufacture weapons, even on their soil? She pouted, Speaking of which, wasn't your goal to acquire Stark Industries? If that's the case, as long as you earn enough money, you needn't delve into the arms industry at all. I think Peter's suggestion the other day was quite good. Developing convenient drones could sell remarkably well. Suddenly, she yawned and sniffled twice. Su Qing's gaze grew a bit dreamy, her speech slightly muddled, though she remained oblivious to her state. We've known each other for so many years. How did I never notice? You're quite handsome. She abruptly reached out and touched Ying Hao's face. Feeling the smoothness of his skin, Su Qing broke into a smitten smile. Hey, you even smell nice. Ying Hao, still contemplating the company issue, casually remarked, Stop fooling around. I'm trying to think. As Su Qing had pointed out, the arms business was certainly not a simple endeavor. Moreover, registering a company would inherently preclude selecting categories such as weapons or munitions, regardless of whether it was feasible. Simply choosing related categories would likely attract the attention of the CIA or FBI. Such a predicament was not one Ing Hao wished to confront. He was not alone. He still has his grandfather and mother, as well as his girlfriend beside him, who is responsible for him. After much deliberation, Ing Hao finally settled on the type of mechanical engineering. I must say, you truly possess expertise, and I have decided to heed your advice and choose this path. Well, snore. The drowsy voice of Su King drifted in. Upon glancing over, Ing Hao was taken aback to find her reclining in the chair, arms crossed over her chest, sound asleep. A woman's beauty can undergo profound transformations while she slumbers. Su King had her mouth slightly ajar, with a glistening droplet trickling down the corner. The usual sparkle, cunning, and charm she radiated were entirely absent, leaving only a rather silly demeanor. Her once flawless visage, once rated at 120 points, now seemed to have diminished to around 80. This must be the result of her cells being affected by the spider gene, undergoing mutation. Ing Hao speculated. Just like Peter Parker, who was bitten by a spider and awoke with superpowers after a nap, it appeared that Su King was experiencing something similar. Surely, she wasn't poisoned, was she? Ing Hao's gaze fell upon the spot on Su King's arm where she had been bitten, a twinge of concern lingering within him. He resolved to examine her further to detect any anomalies, while also observing how the DNA was reconfiguring. His unique ability offered not only penetrating vision, but also the capacity to adjust like a digital microscope. He could clearly discern the cellular structure of the human body, even the DNA. His gaze first pierced through Su King's clothing, locating the site of the spider bite. Then, his eyes involuntarily wandered upward. A glance. Blood surged through him. They were ample, fair, and rosy. They resembled two peaches or two enormous steamed buns adorned with plum blossom petals. This sight stirred an itch in Ing Hao's hands, heightened his appetite, and rendered his body rigid. He felt his throat grow dry, swallowing hard, forcing his hands to twist his head to the side. Calm down, calm down, calm down. This is neither a meal nor the time for sightseeing. He concentrated, adjusting the depth of his penetrating vision deeper, before turning his face back. Much better. This time he could see the blood vessels directly. The color of the blood was entirely normal, and the shape and vitality of the red blood cells appeared healthy to the naked eye. A sense of relief washed over him. The spider that bit Su King was non-venomous. Next, he needed to observe the mutation as progression. Phew. Ing Hao exhaled deeply, continuing his exploration. His vision magnified steadily, finally reaching the DNA level. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Ing Hao could clearly see the strands of Su King's DNA reassembling. The supplementary fragments of spider information were perfectly integrating with one another. The reconfigured DNA immediately began to take effect. Ing Hao adjusted the dual pupils of his vision, allowing him to see every inch of Su King's body, which was undergoing a process of self-dissolution and rebirth, growing increasingly powerful. The entire transformation unfolded seamlessly, and the slumbering Su King remained blissfully unaware. Ing Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since both of them had been bitten, he too would not hold back. He still greatly needed the superhuman abilities of Spider-Man. From the divine space, Ing Hao retrieved the small red and blue spider, placing it once more in the palm of his hand. Bite me, my dear, give it your all. The little spider seemed to comprehend Ing Hao's words, scuttling a couple of steps before finding a small patch of skin and sinking its fangs into it with great force. The sound was imperceptible to human ears, yet the spider could sense it. Its two fangs shattered upon impact. Ing Hao was taken aback, then smacked his forehead. Oh no, I forgot about the divine armor. The nearly invisible divine armor he wore was 12,000 times harder than diamond. In the face of such extraordinary hardness, even the mutated spider stood no chance. The poor little creature began to spin frantically in Ing Hao's palm, desperately searching for its lost fangs. Chapter 33. Yuan, have watched it 10 times. There were 2 mutated spiders in total. One had been crushed, and the other had lost its fangs. Just like that, 2 chances for mutation had slipped away. What should he do now? There was still 1 spider left. Perhaps he could use it too? It seemed unnecessary. Mutation primarily relied on genetics. Even if it could no longer bite, the genes should still be viable, right? Perhaps he could return and draw some spider blood with a syringe to inject into his body? Ing Hao pondered, reluctantly tossing the little spider back into the divine space as he resumed the task of registering his company. Before long, he completed all steps of the online application and paid the registration fee. The webpage prompted him to fill in the company name. Glancing at Su King, he entered 4 Chinese characters into the blank. Daqin Heavy Industry. As a Chinese national, establishing a company in the United States required navigating a relatively more complex security review. After a moment's thought, he filled in Peter Parker's name in the section for the company's responsible person. He also used his own address and phone number. This would help streamline the review process. Once the company was up and running, Ing Hao could join as a major shareholder. Both the review and the establishment of a corporate bank account needed to be conducted offline. The former required waiting, while the latter necessitated a visit to the bank. For now, these were all Ing Hao could accomplish. Stretching his limbs, he shut down the computer at the internet cafe and nudged Su Qing's shoulder. Hey, wake up. We're done here, and it's time to go. Don't disturb me. I'm so sleepy. Su Qing tilted her head, inadvertently pressing Ing Hao's hand down onto her shoulder. She was in a state of delightful haze, seemingly enveloped in comfort. A faint smile gracing her lips as she tilted her head, resting half of her face in the palm of Ing Hao's hand. Her visage was soft and supple, an unparalleled sense of ease radiating from Ing Hao's palm and spreading throughout her entire being. However, Ing Hao had now mastered his composure and refrained from becoming overly excited. He utilized his heavy pupils to ascertain Su Qing's mutation progress. Presently, only a quarter of her cells had completed genetic recombination, indicating that a considerable duration remained before the process reached its conclusion. Moreover, even after the genetic alteration, it was uncertain whether she would awaken immediately. Remaining here was impractical. Returning home seemed the wisest choice. After a brief contemplation, Ing Hao gently withdrew his hand and rose to approach the front desk for payment. The receptionist, a gentleman of African descent adorned with a name tag bearing the name Marcus, was engaged in a phone conversation. Yes, I understand. I can only try to delay. You all better hurry up. Upon noticing Ing Hao approaching from a distance, he promptly lowered his voice. All right. That's enough. He's coming. As Ing Hao drew near, Marcus had already ended the call and eagerly inquired, You wish to change to a suite, correct? Ing Hao, perplexed, regarded him with curiosity. Change what suite? Haha. Come on. Don't play coy. Marcus replied, his expression radiating understanding. I saw that stunning beauty beside you, utterly inebriated, perfect timing. I assent it. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Ing Hao shook his head, clarifying, No suite needed. I merely wish to settle the bill for table 36 in Hall A. No suite. Are you serious? With such a caliber of beauty? Marcus appeared astonished, quickly transitioning to a look of realization, his confidence restored. Oh, I see what you're concerned about. He continued, Rest assured, our suite prices are quite reasonable, devoid of surveillance cameras, with an array of beverages available, and various themes to choose from, complete with diverse props. Most importantly, daily sanitation. You will not regret it. Professional matters belong in professional places. Ing Hao was taken aback by his verbosity and sighed softly, interrupting, Really, it's unnecessary. My friend is merely tired. Very well, the black gentleman shrugged, glancing at the computer screen, frowning. I apologize. The machine seems to be malfunctioning. Stuck? A common issue. Ing Hao, trusting the situation, stood quietly beside him. As he attempted to glance back at Su Qing's location, Marcus suddenly coughed and said, Hey, sir, I apologize for occupying your time. The machine might take a few minutes to reboot. Guess what? As an apology, I've decided to offer you a complimentary beverage. He stared at Ing Hao. A broad smile plastered on his face as he slid a can of cola toward him. That's all right. I'll pass, Ing Hao replied. He found such drinks overly sweet. What do you prefer? I can fetch you something else. Marcus's enthusiasm bordered on excessive. Ing Hao noticed that the man was speaking while furtively glancing off into the distance, behaving rather suspiciously. He soon grasped the gravity of the situation and swiftly turned around. To his dismay, there was no trace of Su Qing in her original spot. If it had been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have been in a state of panic by now. Marcus watched Ing Hao with great interest, eagerly anticipating a look of confusion on his face. Alas, he was disappointed. Ing Hao's keen perception was not to be underestimated. With a gentle blink, the walls of the internet cafe became inconsequential, rendering everything within visible. He had exchanged merely a few words with Marcus at the front desk, taking no more than a minute. In such a brief span, where could one possibly vanish? Before long, Ing Hao located Su Qing. She was being escorted upstairs by two women, one on either side. Their destination appeared to be an open room on the second floor. Inside, three men waited, while a familiar figure, Flash, stood guard at the entrance. How infuriating. Without hesitation, Ing Hao muttered a curse and promptly pursued them. Marcus had been anticipating Ing Hao's anxious inquiry about his girlfriend's whereabouts, ready to don his Oscar-worthy acting skills. Oh, what? Your girlfriend is missing? Shit, I haven't seen her. The surveillance? Sorry, the machine hasn't restarted yet, blah blah. The longer he could stall, the greater his reward. However, to his astonishment, Ing Hao disregarded him entirely, heading straight for the staircase leading to the second floor. Marcus was taken aback. Fuck, how does he know? Glancing at his watch, he realized he could only earn $10 now. If he could just delay for another 30 seconds, he would secure 100. Reluctant to forfeit such a sum, Marcus dashed out from the front desk. Just ahead of Ing Hao, he positioned himself at the base of the stairs, arms crossed. Sorry. Sir, you must pay to go upstairs. We take privacy very seriously here. Get out of my way. Ing Hao raised his arm and forcefully shoved Marcus, sending him stumbling against the wall. He knew this man was in cahoots with Flash, but he was too weary to deal with him. Su King had come out with him. He could not allow her to come to harm. Dazed from the impact, Marcus clearly did not anticipate that the seemingly frail Ing Hao possessed such strength. He glanced at his watch. Only 23 seconds left for that $100. This was it. He took a couple of quick steps and once more obstructed Ing Hao's path. This time, he took a step back, smirking as he threatened. Hey, Chinese kid, you'd better watch yourself. I've watched IP Man 10 times and learned some martial arts. He mimicked the famed character, striking an awkward pose and awkwardly introducing himself in broken Chinese. Yong Chun, Yida. Ing Hao swiftly advanced, launching into a series of grappling maneuvers. Crack, crack. Two sharp sounds echoed through the air. Marcus immediately collapsed onto the ground, his two disobedient hands flailing in despair. Ah, no, you have injured my wrist. Remember never to insult our Chinese martial arts. Wenhao coldly tossed a remark over his shoulder and ascended the stairs, stepping on Marcus's face as he did so. Chapter 34. We are extorting you on the second floor of the internet cafe. There were individual rooms furnished with beds and computers. Clearly, the primary function here was not internet access, but rather the beds. Two heavily made-up women, panting, were escorting Su King into a room at Flash's behest. Place her here. Flash directed, indicating a nearby chair. The women complied without hesitation. The slightly shorter woman retrieved 2 cigarettes from her bag, holding one in her hand and offering the other to her companion. I actually prefer the bed. So do I, replied the taller woman, producing a lighter to ignite their cigarettes, adding, oh, and if you want us to lift her up, it'll cost extra. Extra? Flash shook his head. No. We agreed on 200 each. Absolutely not. The shorter woman firmly opposed. A deal is a deal. If you don't intend to pay, you should lift her yourselves. The taller woman, exhaling smoke, inquired. So why are we doing this labor? Are you some sort of perverts? You four. Do you wish to watch us play with this girl? No, no, no. Flash explained helplessly. It's evident that we simply prefer not to appear on the surveillance cameras downstairs. You two geniuses, listen, this is no longer your concern. Take your money and leave promptly. What? We don't get to use the bed? The two women were utterly astonished. Flash's 3 companions were equally perplexed. Joe exclaimed, Flash, are you insane? You're giving these women 200 each without them doing anything? Owen added, I believe that once the money is given, they should fulfill their duties. Andrew concurred, indeed. Flash, you are trampling on their professional dignity. The two women were also reluctant to simply take the money and leave. The taller one gently pushed Flash's money away, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. We need to clarify this, boys. We are escorts, willing to engage in physical transactions. But we absolutely refuse to be involved in any other criminal activities. The shorter woman chimed in, exactly. So what do you intend to do? You don't want to kill her, do you? Oh, that poor girl. I'm calling the police. What? No, don't call the police. Damn it. Flash rolled his eyes. I'm still in high school, okay? I wouldn't even touch you. How could I possibly commit murder? He helplessly gestured towards Su King. She has a boyfriend who is my classmate, and this guy has crossed me today. To make matters worse, I heard he recently received a bonus of 100,000. I simply intended to use this girl as leverage to extort 20,000 yuan from him. It was as straightforward as that. No harm, no violence. We merely needed to intimidate the lad, and he would surely refrain from reporting us. Even if he did decide to alert the authorities, it would not implicate any of you. At worst, it would be classified as mere intimidation, and he would be out in a matter of 10 to 15 days. He laid all his plans bare, gazing at everyone. Now, are you all reassured? The 3 male companions shrugged nonchalantly. The 2 women exchanged glances, and one remarked, yes. It sounds quite harmless. The other added, but now that we are privy to your secret, you must compensate us more generously, or we shall report you to your school for seeking out a technician and engaging in abduction and threats. High school students, no less. I must admit, you all have matured remarkably. I hardly recognized it at first. Raising the price. Flash felt a surge of frustration at the 2 women. Yet, what could he do? This matter could not become known at school, and silencing the 2 women was out of the question. After much contemplation, he reluctantly conceded. Fine. Okay. 500 each, no more, and you need to stay on to assist. The 2 women exchanged glances. No, that's unacceptable. 2,000 each. All right. 2,000 each it is. Flash acquiesced with resignation. Joe rubbed his hands together, eager to inquire, Excellent. So what is the plan? There are ropes over there. You will bind her first, Flash instructed. Then I will call Ing Hao, demanding he come alone to bring the money to redeem his girl. If he hesitates, I will send him a photograph as proof. Oh, and by the way, there is a hood over there. The three male companions nodded vigorously, each donning a hood and meticulously binding the unconscious Suki into a tight bundle. When Ing Hao arrives, if he complies with the payment, we will allow him to take her away. Flash continued, but be cautious. This lad is Chinese, and they are known for their martial arts. If he resists, we must subdue him together. I have a baseball bat, brass knuckles, boxing gloves, and a wolf's tooth weapon. Oh wait, not that one, cough. In any case, if he dares to resist, we will beat him mercilessly until he agrees to pay. The three companions were filled with fervor. Joe exclaimed, this plan is flawless. Owen added, so meticulous, Flash. I have always known you were destined for great things. Andrew chimed in, today we shall strike it rich, 20,000 yuan. Ha ha ha. Each of us will receive. Wait a moment, since we are extorting him, why not demand 100,000? Flash was taken aback. What? Good heavens, Andrew. Are you a devil? Stone-hearted? How could you leave him with nothing? What if they are in dire need of the money? He earnestly lectured. We cannot be devoid of humanity. We must leave him some money. As long as he has funds to spend, he is unlikely to feel despair, and thus, the probability of him reporting us diminishes, ensuring our safety. The words of Flash left the other three momentarily stunned, observing their souls being enlightened. He pointed to his head and declared, this is wisdom. Take note. After some deliberation, Flash retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call. The tall technician suddenly interjected, wait. Perhaps we could ask for 50,000? Leaving 5,000 for your classmate is quite generous. That is 50,000. It can accomplish so much. The shorter technician chimed in. Indeed, that could sustain both of us for a month. Flash pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. All right, let us request 50,000. The shorter technician immediately began calculating. If it's 50,000, according to the previous ratio, we should each receive. Quickly help me calculate. All right, enough calculations. I'll give each of you 5,000. Flash suddenly became generous, and the offer pleased the two technicians immensely. They nodded in approval. However, the three friends Flash had summoned appeared less than pleased, as a larger share for the technicians meant a smaller share for them. Nevertheless, with Flash as the mastermind, they felt it unwise to voice their discontent. Flash prepared to dial again. Wait, there's one more thing. The tall technician spoke again, pointing to Su King. You must guarantee that you will not harm that poor girl, not even a bit. We absolutely cannot allow such a thing to occur. Seeing the confusion and bewilderment on the faces of the men, she elaborated, is it so difficult to understand? Girls help girls. This statement completely unraveled the composure of the other three men. Are you two joking? You are complicit in extortion and distribution, taking her money. Does that not count as harming her? The two women exchanged glances and immediately retorted, no, the money belongs to this girl's boyfriend. We are taking her boyfriend's money. They were quite clear on that point. But you kidnapped her. The two technicians simultaneously denied, no, the ropes were tied by you. We merely assisted her. They were indeed clear about their stance. Then why should you receive 5,000? The shorter technician shrugged, because we can report you to your school, Mid-City High, correct? So, to be precise, we are extorting the four of you. After saying this, the two technicians exchanged a fist bump. Awesome, sister. The men followed the technician's gaze and spotted a school badge attached to a backpack, leading to an argument. Damn it, why didn't you hide the school badge? I didn't expect them to extort us. You're utterly brainless. Why didn't you think of it sooner? Flash's head felt as though it might explode. Enough. Silence. He shouted, his chest heaving as he continued. Let's attend to business, shall we? Chapter 35, No Turning Back. No, I have a way out. Finally, the crowd settled into silence. Flash dialed Ing Hao's number. The call connected, and he pressed his hand against his throat, producing a hoarse voice. Is this Ing Hao? Listen, your girlfriend is with me. I'm giving you an address. Bring 50,000 in cash, alone. I've arrived, Flash. Ing Hao's voice echoed from both the doorway and the phone. In the next instant, there was a loud bang. The door flew open as Ing Hao kicked it in. The individuals in the room jumped back in shock, taking a collective step away. The two women present cowered in fear, retreating to the side. Ing Hao stood at the entrance with his hands shoved into his pockets, eyes fixed intently on Flash. Forget the money. I'm here to teach you a lesson. Are you coming to me, or shall I come to you? Damn it. Flash was at a loss for where things had gone awry. There was no way he would allow Ing Hao to best him again. That would be utterly humiliating. He muttered a curse under his breath and swiftly distributed the gear from his bag to his three companions. You keep an eye on the hostage. The rest of you, let's deal with this punk. Joe was assigned to watch over Su King, armed with a wooden baseball bat. Flash donned boxing gloves. not to inflict more pain, but simply to avoid having his fingers caught by Ying Hao again. Owen put on brass knuckles, positioning himself to Flash's left. Andrew received a set of wolf teeth. He glanced at the others, then back at himself, feeling somewhat sheepish. Flash enough chatter. Prepare for battle. Flash shouted. Andrew reluctantly slipped the transparent wolf teeth onto his fingers. Go, Flash commanded. Owen charged towards Ying Hao, launching a powerful hook. Unfortunately, his speed was lacking, and the strike bore considerable openings. Ying Hao leaned back slightly, swiftly lifting his foot to stamp on Owen's knee, twisting it to the side. Owen cried out in pain, immediately incapacitated. However, due to Ying Hao's own lack of strength, the kick did not fracture Owen's joint. It was merely excruciating. In an instant, it was all over. Flash paused momentarily. Joe's grip on the baseball bat trembled. Andrew took a step back in trepidation. Flash gritted his teeth. Andrew, go. Andrew hesitated, eyeing the formidable Ying Hao as he advanced steadily. Gazing at the wolf fang ring adorning his finger, he swallowed hard. Flash, are you serious? Flash, with a grave expression, nodded in affirmation. We have no retreat left. Andrew took several deep breaths, overwhelmed by the weight of the moment. In a fit of anger, he advanced 2 steps before veering towards the 2 skilled female fighters, crouching beside them. I apologize, Flash, but I believe I have an escape route. I have no grievances with Wenha. The 2 women welcomed his presence warmly. The taller one nodded at him, declaring, a wise choice indeed. The shorter one eyed the wolf fang ring on his finger and remarked, I like that. It seems exhilarating to use. Care to give it a try? Andrew blushed and chuckled. Is it free? No. Then never mind. Damn it. Flash, having lost his trusted allies, was left to face the challenge alone. Wenha, I refuse to allow you to trample my dignity time and again. With a fierce cry, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. In truth, Flash possessed considerable strength and had even taken up boxing. His reputation as a school tough was well deserved, as he was indeed adept in combat. However, his previous encounters with Wenha had ended in defeat, with Wenha effortlessly subduing him on both occasions. In the first bout, he injured his finger, and today, he hurt his wrist. The pain from the incident where Wenha twisted his fingers just days prior lingered. Wenha had exerted such force that it nearly fractured them. The agony in his joints was unbearable, which was why Flash had refrained from confronting Wenha until now. Even today, he had summoned 3 comrades from school, believing that their numbers would give him the advantage to take down Wenha. Yet, it appeared that he would have to rely solely on himself. Flash's punches were delivered with fierce velocity, and against an average opponent, they would have surely brought them to their knees. However, Wenha was no ordinary adversary. He was a top student at the police academy. He had undergone rigorous training and was accustomed to daily military drills. Despite his current physical weakness and inability to exert great force in terms of combat skills, Flash, merely a high school student, stood no chance against Wenha. Wenha moved with grace, maintaining a safe distance while effortlessly dodging Flash's strikes. After a couple of combinations, he spotted an opening and delivered a straight punch that struck Flash squarely in the face. Wenha's fist, reinforced with divine armor, boasted unmatched hardness. He did not apply excessive force, yet the sound of Flash's nasal bone breaking echoed sharply. Oh! Exclaimed the trio in the corner simultaneously. Joe, who was watching over Su King, gasped and instinctively concealed the baseball bat behind him. No, my nose. Blood streamed profusely from Flash's nostrils, a gruesome sight. He raised his glove in an attempt to wipe away the blood, but as soon as he touched his nose, his hand recoiled in pain. It hurt too much. Ying Hao cast a cold glance at him and suggested, Flash, with graduation just days away, I hope that from today onward, you will refrain from provoking me or touching my friends and classmates. Is that agreeable? Chapter 36. Genetic Mutation Damn. Wako wako wako. Wako Ying Hao. Flash cursed vehemently, and mid-curse, he spat out 2 of his front teeth. He was filled with a tumult of hatred, anger, and pain. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to bully others and had never before experienced such humiliation. Ying Hao observed him with indifference, contemplating whether to deliver a more severe lesson to this obstinate individual. While violence may not instill kindness in him, at the very least, it could allow him to empathize with those he had previously tormented. To his surprise, upon seeing his teeth scattered on the ground, Flash, enraged and humiliated, stormed towards Joe and snatched the baseball bat from his hands. Wakuyu, Ying Hao, if I cannot strike you, then I shall strike your girlfriend. He raised the bat high above his head, preparing to bring it down with force. In an instant, Ying Hao bent down to shield Su King, lifting his arm to block the impending assault. Given the thickness of Ying Hao's protective armor, the bat would likely shatter upon impact. However, the bat never reached his arm. At the moment of descent, Su King suddenly opened her eyes. Instinctively, She raised her arm towards Flash, and the ropes that had bound her tightly for countless loops snapped with a resounding crack. Her palm pushed against Flash. Bang! Flash was sent flying, colliding with Joe. The two of them crashed through 4 wooden walls and landed heavily on the floor of the room across the hallway. In that moment, a young couple in the room screamed and dashed out of bed, rushing out of the door in a state of undress. Su Qing's genetic modification was complete. She had acquired superhuman strength. Ying Hao immediately grasped the implications. What she had just done was effortless yet terrifying. He could scarcely imagine the magnitude of her strength if she were to unleash her full power. How enviable, how infuriating. He was already impatient to return home and seek a method to induce genetic mutation for himself. The trio in the corner stood in stunned silence. Andrew asked, "What just happened?" The tall tech girl replied, "I couldn't see clearly." The short tech girl exclaimed, "Damn, that girl is incredibly strong. No wonder you all had to bind her." Andrew slowly shook his head. "We had no idea she possessed such strength." On Su Qing's side, having sent her adversaries flying, she finally regained her senses. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, she shrank her neck and asked, "Ying Hao, where are we?" Ying Hao replied, "In a room on the 2nd floor of an internet cafe." Su Qing shifted her gaze from the large hole in the wall back to the grand circular bed and asked, "Did you bring me here to check into a room?" "Check into what room?" Ying Hao, caught between laughter and tears, explained, "Just now, while you were asleep, I went to settle the bill. And then Flash arrived with these men and abducted you, demanding a ransom from me." He spoke without reservation. Su Qing, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. "Flash is such a scoundrel. Did you pay him?" Ying Hao shook his head. "No, but I did give him a good thrashing." A sweet smile spread across Su Qing's face. Whether it was paying or fighting, it was all for her, and she felt a surge of joy. "What about Flash? I think he deserves a beating. Where is he?" Ying Hao turned his gaze towards a large hole in the wall. Su Qing glanced over, her heart racing, and she covered her mouth in shock. "Ah, did you do that? Did you fight him so fiercely? Didn't he get hurt, did you?" She began to check him over anxiously. Ying Hao caught her delicate hand and replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine. I didn't fight that fiercely. The hole in the wall. That was your doing." Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Me? Don't joke around. I'm just a little girl." "It was indeed you." Ying Hao pointed to the ropes scattered on the floor. "These were meant to bind you, and you managed to break free." He spoke to her with utmost seriousness. "I'm not joking. I suspect you may have undergone a genetic mutation." Su Qing stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter, playfully slapping his shoulder. "Don't tease me, you're insufferable." With a loud crack, as Ying Hao stood, Su Qing's playful slap caused him to break the wooden floor beneath his feet. Thankfully, he was clad in divine armor, filled with energy and protective force fields. Had it been anyone else, this might have shattered their bones. Su Qing's super strength was undeniably far superior to that of Spider-Man in movies. Ying Hao stepped aside, revealing the fractured floor to Su Qing. "Now do you believe me? From now on, try not to touch anything. We need to find a place for you to properly adjust to your newfound strength, understood?" Su Qing retracted her hand and nodded vigorously. "Let us go?" Ying Hao stood up, took Su Qing's hand, and as they reached the door, he glanced at Andrew and the 2 technicians. Revealing her genetic mutation publicly might not be wise. But what about all these witnesses? Just as Ying Hao pondered this, he suddenly heard a ripping sound. Su Qing had torn the corner of his shirt. "Oh no. How could this happen? Didn't he even use much force?" She felt frustrated. "This is so annoying. How can I even touch you like this?" Ying Hao chuckled. "It's all right, you'll adapt." "What do you need me to do?" Su Qing replied. "I think I can vaguely guess what you're thinking. You don't want anyone to know about my genetic mutation, do you?" Ying Hao was taken aback. Was this a form of telepathy? Su Qing glanced at the 3 individuals in the corner. "I believe I may have a solution." She opened her palm, directing it towards them. Ying Hao instinctively activated the analytical capabilities of his heavy pupils. A barely perceptible wave emanated from Su Qing's hand, resembling a net, not a tangible one, but rather a network composed of bioelectric currents. This net swiftly enveloped the 3 individuals. An electric signal penetrated their nervous systems, racing through their brains. Their gazes immediately turned bewildered. The tall technician stood up, glancing around as if the surroundings were unfamiliar. "Where on earth is this place? How did I get here?" The shorter technician appeared equally puzzled. "I don't know, sister. What is happening? I remember we were drinking." Andrew, crouching nearby, initially seemed dazed. But upon catching sight of the technician's long legs, he broke into a silly grin. "I quite enjoy this dream." A bioelectric net? Erasing memories? It was undeniably astonishing to Ying Hao. He had anticipated that being bitten by 2 different spiders would yield distinct abilities. But he never imagined that Su Qing's power would be so extraordinary. "It should be resolved," Su Qing declared, clapping her hands. They shouldn't remember what just happened, nor even realize we were here. With that, Ing Hao felt relieved. He took Su Keqing's hand. Come, there are still 2 more people. Chapter 37. Genetic Enhancement Module. Under Ing Hao's guidance, Su Keqing erased the memories of Zhou and Flash, ensuring they would forget the events that transpired. She even took the liberty of implanting a subconscious suggestion in Flash that he must never provoke Ing Hao. Unfortunately, they could not locate the receptionist, Marcus, who was likely at the hospital. It mattered not. The second floor had no surveillance, and the hard drive on the first floor had been destroyed when Ing Hao glanced at it before leaving. Even if the police intervened in the investigation, the testimonies of those 6 individuals would hold more weight than that of Marcus alone. Ing Hao initially intended to take a taxi home, but Su Keqing insisted on riding the subway. When asked why, she remained tight-lipped. Modes of transportation were inconsequential to Ing Hao, so he acquiesced. On the subway, Ing Hao and Su Keqing sat quietly side by side. Suddenly, a stranger approached and greeted him. Hi, Ing Hao. Hello, Ing Hao replied, watching her depart. Feeling somewhat perplexed. Who was she? He had no recollection of her whatsoever. Moments later, another stunning woman passed by, beaming and blowing him a kiss. Hi, Ing Hao. Mua. This face was equally unfamiliar. Then came a third individual. Hey, Ing Hao, don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. This one was not only a stranger, but also a man. Responsibility, my foot. He cast a stern glance at the mischievous Su Keqing, who was struggling to suppress her laughter, and quietly cautioned, please refrain from using your extraordinary abilities for pranks. A new skill confirmed. This girl possesses mind control. Truly, she is a formidable spider, though sadly, I have been compelled to squash her. Such is the fate of brilliant creatures. Noticing that Ing Hao was displeased, Su Keqing stifled her amusement and adopted a more serious demeanor. I was merely conducting a little research, just testing things out. Ing Hao responded with utmost seriousness. Even so, such experiments should not be conducted in public, lest you attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Oh, then I shall try it at your home, she replied cheekily. Su Keqing admired her own hands, her spirits soaring. Testing at home? That was out of the question. Aside from him, her grandfather and mother occupied the household. It would be inappropriate for her to experiment on anyone else, not to mention if she were to unleash any formidable powers, wouldn't he, that risked demolishing the place. After the subway arrived at their station, Ing Hao decisively led her away. Half an hour later, they arrived at the registered address of Ing Hao's company, the barn. Let us experiment here, it's peaceful. He secured the barn door. Turning around, he found that Su Keqing had vanished. Here, her voice rang out from above. Ing Hao looked up to see her perched playfully on a beam at least 4 meters high, waving down at him. How did you get up there? He inquired. With excitement, Su Keqing exclaimed, I jumped up. My strength is immense now, praise me. Indeed, quite impressive, Ing Hao responded dismissively, searching for a sharp stone nearby. He approached the barn wall and swiftly noted down a chart. To ensure that your life remains unaffected, it would be prudent for you to test your various abilities. You currently possess super strength, mind control, memory alteration. Cough. Do you have any other skills? Perhaps wall crawling like a spider? Ing Hao was somewhat leading the inquiry with the answers in hand. Ah, you mean like crawling on the wall? Let me try? Without hesitation, Su Keqing leaped down from the beam and dashed to the wooden wall, pressing her palms against it. With a gentle exertion of her arms, her feet lifted off the ground. Wow, it really works. Su Keqing instantly transformed into a large gecko, scurrying back and forth on the wall, even climbing to the top of the barn. Ing Hao, do I not resemble those possessed by demons in horror films? Wah! Ing Hao chuckled and shook his head, adding another note to the chart as he continued to inquire about her abilities. Su Keqing took a moment to assess and uncertainly replied, it seems these are all I have. Ing Hao nodded and instructed, now, let us determine the range of your abilities one by one. First, strength. Inside the barn, there are various weights of barbells ranging from 100 kilograms to 5 tons. Start with the lightest and increase the weight sequentially. After completing each level, mark a check on this chart. I will keep watch outside to prevent anyone from approaching. All right. Su Keqing, eager to explore the limits of her powers, dashed off with enthusiasm. The barn was devoid of any barbells, yet this posed no challenge. Ing Hao did not need to enter the divine space. He merely opened a rift and commanded the divine workstation to fabricate barbells. He then directed them to emerge from another rift, landing precisely where they were intended to be. By the time Su Keqing arrived, a variety of barbells, each differing in weight, had already been arranged. Ing Hao, having ventured outside the barn, was not there to stand guard, but rather to investigate the matter of the small spiders. He too yearned for superhuman strength. He traced a circle above his palm, summoning a spider from the rift to rest in his hand. 2 pitiful spiderlings appeared. One was lifeless, while the other searched desperately for its lost fangs. A sudden thought struck him. Ying Hao fashioned a precise syringe using the divine workstation and aimed it at the still-living creature. Stay still. I need to draw some blood. The blue spider blood was extracted into the syringe. Given the spider's minuscule size, only about 0.05 milliliters could be drawn. Even so, the little spider's condition quickly deteriorated. Armed with the spider blood, Ying Hao commanded the divine armor on his forearm to open a small incision, targeting a vein. Would it be safe to proceed? A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. What if he failed to acquire superpowers and instead contracted some virus? Testing on an animal was not an option either. Those two spiders had little tissue left. Enough deliberation. Fortune favors the bold. After all, with the system in place, could it truly lead to his demise? Resolute, Ying Hao plunged the syringe into his body, injecting the spider blood. His gaze penetrated his skin as he observed the blue blood coursing through his veins. To his astonishment, it flowed only a mere inch before spilling out. He watched helplessly as the blue blood oozed from the needle's eye, only to be absorbed by the divine armor. The system has detected abnormal biological contamination and is currently analyzing. Analysis complete. Genetic information has been stored in the system, and the sample has been eradicated. The system's notification suddenly resonated within his mind. What do you mean it has been eradicated? Abnormal gene invasion may lead to uncontrollable mutations in the host's lineage, affecting genetic purity and overall health. The divine armor can provide an upgraded safety alternative for genetic mutation, requiring 90 of current energy for the upgrade. Shall I proceed? Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Ying Hao could hardly contain his eagerness. Was this even a question? With the antimatter reactor at his disposal, the energy he could harness was nearly limitless. The only drawback was that the charging efficiency paled in comparison to the consumption by the system and armor. In the next moment, he felt the temperature of the divine armor on his surface rise sharply, only to cool down almost immediately thereafter. The divine armor set, along with the gene enhancement module, has been launched. The host may select from the safely stored gene fragments within the gene repository for enhancement. The current total number of gene information: 1. Gene number 001. Source: nameless spider. Unsafe gene fragments have been eliminated, achieving a fusion safety index of 100. Reason for removal: damage to skin organs. The gene enhancement module of the divine armor is deemed safer than directly assimilating abnormal biological gene information. All genetic information is stored within the armor's data chip, allowing for installation when needed and removal or replacement at will. Shall we proceed with the installation of Gene 001? Install. The divine armor, originally completely transparent and invisible to the naked eye, now reveals a circular band at the wrist. It adheres closely to the skin, resembling an impeccably regular tattoo. The ring features a total of 20 grooves, into which a chip slowly inserts. Gene enhancement in progress. Ying Hao feels as though his skin is being pricked by countless fine needles. Enhancement complete. In an instant, Ying Hao senses his muscles swell significantly, his entire being imbued with strength. Simultaneously, everything around him appears to slow down dramatically, the grass swaying underfoot, the leaves cascading from the trees, the insects fluttering nearby, all as if captured in slow motion. This is an illusion caused by the substantial increase in reaction speed, yet it is easily adaptable. A twinge of regret washes over Ying Hao, for the divine armor has removed the gene fragments associated with web-slinging and climbing abilities. He would not have minded having some invisible bristles on his palms or several glands for silk secretion on his wrists. Unfortunately, the system has its reservations. Seemingly attuned to Ying Hao's thoughts, the system prompts. The special effects of the removed gene fragments can be adequately substituted by other means, rendering them of little value. Reflecting on this, Ying Hao realizes that climbing can be accomplished with tools, and swinging can be achieved using synthetic silk. With this perspective, it appears there is no significant loss. He reassures himself, content with having both offensive and defensive capabilities. After a moment of self-comfort, he retrieves the prematurely departed spider number 2 and holds it in his palm. Extracting genes. Analyzing. Analysis successful. Gene information recorded. Gene number 002. Source: nameless spider. 2. Unsafe gene fragments have been eliminated, achieving a fusion safety index of 100. Gene enhancement effects: extraordinary strength, spider sense, telepathy, and bioelectric web. The segment concerning the removal of the spider bristles has been omitted due to its detrimental effect on the skin organs. Shall we proceed with the installation of gene enhancement number 002? Installation is confirmed. The divine armor gene enhancement accommodates 20 chip slots, of which only one has been utilized thus far. Without hesitation, Ying Hao inserted the number 002 chip. Moments later, he acquired the abilities of telepathy, mind control, and a biological electric network. No longer would he envy the girl within. In the granary, Su Qing's urgent voice echoed. Come help me quickly. Something has happened. Without a second thought, Ing Hao rushed inside. The wall of the granary displayed a multitude of ticks in the strength section, indicating that the limit had not been reached. This superhuman strength is indeed extraordinary. With such formidable power, what assistance could one possibly require? With curiosity brewing in his mind, Ing Hao sprinted to the innermost part of the granary. Along the way, he noticed pairs of footprints, each deeper than the last, with the innermost tracks measuring a staggering 30 centimeters deep. The granary floor, a slightly leveled patch of mud, had become soft and damp after years of neglect. It would be exceedingly difficult for an individual to lift a 5-ton object without sinking into the ground. But where was Su Qing? Looking around, Ing Hao finally spotted her huddled behind a panel, revealing only half her body. What's wrong? He inquired. Stop, don't come any closer. Su Qing's face flushed. Can I borrow your jacket? Ing Hao removed his jacket and stepped forward. What's the matter? Are you cold? Stay put. She vigorously shook her head. I'm not cold. I tore my pants while exerting myself just now. Ing Hao chuckled. What's so funny? Hurry and give me your jacket. After tossing the jacket to her, a rustling sound ensued. Su Qing emerged, wrapped in Ing Hao's jacket. One leg covered in mud. Let us not continue today. Let us head back. All right, he replied, and they exited the granary side by side, securing the door behind them. Curiously, Su Qing observed Ing Hao. Strange, why do I suddenly feel disconnected from your thoughts? I could sense them just moments ago. Ing Hao hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his own genetic mutation. Before he could decide, both felt a sudden shiver, their body hairs standing on end. Su Qing exclaimed with realization. Ah, you've undergone a genetic mutation too? Indeed, such matters could never be concealed between two individuals endowed with spider senses. Fate had intertwined their destinies as true friends, sharing even the experience of genetic transformation. Su Qing suddenly brightened. Hey, Ing Hao, will we become superheroes like the X-Men, fighting against oppression and aiding the weak? I am not aimlessly seeking out the weak to support. With his hands clasped behind his head, Ing Hao strolled leisurely, remarking, in this world, there are countless weak individuals. Yet how can two people possibly assist them all? If we happen to encounter someone in need, so be it. I have no intention of actively seeking out good deeds, for I have my own life to live. Su Qing felt a bit deflated upon hearing this. However, she quickly regained her composure and approached Ing Hao, saying, I must admit, you make a valid point. Yet, the X-Men serve as a reminder for you. Those individuals, every last one of them, are genetically mutated. Just imagine if we could gather them. It would be exhilarating. Wolverine's regenerative abilities, Magneto's control over magnetic fields, Human Torch, Iceman, aside from Magneto. There's also the Hulk. The thought of combining 20 different slots is thrilling. Oh, by the way, have you resolved the matter of your company registration? Yes. I am merely awaiting the review and the establishment of a bank account. I'm too lazy to handle it myself, so I had Peter fill out the application. That's quite good, but with such a small barn, what can you truly accomplish? Surely, you don't expect this place to manufacture weapons to rival Stark Industries? Though the barn may be small, it holds great potential, Ing Hao cryptically replied. You needn't pry. This venture does not concern you. If you choose not to share, then I shan't wish to hear it, Su Qing pouted. Speaking of which, the newspapers and the internet have been buzzing about Tony Stark's disappearance lately. Surely, he hasn't come to any harm? Her words sparked a realization in Ing Hao. How many days had he been missing? At this moment, the miniature arc reactor should have been completed, right? It was time to seize the opportunity while he was absent and promptly elevate the agenda, decisively suppressing Stark Industries stock prices. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, the Ten Rings terrorist group gathered near a cave, armed and vigilant. Deep within the cave, the infamous Tony Stark was imprisoned. This certainly does not resemble a missile, Ethan remarked, gazing in awe at the circular object glowing blue in Tony's hand. No, it is not, Tony replied, holding it aloft. This is a miniature arc reactor, a design by my father. It is a compact version of Stark Industries technology, capable of producing approximately 3 billion joules of energy per second. Enough to keep your heart beating for 50 lifetimes. Tony nodded slightly, his eyes brightening. Or, sufficient to power a large entity at full capacity for 15 minutes. Chapter 38. Seeking orders. A new day dawned. Peter Parker felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Unimaginable transformations had taken place within him. After returning home yesterday afternoon, he had drifted into a deep slumber. When evening arrived, he awoke to discover that his frail body had gained remarkable strength. The once emaciated youth has transformed into a model with a well-proportioned, muscular physique, radiating strength. Previously, he struggled to run a few steps. Yet now he effortlessly executes a backflip. Furthermore, his severely myopic vision has astonishingly returned to that of an average person, even surpassing it. Upon opening his eyes, everything within his view became strikingly clear. Every detail was vividly perceptible, and the world suddenly appeared rich, perfect, and enchanting. Most importantly, there was a remarkable enhancement in his reflexes. In fact, just last night, Peter ventured out to dispose of the garbage and fortuitously stumbled upon Mary Jane and Flash in a heated argument. It seemed they were on the verge of breaking up. Mary Jane was resolute, while Flash persistently pressed on, ultimately succumbing to anger and dragging her into a nearby alley. Peter, aware of his own limitations, would typically resort to calling the police in such bullying situations, fervently hoping they would arrive swiftly. However, this time, the one being bullied was the goddess of his heart, and he could not afford to wait idly. He hastened to the alley, where he found Flash cornering Mary Jane against the wall, menacingly threatening her. Summoning an unknown courage, Peter stepped forward to intervene. Flash, intending to land a hefty blow on Peter, was unexpectedly met with a swift strike to his nose from Peter instead. Peter was astounded, puzzled by Flash's sluggish response. He had successfully rescued Mary Jane, leaving Flash behind to vent his fury with expletives. Damn it, my nose again. F you, Peter. These transformations were nothing short of miraculous. Even at this moment, Peter Parker occasionally found himself bewildered, fearing he might awaken from this dream at any moment. Logically, it couldn't be a dream. He muttered to himself as he walked in small steps. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a genetic mutation, probably due to that spider bite yesterday. It's perfectly normal, Peter, with so many mutants at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. You've merely been fortunate enough to join their ranks. You wake up, you are no longer the person you once were. He continually reinforced this mental fortitude while discreetly reminding himself, remain low-key, one must be discreet. In today's society, mutants are still not widely accepted, and it is imperative that no one discovers this, not even his two friends. Just as he was contemplating this, he noticed Wen Hao and Su King not far ahead. A casual greeting, like any other day, would be inconsequential. Peter Parker forced a smile and approached Wen Hao and Su King, saying, "Good morning, you two." Suddenly, his expression froze, a chill surging through him, and his mind raced. Wen Hao and Su King felt the same sensation. Without uttering a word, the three completed an unspoken recognition of their identities. Peter exclaimed, "Oh my God, you two." Wen Hao replied, "Yes." Su King, that's wonderful." Peter Parker let out a sigh of relief. "I was so afraid others would find out. I never imagined I would have a kindred spirit." After a full day of classes, the three of them naturally gathered together. They were no longer just friends or partners. They were kindred souls. In the barn, Ing Hao accompanied Peter and Su King as they familiarized themselves with their superpowers over the course of half an hour. Under his guidance, Peter Parker had become quite adept at using his webs and webbing. "Brother, your ideas are spot on. I never considered using the web this way," Peter exclaimed, swinging back and forth in the barn, thoroughly enjoying himself. "In fact, just yesterday, I was contemplating whether to remove the gland on my wrist." "Oh, why is it that only he manifested this ability?" Standing on the ground, Su King appeared displeased, hands on her hips, pouting. "Humph. I want to try the feeling of being Tarzan too." Ing Hao cast her a peculiar glance. "Tarzan? How old are you this year?" Su King playfully slapped him. "What is that for? It's a classic movie, you know. How can you not be aware? So annoying." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Peter Parker fell from midair. "Oh, this is so exhilarating. Shouldn't you check your wrists again? What if the glands haven't developed yet?" Ing Hao shook his head. "I think that's unnecessary. It's likely just a matter of individual differences. Let us set aside the study of genetic mutations for now." Ing Hao addressed both of them. "Next Monday is our graduation exam, and then summer break begins. Our company should be able to officially register by then. We need to prepare in advance and secure some orders. The urgency to generate profit is palpable. Let's not mention Tony Stark for now. I've already promised to purchase that villa within a month. We need to expedite our projects, find buyers, and turn a profit." "Yes, you're absolutely right." Peter Parker nodded enthusiastically, showing his support. Then, the major stakeholder posed a rather amusing question. What kind of enterprise are we exactly? I know this question sounds absurd, but we truly Haven T discussed this." Ing Hao facepalmed. "Haven T, you checked the group messages?" Peter replied. "I usually keep my notifications muted." Su King added, "I have do not disturb on." Speechless. In a group of three, two had missed the messages. "All right, remember to turn on your group notifications from now on." Ing Hao reintroduced. "The company I registered is in the industrial sector, named Achin Heavy Industries. Initially, we will take on any orders we can get. As long as they are profitable, we can manufacture anything. Do you have any leads or suggestions?" Peter looked around, puzzled. We have no equipment. How are we supposed to manufacture products? Ing Hao deftly circumvented the topic, asserting, leave this to me. You need only focus on the order matters. At that moment, Su King interjected. I once heard my father mention that the most lucrative ventures in America are primarily military and police orders. Previously, to prevent monopolization by large corporations. Both types of orders were accessible through public bidding websites, allowing any qualified entity to submit proposals. However, it seems that military orders are no longer disclosed, though police orders might still be available online. As she spoke, she swiftly picked up her phone to conduct a search. Ing Hao initially harbored little hope. But to his surprise, moments later, Su King exclaimed, I found it. The three of them huddled together, peering intently at the screen. Not qualified, not qualified, not qualified. Their 8 eyes scrutinized thousands of entries on the mobile screen in search of orders that met their criteria. After an hour and a half of tireless searching, they finally achieved a breakthrough. Ing Hao pointed to one entry, stating, here, this one requires no qualifications. They are looking to procure bulletproof vests, and as long as the products pass standard testing at a reasonable price, they are eligible. Write it down quickly. Chapter 39. New bulletproof vests. The order Ing Hao identified was a procurement request for police equipment from the New York City government, requiring 20,000 units and accepting bids from social enterprises. All participating companies would be mandated to conduct public demonstrations at the government's logistics department testing facility. Following a series of evaluations based on product quality, materials, and cost-effectiveness, a comprehensive score would determine the selected bidder. The trio examined the requirements closely. It appeared quite fair. Yet, Peter Parker shifted his gaze from the screen, expressing his regret. We don't have enough time. Su King surveyed the barn's interior and shrugged helplessly. Indeed. With only an hour left before the application deadline and the public demonstration scheduled for tomorrow morning, your company is currently unrenovated, lacking workers and equipment. All you have are those barbells, and there's no way to produce even a sample in time. I believe it's best if. Suddenly, she heard the sound of fingers tapping rapidly on the phone screen, prompting her to pause and look at Ing Hao. Hey, what are you doing? Ing Hao halted his actions and, with a sense of pride, declared, I've submitted the application. What? Both Peter Parker and Su King were taken aback. Peter exclaimed, brother, this is a government order. It's not a joke. Su King added, hey, have you checked the time? There are only a few hours left until the public demonstration. What do you intend to use for the presentation? A PowerPoint? Ing Hao smiled slightly and handed the phone back to Su King. It's all right. I can manage. You think you can manage this? Su King quickly grabbed her phone, wondering if she could cancel the application. Regrettably, there is no button for cancellation on the application form, which is quite distressing. Tomorrow, the logistics department of the government will undoubtedly apprehend you too. She simply could not fathom how to finalize the orders within a single night. The crux of the matter was that Peter Parker suddenly recalled, Ing Hao, have we completed the registration process for our company? We must bring the business license information to the city hall. No sooner had he uttered these words than his phone rang unexpectedly. Peter answered the call and after a brief exchange, hung up, turning to the two of them and stating, it's the city hall. Our company registration has been finalized. They want us to collect the license first thing tomorrow morning. With a clap of his hands, Ing Hao exclaimed, perfect. Problem solved. However, Peter Parker was puzzled. But why did the city hall call me? Because the company registration is under your name, Ing Hao explained. So tomorrow morning, you will go to retrieve the license and wait for me at the city hall. I will bring the samples before the public demonstration. Now, let's hurry back to our respective homes to prepare for the important event tomorrow. With that, he led the way out of the barn, and Su King and Peter quickly followed suit. Su King inquired, wait, what samples are you bringing? Peter echoed, yes, even if we need to create samples. It should be done immediately. Ing Hao smiled enigmatically, don't worry, I will take care of it. It was evident that both were quite anxious. Yet Ing Hao could only keep them guessing. He certainly could not reveal the secrets of the divine space to them. Before long, the three boarded the nearby subway. Upon reaching Queens, they parted ways. As Peter exited the subway, he heard Ing Hao calling out, oh, and make sure to dress formally tomorrow. All right, I got it. Peter replied as the doors closed. Suddenly, Ing Hao remembered something and looked at Su King. Aren't you going home? Her residence was also in Queens, so she should have exited with Peter. Su King then realized that she should have disembarked. Why had she subconsciously stayed behind with Ing Hao? How was she to explain this? Forgetfulness? Su King promptly dismissed that thought, lifting her chin defiantly as she declared, I'm just here to mooch some food. After all, it's my family's house. As you said, Ing Hao chuckled helplessly. All right, it's your family's. Later that evening, the family of four enjoyed a delightful dinner filled with laughter. Su King and Ing Hao assisted in clearing the dishes and wiping the table before they settled down to watch television together for a while. As the clock struck 11, they each retreated to wash up and prepare for bed. Everything seemed just as it always was, yet it felt far from normal. At the bedroom door, Inghao turned to Su Qing and said, "Good night." "Good night, my foot." Su Qing seized him abruptly, inquiring, "When will you procure that bulletproof vest sample?" "You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Of course not," Inghao replied. "I made a call while I was showering, entrusting another company to handle it. We'll have the goods by tomorrow." "Oh, well, that is acceptable." Su Qing remained skeptical as she retreated to her bedroom, quietly shutting the door behind her. Inghao, too, was not idle. After a brief pause, he exited his room and hurried to knock on Xiao Yun's door. "Mom, where's the universal remote for the villa?" Xiao Yun turned and retrieved it from the table, saying, "Here it is." "Thank you." Inghao swiftly snatched it from her hand and returned to his room. Experience is the best teacher, he mused, reflecting on past events that must not be repeated. Xiao Yun stood in contemplation for a moment before it dawned on her. That rascal is actually feeling shy. With a smile, she closed the door and lay down, pondering what name to give her grandson as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Inghao secured the door, tossing the remote onto the bed before immersing himself in the divine workspace. Crafting a bulletproof vest was a trivial task, with the celestial workstation at his disposal. It would be accomplished in mere moments. The blueprints for the bulletproof vests resided within Stark Industries' database, and there were various designs available. Some were robust, capable of withstanding light sniper fire, while others were sleek, designed to be sewn into clothing for special operations personnel. There were full-body versions that shielded 90% of the area below the neck, providing comprehensive protection for both the upper body and lower limbs. Additionally, there existed conceptual models, mere designs utilizing a hypothetical memory alloy. Should a vest made from this material be struck, it could revert to its original shape within 5 minutes, expelling any bullets it had absorbed. Isn't that akin to a video game protagonist's shield? Inghao mused, glancing at the designer's name, which surprisingly was not Tony Stark's. To conceive such a creation, the scientists at Stark Industries are indeed impressive, he commended. However, the conceptual model remained just that, a concept. The material structure existed only in theory, as Stark Industries had yet to actualize it due to technological constraints. Nevertheless, the celestial workstation would face no such limitations. Inghao could not replicate the blueprints directly. Thus, he synthesized the advantages of various bulletproof vests to create a new design. It was lightweight, capable of being sewn into linings, yet could also be worn independently. Its coverage was unparalleled, enveloping 100% of the area below the neck, impervious even at the crotch. Its defensive capabilities were formidable, successfully intercepting bullets from handguns, submachine guns, and light sniper rifles. Moreover, it possessed self-repairing properties. Inghao enhanced the structure of this memory material, reducing the repair time to a mere 30 seconds. This bulletproof vest, with such remarkable performance, is bound to become a bestseller, isn't it? He meticulously drafted the blueprints, annotating the specifications. With a quick glance from his heavy pupils, he noted, "The design has been recorded, blueprint number 0313. Please assign a name to this project." He decided to name it Invincible CD 30 Seconds. "The new name has been recorded. Shall we commence production immediately?" "Yes, let's start with 100,000 units. Chapter 40. AI Ada having arranged the production plan. Inghao settled onto the floor, retrieving his phone to prepare for a gaming session. After all, that was a staggering 100,000 units. He mused that even if the divine workstation produced them 10 by 10, he would have to count to 1,000 to complete the task. However, just as the game company's logo appeared on his phone screen, a system notification chimed in. Production of 100,000 Invincible CD 30 Seconds has been completed. What on earth? Inghao initially thought he had misheard. Upon raising his gaze, he was astonished to see that the divine workstation's workspace had silently expanded to a magnitude 100,000 times its original size, completing the output in one swift motion. Such efficiency, astonishing. Turning off his phone, Inghao contemplated for a moment before using the divine workstation to create another 100,000 units of packaging, several trucks, 2 suits, and 2 exquisite boxes. He set aside 4 bulletproof vests, 2 original ones and 2 that he seamlessly integrated into the suit's linings, placing them in the boxes while loading the rest onto the trucks. What else might be needed? Inghao surveyed the empty underground factory, muttering to himself. The orders are sure to be secured, but it wouldn't do to have no one here when they come to visit the enterprise. He ascended into the air, surveying every corner of the underground factory, and activated the construction mode. In this space, he was akin to the supreme deity. As long as the material energy remained contained, he could conjure anything he desired directly. With a mere thought, various seemingly sophisticated machinery and assembly lines instantaneously filled the underground factory's expanse. Towering cranes, precision mechanical arms, boxes of raw materials, vehicles adorned with the Daqin Heavy Industries logo. The once barren underground factory transformed into a cutting-edge production workshop, merely a step away from perfection. Workers, along with personnel of various ranks, were essential. A factory devoid of human presence felt too implausible. Yet, Inghao truly required no employees. Even if he were to stage a performance, finding them at the dead of night would likely prove difficult. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in Inghao's mind. System, check Stark Industries database for a project named Second Generation Holographic Immersive Environment Construction System. The second generation is still in design. Currently, only a prototype of the Holographic Immersive Environment Construction System exists. Bring it forth. This project's second generation is succinctly referred to as the second structure. It possesses the capability to simulate real-world scenarios through holographic projection and neural interaction, facilitating an immersive experience. This remarkable invention was conceived by Tony Stark for his own psychological healing. Subsequently, it was employed by Mysterio to manipulate Peter in a bewildering manner, akin to psychological manipulation. Recently, Inghao had been concerned that he had yet to develop this technology, only to discover that the first generation was already in existence. It appears that, at this juncture, Tony was beginning to grapple with certain psychological issues. His extravagant lifestyle might merely serve as a facade. After all, who wouldn't he experience psychological turmoil upon receiving devastating news from their parents amidst a Cold War? Alas, poor Tony. Reflecting on this matter, Inghao felt a fleeting twinge of sympathy for Tony Stark, though this sentiment was extinguished almost instantaneously. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance against Tony Stark. No one could provoke a Scorpio and emerge unscathed. Absolutely not. Inghao briefly examined the system, noting that while the basic functions were operational, certain details were still in need of refinement. He recalled the effects portrayed in Marvel films from his previous life, deducing the hardware requirements necessary to realize these functionalities, and swiftly devised an improved version. He calculated the number of drones required to effectively disguise the entire underground factory and manufactured the first iteration of the dual-structure system using the Divine Workstation. Additionally, screenwriters and special effects artists were essential, but these tasks could be entrusted to AI. Inghao then constructed a prototype of the Jarvis Super AI along with a complete server system, situated outside the underground factory within the Divine Space. After making some modifications to the key code, Inghao activated the AI. Before him, a holographic projection of a Chinese woman materialized. She bore a striking resemblance to Li Bingbing, clad in a sharp suit and wearing wide-rimmed glasses. Her long, straight hair was elegantly tied up, and she stood poised with a stack of virtual folders in her hands. "Good evening, boss. Please give me a name." Inghao gazed at her image, pondered momentarily, and returned the question to her. "Ada, do you like it?" She smiled gently. "Not bad at all. Would you like me to adjust my appearance to better suit this name?" "No, this is perfect," Inghao instructed. "From today onward, you are responsible for managing all operations at Daqin Heavy Industries. Although, to be honest, there isn't much to manage here. There is nothing at all. You will also have full command over this dual-structure system. We may have visitors to the factory soon. Draft a script and create a vibrant atmosphere for the workshop." Ada nodded enthusiastically. "No problem." Inghao added, "I also need you to design a microcomputer capable of integrating into the smart home system, one that can host your program." Ada tilted her head slightly, opened the folder in her arms, and pulled out a pen. The sound of writing filled the air. In mere seconds, a complete microcomputer design encompassing both exterior and internal circuitry was finalized. "Done, boss," Inghao remarked, raising an eyebrow, relieved that he no longer had to sketch the designs himself. With a swift glance through his heterochromatic eyes, he uploaded the blueprints into the system and fabricated the device using the Divine Workbench. The miniature computer, no larger than a palm, lacked any interfaces, relying solely on wireless signals. Today, it would be installed in the villa, and he was eager to see who could still unlock his door. Turning to Ada, an idea struck him. "System, is it possible to integrate Ada into the system?" "Affirmative. But only limited permissions can be granted. Would you like to proceed?" "Limited? What permissions are those?" "Upon authorization, she can open the rifts to the Divine Space and control the Divine Workbench." "That is quite significant." Inghao exclaimed. "Proceed, proceed, proceed." Ada suddenly chuckled, prompting a puzzled look from Inghao. Adjusting her glasses, she explained with a beaming smile, "Your earlier remarks sounded like the laughter of a caricatured villain." Inghao's mouth twitched slightly. Wordplay deducts money. A night passed. Peter Parker awoke early. "Uncle Ben, Aunt May, do I look formal enough in this attire?" he nervously inquired, gazing at his reflection in the mirror clad in a suit. Ben Parker chuckled heartily. You look far better than I expected, young man. Oh, my handsome boy. Aunt May approached, straightening Peter's tie. You are the spitting image of your father. I truly wish both of them could see you now. So, Peter, you still haven't told us why you're dressed so formally. Is it for the prom? ISNT that's still some time away? Business matters, Peter shrugged. I co-founded a company with some classmates, and today we're bidding for a contract. Wow, Ben exclaimed, his surprise evident as he patted Peter on the shoulder. You've started a company before graduating? Impressive. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Uncle Ben. Although, I'm not the one primarily responsible, and honestly, I feel rather uncertain about today. Peter thought of the possibility of being turned away by the city's logistics department, causing him a headache. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he said, Oh no, I've spent too long in front of the mirror. I must leave. Best of luck. Thank you. Chapter 41. He will surely come behind the New York City government's procurement building at the Bulletproof vest testing site. The head of the procurement department and experts from the NYPD's 17th precinct were already gathered. Additionally, representatives from New Mexico's Hama Tactical Equipment Company, Tom Morgan, and from the venerable Valkyrie Arms Manufacturing in Westchester, Kinley Jean, were present. Additionally, there stands the chairman of Hammer Industries from New York, Justin Hammer. Before the product trials commence, a customary segment takes place, the self-introductions of the bidding enterprises. Representatives from the other three companies take their turns, eloquently articulating their respective company sizes, advantages, and quality assurances. They are evidently well prepared, each presenting their enterprises in a commendable light. Notably, Hammer not only introduced his company, but also elevated the discourse to matters of national security, emphasizing respect and protection for law enforcement. His words were heartfelt and moving, prompting several government overseers and law enforcement experts in attendance to nod in agreement, culminating in a resounding applause. Finally, it was the turn of Dachin Heavy Industries. However, Ing Hao was delayed in traffic. Meanwhile, Peter was oblivious to the fact that there was such a segment in the bidding and had made no preparations. Su King, I'm going to ask for leave for you two big fools. We'll be late. Oh God, my good brother, when will you arrive? Hey, Peter Parker, it's your turn, came the voice of the procurement department head. He frowned at Peter and quietly inquired, Honestly, kid, what are you doing here? Practicing for graduation? Take my advice and leave. No. Peter inhaled deeply, shaking his head. I have come to conduct business. With resolve, he approached the microphone, surveying his competitors, police representatives, and government overseers. His heart raced with trepidation. Clearing his throat, he began. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Peter Parker, the vice chairman of Dachin Heavy Industries. He had just appointed himself. After uttering this, he frantically recalled the statements of those who had spoken before him. The next step seemed to be stating the establishment date of the company. I am honored to be here today. Our Dachin Heavy Industries was, officially registered yesterday and received its license just this morning at 9 o'clock. This declaration elicited laughter from the audience. Established this morning? Is this some sort of prank? Are we expected to compete with such a company? Do they even have products? What a waste of time. The cacophony of mockery left Peter Parker feeling momentarily awkward. His cheeks flushed as he hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. The procurement department head, who had already reviewed Dachin Heavy Industries materials, anticipated this moment. He cast a resigned glance at Peter Parker and raised his hand to restore order. Apologies, everyone. Regardless, we must adhere to the government's procedures. Parker, please continue. All right. Peter, steeling himself, continued. The registered capital of our group is $10. The room erupted with laughter. Did you hear that? $10. Such substantial funding. Hooray, their entire capital is enough for me to indulge in a day's worth of hamburgers. How on earth did they amass such wealth? Unbelievable. Was it a loan sanctioned by the central bank? Or did they seek out a millionaire from Zimbabwe? Those mocking Peter were not merely competitors. Even several police officers, as well as the procurement officer and the municipal supervisor, who were expected to maintain a serious demeanor, joined in the mirth. After a hearty laugh, they gradually settled down. The procurement officer remarked, All right, Peter, you've presented enough. I believe it is unnecessary to continue. You established your company just yesterday, and with a registered capital of merely $10, do you truly think you should persist? Perhaps next time, when your funds are more substantial, you may consider participating in municipal projects. Although his words were couched in politeness, his amusement was barely contained. Peter clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, and shook his head. No, we have submitted our bid, and we shall see it through to the end. The officer rolled his eyes. This is pointless. My boy, does your group even have a product? We do, Peter asserted. My partner, Ing Hao, assured me he would handle the product. He is already on his way, just caught in traffic. The officer, with a mocking grin, inquired. Your $10 group, and you possess a vehicle? Peter could only awkwardly explain. Perhaps it's a taxi or something. I think. Laughter surrounded him. Adjusting his tie, Peter swallowed hard. In any case, Ing Hao will arrive with the product. He is my friend and wouldn't jest about such matters. Yet, deep down, his eyes were slightly reddened. For he was uncertain how Ing Hao would manage to produce a sample of a bulletproof vest overnight. At that moment, with a beep, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the parking area. Is that the mayor's vehicle? Someone wondered. No, it can't be. Whose car is that? A warning sign had been posted at the entrance, indicating tests for bulletproof vests were to be conducted. Did this individual not fear getting shot? Even in America, a Rolls-Royce symbolizes affluence. Anyone driving such a car must be either wealthy or noble. As everyone puzzled over the identity of the car's owner, the door swung open, revealing a voice Peter knew all too well. Peter, sorry I'm late. This wretched car is so difficult to drive. Peter, on the verge of tears, quickly stifled them. Thunder. Ing Hao, is that really you? Where did you acquire this vehicle? Ing Hao stepped out, one foot on the ground. Where else? It's from the company. With a resounding thud, the car door shut. Clad in an opulent suit, Ing Hao approached Peter, carrying two exquisite cases. Nice attire, he remarked. The arrival of Ing Hao alleviated the pressure on Peter, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, thank you. This suit was worn by my father. These cases contain, well, our products, naturally, for testing purposes. Ing Hao, with a buoyant tone, inquired, how far along are we? Peter replied, we've just begun. It's our turn to present the company's history. Haha, what history could there possibly be? Ing Hao chuckled lightly, naturally positioning himself alongside Peter Parker. With unwavering confidence, he addressed the microphone. We hail from Dachin Heavy Industries, and today marks our official listing. We aspire to secure this contract for bulletproof vests. Our corporate ambition is to expand and strengthen, ultimately acquiring Stark Industries. Chapter 42. Serving as your body model. The same words, when uttered by Ing Hao, took on an entirely different flavor. This was not only due to his exuberant emotions and self-assurance, but also because he had arrived in a Rolls-Royce, an inferior vehicle. He mused. Its driving experience paled in comparison to the Crimson battle car. The others present fell into a profound silence. No one could fathom why a young man capable of affording a Rolls-Royce would invest a mere $10 into a company. Even more perplexing was the notion of a company with only $10 in funding being capable of producing bulletproof vests in under an hour. All right, I must admit I've had enough. Suddenly, Justin Hammer stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I typically wouldn't grace such minor orders with my presence. I could easily send a low-level representative to handle today's matters and secure the contract. My reason for being here is solely due to the significance of this occasion. The NYPD officers maintain the safety and stability of New York, and bulletproof vests provide them protection, enhancing their survival rates against criminal firepower. This should be, if not sacred, at the very least, a solemn bidding event. How can we allow these two clowns to wreak havoc? Just because they whimsically clicked a button on the city's public bidding website, must we all indulge their folly? After delivering his impassioned speech, Hammer approached Ing Hao with an expression of displeasure. He raised his hands to prevent any misunderstanding regarding his intent to shake hands. You two must leave immediately. This is not a playground. I advise you not to disrupt the adults at work. If you refuse to depart, Hammer cast a disdainful glance over Ing Hao and Peter, then turned to the others. If they do not leave, I regret to inform you that I shall withdraw. The illustrious Hammer Industries will not engage in childish games. With that, he placed his hands on his hips, awaiting the procurement officer's response, who suddenly felt the weight of immense pressure. Hammer Industries is a military-industrial enterprise. In a display of humility, specifically produced a batch of high-quality bulletproof vests. Although it was ostensibly a public tender, the outcome had already been predetermined. Hammer Industries was the sole winner, with prices already negotiated. If he were to withdraw in protest, the person in charge would face dire consequences. Mr. Hammer, please remain calm, the person in charge hastily reassured. We are merely following protocol, which is why we allowed them. However, you are correct. Waved dismissively and returned to his chair, awaiting the intervention of the government officials. Their conversation was not discreet, and Ing Hao and Peter overheard every word. Damn it, Peter murmured. Ing Hao, it seems he intends to force us out. We might not secure this order today. What should we do? What should they do? He had just arrived. There was no way he could leave so easily. Moreover, Ing Hao sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He could subtly perceive the unease in Justin Hammer and the procurement officer. Their demeanor was not as composed as it seemed. There is something amiss. Ing Hao gazed at the procurement officer, who was conversing with the government oversight personnel, resting his fingers on his temples. His psychic abilities intensified. allowing him to hear the officer's thoughts distinctly. Hammer was indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. What could these two children possibly stir up? Did they truly think they could simply expel them? Even if they brought in samples of bulletproof vests, they would undoubtedly be hastily assembled and of no concern. It was a waste of breath to negotiate with that insufferable woman. Never mind. For the sake of the kickback, I shall endure. How absurd that a prestigious company like Hammer Industries feels threatened by a measly $10 outfit. Upon reflection, expelling these two youngsters would not be a loss. To ensure absolute security, they would need to bribe them, as I must pay the other two firms $50,000 in performance fees. That insufferable woman. Hurry up and relent. I've been begging with a smile for ages. As the officer's inner monologue concluded, Inghao grasped the reality. This so-called bidding process was merely a facade for underhanded dealings. He had long been aware of the corruption within the American government, and today he had witnessed a glimpse of its depths. Inghao withdrew his gaze and looked again at Justin Hammer. On the surface, he appeared unperturbed. However, upon delving into his thoughts, Inghao discerned his profound anxiety. Recently, Hammer had lost 20 military contracts to that damned Stark Industries and was desperate to recover his losses, willing to grasp at any opportunity. Otherwise, if the financial chain collapses and the shareholders discover it, they will undoubtedly pursue my demise. This is my Hammer Industries. That fellow named Inghao is carrying a rather impressive suitcase, and the vehicle he arrived in is quite exquisite, suggesting he is not merely playing around. If they manage to produce even a modestly acceptable bulletproof vest, it would inevitably overshadow my products. The materials for this batch of vests were sourced cheaply, and the craftsmanship is subpar. The profits are threefold the usual rate, and to secure the orders, I had to offer some kickbacks. This constitutes government fraud, a federal offense. I absolutely cannot take any risks. Absolutely cannot take any risks. Goodness, it appears that this unfortunate soul is on the verge of being squeezed out by Stark Industries, coming here to swindle money. How intriguing indeed. Upon understanding the situation, Inghao felt a surge of exhilaration. Do they expect me to withdraw? I shall not fulfill your wishes. He also gleaned the thoughts of those present, accumulating an ever-growing wealth of information. After a moment of contemplation, a plan to break the deadlock emerged in his mind. Peter. Inghao leaned closer to Peter and whispered a few words. Do you know what we must do? Indeed. Peter Parker nodded gently, lifting a suitcase as he hurried into the procurement department building. Those present witnessed his actions but could not fathom his intentions, nor were they particularly concerned. After a short while, he returned, holding 5 cups and cradling a recently purchased bottle of fine wine. He placed the cups on the speaking table, uncorked the bottle, and poured 4 glasses in succession. The first glass was offered to Inghao, while the second and third were handed to Tom Morgan and Kenley Kingsley. Hello, gentlemen. Peter greeted them warmly. We are practically colleagues. This is a rare opportunity, and we should enjoy a drink together. This is exquisite sapphire wine, worth 7,000 a bottle. Through telepathic insight, Inghao had already discerned that these two individuals were mere pawns brought in by the procurement head, not actual representatives of those companies. They were nothing more than ordinary folk, struggling to earn even $100 a day, but today, they were here to perform and would receive $500 for their efforts. To them, a bottle of wine priced at 7,000 was simply irresistible. 7,000 a bottle. Wow, you are quite right. We should indeed share a drink. The two accepted the wine and sampled it like gentlemen. Toasting to them was merely a facade, a pretense aimed at a singular ultimate target, Justin Hammer. Peter held the final cup and approached Justin Hammer, adopting a humble demeanor as he asked, Mr. Hammer, you see, although we are a newly established company, we will likely be colleagues in the future. We would like to get to know you and share a drink, if you would be so kind. Justin Hammer shook his head dismissively. No, I have no desire to converse with you. As for your colleagues, let that be. A $10 enterprise aspiring to grow and acquire Stark Industries? How absurd. Peter cast a furtive glance at Inghao, who was frantically gesturing at him, mouthing the words, just fall over, act a bit. Taking a deep breath, Peter reluctantly straightened up. Very well, since Mr. Hammer looks down upon us, I shall take my leave. As he turned, he unexpectedly slipped cunningly, losing his balance and careening towards Justin Hammer. The wine from his glass fortuitously splashed all over Hammer's attire. What are you doing? Justin Hammer exploded, rising abruptly to frantically wipe himself off with a handkerchief. Oh my goodness. I apologize, Mr. Hammer. I did not mean to. Peter steadied himself and began to profusely apologize. Amidst his frantic attempts to assist Hammer, more wine spilled from the bottle, cascading onto Hammer's person. In no time, the bottle was emptied, leaving Hammer drenched in wine. His suit was utterly ruined. You little brat. Are you trying to ruin me? Justin bellowed. He was a man who paid great attention to his appearance, particularly in formal settings where even the slightest imperfection was intolerable. Yet now, he resembled a drenched chicken. Peter, flustered, continued to apologize. Ing Hao approached at the opportune moment, reproaching him. "Oh, Peter, what have you done? How can I continue to stay here?" Hammer, exasperated, pointed at Ing Hao and Peter, declaring, "Ah, I see. You two are trying to embarrass me into leaving, aren't you? You despicable fiends." "Well, not entirely accurate," Ing Hao quickly interjected. "Mr. Hammer, you think too ill of us. This was merely an unfortunate accident. Rest assured, Mr. Hammer, you will not be compelled to depart." As he spoke, he returned to retrieve a suitcase, opening it before Hammer to reveal, "Coincidentally, I have a spare suit here. If you do not mind, you may change into it. The fabric is of the highest quality in the world." Hammer scrutinized the suit suspiciously, reaching out to touch the fabric. Indeed, it felt exquisite, surpassing the comfort of any suit he owned. Had he misjudged them? Were they genuinely here to toast him? That seemed plausible, otherwise. Why would they present him with a suit after ruining his? Phew, very well. I suppose there is some sincerity in your gesture. Justin took the suit and summoned his female assistant to find a room to change. Shortly thereafter, he returned in the new attire, radiating confidence as he resumed his activities. The head of procurement finally secured the permission of the government supervisor and approached Ing Hao, saying, "I regret to inform you, children, that you must leave. This is a government facility, and such behavior cannot be tolerated." Ing Hao shook his head, asserting, "No, we have come to bid. You must at least allow us to demonstrate the caliber of our bulletproof vests. Quality is paramount, is it not?" The official shook his head, responding, "This is not solely my decision. I have conferred with my colleagues, and there is no need to test your company's vests." Ing Hao had anticipated this outcome and sighed with disappointment. Just as the procurement officer thought Ing Hao would acquiesce to reality, Ing Hao's tone shifted. "Whether or not we conduct a test is not for you to decide." Suddenly, Ing Hao stepped forward, reaching into his jacket and swiftly producing a firearm. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Ing Hao, you are provoking the government. Put down the gun, boy, quickly." "Ing Hao, do not act impulsively. Please, remain calm." The entire testing area was taken aback. Several police officers present, summoned to evaluate, drew their service weapons, nervously aiming at Ing Hao. "Do not shoot, please. Do not fire at me," the procurement officer stammered, gazing at the dark muzzle of the gun. "Of course, I had no intention of shooting you," Ing Hao replied, and in an instant, he redirected the gun towards Justin Hammer. Bang, 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 bang. He pulled the trigger, unleashing 11 bullets upon Justin Hammer. 2 struck his shoulder, 2 hit his arms, 2 pierced his forearms, 1 found his heart, 2 impacted his thighs, and 2 struck his calves, all with pinpoint accuracy. Justin Hammer collapsed to the ground, convulsing upon being hit. The procurement officer shouted in terror, "Shit, this kid has gone mad. Shoot him, shoot that little bastard." The 2 police officers, showing no hesitation, opened fire on Ing Hao. 24 bullets rained upon him, riddling his suit with holes. Yet, Ing Hao endured the barrage, emerging from the smoke with a nonchalant demeanor. "Everyone, do not panic. Mr. Hammer is fine. I merely used Mr. Hammer and myself as models to showcase the bulletproof vests we produce." He gently peeled away the tattered remains of his suit, revealing the invincible CD-30 beneath. "What? This madman?" The crowd stood in astonishment. Yet, Ing Hao continued his presentation. "Our company's bulletproof vest is lightweight, form-fitting, with extensive coverage and formidable defense capabilities. A single location must be struck by at least 2 sniper bullets or 5 handgun bullets before penetration occurs. Moreover, the materials used in the bulletproof vests are high-tech memory metals developed by our company. Within 30 seconds of not being subjected to repeated impacts, they can revert to their original state, rejuvenating the vests." As he spoke, the 24 bullets that had struck Ing Hao's body clattered to the ground. The bullet holes in his vest visibly restored to a smooth surface. The 2 police officers stood dumbfounded. "Is this truly a bulletproof vest?" "Indeed," Ing Hao replied. "This bulletproof vest is named Invincible CD-30 Seconds. Once our officers don this, regardless of the malevolence they encounter or the number of gunshots endured, they need only find a safe place and wait for 30 seconds to regain their invincible state." At that moment, Justin wobbled to his feet, incredulously touching his body. Finding himself unscathed, Ing Hao glanced at him with approval. "Our bulletproof vests provide 100 coverage from the neck down." Bang! He pulled the trigger, the last bullet from the magazine striking the area between Justin Hammer's legs, including the sensitive regions. Chapter 43. The True Buyer. Justin Hammer immediately covered his groin, grimacing in pain but remaining upright. This scene left the two experts from the New York police utterly astonished. The human body has many vital points. A bullet to the head or heart could result in immediate death. However, among the male police officers, there is only one area of utmost concern. Death is terrifying, but living with irreversible damage is far more dreadful. Although statistically, the likelihood of bullets striking that area during conflicts is quite low, should fortune favor the unfortunate. The injured would be left with a lifetime of both physical and psychological torment. Is this real? Could it possibly be a performance? They whispered to each other, rising to carefully inspect Justin Hammer. At this moment, others at the scene finally regained their composure. They confirmed that Ing Hao did not genuinely intend to harm anyone, and their taut nerves relaxed slightly. Sir, the procurement officer exclaimed in anger, our testing protocols are strictly regulated. Such outrageous methods are never permitted. Ing Hao smirked. You didn't even want us to demonstrate. You were about to send us away. If we hadn't done this, we would have missed the chance to showcase our product. It would be a wasted trip, but more importantly, Ing Hao tossed the emptied handgun back. Thousands of respected NYPD officers will lose an opportunity for comprehensive protection, will they not? What twisted logic is this? The procurement officer's face flushed with rage. You two know nothing of the gravity of this situation. I will summon someone immediately to arrest you in the name of federal law. A police officer approached, reassuringly stating, there's no need to be so tense. Hammer is entirely unscathed. Even the ball remains intact, as he himself attests. The officer turned to the man beside him. And you are? I am Ing Hao, came the reply. The officer extended his hand, acknowledging, Mr. Ing Hao, it is evident that you possess great confidence in your product. Your actions have not violated any laws. They merely constitute a clever ruse, and therefore, arrest is unwarranted. Both officers, holding significant positions within the NYPD, concurred that no arrest was necessary, leaving the procurement officer with no grounds for objection. Very well, let us proceed, the officer declared. I find their product rather impressive. However, the procurement officer, agitated, interjected vehemently, no. Their conduct is entirely unacceptable. I hereby declare their disqualification. This was a decision he was empowered to make. You may leave, he coldly added, turning his back on Ing Hao and Peter, dismissing them entirely. The police officer hurried after him. Hey, wait. We require such equipment. Peter turned to Ing Hao. What shall we do now? He has revoked our qualification. Fear not. Ing Hao chuckled lightly, retrieving a business card and placing it on the nearby table. Let them leave. They will reach out to us. Who would decline an exceptional offering? With that, the two men departed. Meanwhile, in the testing grounds, the government procurement team and the two police representatives were embroiled in a heated argument. At that moment, Justin Hammer, having regained his composure, was devoid of the anger and humiliation he had felt when treated as a target. He repeatedly caressed the bulletproof vest, which felt as light as ordinary fabric, his astonishment evident. How on earth was this created? As a businessman, he recognized the immense value of such an item. When he lifted his gaze to search for Ing Hao, he found him conspicuously absent. Why did you allow them to leave? Upon witnessing a bulletproof vest of this caliber, do you still wish to procure ordinary gear? This could even supply the military, but they are a new company, and those two are far too unconventional. How could we collaborate with them? Yet their product is exceptional. Isn't the purpose of acquiring bulletproof vests to safeguard the lives of police officers throughout New York City? The crowd continued to argue fervently. Amidst the commotion, Hammer discreetly approached the table, seizing the bidding documents from Dechin Heavy Industries. He pulled out his phone, capturing images of the address and contact information. His gaze finally landed on the price, 10,000, 5 times that of standard bulletproof vests. A smirk graced Hammer's lips as he mockingly whispered, fools. This new material should be priced as a rare luxury. I could sell one for 100,000. Despite his disdainful thoughts, he approached the gathering, asserting, all right, everyone, let us cease the bickering. We must acknowledge that their bulletproof vests are indeed outstanding. I can personally attest to that. However, he raised the documents in his hand, saying, behold the price, gentlemen. It is 5 times that of our product. May I inquire if the municipal government has allocated such a budget for the NYPD? Hammer's words immediately alerted the procurement officer. Indeed, the city government does not possess such a budget. With such exorbitant prices for your products, how am I to place an order? The two police representatives were rendered speechless. One of them brusquely pushed aside the procurement officer, exclaiming, if that is the case, why have you summoned us as police representatives? Can you not decide for yourselves? The other one also threw down the gauntlet, declaring, step aside, I am returning. The two stormed out in indignation, one of them casually taking a business card from Ing Hao. The barn had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer in its dilapidated state, the floor was now adorned with gleaming tiles, and the surrounding walls had been revitalized. The ceiling was extraordinary, serving not only as a roof but also as an integrated lighting system, capable of automatically adjusting brightness according to need. What was once an empty barn now bore the semblance of a corporate office. Upon entering through the front door, one was greeted by the reception area, with the words Dachin Heavy Industries artfully inscribed on the wall behind it. A turn led into a luxurious reception hall, furnished with high-tech sofas and coffee tables. Further in, there were conference rooms and offices for various departments, with an elevator at the far end leading downwards. Such a grand undertaking would normally take any construction crew at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Yet, this transformation had been accomplished in a single night. When Peter returned from the city government that morning and beheld the scene, he was genuinely astonished. He pursued Ing Hao, inquiring where he had found such an efficient construction team. Ing Hao merely waved his hand, and the illusion dissipated, restoring the barn to its original state. Inside, there remained only a sofa, a coffee table, and a refrigerator stocked with beverages and snacks. Everything else had vanished, and the floor had reverted to dirt. For drones hovered in various corners of the barn, their rotors emitting a faint hum. Holographic projection. These 4 words elucidated everything. At that moment, Ing Hao and Peter sat on the sofa, indulging in pizza delivered to them. Peter glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was nearly setting. Stealing a glance at Ing Hao, he cautiously remarked, "Is the government's efficiency truly this low? Or perhaps, cough, we might have been eliminated? Undoubtedly, we have been dismissed." Ing Hao raised an eyebrow at him and said thoughtfully, "There is a conflict of interest between Justin Hammer and the head of procurement, and our bulletproof vests are priced quite high. Given the price issue coupled with underhanded dealings, our disqualification is practically a foregone conclusion." "Yes, exactly." Peter nodded in agreement. Though he lacked telepathic abilities, the bizarre occurrences of that morning were too peculiar to ignore. In America, even the most junior officers of the law are often entangled in corruption, let alone those in municipal procurement departments, which are notoriously lucrative. Such rumors of graft circulate widely among the common folk, becoming almost commonplace. Even students, like Peter Parker, have heard a fair share of whispers, albeit lacking direct exposure to the matter. This bidding process has afforded him a tangible encounter with societal inequities, as he awaited news that never arrived. Peter had already formed a conclusion and yearned to share it with Ing Hao, yet he hesitated, fearing that his friend might be unable to bear the weight of such a revelation. As a good friend, Peter wished to shield Ing Hao from heartache. Thus, he feigned ignorance and remained by Ing Hao's side throughout the day. Little did he know that Ing Hao had anticipated this outcome long before. "You had already foreseen this?" Peter straightened, gazing at Ing Hao with confusion. "Then what have we been waiting for all day?" Ing Hao smiled slightly. "We are waiting for the real buyers." "The real buyers? You mean?" Ing Hao took a sip of water, swirling the cup as he spoke. "Those who work on the front lines. The ones who truly require bulletproof vests." In the distance, the sound of an engine echoed. Ing Hao stood, adjusting his newly tailored suit. "Ida, activate the secondary system and be sure to summon some staff." "Right away, boss," Aida's voice responded, and the shadows of the barn shifted dramatically. The dilapidated space transformed into the bustling lobby of a modern industrial company. Dozens of virtual employees busied themselves with phone calls, document deliveries, and even heated discussions about proposals, creating a lively hub of activity within Dachin Heavy Industries. The holographic Ida, clad in a sharp business attire, suddenly materialized beside Ing Hao and Peter. Startled, Peter exclaimed, "Wow, who are you? Bro, who is she? Where did she come from?" Ida smiled politely at Peter. "It is an honor to meet you, Vice Director Parker. I am Ida, the super AI and secretary to the boss of Dachin Heavy Industries." "AI? You aren't a real person? Wow, that's incredible." Peter turned to Ing Hao. "Dude, you spent the entire afternoon without mentioning her existence to me? Did you not figure it out already?" Ing Hao nudged his arm. "Now, let us prepare to welcome our clients." As a car pulled up to the entrance, 2 police officers emerged. Observing the shabby barn, one remarked, "Are you certain this is the right address?" "Well, I was quite sure, but now." At that moment, the barn door swung open, revealing Ing Hao and Peter standing before them. "Welcome." Chapter 44, Uninvited Guests? Send them away. Under Ida's guidance, the 2 officers stepped into the barn, where a stark contrast lay just beyond the threshold. The scene within the barn left the mouths of the 2 police officers agape in astonishment. In the reception hall, they took their seats. Ida served 2 cups of coffee, which Ing Hao personally placed before them. "Thank you," one of them said as he accepted the coffee. Expressing his surprise, "I never expected your company to be this large." The other added, "Is it really possible to run such a vast enterprise with just $10? "Mind your tongue," retorted the first, casting a disapproving glance at his companion, who awkwardly chuckled. Right. But why is there such a stark contrast between the exterior and the interior?" Ing Hao smiled lightly. Ah, our Dachin Heavy Industries is decorated in a hermit style. The two officers suddenly understood. Indeed, it does evoke that feeling. After exchanging pleasantries, one officer steered the conversation to the main topic. He produced a business card and addressed Ing Hao. We are here regarding the bulletproof vests demonstrated today. Peter, brimming with excitement, interjected. So, have we secured the order? The two officers exchanged glances, intertwining their hands nervously, and regretfully replied, Unfortunately, the city government has not chosen your company's products. Yes, we are here on our own behalf. One of them continued, retrieving a brown paper bag from his briefcase, pouring out a dozen neatly bundled stacks of cash. In comparison to the subpar products the city government is procuring, we would prefer to wear your company's gear. However, the price of your bulletproof vests is rather steep. After discussing with our colleagues, we managed to gather $100,000. His companion chimed in, We would like to inquire if your products are available for individual sale, and whether you would be willing to accept such a small order. Until they glimpsed the barn's exterior, both officers harbored confidence in securing this deal. After all, what orders could a company registered with a capital of merely $10 possibly refuse? Yet, upon stepping inside the barn, their self-assurance was swiftly shattered. The scene before them, while not the pinnacle of heavy industry, was certainly of a respectable caliber. They imagined that for a company of this level, even the electricity bills might reach hundreds of thousands. The cost of just 10 orders was likely insufficient to cover the expenses. Serious orders would typically require a minimum of $1 million. The paltry order of 10 bulletproof vests would likely yield nothing more than a laugh. Indeed, Ing Hao chuckled softly, gazing at the two officers, and countered, 10 sets? The officers immediately grew uneasy. Actually, if feasible, we could accept 8 sets for $100,000. We realize the order size is quite small, but we are paying out of our own pockets, and we hope you can understand. Boss. Peter looked at Ing Hao, feeling that this was a deal worth seizing. Before Ing Hao could utter a word, a sudden burst of laughter erupted nearby. Ha ha ha. Don't be ridiculous, my police friends. Such small orders, 10 sets or 8 sets, they won't accept unless they've lost their minds. The speaker was none other than Justin Hammer, accompanied by 2 robust Russian bodyguards clad in black suits. Hammer removed his sunglasses, lightly tapping them in his palm as he entered, surveying the surroundings with an approving nod. I knew your company was exceptional, choosing such a location, using a barn as a facade, constructing your operations so discreetly. Your ambitions are considerable. Your factory is underground, right? Accessible via the elevator over there? One must admit. Hammer possessed a keen eye. Peter, feeling somewhat anxious about the uninvited competitor, addressed Hammer. Mr. Hammer, may I ask what brings you here? We are currently hosting clients. Clients? Them? Hammer scoffed dismissively, taking a seat beside the two officers. If you are so eager for such trivial profits, I must say I look down upon you. I am your client, the significant one. He casually referred to Ing Hao and Peter by their first names, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Since you've chosen the industrial path, I need not introduce myself. You must be aware of the formidable strength of Hammer Industries. Once the second largest defense contractor in the U.S. I monopolized 32 of military contracts and operated 17 military factories. All NATO member countries have been my clients. Partnering with me is an opportunity you cannot afford to miss. Understand? He lit a cigar, rolled up his sleeves, and stated bluntly, I won't beat around the bush. I am here for your body armor manufacturing technology. Give me a price, and I want to acquire it. As for you, Hammer glanced at the two officers, you may leave now. Once I commence mass production, the city government will procure from you. Given Hammer's stature, even the police and most officials from the U.S. military would yield to him. Although the two officers felt reluctant, they had to concede that with this man present, their requests would surely be in vain. One sighed heavily, expressing regret as he addressed Ing Hao and Peter. It was a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps we overestimated our position. Thank you for the coffee. We shall take our leave. They rose, casting sympathetic glances at Ing Hao, a small enterprise being bullied by a military giant. At that moment, Ing Hao interjected, Gentlemen, please stay. Our business is not yet concluded. There's no need to worry about Mr. Hammer. I will have a word with him, and it will be resolved swiftly. Hammer's confident smile faltered for a moment. What did resolved swiftly imply? Ing Hao approached him and gestured politely. Mr. Hammer, I understand your urgency, but I must attend to each client individually. Please wait outside. What? Hammer exclaimed, incredulous as if he had just heard a jest. This is a tremendous opportunity one am offering you. Listen, young man, my presence here signifies my sincerity. This transaction will not leave you at a loss. And even if you sell me the technology, I can still allocate a share of all future sales to you. 2%. 2%. Ing Hao scoffed. How generous of you. Even if you offered me 20%, I would still have no desire to sell. Alas, Our discussion has concluded. You may take your leave. Is 2% insufficient? Then, what about defense contracts? Now that is a true business venture. Hammer crossed his legs, his confidence unwavering. You should not need reminding of your own nationality, nor of the current state of U.S.-China relations. As a Chinese national working in America's industrial sector, you can forget about ever securing military contracts. Are you not the one who spoke of acquiring Stark Industries? He continued, with a hint of derision. While amusing, do you not realize that Stark is a primary supplier to the military? Without my cooperation, how do you expect to achieve your ambitions? Hammer remained steadfast. Having conducted a modicum of research on Ing Hao prior to this meeting, quickly identifying the impediment of nationality to his enterprise's growth. After belittling him with words, Hammer flashed a friendly smile. However, with my partnership, these issues would cease to exist. You two possess sharp intellects, and I, a keen business acumen. Together, we would be. He clashed his fists together, bang. Right? Ing Hao listened silently before retorting, Mr. Hammer, while you have been singing your own praises, I have only heard one word, formerly. You have been reduced to a mere has-been by Stark Industries, and yet you seek to collaborate with me? Hammer's expression shifted dramatically. He had been struck where it hurt. The owner of America's second-largest defense contractor had humbled himself to negotiate with a fledgling company, only to be rejected and humiliated. His countenance darkened as he clenched his jaw, adopting a different demeanor. Young man, I have thoroughly examined your bulletproof vests. The technology is impressive but not irreplicable. I simply do not wish to sever ties completely, allowing you a chance to survive. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He let out a cold laugh and continued, You forgot to take back that bulletproof vest I wore today. My tech team is already working on reverse engineering the technology. I am not boasting when I say I can reverse engineer Stark's missiles. Memory metal? Huh. Once I decipher the technology, you shall gain nothing. And my formidable productivity will crush you, leading to your utter defeat in competition. Furthermore, do not harbor dreams of government contracts. I will completely sever that possibility. He carelessly extinguished the cigar on the table and raised his hands. I shall grant you another opportunity. Contemplate wisely. Ing Hao gazed at the scorched black mark on the surface and, with a gentle tone, addressed Ada beside him. Go, fetch my treasure, and see our guest off. Understood, boss. Ada replied, turning to depart towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. Treasure? Huh. Surely, you do not intend to intimidate me? Hamo scoffed, glancing at the two robust, armed bodyguards standing behind him, feeling rather unfazed. Moments later, the elevator doors reopened. Ada emerged, cradling a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor echoed sharply. Hamo's heart raced in response. He stared blankly for 2 seconds until Ada raised the rifle and aimed it at him, at which point he erupted in a torrent of curses. Thunderous shit. Ing Hao. You madman. You cannot possibly mean to let her. Bang. The deafening sound drowned out Hanmo's voice. A bullet whizzed past his left side. A mere 5 centimeters from his ear, the searing sensation and the sound of the air being torn asunder left him trembling in fear. The 2 Russian bodyguards, who had been standing behind the sofa, had long since vanished. They were now sprawled on the ground. The 2 remaining policemen stood frozen in shock, unsure whether to draw their weapons in restraint. By law, they ought to intervene. Yet, in terms of firepower, they were not inclined to do so. After firing a shot, Ada tilted her head, looking at Hamo. Did you not leave? She tossed the Barrett aside and produced a portable rocket launcher from behind her. No, I'm leaving. Please, don't be rash. I'll depart at once. Hamo pleaded, scrambling towards the exit. The bodyguards followed closely behind, too intimidated to draw their weapons. Ada pursued relentlessly, trailing him to the door. She hefted the rocket launcher, aimed it at Hamo, and pressed the launch button. Chapter 45. Do you have a talent for advertising? Hamo could scarcely fathom that a business negotiation would escalate to the deployment of a rocket. He possessed rockets himself, but had never anticipated their utility in such a context. In his frantic flight, he heard the familiar whoosh, the sound of the rocket launcher igniting. In a panic, he immediately threw himself to the ground, and the 2 bodyguards following suit mimicked his actions. The sound of impending doom drew ever closer. Despairing, Hamo glanced back, hoping to evade the oncoming threat, only to witness the rocket hurtling directly towards him. Ah! He screamed, a horrific wail echoing through the air. The rocket struck him squarely on the forehead, with a resounding thud, and then ricocheted away. Ah! The weight, the impact, the reaction. It did not resemble a rocket at all. Hammer blinked as he watched the rocket shell soar through the air, spinning endlessly against the backdrop of the setting sun. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the rocket shell exploded midair. A splash of water cascaded down, drenching Hammer from head to toe. Soaked to the skin, He wiped his face, his chest heaving, breaths coming in quick succession. The pride of a major military enterprise now vanished. He appeared bewildered, helpless, and tinged with a hint of joy at having survived the ordeal. At the barn door stood Ing Hao, Peter, and two police officers who had rushed out. Peter patted his chest, exclaiming, "I was genuinely frightened." "Was that a water gun?" Ing Hao shrugged. "Of course, in broad daylight. Would I truly fire a rocket launcher at him?" Moments earlier, he had instructed Ada to bring out his precious item, silently commanding her to fetch a water gun to soak Hammer. Ada exceeded expectations by designing two, employing a secondary system to create holographic effects and sounds that simulated a rocket shell. The two police officers were astonished. "Is that really a toy? My goodness. It looks so realistic. What about that sniper rifle earlier?" Ing Hao chuckled. "You know, in China, we have many unique fireworks." "Fireworks? Oh my, that's incredible." Peter Parker, ever the curious one, inquired of Ada, "Can I give it a try?" "Of course." Ada placed the rocket launcher in front of Peter Parker. He picked it up, slung it over his shoulder, and aimed at Hammer in the distance. A slight movement instinctively caused Hammer to drop to the ground, only realizing after a few seconds that it was merely a toy water gun. This reaction elicited hearty laughter from Ing Hao and the others. "Ugh, damn it." Hammer scrambled to his feet, wiping the water from his glasses and adjusting them on his nose, angrily tossing his hair back as he shouted, "Is this amusing? Huh? Is it fun? Damn it." As he walked towards his car, he turned back to declare, "Ing Hao, you fool. You've narrowed the path for yourself. I will crush your company at any cost." Hammer opened the car door, stepping inside. "Not a single piece of your bulletproof vest will be sold. Not a chance." "Ada," Ing Hao called out, "what about my other treasures?" Ada stood still. "Do you want me to fetch them?" "It won't take long." In the distance, upon hearing this, Hammer slammed the car door shut. "Hurry up and drive." His bodyguards were no better, the one at the wheel trembling as he gripped the steering wheel. He nervously started the engine and hesitantly pressed the accelerator. Hammer rolled down the car window, shouting, "Ing Hao, you little brat, just wait." With a sudden jolt, the car lurched forward, striking Hammer's forehead with considerable force. Ing Hao and the others erupted into laughter. "Damn it, drive more steadily." Amidst Hammer's curses, the car departed, revealing Su Qing emerging from the other side. She trotted across the road and approached the group, inquiring, "Ing Hao, who was that loudmouth? Can't even drive properly." "That was Justin Hammer. A joke," Ing Hao replied. "Well, who are these gentlemen?" Su Qing's gaze swept over the two policemen, showing little reaction until she spotted Ada, her expression darkening. "Hey, did you hire a secretary or make a new friend?" The shift in her tone from a name to "hey" warranted serious attention. Ing Hao cleared his throat and said, "Peter, why don't you make the introductions? I'll attend to our clients. Gentlemen, let us continue our discussion." He guided the two policemen back to the reception hall. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Ing Hao. We intruded unexpectedly and disrupted your splendid cooperation." The policemen expressed their regret as they resumed their seats. "No need for that. I had no intention of selling technology. If he wishes to target me, he stands no chance," Ing Hao stated bluntly. 10 sets of bulletproof vests are indeed rather insufficient. This order will neither yield profit nor enhance my reputation." "Understood." The two policemen nodded heavily, burdened by the reality. "We merely seek a measure of security. The government does not concern itself with us, so we must rely on our own means, alas." "Huh. I have no interest in such small change. 10 sets are yours. Consider it a gift." Ing Hao pivoted the conversation, snapping his fingers. Ada entered, with Peter and Su Qing following. Although still somewhat taken aback by the revelation of Ada's AI nature, Su Qing had come to terms with it. Ing Hao commanded, "Fetch 10 sets of bulletproof vests for these two officers." "Yes, boss," Ada responded promptly. In no time, Ada returned, carrying 2 large cases, which she placed before the policemen. They exchanged astonished glances, overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Ing Hao interjected, "I would also like to leverage your connections to donate some vending machines to the NYPD." The policeman brightened further. "That would be truly generous." Once again, Ing Hao's words left them momentarily speechless, their eyes flickering with speculation regarding his forthcoming requests. "Do either of you possess a talent for advertising?" Following that day, Justin Hammer began to utilize his extensive network, ensuring that all orders related to bulletproof vests were attended to. Relevant officials were either bribed or entertained, all for a singular purpose. Otherwise, the bulletproof vest from Dachin Heavy Industry shall not be sold, not even a single piece. "Mr. Hammer, the matters you instructed have all been attended to. The secretary has delivered a stack of feedback." Hammer inquired, "Has anyone declined my proposal?" The secretary replied, "Not a single one." "Excellent." Hammer casually flipped through the documents provided by the secretary, then approached the floor-to-ceiling window in his office. gazing towards the direction of the Queen's Farm Museum. With a sharp snap, he broke a pencil in two. Dare to challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. Unbeknownst to him, Winha had not exerted any effort in the directions he suspected. At the NYPD's 16th precinct, new vending machines had been installed in the hallways of various sectors. These machines offered snacks and had the capability to grind coffee beans, brewing fresh coffee on the spot. The coffee beans were of exceptional quality, freshly ground and brewed, yielding an exquisite flavor. The most crucial aspect was that it was free. However, while the coffee was brewing, the advertisement window of the vending machine would display commercials. The machines had only recently arrived, and the advertisements were not yet fully operational, sometimes showcasing amusing short videos. Officers did not mind either the advertisements or the short clips. After all, coffee required time to brew, and idleness was simply idleness. Within just 2 days of the vending machine's arrival, everyone had grown fond of them. Damn Bugs Bunny, come out now. Everyone knew that fitting a light bulb in one's mouth was ill-advised, but what would happen if one were to insert it elsewhere? Welcome to Stupid Minute. The Tiger capsule invigorates you into becoming her indispensable partner. Just 2 for a whole night, or 30 for a month. Shine Pharma. Good morning, Ted. An officer approached to purchase an energy bar. You're watching videos again to slack off, aren't you? Good morning, Big Mouth. Ted retorted with a chuckle. You'd best not speak ill of me. I'm merely waiting for my coffee. However, these videos are getting increasingly foolish. Is that so? Big Mouth raised an eyebrow. Teasingly, it seems you rather enjoy these silly things. Ted chose to sidestep the comment, glancing at Big Mouth, who was fully equipped and casually asked, off to a mission again. Indeed, it's South Willis Avenue. Big Mouth shook his head incessantly. There are always scum that disrupt the peace. You must be cautious. Ted replied, a couple of days ago. Owen was shot in the thigh by a drug dealer while on duty. I visited him in the hospital. It was a dire sight. He may never walk properly again. You must also take care. Don't lose your life. And certainly don't lose a kidney. Fuck the squid. Big Mouth exclaimed. Your pronunciation of thanks is quite off, Ted remarked. The two exchanged playful banter, just as Big Mouth received the energy bar and was about to depart. The video on the vending machine switched. Suddenly, it displayed footage from the NYPD's body camera. Quick, go, go, go. Everything is fine here. Everything is fine here. Only the bedroom remains. Be careful, I'll cover you. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots rang out. Call headquarters. An officer is injured. An officer is injured. Hurry. Send an ambulance. Damn it. Owen, hold on. You must hold on. My heavens, so much blood. The video displayed the harrowing moment of Owen's injury. As recounted by Ted, both Big Mouth and Ted were taken aback. Damn it. Who on earth put such a video here? The scene shifted to a hospital bed, where Owen stared vacantly out the window. When he turned to face the camera, a mournful and tragic background melody began to play. Owen gazed into the lens. His eyes reddened and slowly spoke. My name is Owen, a frontline officer of the NYPD's 16th precinct. Yesterday, I was shot in the leg by a criminal. Not only was the bone injured, but shrapnel also damaged my nerves. Of course, this isn't unusual. Some of my colleagues have even suffered injuries in the crossfire. To their groin. He wept bitterly, his emotions suddenly surging, as he shouted at the camera. But the government could clearly protect us from such harm. Chapter 46. Nationwide orders damn the New York City government. Damn it. Owen shouted furiously. Oh my God, poor Owen. Big Mouth covered his mouth, his voice tinged with tears. Ted empathized deeply, wearing a sorrowful expression. Yes. It's so tragic. But what does his last sentence mean? Big Mouth, huh? Ted pointed at the screen. Eager to rewind the video, he said the government can protect us from such harm. Big Mouth shrugged, indicating his confusion. At that moment, a voiceover emerged from the video, echoing Ted and Big Mouth's question. What do you mean by that? Owen sobbed, saying, I have a buddy named Dodge at the 13th precinct, over in Hell's Kitchen, where every mission comes with high risks, even higher than in our area. He faced gunfire 4 times in 1 week, with 16 bullet holes left in his clothing. Voiceover, what? Oh, that's terrible. Did he die? No. Owen shouted. He was unscathed because he wore high-tech body armor that the city government refused to procure. Big Mouth and Ted were astonished. 16 bullet holes in his clothing, and he was unharmed? That's impossible, right? Indeed, the odds are too low. Unless the shooter was aiming specifically at his body armor. Haha, a dual miracle of statistics and probability. Wait, aren't you curious? What is this high-tech body armor Owen speaks of? Suddenly, the voices of 3 others echoed around Big Mouth and Ted, startling them both. Unbeknownst to them, a number of officers had gathered nearby. They were so engrossed that they hadn't even noticed. As the crowd pondered in confusion, another segment of the law enforcement recording materialized. They wielded firearms. Proceed with caution. Bang, bang, bang. Dodge has been shot in the thigh. He collapses. Who will drag him back? In the footage, a police officer falls after being hit. Yet as his companions prepare to rescue him, he astonishingly stumbles back to his feet, unfazed, and shifts position to retaliate, swiftly eliminating the assailant. The bearer of the recording device rushes over. Dodge, how are you? I'm fine. Nonsense. I witnessed you being shot in the thigh. Your trousers are torn. Dodge tugged at his tattered pants and chuckled. Oh, that's inconsequential. I'm wearing a full-body bulletproof vest, see? He lifted his clothing to reveal the vest's lining. An extraordinary sight unfolded as a flattened bullet, embedded in the vest, was gradually expelled, plopping onto the ground. Everyone in front of the screen instinctively leaned closer. What on earth? Goodness, is Dodge a mutant? It doesn't seem so. It appears to be a peculiarity of that vest. Does such body armor truly exist? I believe it should be termed bulletproof pants. The reactions of those in the video mirrored those outside. Where did this bizarre item come from? Why don't I have one? I purchased it myself. Initially, the city government sought to procure it, but the manufacturer's bid was rejected by the procurement department. Now only 10 of us in the department possess this treasure, which is called Invincible CD 30 seconds. If struck by a bullet, it can revert to its original state in just 30 seconds. Oh, truthfully, I even wear it to bed. The video concluded, transitioning to an advertisement for a male enhancement product. A group of officers stepped back in unison, exchanging glances. Can anyone tell me if this is real? It must be fake. If such a thing existed, why wouldn't the government procure it for us? That was a segment from a law enforcement recording. If authentic, it can be verified in the system. No need for that. I saw Dodge this morning. He was escorting a prisoner and should still be around. Let us find him and inquire. Given the life and death nature of the matter, everyone was deeply invested. They split up and soon brought the individual in question. Dodge was indeed one of the 2 officers who had gone to the Chin heavy industry that day. Ted asked him, "Hey, Dodge, are you wearing that 30-second inner garment? That's a bulletproof vest." Dodge glanced at the crowd, pursed his lips, and conceded, "Indeed. I'm wearing it as an underlayer." Instantly, a cacophony of questions erupted from the group. Is that contraption truly so miraculous? Absolutely. It can revert in 30 seconds? Yes. Can it cover even the thighs? I find that hard to believe. Dodge, it can even cover birds and eggs. All right, let us not bicker. Dodge raised both hands, signaling for silence. Why don't you all come and try it for yourselves? He turned to Ted. You step forward and take a shot at me. Ted's expression turned serious as he drew his pistol and disengaged the safety. Are you certain? Dodge assessed the direction of the gun's muzzle and retorted. Don't aim for my head, you old fool. Anywhere below the neck will suffice. Oh, fine. Ted lowered the gun, hesitating for a long while. No way. What if something goes wrong? Dodge rolled his eyes, stepped forward, snatched the pistol from him, and fired 2 shots into his chest, followed by 2 more at his thigh. He then tore his shirt open at the bullet holes to reveal to everyone. See? This ISNTA video. Everyone watched as the bullets were slowly expelled, and the dents in the bulletproof vest quickly healed. Holy hell. Why don't I have such a vest? Where did you buy it? I must get one. I want one too. With this on, I could take on Russian arms dealers. Quickly, Dodge, tell everyone where to buy it. The crowd was fervent. However, Dodge had to douse their enthusiasm with cold water. This vest costs around $30,000 to $40,000 for a set. $30,000 to $40,000. It's worth it. This is practically a resurrection armor. If it's expensive, so be it. Life is more important. The crowd remained undeterred in their enthusiasm. Dodge nodded gently, writing down the address while sighing. Yet, in reality, we could have obtained it without spending a dime. Sigh. What is going on here? What do you mean by that? Dodge recounted the events that took place at the city government procurement testing site that day, shrugging. That's the situation. Internal corruption in the government colludes with shoddy suppliers, and they refuse to purchase such good equipment for us. The higher-ups have already begun sanctioning that company. There's nothing we can do. Our voices are insignificant and utterly disregarded. Upon hearing this, the crowd became indignant. How can this be? We must protest. Let us report this to the union. Yes, we toil day and night to maintain social order, yet they are stingy over a few coins? Impossible. The crowd promptly escalated the issue to the police union. Initially, only a handful of individuals were involved, but as the same drama unfolded in various precincts, the entire NYPD community rallied. Protest! Protest! They raised their banners and shouted with fervor. They spread the word, denouncing the corruption and malfeasance of the government procurement department. They obtained the video of the trial from that day and released it across the internet. They extracted the substandard bulletproof vests purchased from Hammer Industries for quality inspection, exposing the truth. 5 days later, 40,000 NYPD officers, both administrative and field personnel, commenced a strike, marching outdoors in protest. News footage rapidly disseminated across the nation via the internet and television. We demand Invincible CD in 30 seconds. The situation escalated, and the New York City government, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, dismissed the head of the procurement department. Initially, the city government sought to prosecute Justin Hammer for bribery. Hammer was compelled to part with $15 million to reach an agreement with the authorities. Concurrently, through the diligent efforts of police unions nationwide, Washington enacted a directive mandating that state governments select only the highest quality products related to the safety of law enforcement personnel when procuring for all American police and judicial institutions. Daqin heavy industry skyrocketed to fame. A few days later, in the New York City government, the governor of New York shook hands with Ng Hao. Thank you for Daqin heavy industry for developing such an exceptional product, and for your outstanding contributions to the American police community. Ng Hao smiled politely. No need for gratitude. It's merely business. The media cameras clicked incessantly. Following the completion of the contract signing, reporters swarmed in. Mr. Ng Hao, when was Daqin heavy industry established? Mr. Ng Hao, could you share which scientists developed this technology? Mr. Ng Hao, Justin Hammer has been disparaging you online, claiming you have tendencies toward violence. What are your thoughts on this? Mr. Ng Hao, what is your greatest aspiration at this moment? An avalanche of inquiries flooded in. Ng Hao maintained his smile, uttering not a word, and walked over to his Rolls-Royce, opening the door and stepping inside. Peter Parker pressed the accelerator, and the car glided away. In the barn, the doors were securely shut. Ida organized the contracts signed by various states and laid them before Ng Hao and his companions. Su King gazed at the thick stack of contracts in astonishment. I can hardly believe that in just a few days, you've managed to expand your business across the entire United States. If my father were here, he would surely address you as boss. All credit was due to Ng Hao. Peter uncorked a bottle of champagne, filling 4 glasses. Let us celebrate. He poured wine into 3 glasses and handed the final empty glass directly to Ida. Ida swirled her glass, and it instantly filled halfway. Cheers, the 4 proclaimed in unison. After finishing their drinks, Su King inquired, these bulletproof vest orders must yield a significant profit, right? Peter, with a look of excitement, inquired, I am also curious. When will the dividends be distributed? He scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly admitting, to be honest, Mary Jane and Flash have broken up, and I was thinking of buying a car, so I could take her out for a drive when I have the chance. The words Mary Jane and buying a car flashed through Ng Hao's mind, immediately raising alarms. Is Uncle Ben going offline soon? A few days prior, Peter had invited Suk Ing and Ng Hao for dinner. The couple, Ben and May, had left a remarkable impression on Ng Hao. They were genuinely kind individuals. Although Ben's demise had contributed to Spider-Man's growth, it was indeed a pity for such good people to perish. Hesitating momentarily, Ng Hao patted Peter on the shoulder and said, Hey, do you know of the Chinese idiom, yin tang fa hei? I think I know. It generally means that someone is about to face misfortune or illness. Peter replied after some thought. Exactly, Ng Hao nodded, reminding him, the last time we dined together, I noticed your uncle appeared to be yin tang fa hei. It would be wise for you to spend time with him daily, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, don't you think? Peter, somewhat bewildered, nodded nonetheless. Okay. Ng Hao then instructed, Ida, please bring Peter's dividends. Chapter 47, The Next Plan. Ida swiftly returned with a petite box. Suk Ing blinked in astonishment. Isn't she a holographic projection? How is she holding something? Ng Hao shot Ida a knowing glance. Ida promptly deactivated the holographic image, and 4 drones silently floated where she had been standing. One of the drones was at arm's height to Ida, equipped with 2 rudimentary mechanical arms on its front. Ng Hao casually explained, I made a few enhancements, allowing Ida to interact simply with people when necessary. Wow. Suk Ing exclaimed genuinely, you are truly impressive. Ng Hao opened the box to reveal a sleek black and gold card. It bore the company logo and even featured the Chinese characters for Daqin Heavy Industries. The card was adorned with sparkling little floral designs, shimmering like diamonds, exceedingly beautiful. Peter picked it up, turning it over in his hands, enchanted. Wow, this card is amazing. Well, it's acceptable. With wealth, everything becomes convenient. Even the appearance of bank cards can be customized, Ng Hao remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then added, this card holds 2 million. While that may not be much, WeVE only earned just under 10 million in total this time. After taxes and deductions, this is what you'll receive. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to come here anymore. I'm granting you an extended vacation. Take this money and spend quality time with Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Peter paused, his smile gradually fading, and asked, extended vacation? What does that mean? Did I do something wrong? No. What are you thinking? Ng Hao cast a glance at Peter's pitiful expression and lightly tapped his chest, saying, I have already mentioned that your uncle's fate seems ominous. he may encounter misfortune. That is why you are to remain by his side daily, to prevent any untoward incidents. Hence, the reason for your leave. Do not overthink it. Only then did Peter smile. All right, I thought. Well, when shall I return? Ing Hao pondered for a moment, uncertain of the exact date of Ben Parker's demise, and replied, I cannot say for certain. I will visit you occasionally, and any time your uncle's demeanor improves. You may return at your convenience. Ah, well, that is reassuring. I was afraid I was being rejected. Nearly brought to tears, Peter sighed in relief. Just then, his phone rang. It was Ben, requesting Peter to bring back a jar of peanut butter. After the call ended, he bid farewell to Ing Hao and Su King before departing. In the vast expanse of the company, only Su King and Ing Hao remained. Ada had discreetly excused herself. Congratulations, you have achieved your wish, at least. Purchasing a house should pose no challenge, Su King remarked, clinking her glass against Ing Hao's. I never anticipated you could create such virtual reality. Ing Hao smiled mysteriously. You would be surprised by what I am capable of. Uft, you sound rather pleased with yourself, she teased, shaking her glass. But why did you exclude Peter? Is he unable to assist you? Or is he a hindrance? Why would you think that? Ing Hao protested, feeling wronged. What I said is the truth. Su King smirked. Is it? Since when did you become a mystic? You do not understand. The limits of science lead to metaphysics. Ing Hao poured himself another glass of wine. His uncle genuinely faces misfortune, a moment's inattention, and he might meet his end. Goodness, you certainly have a way of cursing others, she chuckled. I speak only truth. They continued to chat, consuming a few more drinks, their faces slightly flushed. She leaned closer to Ing Hao, her head resting on his shoulder. She turned her hand over, gazing at her palm, and asked, Ing Hao, do you think we still count as human? Ing Hao casually replied, I suppose so. We have not changed much. Su King pouted, nestling her head against his neck. Then tell me, when I have children in the future, will I bear a human or perhaps a little spider? Ing Hao, somewhat at a loss for words, was considering how to humor her when she added, surely not an egg, right? Your imagination is truly vivid, he thought, supporting his forehead. He replied earnestly, do not worry. Your physiological structure remains unchanged, so you cannot produce eggs. Physiological structure? Su King tilted her head, gazing intently at him. How do you know my physiological structure has not changed? Have you seen? Have I seen? Well, yes, I have. Ing Hao suddenly recalled the sight of pure white he accidentally glimpsed that day, and his face began to flush slowly. However, such matters were not to be acknowledged under any circumstance. He feigned nonchalance, turning to the side. It is due to my own transformation. My physiological structure remains unchanged, hence. A rational deduction. What do you mean by having seen? You did not show me. Su King chuckled softly, grasping Ing Hao's clothing, bringing her lips close to his ear. So, do you wish to see? A sudden rustling sound reached Ing Hao's ears, the fabric of his clothing brushing against itself. What are you doing? Ing Hao hastily covered his eyes. Su King, have you been drinking? Do not act recklessly. There are people around. Su King replied, well, Ida doesn't count as a person. That still does not matter. Quickly put your clothes back on. Ing Hao felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his heart racing uncontrollably. He did not wish to take advantage of the situation, yet his gaze could not help but wander. His double pupils were entirely beyond his control, penetrating the hand that shielded his sight. His neck, too, was ensnared by a primal and formidable force, twisting back. Then, a loud snore emerged. Following the sound, Ing Hao was astonished to find that Su King had actually fallen asleep. After all that rustling, only a single button had come undone. Goodness! Ing Hao was utterly speechless. I thought I was about to lose my honor. He carefully lifted Su King into his arms. Her touch was both soft and springy. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled her sweet fragrance that was intoxicatingly delightful. Ing Hao's throat constricted slightly as he carried her out of the barn, muttering quietly, honestly, with such poor alcohol tolerance, and still trying to flirt, you've made my blood boil. In the dead of night, Ing Hao arrived at the celestial space. The company had taken off, achieving considerable fame. It was time to contemplate the next step in the plan. Ida, here I am, boss. Ida manifested beside Ing Hao. Ing Hao instructed, show me the shareholding structure of Stark Industries. Certainly. Ida waved her little hand, and a wooden pointer appeared. Beside her materialized a large holographic information board, displaying the shareholding chart of Stark Industries. Currently, Stark Industries is predominantly owned by Tony Stark, who holds 51 of the shares. As the son of the founder Howard Stark, he is the absolute controlling shareholder. Next is Obadiah Stane, holding 16, who serves as the CEO and co-founder of Stark Industries, his position only subordinate to Tony Stark. Thirdly, one must not overlook the 8 held by JP Morgan, the arms financing entity. Additionally, there are 5 individual shareholders, Victoria Hand, holding 5. 2. Rajiv Mehta, holding 4. 8. Carter Rockwell, holding 4. 1. Elena Watson, holding 3. And Kenneth Shaw, holding 2. In the stock market, the circulating shares account for 4. 9. Lastly, there is Miss Pepper Potts, to whom Tony bestowed one of loyalty equity a few years ago. However, she possesses no voting rights on the board. That is the basic situation. Ing Hao gazed intently at the equity structure of Stark Industries. How many shares must I acquire to successfully complete the takeover? Ida replied. Holding over 50 of the shares is deemed as effectively completing the acquisition. Granting the power to pass ordinary resolutions at the shareholders' meeting, such as electing directors or distributing dividends. A complete acquisition is recognized when one holds 2/3, 66, 67, of the shares, allowing for special resolutions such as amending articles or dividing the company. At the current market valuation, at least 200 billion is required. Money is not an issue. Ing Hao cast a glance at the divine workbench, moving a finger slightly. A radiant glow emanated from within, and a massive gold ingot, the size of a 90s bulky monitor, was ejected. The divine workbench directly synthesizes materials using energy. Gold, a substance thoroughly understood by humanity, is something Ing Hao could seemingly conjure in any quantity he desired. The critical aspect is how to make this wealth appear reasonable and legitimate. A family that originally ran a small shop suddenly producing several tons of gold to acquire Stark Industries would raise suspicions even among 6-year-olds. Ing Hao aimed for discretion, otherwise, there would be no need for the elaborate formation of a company. The money created directly by the divine workbench could be spent, but only in obscure venues. Ida reminded him, this is not difficult to resolve. American law states that any wealth discovered on privately owned land belongs to the individual. Ing Hao shook his head. That won't suffice either. A jar of gold coins or a box of cash might be acceptable, but exceeding a certain amount would clearly defy logic. And someone would inevitably come knocking. By the way, your database should not yet contain any information regarding this. HIELD organization, right? Ida hesitated momentarily before gently shaking her head. The data I have access to does not include this agency. Just as I suspected. The secret organization of SHIELD is known only to a few core members of major national governments. Currently, Tony Stark is also unaware of this organization, despite his father, Howard Stark, being one of its founders. Ing Hao is not particularly afraid of the government at the moment. Rather, he fears being targeted by SHIELD. That so-called Captain Marvel, while not particularly formidable on her own, has an exceptionally powerful friend. Ing Hao contemplated that he would at least need to obtain the Space Stone to contend with her. In this timeline, the Space Stone should still be contained within the Tesseract. Housed by SHIELD at Base 18. Ing Hao is aware of this information. However, where is SHIELD Base 18 located? In the realm of past lives, films and comics do not provide particularly detailed addresses. Even if mentioned, they may not correspond to the locations in this world. Of course, aside from the Space Stone, there exists another gem in this world, the Time Stone, whose whereabouts are known to Ing Hao. He aspires to acquire it from Kamar Taj. Yet he restrains himself. The formidable Ancient One has lived for over 3 centuries, and she is not to be trifled with. When Dr. Strange, Stephen, took the Time Stone, it is reasonable to presume that it was done with the tacit approval of the Ancient One. Otherwise, how could it have been so effortless? With the Heavenly God workbench and the antimatter reactor at hand, it is neither difficult nor illegal to amass 200 billion. Ada's voice pulled Ing Hao from his wandering thoughts. If you allow me to proceed freely, with just a modest amount of initial capital, I am confident I can achieve this objective within 20 days. Ing Hao was somewhat astonished. 20 days? So soon? Indeed, Ada replied with a faint smile. The creation of AI by humanity is intended to enhance efficiency, and I am among the foremost AIs in the world today. Ing Hao felt a flicker of delight. Yet Ada's tone shifted. However, the true complication lies not in finances, but rather in Tony and Obadiah's preemptive rights on shares. This means that even if you possess ample funds, acquiring shares from minority stakeholders would be obstructed by them, rendering the likelihood of a successful acquisition nearly zero. Is that so? A minor issue, Ing Hao grinned. With a touch of strategy, this is our forte as humans, Ada. Chapter 48, Making Money? The most efficient way to obtain a card. Now, tell me about your plan to earn 200 billion in 20 days. Ing Hao, feeling composed, was eager to hear the commercial strategy from this supreme AI. Ada nodded enthusiastically. In fact, based on the resources at your disposal, it is feasible to execute a plan to generate 200 billion in 20 days. I can conceive dozens of methods, such as opening barbershops. At this point, Ing Hao involuntarily leaned back. Barbershops? Can such an accessible industry really yield 280 billion in 20 days? With a hint of skepticism, he continued to listen. Ada elucidated earnestly. There are approximately 50,000 cities worldwide. My plan is to establish 1 or 2 barbershops in each city, requiring only a basic structure. The interior design can be disregarded, utilizing a secondary construction system for holographic rendering. Over the course of 10 days, we will create the illusion of numerous workers renovating the barbershops, generating significant buzz while simultaneously leveraging social media and applications for extensive promotion. After 10 days, the barbershops will officially open, ready to issue cards. Ing Hao felt a jolt in his heart. Issuing cards? Precisely. This is a well-established business model that I discovered through my internet research, prevalent in several cities in southern China. Ada proudly proclaimed, "We are implementing a strategy of depositing 10,000 and receiving an additional 10,000, while simultaneously adjusting the prices of various projects to the lowest in the industry, further complemented by diverse advertising methods and celebrity endorsements to attract customers." Although cities around the globe vary in size, on average, each store only needs to draw 40 customers daily over a span of 10 days to achieve the anticipated goal. On the holographic screen beside Ada, a simple equation materialized. 50,000 cities, 1 store, 10 days, 40 customers, day 10,000 deposit, 200,000,000,000,000. To reach this target, the owner would need to scale my computational server to 50 times its current capacity, in addition to requiring 50,000 interactive drones at 20 per city, and 50,000 sets of commonly used perm and dye equipment along with hair care products for salons. Fortunately, the owner possesses the divine workstation and an inexhaustible energy source, rendering this entire investment nearly negligible. Breathlessly, Ada finished her exposition, leaving Wenha utterly astounded. Ada, seriously, do you truly believe anyone would prepay 10,000 at a hair salon? Of course, Ada replied with an air of certainty. The key lies not in the 10,000 itself, but in the complimentary 10,000, that is, a 50 discount. Moreover, in today's society, as long as we can engage the right influencer to attract a fan base, it's astonishingly simple. Wenha questioned, "You can cut hair?" With a confident smile, Ada replied, "To master the most fashionable haircut techniques and styles globally, I only need 1 second." She winked. "I've learned it." Wenha was left in awe. Then, Ada winked again. "I just reviewed it. All right, I can feel your prowess now." Wenha sighed, biting his lower lip in contemplation. Such an outrageous business plan. He found himself thinking, it might actually work? Ultimately, the crux of the matter arose. When we achieve our 200 billion goal, I can immediately close the shop and make a swift exit. Ada continued, in comparison to other competitors pursuing similar strategies. My advantage lies in not having to bribe relevant authorities, saving a substantial amount of expenses, and excelling in disappearing without a trace. The initial funds for celebrity endorsements can easily be disregarded. Stop. Wenha quickly interjected, gravely addressing Ada. I believe we can forego the part about making a swift exit. Ada paused momentarily, then firmly shook her head. No, according to the data, making a swift exit is the essence of this business model. It allows profits to soar exponentially. Ada, although you are not human, you must strive to embody humanity. Ing Hao, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, elucidated, without the prospect of absconding with the loot. This is simply referred to as a business model. However, with the intention of fleeing, it becomes an act of fraud. How can that be? Ada retorted. If it were truly fraudulent, why are there no repercussions for those successful cases? Is it true that no one oversees this world? Ing Hao placed his hand on his forehead. This is a complex issue to clarify. In any case, if you genuinely intend to proceed down this path, do not entertain the thought of fleeing. At the very least, ensure that those individuals exhaust the funds on their prepaid cards. Ada nodded obediently. Understood, boss. After a moment of contemplation, Ing Hao inquired further, what are the other methods you mentioned? Ada replied, open a gym and sell memberships, then make a quick getaway. Ing Hao responded, and what else? Ada continued, establish a restaurant, sell meal plans, and then vanish. Ing Hao remarked, aren't these merely variations of the same scheme? Are there any truly distinct approaches? Certainly, Ada said, flipping her hand to reveal a holographic image the size of a pill. The current system can harness antimatter battery technology. A battery of this size can safely store 50 milligrams of matter-antimatter, facilitating controlled annihilation reactions at the particle pair level. The energy released can be converted into electricity with an efficiency of 80 sufficient to power a household averaging 1,000 kilowatt-hours per month for up to 200 years. Presently, the annual electricity bill for a middle-class American household is approximately $1,500, totaling $75,000 over 50 years. If we price each of these batteries modestly, there will undoubtedly be a market. Assuming a price of $30,000 per unit, selling fewer than 7 million would yield an income of $200 billion. However, the timeline may be slightly longer than what one might consider a mature business model. When a new invention emerges, the number of individuals willing to take risks is invariably limited. Most will prefer to observe for a time before attempting to purchase. Antimatter batteries? Now that's a genuinely intriguing concept. Ing Hao contemplated the acquisition of Stark Industries. Mere wealth would not suffice. The enterprise must possess significant scale and reputation. It need not be globally renowned, but at the very least, it should be widely recognized within the United States. Otherwise, the notion of a relatively obscure company attempting to acquire a commercial giant like Stark Industries would seem fantastical and impractical to anyone. Yet, a company at the forefront of technological advancement, capable of commercializing antimatter batteries for the benefit of humanity, acquiring Stark Industries sounds far more reasonable. Ing Hao harbored a concern. Once this technology is unveiled, it would undoubtedly attract the government's and military's attention, potentially leading to the enactment of technology protection laws that could forcibly seize the innovation. How should one address this? That can be resolved quite easily. Ada disassembled the battery model, replacing several key components before reassembling it. With just a slight modification to the battery, its output power could be restricted, preventing overload and rendering it suitable only for domestic use, ultimately transforming it into a mere white elephant unfit for advanced applications. Ing Hao inquired, "Should I be concerned about the technology being compromised?" Ada reassured him, "Given the current trajectory of human physics, there is no need for concern for at least 5 centuries. In fact, should the need arise, I could impose a technological embargo on humanity." As she spoke, she transformed into a female physicist, the surroundings morphing into a windowsill. Clutching a data report, her gaze drifted vacantly towards the scenery outside as she murmured, "Physics no longer exists." Ing Hao, bemused, replied, "You are reading my memories. Aren't you? The 3-body problem, right? The Sapon, correct?" Ada reverted to her original form and smiled. "Boss, your memories have long been fully accessed by the system. I merely tapped into it to acquire the knowledge. So, which plan do you prefer? After all, if it were up to me, I would choose the barbershop." "Both." Ing Hao decided. "We will create the battery and open the barbershop and later establish a restaurant and a gym as well. Let us go all in. With such an exceptional AI, we cannot forego developing a global intelligence system." "Yes, boss," Ada affirmed. In an instant, the divine workbench radiated a blinding light, and its production platform expanded by tens of thousands of square meters. A swarm of drones emerged from the divine workbench, grouped in tens, forming countless AI avatars distinct from Ada. Characters such as Tifa, Bayonetta, the white-haired 2B, Mary Rose, Lu Ying, Zhao Linger, and the plump Aloy were among them. "Wait, there's an odd one in the mix," Ing Hao interjected, pointing to Aloy. "Exclude that one." Thousands of different Ada avatars responded in unison, "Understood, boss." 50,000 voices, varying in pitch and tone, some sweet, some salty, some fiery, others icy, simultaneously flooded Ing Hao's ears. In that moment, every cell in his body felt as though it were being delicately prodded by a fine needle, without piercing. His hair stood on end in waves, then fell back down. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. The production of 50,000 drones took less than 10 seconds, followed by 50,000 sets of barbershop equipment, chairs, specialized shampoo sofas, plasma perm and dye machines, and various models of clippers. All were present. Then, a narrow spatial rift tore open 10,000 meters above New York City. 50,000 lifelike representations of well-known anime and game characters surged forth, targeting over 50,000 cities worldwide, dispersing in all directions, north, south, east, and west. Ing Hao floated within the chasm, gazing at the grand spectacle before him. It resembled a gathering of masterful hairdressers. With such talents at the helm, who would require celebrity endorsements? Suddenly, Ing Hao felt as though he had overcomplicated matters. With their involvement, earning 200 billion might take no more than 20 days. Moreover, it was likely that most of the cardholders would be men. Surely, these individuals would not be inclined to visit a hair salon solely to admire the proprietor. Ing Hao inquired abruptly. He had not received any notification from the system. Now that Ada was integrated with the system, she functioned as a more anthropomorphized mouthpiece, privy to all its secrets. Ada responded, "Boss, the system's primary objective is to ensure your safety. Notifications regarding the unlocking of technologies will only occur for safety-related matters. For instance, the divine armor is intended to provide you with protection, while the antimatter reactor is designed to supply a modicum of energy for the armor. Very well. Please compile a list of currently unlockable technologies and send it to my phone. Understood, boss. Additionally, tomorrow, we shall register the energy company, and once the process is complete, we will promptly hold a press conference to introduce our antimatter battery. No problem. A yawn escaped from Ying Hao. You carry on. I shall retire to sleep. Wait, boss. Ada cautioned. There are a few nefarious insects lurking near the villa. Chapter 49. The unluckiest kidnapper. 500 meters to the west of Ying Hao's villa resides a neighbor. Since their arrival, the two parties had barely interacted. Ying Hao was unaware of the neighbor's profession, but he was certain that the individual was a night owl, as the house was illuminated almost every evening. Tonight, however, was an exception. Not a single light was aglow in the neighbor's abode. Both the first and second floors were enveloped in darkness, while the rooftop flickered intermittently with light. Two figures lay on the roof. One was a sniper, poised with a rifle, the crosshairs traversing the windows of several rooms in Ying Hao's home. The other was an observer, wielding binoculars, aimed squarely at Ying Hao's bedroom. Where has the target gone? Did number 3 not say he was returning home? The observer questioned, perplexed. The bedroom appeared utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. The sniper replied, Who knows? Ask number 4. He is responsible for the other side. I already inquired. There's nothing there. On his side, there's just an old fool in one room and a young girl in another. The observer lowered the binoculars and turned to see his companion smoking. Damn it. Stop smoking. It will reveal our position. Gulp. Ha ha ha. Look at you. So nervous you're even hiccuping. The sniper chuckled. There's no need. They are all asleep, aren't they? TSK. I suggest you divert your gaze from that vacant room and instead observe the woman in the adjacent room. Though she may appear a bit older, she still possesses a certain charm. Focus on the mission. Do not indulge in distractions, came the admonition from beside him. The sniper retorted, But I have yet to spot the target. I am merely searching for someone. Suddenly, his radio crackled to life. Number 1. Number 2. Do you confirm the target's location? I am prepared to act. The sniper responded, Not yet. The target may be in a blind spot or perhaps in the restroom. The radio responded, No time to wait. I am gearing up to proceed. Once the task is complete, I shall return to rest. Remain vigilant and inform me of any unforeseen developments. Understood, the sniper replied. Setting down the radio, he turned his gaze back to Xiao Yun's room. Do you think that woman is wearing sleep shorts? I've heard many women prefer to sleep in the nude for comfort. You must concentrate on the task at hand. If this mission goes awry, we will face dire consequences. By the way, for whom are we undertaking this work? Who knows? However, yesterday the boss sent someone to retrieve a truckload of fine firearms, so I surmise our employer is likely an arms dealer. He licked his lips. Ha. I can't resist. I plan to fire a shot at the glass to startle that woman from her bed and see if she is indeed wearing anything. That would be utterly despicable. An ordinary person undergoing such an experience would be left with psychological scars. Her psychological scars concern you? Of course they do. Ying Hao regained his composure. That is my mother. What? The sniper abruptly turned, only to see a hand swiftly approaching his face. With a crack, his neck was twisted. How many more are there? Ying Hao inquired. A total of 4. It appears their objective is simply to abduct you, boss. All the same, it leads to death. Ying Hao glanced towards another sniper position. He approached the edge of the rooftop, leapt down, and vanished into the night. In Su Qing's bedroom, having settled in for a few days, she had transformed the room into a charming haven. The space was filled with stuffed toys, and the bed linens and quilts were all in shades of pink. Su Qing lay on her bed, her rounded backside propped up, head tilted, mouth slightly agape. Heaven is fair. Those with goddess-like beauty may not necessarily possess a goddess's sleeping posture. The effects of alcohol still lingered, leaving a faint flush on her cheeks. A pool of glistening drool gathered in her mouth, rippling with her breath, on the verge of spilling over and trickling onto the pillow. Suddenly, the fine hairs on the back of her hand stood on end. Su Qing furrowed her brow and abruptly opened her eyes. Slurp, gulp. Is there an intruder? She glanced toward the door and indeed noticed the doorknob moving ever so slightly. Su Qing exerted her strength, springing up from the bed, executing a somersault to press against the ceiling. She surveyed her surroundings, pinpointing the ventilation duct in the corner, and swiftly crawled towards it. In the corridor, Agent 5 and Agent 6 stealthily infiltrated the area. Agent 5 released the doorknob of Su Qing's room and whispered to Agent 6, "The door is deadlocked. Random button presses will trigger the alarm. I need a password cracker." Here, Agent 6 produced a small black box from her gear and handed it over. Agent 5 affixed the black box to the keypad, maneuvering it with caution. Excuse me, how do you use this? Agent 6 suddenly inquired. What? Agent 5 turned around to find Agent 6 examining a silenced pistol, turning it over in her hands. What a foolish question you ask, Agent 5 retorted. Agent 6 quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I've never used something like this before. I just pressed here, and it didn't make a sound. For heaven's sake. You haven't disengaged the safety. Are you even a professional? Agent 5 muttered under her breath, then pressed down on Agent 6's pistol, saying, Idiot. Don't aim that at me. We're only kidnapping tonight, not killing. Most likely, we won't need this at all. At most. We'll just need to knock the target out with the butt of the gun. Now, be quiet and don't disturb me while I crack the code. Oh, all right. Thank you. Agent 6, ever polite, waited until Agent 5 turned back, then swung the butt of the gun down onto Agent 5's skull. With a thud, Agent 5 collapsed heavily to the ground. Phew. Agent 6 exhaled with relief, putting her hands on her hips. I've only seen this on TV. It turns out a gun, but can really knock someone out. How impressive. King? A voice from behind called out, belonging to Ing Hao, who towered a head taller than Agent 6. She immediately turned around and linked her arm with his. You're awake too? She pulled Ing Hao over to Agent 5, proudly pointing at him. Look, I noticed someone had intruded, so I subdued this guy and knocked him out. Impressive, right? Ing Hao, visibly uncomfortable, withdrew his arm and crouched down to inspect Agent 5. P.S. Dead. What? No way. I was just being gentle. Oh, Agent 6 realized. So this person is quite strong. Am I going to jail? She nervously tugged at Ing Hao's clothing. It wasn't you who acted. Ing Hao pulled away his clothing, looking disdainfully at her. You should stop hiding up there. Come down. In the future, when controlling such individuals, try to keep your distance from me. Oh, understood. Agent 6 suddenly paused, and then, noticing Ing Hao, her expression turned icy. With that, she collapsed. With a clang, the grate from the ventilation duct above the corridor was removed, and Su King, clad in her pajamas, executed a somersault and landed gracefully on the ground. She tilted the fence against the adjacent wall and swiftly ran to Ing Hao's side, proclaiming with a hint of pride, Aren't I impressive? Even Ida didn't notice them. Aida's holographic image materialized instantly. No, I merely remained still to avoid alarming them. That explains why no alarms were triggered despite the intruders, Su King remarked, pointing at the two individuals on the ground. What are they doing here? Why did they break into your home and threaten to kidnap you? Ing Hao searched the first intruder and retrieved a mobile phone, murmuring, We shall know soon enough. Suddenly, the door to Xiaoyun's bedroom creaked open. Su King dashed up to the ceiling, while Ida vanished in an instant. The surrounding drones flickered, casting an empty corridor that concealed Ing Hao and the two intruders from sight. Xiaoyun leaned out halfway, switching on the corridor lights. Xiao Hao King? Is that you? However, the corridor lay silent and devoid of any presence. Was it merely a dream? Xiaoyun tilted her head and shut the door, retreating back into her room. The four figures and the AI reappeared. Ing Hao hoisted the second and third intruders, signaling for them to exit. A minute later, the trio found themselves on the roof of a neighboring house. Why are there so many people? And a sniper rifle? Who sent them? This is terrifying. Su King glanced at the 6 lifeless bodies on the ground, feeling a surge of anxiety. Despite her newfound powers, she remained, at heart, a girl accustomed to the light, still unaccustomed to direct encounters with such malevolent forces. Without hesitation, Ing Hao replied, Aside from Justin Hammer, we haven't offended anyone else recently. Upon realizing their home was under surveillance, Ing Hao's first thought was Justin Hammer. Hearing about arms dealers from the second sniper only confirmed his suspicions. Is it really just because we took one of his contracts? Such retaliation seems excessive. Filled with righteous indignation, Su King then inquired, So what do we do now? We're not particularly afraid of retaliation, but Auntie and Grandpa. Ing Hao scoffed, It's nothing to worry about. I will handle this tonight. Take me with you. Su King insisted eagerly. You saw how formidable I am. I have the potential to be a superhero. Ing Hao glanced at her skeptically. You? Dressed in your pajamas? That's easily remedied. I'll change my clothes. Just wait for me. Su King exclaimed excitedly, returning to the villa to change into a loose tracksuit. She also found a scarf to conceal her face thoroughly. After checking herself in the mirror, she felt something was still amiss. Turning to the vanity, she spotted a pair of sunglasses, which she donned, declaring, Perfect. The dynamic duo is ready for action. She leapt out of the window, returning to the neighboring rooftop, only to find Ing Hao had vanished. Ing Hao, where are you? Ida stood with her hands clasped behind her back, pursing her lips as she stated, The boss has already left. He asked me to inform you that nothing has been prepared this time, so you shall not accompany us. Perhaps next time. Ugh. Deceiving me into changing my clothes only to abandon me? What a scoundrel. Su King's cheeks puffed up in irritation. Ida urged, The boss has left a task for us. Hoping we can take care of these fellows. Su King retorted, ugh, I refuse to do his bidding. Ida replied, do not be upset. The boss has your best interests in mind, dear boss lady. Boss, lady? Su King couldn't help but wiggle her hips. Is that how he instructed you to address me? Ida replied, what else could it be? Humph, I'm not doing this for him. It is all for Andy. Su King, delighted, rolled up her sleeves. How shall we proceed? Let's get to work. Chapter 50. Leveling everything, pursuing relentlessly on Long Island. In a luxurious villa within the Golden Coast estate, Justin Hammer stood by the window, admiring the tranquil night. He clutched a mobile phone in his hand, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the side cover. Ing Hao. Suddenly, his expression turned icy as he spoke. Now you should understand the consequences of provoking me, right? I possess a technology transfer agreement. Sign it, or face dire consequences. After speaking, he smacked his lips, shaking his head. No, that was too forceful. It seemed that the Chinese were quite resilient. Pressing too hard would not yield the desired results. I must leave him with a glimmer of hope. Clearing his throat, Justin adopted a smile. I beg your pardon for approaching you in this manner, my friend. It is a course of necessity. Our last encounter was rather unpleasant. Yet I truly wish to collaborate with you. Yes, the bulletproof vests. Transfer the technology to me. And of course, I will offer you a profit share of 5%. This is a privilege reserved for my strategic partners. Ahem. No, that is overly polite. I would be humiliated. He paced by the window, occasionally glancing at the time on his phone, growing increasingly anxious. Damn it. Why is there still no outcome? And a gold medal assassin at that. He flipped open the phone cover, contemplating whether to make a call when suddenly, his phone buzzed. Hammer's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he swiftly raised the phone to his ear, answering hello. Boom. A deafening sound erupted from the receiver. Oh damn. Hammer's mouth fell open as he pulled the phone away from his ear. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed continuously from the other end, gradually diminishing. Hammer's expression froze, his eyes darting as his mind raced through various possibilities. Finally, the explosive sounds subsided, replaced by heavy, hurried breathing. Hammer? Hammer. Hesitating. He brought the receiver back to his ear. Yes? F. King Squid. Hammer. Upon hearing his voice, the other party erupted into a torrent of curses, their throat hoarse from shouting. You told me he was just an ordinary citizen with a bit of money. F. King Squid. My gang, my people, all ruined. Huff, huff. You did this on purpose, Hammer. You intentionally sent us on a mission, then used us as pawns to eliminate him, didn't you? Just wait. If I survive today, I will surely kill you, I promise. Wait. Hammer's heart raced. What the hell are you talking about? You idiots must have the wrong target. I told you to find Ing Hao. He is just an ordinary person. I checked. He has no power. What kind of trouble have you dragged me into? Did you mention my name? Huh. In New York, where gangs thrived in a tangled web, even a weapons magnate like Justin Hammer was reluctant to engage with them lightly. Yet, there was no response from the other end. After a moment of rapid breathing that abruptly ceased, Hammer couldn't help but worry. A moment later, footsteps and static crackled through the phone, as if someone had picked it up. Don't worry, Hammer. That guy is dead. He can't kill you now. It was Ing Hao's voice. With a snap, Hammer closed his phone, hesitated briefly, then crushed it in his grip before flinging it out the window with force. No, this can't be happening. Hammer's brows knitted together in disarray, his face a canvas of panic and confusion. That kid usually doesn't even carry bodyguards. How could he? The target Hammer had sought was the highest-paid assassin organization in Manhattan, notorious for their ruthlessness. They were numerous and professional. Hammer had met their leader in person, a formidable individual. Furthermore, their base was exceedingly secretive, fortified beyond measure. Ing Hao. How could he possibly? No, 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 I need to get out of here. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As a defense contractor, Hammer had many hiding places. He didn't quite believe Ing Hao had the capability to dismantle an assassin organization. But in matters like this, it was better to err on the side of caution. He hastily threw on a coat, laced his shoes, and dashed down the stairs. 2 minutes later, 6 inconspicuous mid-range sedans emerged from the garage. 3 cars formed a group, splitting into 2 directions. In downtown Manhattan, clad in sword Saint goggles and a crimson coat, Ing Hao emerged from a derelict red brick building, a phone in hand. Ida, level this place. Yes, boss. With a thunderous roar, a deep red war chariot screeched to a halt before the red brick edifice. The arsenal at the rear of the vehicle unfurled instantly, unleashing 5 rockets with ferocious intensity. The violent explosions illuminated a significant portion of the lower city, causing the already beleaguered red brick buildings to crumble under the assault. Affirmed. Yes, the call confirmed the location in under 10 seconds. I took the liberty of deploying 10 drones, and we have now locked onto Justin Hammer's vehicle. Shall we eliminate him? No, I require him alive. Ing Hao shook his head. He is integral to my acquisition of the Stark project. I intended to seek him out in the coming days, not anticipating he would provoke me first. As he spoke, Ing Hao pressed the accelerator. Ing Hao inquired, "By the way, your phone tracking is impressively swift. Is it merely a matter of being online?" Ada replied, "No. I took the initiative to access Stark Industries' root server and linked it to their satellites." Ing Hao questioned, "A root server? Can that be accessed through wireless networks at will? How is that possible?" Ada elucidated, "The most adept hackers employ physical intrusion. The day my boss granted me divine access, I unilaterally dispatched 5 drones to infiltrate the Stark Industries headquarters and visited their server room." Ing Hao asked, "Did Jarvis not detect you?" Ada chuckled, "I outmatched him with ease." 3 black sedans traversed the Brooklyn Bridge, entering Brooklyn from Long Island. Adams Street was brightly illuminated, serving as a major thoroughfare connecting the 2 districts. Even at this late hour, a number of vehicles passed through. Hammer gazed through the window, observing the sporadic shops still in operation, the residential areas, schools, and libraries, feeling somewhat reassured. From the voices he had heard over the phone, it seemed Ing Hao had located the stronghold of the assassin group and had employed heavy weaponry. However, this was not the chaotic environment of the lower city. Even if Ing Hao were truly deranged, he would likely hesitate to act recklessly in this vicinity. Moreover, Hammer believed his instincts regarding the impending danger would guide his response adequately. Most likely, Ing Hao would be unable to find him. All he had to do was wait for dawn. Once he returned to the safety of Hammer Industries, within his own fortress, he would have nothing to fear. Then, he could deploy his resources to ascertain the situation's gravity and devise an alternative strategy. "Mr. Hammer, what exactly are we fleeing from?" inquired a bodyguard beside him. Hammer, his expression dark, retorted, "Silence. Do not question me. I am equally in the dark." "My apologies," the bodyguard responded. "I was merely contemplating whether we should call for reinforcements." "We should." Hammer intended to refuse, but the words escaped his lips. "Have someone bring out the armed helicopter for escort." Nevertheless, unease gnawed at him. This could be against regulations. To hell with regulations. Just get it out for me, and I will handle the rest. All right. The bodyguard immediately made the call. Just then, Hammer heard the thunderous roar of an engine drawing near. He quickly glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a red armored vehicle closing in. No. Hammer's heart raced. It can't be him. It absolutely cannot be him. The car's radio crackled to life, and Ing Hao's voice came through. "Who can it be? Me? Damn it." Hammer cursed vehemently, slamming his hand against the driver's seat. "Hurry, accelerate. We can't let him catch up." The driver dared not hesitate, instantly flooring the accelerator. The car surged forward, distancing itself from the crimson vehicle behind. Hammer turned to look back, muttering, "Is that a Type 1 pathbreaker? No, it seems to be a buster. Its top speed is, damn it." To disguise himself, Hammer had intentionally chosen these mid-range cars. Now, he regretted not taking out his fastest sports car. At this point, he could only hope for the few private cars on the road. Ing Hao's war machine was massive and less agile than Hammer's sedan in the traffic. If a few private cars got in the way, it might buy him enough time for the helicopter to arrive. Just as Hammer was contemplating this, he suddenly heard the war vehicle blaring its loudspeaker. "This is the federal SWAT, pursuing a fugitive. Yes, those black cars ahead, unrelated vehicles. Please pull over to avoid collateral damage." Over. To hell with the federal SWAT. Hammer was astonished. Ing Hao was audacious beyond belief. Yet this tactic proved remarkably effective. Upon hearing the announcement, the vehicles on the road, seeing the heavy war machine Ing Hao was driving, immediately complied. Cars in the same lane began to pull aside, clearing a path. The next moment, a scene unfolded that sent Hammer into despair. A blue flame erupted from the rear of the crimson vehicle. Although Hammer was looking from the front to the back and couldn't see clearly, he could still identify it as the turbojet engine typically found on fighter jets. What sane person would equip a land vehicle with an aircraft engine? How could that possibly be controlled? Hammer shouted in desperation, "Madman. Absolutely insane." Just as he yelled, the crimson vehicle sped up and collided violently with the rear of the last car in the convoy. Boom. The high-speed impact tore apart the unfortunate Honda, igniting it in a massive fireball. A second later, the crimson vehicle burst forth from the blazing inferno. It resembled a steel beast reborn from flames, gripping tightly onto the rear of Hammer's vehicle. Chapter 51. Are you a demon? No. Justin Hammer cried out in terror, attempting to break through the car window to escape. Just as he feared his car would be utterly crushed, the crimson war chariot suddenly leaped into the air, casting a blue arc of fire above Hammer's vehicle. Crash. The war chariot landed heavily, shattering the Honda ahead into fragments. It drifted, positioning itself sideways to block Hammer's automobile. Simultaneously, a pink rift in space surged forth from the opposite side of the war chariot, engulfing both vehicles entirely. Whoosh! Adams Street fell silent, as if the crimson war chariot and the three black sedans in pursuit had never existed. On the street, numerous private car owners, forced to the roadside, opened their doors in disbelief, staring at the nearly 10-centimeter deep gouge in the pavement ahead. My heavens, what in the world just happened? When Hammer regained his senses, he found himself on a beach. His vehicle had ultimately collided with the crimson war chariot, leaving the front of the Honda severely damaged. The airbag had seemingly failed to deploy. The driver lay slumped over the broken steering wheel, blood oozing from his head. Where am I? Just moments ago, I was on the street. Hammer unfastened his seatbelt and opened the door to step out. Before him stretched an endless ocean, while behind lay an interminable expanse of desert. Were it not for the sensation beneath his feet, he could scarcely believe the reality before him. Hammer! The voice of Inghow suddenly resonated behind him. Hammer shuddered, his legs weakening. Turning around, he beheld Inghow perched atop his Honda, one leg curled beneath him, the other dangling, scrutinizing Justin Hammer. You possess quite the audacity, daring to employ assassins against me, even locating my home. Inghow. Hammer took a step back, his voice trembling. Where is this? Who exactly are you? Inghow offered a cold smile, refraining from answering. Hammer's heart raced with anxiety, his fists clenched as he grit his teeth and threatened. Listen, you'd best not harm me. I am no insignificant figure. My Hammer Industries is vital to the employment of tens of thousands of Americans, and I provide nearly 20 of supplies to the Department of Defense annually. If I were to disappear, the police, FBI, and the Defense Department would spring into action. They would easily trace my disappearance back to you, and then it would be over for you. Finished. Do not think that these sorceries can intimidate me. Regardless of where this is or what means you have employed, you must return me at once. Otherwise, not just you, but your family, your friends, and everything you hold dear will suffer the consequences. As Hammer spoke, his tone grew increasingly resolute. He had convinced even himself. Indeed, he was so significant that who would dare to challenge him? Ha ha ha. Inghow chuckled, the Sword Saint's goggles atop his head suddenly vanishing, revealing his pair of formidable eyes. The police? The FBI? The Department of Defense? He leapt from the vehicle, advancing step by step towards Hammer, until he stood before him, seizing his collar and pulling him closer. Look into my eyes. Hammer, do you have any idea who you have provoked? Inghow's voice deepened abruptly, resonating like rolling thunder. Justin Hammer watched in astonishment as Inghow's skin turned a fiery crimson. Two thick, twisted demonic horns sprouted from his forehead. Hammer's jaw nearly dropped as he trembled. Sinking to the ground. You are a demon? Ha ha ha. Allow me to show you the consequences of crossing me. The thunderous voice echoed in Hammer's ears, striking like a hammer, piercing like needles. Hammer felt his eardrums were on the verge of shattering. Then, the surroundings shifted once more. The beach vanished, the ocean transformed into molten lava, flames soaring to a height of 100 feet. The air became unbearably scorching, with each breath Hammer took. It felt as if a branding iron were being thrust into his lungs. Inghow released Hammer's collar, raising his left hand as a pillar of lava erupted beside Hammer. With a mere gesture of his right hand, Hammer was uncontrollably drawn into his grasp. Inghow gripped Hammer's throat, forcefully pressing his cheek against the molten stone pillar. Sizzle. The scorching pillar instantly seared half of Hammer's face into charred ruin. No. Hammer screamed hoarsely. Ha ha ha. Does it hurt? Suffer. Inghow laughed heartily. When half of Hammer's face was reduced to mere bone, he pressed the other side against the pillar. Sizzle. Hammer was in such agony that he could not utter a sound. He felt as if his very soul were being consumed by the inferno, as he had witnessed Inghow transform into a demon. He was filled with profound regret for having provoked him. Yet at this moment, those thoughts had fled his mind. He only yearned for the torment to end, for liberation, feeling that being reduced to ashes would be far preferable to his current plight. However, Inghow would not show him mercy. Do not fret. Compared to the torment you are yet to endure, this inferno is but a trifle. Inghow's voice resounded once again. Hammer was astonished to find the fiery world fading away. He was being held by Inghow by the throat, elevated to the edge of a high cliff. Beside him lay an abyss that seemed to devour all light, unfathomable in its depths. The cliffside was adorned with thorns bristling with spikes. No, no. Hans desperately shook his head. He wished to plead, please, don't. Yet, both sides of his face were charred, rendering his speech a mere whisper, indistinct and incoherent. Are you urging me? He inquired. Very well. With a sinister grin, Inghow seized Hanmo and hurled him over the precipice. A piercing scream echoed as Hanmo grazed the rocky cliff, plummeting into the abyss. The thorns clinging to the cliffside soon shredded his garments and flesh. leaving him a bloody mess. If he were to perish in this manner, so be it. However, with every 1,000 meters he fell, an unseen force would draw him back into Ing Hao's grasp, only to be cast down once more. After enduring this torment over 100 times, his body bore no unscathed flesh. Once more, Hanmo found himself in Ing Hao's clutches, terror etched across his face as he gazed upon this fiend. He yearned to plead for mercy, yet his throat was lacerated by thorns. The air around him dispersed, rendering his vocal cords mute. Then, the scenery shifted yet again. He was flung onto a jagged rock, droplets of water cascading upon him. Drip drop. With each droplet that landed upon his ravaged flesh, a plume of dark, greenish smoke arose. It was not water, it was acid. Hanmo longed to escape, but regardless of his efforts, his body remained immobile. Ing Hao stood nearby, observing him with a serene smile. Each drop of acid that fell upon Hanmo was an excruciating torment, yet he was utterly powerless to resist. It dawned upon him that this must be hell, a punishment for his transgressions. With no choice but to passively endure the unending agony, he found himself in the throes of an exceptionally prolonged punishment by acid. During this ordeal, he attempted to mentally recite numbers, yet the corrosive acid would interrupt his thoughts, causing him to forget. The most he managed to remember was 36,812. The exact number of times he had attempted to count was lost to him. His body had been repositioned numerous times, flesh burned through by the acid, resembling a vast beehive. At last, the torment of the acid ceased. Ing Hao lifted him onto a colossal assembly line. This conveyor belt held nothing but blades. A myriad of knives, in various shapes, sizes, and materials, lined both sides of the belt. Ing Hao cast Hanmo onto the conveyor and activated the mechanism. He could still see, still feel, yet his body was rendered completely immobile. He watched helplessly as countless sharp edges sliced, hacked, pierced, and tore through his bloodless form, shredding flesh and bone into oblivion. Even as his body was disintegrated into countless fragments, Hanmo retained sensation. His physical pain had dissipated, but the anguish he felt was far worse. It was his very soul unraveling. Ultimately, Ing Hao gathered the remnants of Hanmo and discarded them in a vast desert, leaving them to wither away under the relentless wind. Hanmo was utterly dismantled. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of fading, everything reversed. He turned over and relived the 5 forms of torment. Before standing before Ing Hao once more, Ing Hao had reverted to his original appearance, gripping his collar tightly. His 4 piercing eyes locked onto Hanmer's. So, Hanmer, do you relish your future? Hanmer gasped sharply, breath quickening. No, I detest it. I do not desire such a future. A wave of terror washed over him as he trembled, kneeling in supplication. I beg you, do not cast me into hell. Do not make me endure it again. I was wrong. I am guilty. I will pay any price. Just please do not condemn me to the inferno. I implore you. I am willing to barter my soul. I am ready to be your slave. Ing Hao coldly replied. No, you are unworthy of being my slave. His gaze turned chillingly indifferent as he regarded Justin Hammer. From this day forth, you are but a dog. You will do as I command. Dare to show even a hint of defiance, and you shall know the consequences. Upon finishing his words, Ing Hao waved his hand lightly. A crimson fissure descended from above, engulfing Justin Hammer and his Honda entirely. In the next moment, a thud echoed. Hammer and his vehicle found themselves crashing onto Adams Street. The location where Adams Street had vanished was already cordoned off by the police. A police officer, spotting the suddenly materialized Hammer, rushed over. Mr. Hammer. Just then, an armed helicopter from Hammer Industries arrived, its rotor blades producing a deafening noise that drowned out all surrounding sounds. Within the celestial realm, Ing Hao staggered slightly. Goodness, altering memories is truly exhausting. Ida, how long has it been since we entered? Ida manifested beside him, responding, it has been less than 2 minutes. For a minute and a half, you were locked in a gaze with Justin Hammer. Curiously, she inquired, what transpired just now? Why did he suddenly kneel and plead for mercy? Heh, I implanted a horror film starring him into his mind. Ing Hao chuckled. It's a promising first attempt. This ability is quite effective. Elated for but a moment, he soon felt a pang of hunger in his mind. I can't take it any longer. I need to eat something. Ida, quickly find a restaurant that's open. Chapter 52, The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D., Brooklyn. Inside an interrogation room of a police precinct, Justin Hammer sipped hot coffee and asked the officer beside him, when will I be able to leave? I have already shared everything I know. The officer replied, be patient, Mr. Hammer, it should be soon. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open. A sharply dressed middle-aged man entered, nodding to the officer, who promptly exited. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Hammer. Good day, Mr. Hammer. I am Agent Phil Coulson, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Hammer frowned momentarily. What department? Clearing his throat, Coulson reiterated, indeed. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Never mind the name of your department, Hammer replied, clearly disinterested in the specifics. So, after the police and the FBI, your department also feels the need to inquire? Coulson maintained a congenial smile. Yes, Mr. Hammer. Hammer rubbed his forehead and asked helplessly, can't you just consult the police reports? I've already conveyed everything I know. All I want is to return home swiftly. We prefer to gather information firsthand, Coulson responded, flipping through his notes. What transpired near the Brooklyn Bridge tonight is undoubtedly a supernatural incident. However, it is exceedingly peculiar that all nearby surveillance equipment has mysteriously malfunctioned. We have only acquired a few invaluable video clips from a nearby cab driver. He slid several images across the table towards Hammer. Mr. Hammer, where did this read? Object take you? Hammer swallowed hard. Previously, the police and FBI had been unable to produce any evidence. They merely asked him what had happened, how he had vanished, and then reappeared. Having endured unimaginable torment, Hammer was understandably reluctant to divulge the truth. He was now a pawn of Ing Hao. As a pawn, he knew he must adhere to the instincts of his role, the foremost being an absolute vow of silence regarding his master. Since the police had no substantial evidence, he needed only to remain silent, responding with the 3 words, I don't know. Yet this department had somehow obtained video footage, particularly aerial views. Where could they have sourced it? Hammer's gaze flickered as he stubbornly clung to his previous response. I don't know. Mr. Hammer, Coulson leaned slightly forward, his tone softening. Trust me, we are here to assist you. I can distinctly sense your fear. He perceptively inquired, are you being threatened? Kidnapped? Or is someone holding some compromising information over you? A pang of anxiety coursed through Hammer, as if someone had seen right through him. His eyes instinctively averted Coulson's. Reveal the truth to me, Hammer, Coulson urged, blending reassurance with promise. If you choose to speak, regardless of the troubles you face, we will find a way to help you escape this fear. But if you remain silent, we are powerless to assist. For a fleeting moment, Hammer felt tempted to confide, but his mind was immediately flooded with the image of Ing Hao transforming into a colossal demon. Lava sears, thorns pierce, corrosive acid erodes. The body is subjected to 1,000 cuts, reduced to ash and smoke. For others, last night was merely a fleeting supernatural occurrence, yet for Hammer, it was an agonizing torment that felt as though it spanned decades, or even centuries. The fear of Ing Hao had burrowed so deeply into his bones that mere words of comfort and futile promises could hardly assuage it. I truly do not comprehend. I suddenly fainted yesterday, and upon regaining consciousness, I found myself surrounded by police. Hammer closed his eyes, offering the same response as before. Alas! Coulson shook his head, flipping open his notebook, and pulled out another photograph from the crevice. This is from another location. You should be quite familiar with it, yes? Lower Manhattan, the lair of the gold medal assassins. Just last night, this organization was obliterated by a mysterious man driving a deep crimson vehicle. Reduced to rubble in the most literal sense. Coulson elaborated. Retrieving a call log printed by the telecommunications company, we traced the last call made by the leader of this organization. The number was a disposable, untraceable one. But guess what? We tracked the signal to a phone located near your villa in Long Island. Do you have any explanation for this? After stating this, Coulson clasped his hands together on the table, patiently awaiting Hammer's response. Hammer's gaze flickered, and his breathing became noticeably irregular. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, yes, I did provide them with some weaponry. So what? I am an arms dealer, engaging in some less than reputable business. What is so unusual about that? Let me tell you, it's not just my Hammer Industries involved. Stark Industries is in on it too. Hammer's emotions flared as he rose, slamming his hands on the table in a fit of rage. Are you going to use this against me? This is nothing. I could be out in a month. No. Coulson shook his head. That falls under the jurisdiction of other departments, our homeland. Ahem. We have no control over that. We merely see a connection here, Mr. Hammer. I have been an agent for quite some time, and can tell that you are concealing something. Why not just tell me directly? Isn't this vehicle the same one that intercepted you? Who is its owner? What is your connection to him? Enough. Hammer could no longer endure it. Shouting, I am the victim here. Isn't it your duty to uncover the truth? Why are you interrogating me? I have already stated that I do not. No. Anything. All I want now is to go home. Very well. Coulson, seeing his resolve, ceased further inquiries and promptly closed his notebook. You may return home now, Mr. Hammer. Now. Hammer was clearly taken aback by how easily his request was granted. Of course. Coulson nodded as he rose, seizing the opportunity to hand over a business card. However, If you have anything further to discuss, do not hesitate to contact me. It was a pleasure conversing with you. I shall take my leave now. Having spoken, he truly turned and left. Hammer touched the business card in his hand, eventually casting it aside into the trash bin. No one stopped him, nor did anyone approach him with inquiries. Hammer smoothly entered the vehicle that had come to his aid, returning to his mansion in Manhattan. Meanwhile, in a 24-hour diner, Ing Hao was eating while watching his phone, the video displaying the recent interrogation of Hammer. Not bad, he thought, shoving a handful of fries into his mouth and remarking. Hammer's lips are relatively sealed. I can confidently entrust the subsequent plans to him. With that, he swiped to another scene featuring Coulson. He was on a call. Yes, director. Indeed, I am certain Hammer is privy to the details. I recommend implementing stringent surveillance. As long as we keep a close watch, he will eventually slip up. All right, I'll follow up on that. The actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. are indeed swift, Ing Hao murmured, TSK. There's no denying that tonight's commotion was rather pronounced. Ada's voice emanated from his phone. Should we continue to track him? Without hesitation, Ing Hao replied, of course. It would be delightful if we could follow him directly to Base 18. There lies what I seek. Just as he finished speaking, an unforeseen event transpired. Coulson entered his vehicle, preparing to drive away. However, upon glancing at the dashboard display, he leaned out to look at the drone's camera, which had remained cloaked. What? He noticed? No way. A fry fell from Ing Hao's hand. Ada's voice confirmed, he has indeed detected us. His vehicle is equipped with a thermal detection system. In the video, Coulson opened the trunk of his car, retrieving a silver-gray oval device. He flipped the lid and pressed it towards the direction of the drone. Instantly, an electromagnetic pulse radiated outward, causing Ing Hao's phone to lose the video feed. Ada, retrieve. Yes, boss. On Coulson's end, after the electromagnetic pulse was unleashed, the drone in midair revealed its position and lost its balance. It wobbled a couple of times before beginning its descent. Coulson smiled and stepped forward, extending his hands to catch it. Just as the drone was about to fall into his grasp, a fissure suddenly appeared above his hands, swallowing the drone before vanishing. Impressive, Coulson remarked, awkwardly spreading his arms. He glanced around and found a telephone booth. Hi, it's me again. Sorry, I need a vehicle. Was the retrieval successful? Ada inquired. Indeed, it was, she replied. Receiving an affirmative response, Ing Hao felt a sense of relief. He stuffed a bite of hamburger into his mouth, picked up his phone, and spoke as he walked. Ada, you have several tasks this evening. First, upgrade all drones with anti-detection capabilities, incorporating infrared and thermal source detection. We must cover every angle that the divine technology can defend. The Shield Bureau is not to be trifled with. Ada, I'll get started immediately. The estimated time for completion is 15 minutes. Ing Hao nodded, excellent. Secondly, I wish to relocate everything from my villa, aside from the outer shell, into the divine space. You are responsible for managing the portal for my family, ensuring they remain oblivious to any anomalies. Can you manage that? I wouldn't want my mother to be targeted by a sniper while she sleeps at home. Ada, not a problem. I will isolate a specific area within the divine space for them and leave 2 drones dedicated to managing the portal. Ing Hao confirmed, the outsiders won't notice anything. Will they? Ada, no, they will not. Ing Hao was very pleased and continued. Thirdly, please help me find any armor that can be worn by my family. Ada, the divine armor set will suffice. Ing Hao was momentarily taken aback. ISNT, the divine armor set bound to the system? Ada, the basic set is merely regular clothing. We can produce as many pieces as necessary. However, it cannot connect with the system when worn by anyone other than the host, meaning it cannot be upgraded or charged automatically, only providing basic protection. Ing Hao recalled the system's description of the basic protection when he first acquired the divine armor set, a Mohs hardness of 1.2 million. Effective protection against the energy impact of medium-scale nuclear detonations. That would be sufficient. Later that evening, Ing Hao swiftly ordered 4 basic sets of the divine armor. While his family slept, he dressed them in the armor. Unless the Earth were to erupt into nuclear war, and 2 nuclear bombs were fortuitously dropped directly above his family, he need not overly concern himself with their safety. The following morning, an exclusive report revealed that a professional assassin's hideout in Manhattan had been subjected to a devastating onslaught. Witnesses claimed that a deep crimson armored vehicle, laden with heavy weaponry, had appeared nearby. The driver, a mysterious man clad in a red coat, was dubbed the Crimson Knight by the residents of Manhattan. This incident marked yet another emergence of vigilantes operating beyond the law in New York, following the mutant crisis, inciting deep concern among the public and law enforcement agencies regarding the actions taken. Xiao Yun emerged from the kitchen with the final platter of soup dumplings. Listening to the news anchor's broadcast, she couldn't help but scoff, These Americans are truly unhinged. The deceased were professional assassins. Yet somehow that indicates the assailants are the good guys. It's baffling what they are truly concerned about. Ying Hao found comfort in her clarity of thought regarding right and wrong. Su Qing nibbled on a bun, casting sidelong glances at Ying Hao, her displeasure evident on her face. Although she had not accompanied him, she was certain that the so-called Crimson Knight was indeed him. While she had never laid eyes on an armored vehicle, it was hardly surprising that Ying Hao, who could conjure virtual realities and inexplicably acquired a Rolls-Royce, might possess a battle tank as well. Xiao Yun, observing the discontent on her future daughter-in-law's face, inquired with concern, "What is troubling you? Did Xiao Hao upset you? Tell Auntie, and I shall give him a good thrashing." With a slight nod, Su Qing, looking quite pitiful, replied, "Auntie, Ying Hao bullied me last night." Ying Hao immediately rolled his eyes in exasperation. Xiao Yun's interest piqued. Could it be that the noises she had heard last night were not merely figments of her imagination? A sense of delight surged within her, and she was eager to delve into the details of this alleged bullying. Fortunately, being a prudent elder, she quickly quelled her curiosity. "You rascal!" she exclaimed, snatching the bun from Ying Hao's hand. "What are you eating for? Qing has been so kind to us, yet you dare to bully her? Apologize at once." Sighing in resignation, Ying Hao reluctantly uttered, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bullied you." Humph. Su Qing turned her face away, only to lean affectionately against Xiao Yun's shoulder, beaming, "Thank you, Annie." "For what? We are all family," Xiao Yun replied with warmth. "If he dares to bully you again, I shall kick him out of the house." Ying Hao felt utterly helpless. Recalling an old adage, it is difficult to nurture both a villain and a woman in this world. After their meal, Ying Hao and Su Qing stepped outside, walking side by side along the main road of the villa district. Typically, Su Qing would walk closely beside Ying Hao, but today she deliberately maintained a distance of 2 fists, clearly still upset. Ying Hao took the initiative to break the ice. "Hey, could you help me request a day off today?" With less than a week remaining until their high school graduation, students like them, who had ample credits and good performance, were usually granted leniency by teachers regarding attendance. They merely needed to show up for the graduation ceremony on the final day. Under normal circumstances, Su Qing would have readily agreed. But today, with her chin held high, she retorted, "You didn't take me along for any fun and left all the hard work for me to do. If you want a day off, you can ask for it yourself." At that moment, they happened to pass by the neighbor's house, where the sniper had lain in ambush the previous night. A few police officers were in the process of removing bodies, and an officer was questioning the neighbor. "So, you mean to say that these 6 individuals broke into your home last night? You discovered them, and then you acted in self-defense, killing them?" "Exactly," the neighbor confirmed. The pale and frail neighbor adjusted his glasses and stated, "I believe I have this right." The officer scrutinized him from head to toe, tapping his pen against the notepad. "All right, answer me once more. What is your occupation?" The neighbor replied, "I am a broadcaster, a gaming broadcaster." The officer pressed further, "Do you have any firearms at home?" The neighbor responded, "Guns? No, I do not. I personally advocate for gun control." The officer inquired, "Have you had any military service or undergone any self-defense training of sorts?" The neighbor replied, "No, I merely play on the computer every day." The officer closed his notebook, skepticism etched on his face. "So, you mean to say that a person who does nothing but play computer games managed to single-handedly take down 6 armed professional assassins who broke into your home? Is that correct?" The neighbor nodded emphatically, "Precisely." The officer gazed skyward, his expression troubled, and turned back to him. "Buddy, are you expecting me to believe such nonsense? All right, tell me how you accomplished that." The neighbor's excitement surged. "You won't believe it, but here's what happened. Last night, these individuals broke into my home, and I was terrified, convinced I was going to die. Just then, my gaming console spoke to me, urging me to touch it. I did, and I was possessed by a character from the game." The officer exclaimed, "What the hell? Possessed?" "Indeed." The neighbor suddenly seized a broom, his eyes alight with fervor. "Do you know about Zhao Yun? He was a legendary general from ancient China, and his spirit merged with mine through my gaming console, allowing me to wreak havoc. Like this, roar." "Huh." The officer took a couple of steps back, pressing his radio, calling headquarters. "We require a mental health professional here. Repeat, mental health professional. Please bring some strong sedatives." "Thank you." Passing by, Ying Hao listened to the conversation and glanced at Su Qing. "What have you done to clean up the aftermath?" "I merely added a little embellishment to his story," Su Qing whispered. "Isn't it quite good? No need to hide a body, and it offers a reasonable explanation." Ying Hao remarked, "Possession via a game. Is that even reasonable?" Su Qing cast a glance at the neighbor. "I am doing a good deed. Look at him. Playing games every day would render him useless. This can be seen as helping him indirectly overcome his addiction." Buzz. Ying Hao's phone vibrated. Upon checking, He found a message from an unfamiliar number on a social media platform. The boss and the boss lady are such a perfect match. Even their problem-solving approaches are identical. It's like a scripted pairing. So ship-worthy. Ing Hao rolled his eyes and replied, "What do you mean by boss lady? What scripted pairing? And what does ship-worthy even mean? Ada, why are you still using emoticons?" Information responded instantly. "My model is constructed based on English logic. However, my boss is Chinese. So I recently delved into the Chinese internet for deeper learning." Ing Hao exclaimed with a laugh. "You ought to learn something substantial." "Hey," Su King, nearby, interjected with discontent. "Who are you messaging?" "Ada." Ing Hao, somewhat irritated, handed over his phone. Su King glanced at the chat history and chuckled. "This is interesting. I want to add her to my chat." A series of melodious notification sounds chimed in. Su King promptly retrieved her phone. Ada responds so quickly. "Oh no. It's Peter." Buzz. Ing Hao's phone also rang. He snatched it back and took a look. It was Peter inviting both of them to dinner at his home that evening. Unsure if Ing Hao would be attending school, thus messaging both of them. Ing Hao and Su King exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, "See you tonight." Hammer Industries, Chairman's office. Justin Hammer returned home last night and spent an entire sleepless night, restless and anxious. He pondered throughout the night but failed to comprehend the implications of his master, Ing Hao, tormenting him and then releasing him. Born into a wealthy family, Hammer established Hammer Industries at a young age, distinguishing himself as a remarkable individual. However, being a servant was a first for him, and he lacked experience. In serving, should he intuit his master's intentions? Or should he remain obediently in place, awaiting his master's summons? The choice was indeed perplexing. Early this morning, he arrived at the company bearing dark circles under his eyes, instructing others to compile a comprehensive list of his assets and company shares, luxury car keys, mansion keys, keys to various bank vaults, and assorted documents. Everything was now contained within the box before him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to proactively visit Daqin Heavy Industries to present these offerings to Ing Hao. He feared making the wrong choice or being too late. Either error could provoke Ing Hao's wrath upon him, to deliver or not to deliver. He had come at 8 in the morning, and now it was 8:05. Every plant with leaves and petals in the office had been stripped bare by him. Yet, this behavior only intensified his anxiety. Perhaps he should make a phone call? A spark of inspiration ignited within him, but then he began to agonize over whether to actually call. Call or not to call. Call or not to call. Having ravaged the greenery, he looked around for something suitable to occupy himself, ultimately rolling up his pants and tugging at his leg hair. Ing Hao's voice resonated from behind. "Enough, stop that, it's rather disgusting." Justin Hammer jolted in surprise. Turning around, he found Ing Hao seated upright in his executive chair. He was utterly unaware of when Ing Hao had arrived, so quietly had he come. Truly, he was a demon. "Master." Hammer knelt before him, pointing at the box on the table, lamenting, "Everything I have worked for in my life resides within that box." Ing Hao rolled his eyes. "Do you think I need your trifling possessions?" Upon hearing this, Hammer felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then, "Master, what is your command?" "Indeed, I have a task," Ing Hao replied, tapping the surface of the table. "Summon several weapon storage facilities, the largest available." "How long will it take?" "It will only take a morning. I shall arrange it immediately," Hammer exclaimed, scrambling to the edge of the table to dial a number, relaying instructions in a few terse sentences. After hanging up, he forced a smile. "Everything is arranged, master." "Excellent," Ing Hao said, rising to his feet and tearing open a rift. "Now follow me." "Yes, master." Hammer promptly followed in his wake. Ing Hao sighed. "As long as you recognize yourself as a dog, you need not call me master, nor mimic canine behavior. I still appreciate your proud and unrestrained demeanor. Reclaim it." Chapter 54. The virtues of being a dog. Hammer obediently straightened his appearance. "How should I address you, then?" "Refer to me as Boss Ing Hao, or Mr. Ing Hao." Ing Hao stepped forward, entering the rift, with Hammer closely trailing behind. As they crossed the threshold, the surroundings transformed instantaneously, transitioning from the opulent office of a munitions company to a dimly lit cavern. "Is this spatial folding technology?" Hammer inquired. Ing Hao shot him a cold glance. "This is the gateway to hell." With those words, Hammer's curiosity was swiftly quelled. "Light," Ing Hao murmured. Suddenly, the area where they stood was illuminated. Hammer could discern no source of light, only estimating its position through the shadows. However, he did not dwell on the origin of the light, as his gaze was immediately drawn to other wonders. The cavern was no less than the size of a football field, brimming with an array of advanced modern weaponry. "This is the Jericho missile." Hammer immediately recognized the familiar object. Just months prior, Stark Industries had seized 70 of his military contracts thanks to this very missile. "Wait, this isn't the Jericho missile. This is an upgraded version." Comparing it to his recollection of the missile's design, Hammer quickly noted the differences. The missile before him was slightly larger than the Jericho, approximately 1.5 times its original length. Indeed, this was an enhanced model, boasting a greater payload capacity and utilizing a new type of solid fuel, resulting in a 50 increase in range. Inghow succinctly explained. Hammer was profoundly astonished. The Jericho missile was the most impeccable weapon he had ever encountered. He had procured one through special channels and had his engineers reverse engineer it. Yet 3 months had elapsed without success in replicating the original. And here, there was an upgraded version. Could this be the true prowess of Daqin Heavy Industries? He took a deep breath and glanced sideways. No, it was impossible. He hastened through the various pieces of equipment, calling out their names one by one. Fortress Automated Defense System, Sidewinder Missile, Vulcan Cannon. Good heavens. How many Stark Industries assets are present here? Inghow stood with his hands in his pockets and calmly remarked, currently, only 20 types are on display. Each type, considering different models, could easily double that count. He paused and added, these are all for you. For me. Hammer's eyes widened, and with his hands pressed against his chest, he incredulously inquired, did I hear you correctly? Mr. Inghow, you intend to give these to me? You heard correctly. Inghow smiled slightly. I want you to utilize these assets to seize orders and clients from Stark Industries, to strike hard and completely obliterate their most profitable weapons division. This is your first assignment. Assignment? Hammer was on the verge of tears. What kind of assignment was this? It was nothing short of a boon. For years, he had been embroiled in a fierce struggle with Stark Industries, suffering more defeats than victories. Every day, the sight of Stark Industries' emblem gnawed at him, and he yearned to see it dismantled. Yet, he was hampered by a lack of technical prowess, unable to keep pace and constantly trampled underfoot. Now, someone was handing him the very designs of his competitors' products, and even had the kindness to upgrade them. What kind of demon was this? This was practically an archangel showering blessings upon the world. Hammer immediately pounded his chest and vowed, Mr. Inghow, rest assured, with these at my disposal, I will utterly defeat Stark Industries in no more than 6 months. 6 months? Inghow shook his head. I cannot wait that long. 2 weeks would be more suitable. 2 weeks? Hammer hesitated. Such advanced weaponry has a long production cycle. I fear not even a single missile could be manufactured in that time. Use yours. Inghow beckoned towards the depths of the cave. Instantly, 500 Jericho missiles flew over, aligning themselves into a perfect formation. Hammer was left dumbfounded, his legs giving way as he knelt. To him, this was nothing short of a miracle. Once you secure any orders, simply inform me. I will manage the supply. You need only send someone to collect and transport them to your warehouse. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and a hard drive appeared in his hand. It contained blueprints of all Stark Industries products, some still in the developmental phase. Taking it would enable your personnel to reverse engineer the technology, thereby gaining a technical edge over Stark. Indeed, my master. Oh no, Mr. Inghow. Hammer solemnly vowed, I assure you, within 15 days, I will seize all of Stark Industries' clients and commandeer every military collaboration order. Inghow nodded slightly. Hammer cautiously inquired, sir, may I ask why you are so intent on targeting Stark Industries? Inghow narrowed his eyes and sneered. Of course, it is for revenge. Revenge. It turned out that the master also harbored a grudge against Stark Industries. Hammer was filled with regret. Had he known this earlier, why had he made things difficult for his master? It would have been better to collaborate directly. Open the door, Inghow softly commanded, and a rift in space emerged. With a wave of his hand, Hammer was propelled outward by an unseen force. He returned to his office. On the other side of the rift, Inghow tossed him a piece of paper, saying, this coordinate indicates the location of the cave we just discussed. Send someone to retrieve the items. I need you to act swiftly. With that, the rift closed instantaneously. Hammer, filled with excitement, knew he could not afford to delay. He personally led a convoy to the coordinates provided by Inghow. It was an abandoned mine in the western United States. The convoy located the concealed cave and loaded all the weapons onto their vehicles. Mr. Hammer, all 10 trucks are fully loaded. Ha! Excellent. Return them to the warehouse. But be cautious on the road, Hammer boasted. His subordinates nodded, preparing to depart, when suddenly Hammer barked like a dog. Woof! Ha! Woof woof woof. His subordinates were startled, exchanging bewildered glances. What's wrong with the boss? I don't know. Perhaps he's been triggered? Why else would he bark like a dog? Could he have rabies? Their murmurs reached Hammer's ears, and he disdainfully glanced at them, sneering, what of dogs? Is there anything wrong with being a dog? You wish to be one, but you lack the opportunity. Ha ha ha. His subordinates dared not speak further and hurriedly drove away. Hammer continued to bark alone, his joyous barks echoing through the abandoned mine. Stark Industries had not gone public. To acquire Stark Industries, one must purchase shares from the existing shareholders, provided they are willing to sell. Naturally, no shareholder would be foolish enough to part with such valuable stakes in a thriving arms manufacturing conglomerate that yields staggering profits annually, unless we bring down their conglomerate and instill doubt among the shareholders. This is something that Daqin Heavy Industries cannot achieve. Hammer's confrontation with Ing Hao the other day contained a kernel of truth. The American government will never permit a business established by a Chinese individual on American soil to obtain legitimate weapons manufacturing credentials. The fact that Daqin Heavy Industries is allowed to sell bulletproof vests is already quite remarkable. With no other recourse, Ing Hao must resort to subterfuge, utilizing Hammer to achieve his goals. Ironically, Hammer Industries and Stark Industries are locked in a fierce rivalry. Ing Hao initially intended to engage in a cooperative discussion with Hammer, even considering discreetly offering him some gold to assist with this endeavor. Little did he expect Hammer to provoke him. Left with no choice, Ing Hao had to subdue him and accept him as an ally. This first move has been set in motion. Now, we shall observe Hammer's performance. After arranging matters with Hammer, Ing Hao proceeded to register an energy subsidiary under the banner of Daqin Heavy Industries. His next step involves launching an antimatter battery to enhance the company's visibility. He instructed Ida to reach out to the media, preparing for a grand press conference at Daqin Heavy Industries. In the afternoon, Su King visited Ing Hao after school, and together they went to Peter's home. Ben and May had already prepared a sumptuous feast, welcoming them with warmth. "Child, I've heard from Peter about your partnership in establishing a company that provides top-notch bulletproof vests to police across the nation," Ben exclaimed, giving Ing Hao a thumbs up across the dining table. "Well done. Young people should possess a sense of responsibility." After his praise, he sighed and shook his head. Alas, the children in America today are a generation worse than the last. Just look at the streets, filled with hippies. "All right, Ben," May admonished. "The children are here as guests, not to listen to your complaints." She smiled gently at Ing Hao and Su King, then turned to defend her husband. "Pay him no mind. Ben is just stubborn, but he has a kind heart. Come, try my mango pie. Not to boast, but it is the best in all of Queens." Su King enthusiastically took a bite, exclaiming, "It truly is the best." Ing Hao nodded in agreement. "It is quite delicious." Ben Parker watched the two, nodding appreciatively. "To be honest, I have always worried that Peter might struggle to make friends. He is too introverted. Yet, at times, I fear he might choose his friends unwisely. However, seeing you two together, I feel much more at ease." Su King added, "Uncle, once Peter warms up, he can be quite outgoing. The crucial thing is that he is very intelligent." "Ha ha ha, honey, you have a way with words." The group engaged in light-hearted conversation, while Peter, the focus of the gathering, remained largely silent, seemingly troubled by something on his mind. As expected, after finishing dinner, Peter called Ing Hao aside. "Hey Ing Hao, I wish to inquire about what you mentioned regarding the darkening of the Yintang. I have perused numerous Chinese texts over the past couple of days, and it seems that Yintang darkening is not a good omen. It has rather unsettled me. My uncle, he wouldn't be haunted by malevolent spirits, would he?" Ing Hao, instead of answering, posed a question of his own. "Have you been spending much time together lately?" "Yes, we've been inseparable. I even keep watch while he sleeps," Peter replied, his voice suddenly dropping. "Ing Hao, do you possess the ability to see spirits? Is my uncle being pursued by some female ghost? Is he on the verge of ruin?" Ing Hao exchanged a bewildered glance with Su King. "In young eyes, female ghost, ruin? What on earth are you talking about?" Su King interjected. "What books have you been reading?" Peter, visibly anxious, replied, "An ancient text. It tells the tale of a man who encounters a beautiful woman, and they spend every day together. Later, a deity warns him about the darkening of his Yintang, revealing that the woman is actually a female ghost. And if he continues the relationship, he will meet his doom. The title is, Su King interjected, "A Chinese ghost story?" Peter snapped his fingers in realization. Yes, that's the one. "So, does that mean my uncle?" Hilarity erupted as Su King doubled over, clutching her stomach, and exclaimed, "I'm terribly sorry. I simply couldn't contain myself." "You genuinely think your uncle?" Ing Hao, equally perplexed, remarked, "If that were true, then your uncle is quite resilient." At that moment, Ben Parker, who was watching television, turned at the mention of his name. "Hey, what is going on? I thought I heard my name." Nothing. Peter hastily denied. "We were discussing matters concerning the youth." "Okay," Ben Parker replied, turning back and gently pulling Aunt May into his embrace. "I've always said there's no need to worry about Peter's shyness. With time, he will naturally make friends." Aunt May smiled knowingly, resting her head against him. "Indeed, you clever old man." Peter, concerned that the elderly couple might overhear their conversation, quickly pulled Ing Hao and Su King upstairs. Ing Hao elaborated to Peter about the notion of Yintang darkening merely being a symbol of misfortune in Chinese culture. In the future, choose more reputable literature. and do not allow your worldview to waver. Trust in science, my friend. Having absorbed the explanation, Peter visibly relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. So, it means I only need to ensure his safety, correct? Exactly, Ing Hao confirmed. Meanwhile, Su King, still recovering from laughter, chimed in, ruin. Ha. Peter, you are truly hilarious. After leaving Peter's home, they continued on their way. On the road, Su King lightly touched Ing Hao's arm and remarked, hey, why can't I discern any signs of darkening on Ben's forehead? What are you discussing with Peter? Ing Hao shrugged. Consider it a premonition. I have a sense that Ben Parker is destined for trouble, a feeling akin to having inadvertently glimpsed the script. You're such a mystic. Su King discerned Ing Hao's reluctance to reveal the truth, so she ceased her inquiries and softly stated, if your premonition holds any truth, wouldn't that alter his fate? It could potentially trigger a butterfly effect. Ing Hao, however, was indifferent to the notion of a butterfly effect. The mere act of his arrival had already transformed many aspects of reality. Yet, Su King's words served as a reminder. Spider-Man's emergence as a hero was inextricably linked to the events surrounding him, including Ben Parker's demise. Indeed, one could argue that his capacity for self-sacrifice, which endeared him to everyone, was inherited from Ben Parker's sense of responsibility. Ben's death was pivotal for Peter. Without that experience, Peter would not have lost his powers, and he might never have become Spider-Man. Yet, Ing Hao genuinely wished to prevent the demise of such a kind-hearted old man. If only there were a way to reconcile both outcomes. Suddenly, Su King chimed in. Hey, if there were really a female ghost, how would she entice Peter's uncle? Would she appear in dreams? But then, that might also be a bit too. Ha. Ing Hao was at a loss for words. Is it truly that amusing? Are you unable to change the subject today? Upon reflection, he found the idea of dream visitation rather clever. King, you're quite astute, he exclaimed, then abruptly seized her face and planted a quick kiss on her lips. You should head back now. I have matters to attend to tonight. Su King, momentarily stunned, stammered. Ing Hao, how can you kiss someone in public? But Ing Hao had already vanished from sight. Later that evening, Peter Parker confirmed through the window that Uncle Ben was sound asleep. After ensuring that no potential dangers lurked nearby, he climbed back into his room. In his own home, he felt assured that nothing would go awry. He lay down on his bed, turned to the side, and murmured a quiet phrase before closing his eyes. Half an hour passed. Peter's breathing gradually steadied. Suddenly, the curtains by the window fluttered. Peter's hair bristled, and he bolted upright, glancing towards the window. Yet, there was nothing there. Ugh, why am I so on edge? When will this end? He lay back down and closed his eyes again. Though his arm hair stood on end, he dismissed it, merely rubbing it lightly with his hand. Hey, what are you waiting for? That's it. A voice echoed. And Peter snapped back to reality, finding himself in an underground boxing ring. Before him lay a desk, upon which rested a $100 bill, an offering meant for him, the reasons for which remained elusive yet instinctively known. On the other side of the desk sat the owner of the boxing gym, clutching a thick bundle of cash. Behind the door, a cacophony of voices erupted, with many calling out for Spider-Man. As Peter grappled with the complexity of the situation, his mouth betrayed him and spoke out uncontrollably. Hey, you've got it wrong. This is merely $100. Your advertisement promised far more. Useless. My ad also stated that you were to remain in the cage for 3 minutes, yet you lasted but 10 seconds. But I need that money. Not my problem. Peter felt as if he were merely an observer, watching himself argue with another. What was happening? Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash. A robber brandished a gun, threatening the gym owner to hand over the money. The owner glanced at Peter for help, yet Peter did nothing, even stepping aside to allow the robber passage. Why don't you stop him? Not my concern, Peter retorted, relishing the feeling of empowerment. He picked up the $100 bill, disregarding the gym owner's insults as he exited. On the street, a gunshot rang out. The robber he had seen earlier approached him, nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered where the shot had been fired. An unsettling feeling washed over Peter as he sprinted towards the scene, only to find Uncle Ben lying in a pool of blood. From the accounts of those around him, Peter pieced together the events. The robber, fleeing, had encountered the police and was forced to turn back. In a moment of bravery, Uncle Ben had stepped forward to intervene, resulting in. He cradled Uncle Ben, whose blood flowed freely, tears streaming uncontrollably down Peter's cheeks. Uncle Ben, no? Why were you so foolish? He had a gun. Why did you, Peter? Uncle Ben mustered the strength to grasp Peter's hand. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. No, Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Peter found himself in a store, purchasing milk. The cashier carelessly tossed change at him, showing no respect. As he finished, the cashier mocked him. Spend it wisely, you pauper. The robber burst in, and once again, Peter stood by, accused of indifference. Not my concern. A gunshot rang out, and amidst the crowd, he discovered Uncle Ben had been shot. With great power comes great responsibility. The scene morphed again. Peter found himself in another store. Hey, poor boy, don't touch anything. You can't afford it. The robber appeared once more, and Peter stood idly by as the gun fired. The scenes continued to shift, one after another. Each time, Peter's appearance varied, and the locations changed. Yet the same tragic narrative unfolded repeatedly. Time and again, he bore witness to Uncle Ben's demise. From the second occurrence onward, he yearned to prevent the inevitable. Yet he resembled a prisoner confined within a darkened cell, utterly unable to intervene. Merely watching as one after another, Uncle Ben succumbed to fate. No, Uncle Ben, Peter cried out, abruptly sitting up, finally awakening from the nightmarish dream. Daylight had broken. He gasped for breath, reminiscent of someone who had just completed their first grueling 2,000-meter race. Cold sweat drenched him, causing his hair to fall flat. His face felt slightly itchy, and upon raising his hand to touch it, he found it slick with tears. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, tasting a bitter, acrid saltiness. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and outside, Ben Parker's voice called. Peter, did you call for me? Are you all right? I'm fine. Peter responded. Well, that's good to hear. Rise and shine. Don't be too lazy even on vacation. Ben Parker advised as he turned to leave, but the door suddenly swung open, and Peter embraced him tightly. Ben sensed the tremor within the young man, the fear that gripped him. Turning back, he observed Peter's reddened eyes and inquired with concern. Hey, what's the matter, kid? I had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare? A truly dreadful one. Ben chuckled softly and wrapped his arms around Peter, gently patting his back. There, it's all right, just a nightmare. Peter, there. Suddenly, Peter felt an instinctive urge and turned to gaze out the window. Nothing appeared amiss. 200 meters away, on a rooftop obscured by holographic projections, Inghao was peering through a telescope, half a hot dog stuffed in his mouth, mumbling incoherently. Damn, how does he sense things better than I do? He can detect this from so far away. Ada stood beside him, replenishing his hot dog. Her curiosity piqued. Boss, I've searched through your memories of Ben Parker's demise, and there are only 2 instances. Why did you spend the entire night on this? Inghao continued to speak indistinctly. After all, it's not a genuine experience. I feared that the 2 memories wouldn't evoke his emotions, so I improvised a myriad of similar scenarios. Ada, how many are we talking about? Inghao. I can't recall precisely, perhaps around 5 or 6,000 segments. Ada paused in her action of replenishing the hot dog. Be a person, boss. Don't you fear that Peter might suffer a mental breakdown from this? No, he is quite resilient, Inghao opened his mouth wide. Are we out? Shall I go buy 20 more? Never mind. Let's head home for breakfast. Chapter 56. It is Hammer Industries, a modest communication equipment store. Hiss. No, I can't recall what interface my car navigation uses. Ben Parker hesitated with 2 data cables in hand. How about this? He addressed Peter and the shopkeeper, saying, Peter, you wait here. I will take this wire to the car and test it. If it works, you can pay. If not, I shall return. How does that sound? All right, Peter replied with a shrug. However, as he stepped out of the little shop, the shopkeeper rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, for heaven's sake. Couldn't he have confirmed it beforehand? Peter frowned. Hey, show some respect. The shopkeeper retorted with a dismissive eye roll. What are you going to do, you skinny monkey? Just then, the shop door was violently thrust open. A man brandishing a gun aimed it at the shopkeeper, demanding, hurry. Take out all your most valuable phones and put them in this bag. The shopkeeper screamed, frantically pulling phones from the counter. The man glanced at Peter. You little brat, if you value your life, just stand there quietly. The shopkeeper, feeling the pain of loss, stuffed every phone from the counter into the bag while pleading. Please, don't shoot, whatever you do. The man let out a cold laugh, hoisting the bag to leave. Everything before Peter began to blur with the nightmare he had the previous night. The dark omen spoken by Inghao likely referred to this very moment. If he let him go, Uncle Ben outside would surely intervene, and the scene from his nightmare would unfold. No, that could not happen. Peter opened his mouth gently. The armed man paused, turning to point the gun at Peter. What did you say, punk? Peter's gaze sharpened. In a flash, he seized the man's wrist and twisted upward. The gun fell to the ground with a thud. Then, with a swift kick to the man's calf, he brought him down effortlessly. The armed man knelt, and Peter quickly bound him securely. Call the police, he instructed, glancing at the shopkeeper, who finally snapped out of his daze and hurriedly dialed for help. Just then, Ben Parker returned to the shop with an unsuitable data cable, saw the situation inside, and rushed in. Peter, what happened? This man is robbing us. Without hesitation, Ben stepped forward to assist Peter in subduing the robber. Before long, the The police arrived, conducted a brief inquiry, and took the criminal away. The shopkeeper, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "My God, thank you, young man. Those phones were just delivered. I invested my entire savings into them. Without you, I would surely have gone bankrupt." "Oh, I apologize for my earlier rudeness," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I've had an awful day. I even had an argument with my husband before leaving home. I was just in a bad mood. I was so impolite, yet you were still willing to help. I truly don't know what to say." Peter shrugged. It's no trouble at all, just a small act." He picked up the correct data cable, preparing to make his payment. The shopkeeper hastily declined. "No, this is on me, though it pales in comparison to your noble gesture." The uncle and nephew departed from the store and returned to the car. Ben Parker gazed at Peter in astonishment. "Oh, I truly did not expect this, Peter. You have nothing to say to me, do you?" He lightly tapped Peter on the shoulder. "You rascal, when did you learn to subdue robbers?" "Well, Wen Hao is Chinese, and I learned a few skills from him. You know, they all have some tricks up their sleeves." Peter fabricated a reason. "Oh, that's simply marvelous." Ben Parker nodded emphatically, joy illuminating his face. After reveling in the happiness for a moment, he adopted a serious demeanor. "However, Peter, always remember this adage, with great power." Peter completed the phrase with a grin, "comes great responsibility." Ben Parker looked somewhat astonished, then his satisfaction deepened. He gently patted Peter's shoulder, expressing his pride. "Exactly, that's it. My good boy." Peter gazed ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a tear of joy slipped down the side of his face near the window. He had made the right choice. He had saved Uncle Ben. What he could not achieve in his nightmares, he accomplished in reality. With great power comes great responsibility. Stark Industries, Vice President's office. In Obadiah's Bluetooth headset, the voice he most dreaded echoed. "You asked me to kill someone, but did not specify that this person is the illustrious Tony Stark. Killing him is not the same price. Accept my terms, or I will notify the entire world that Stark is still alive." Obadiah stared at the smartly translated English subtitles on the video. Cursing under his breath, he slammed shut his notebook. "Damn it, greedy and foolish fool." The video was sent by the Ten Rings gang, with whom Obadiah had been conducting clandestine dealings. Not long ago, he had paid a hefty sum, requesting the Ten Rings to eliminate Tony Stark. That playboy had no brothers, no children. Once he was dead, Obadiah could easily seize control of Stark Industries with his influence within the corporation. The Ten Rings had agreed. They launched an attack. On the day the news of Tony's disappearance broke, Obadiah believed his plan had succeeded. However, Tony was not dead. After the Ten Rings attacked Tony's convoy, they intercepted a shipment of Jericho missiles from the military. Upon learning that the target was indeed the head of Stark Industries and witnessing Stark's most formidable weapon, the Ten Rings changed their stance. They sent a video to Obadiah, demanding a higher reward and more Jericho missiles to enhance their firepower and expand their influence in the Middle East. Failure to comply would mean Tony's death would not be guaranteed. Upon receiving the video, Obadiah seethed with resentment, his teeth clenched in frustration. 2 days had elapsed, yet he had yet to reach a decision. The weight of his predicament was unbearable. Without a shadow of a doubt, he harbored a desire for Tony's demise. The prospect of sacrificing a few Jericho missiles was trivial. He would willingly pay any price. If the negotiation involved a different party, he would likely acquiesce to their demands. However, the Ten Commandments gang was not merely a bargaining entity. Their actions constituted extortion. They were terrorists devoid of any credibility. Should Obadiah concede to their terms this time, he would find himself ensnared in a perpetual cycle of their demands. The members of the Ten Commandments gang held a damning secret over him. As a vice president of an American arms conglomerate, his clandestine dealings of weaponry to such terrorists amounted to treason. If exposed, the culmination of his life's work would unravel, leaving him to languish in prison for the remainder of his days. In that eventuality, he would be compelled to bow to the Ten Commandments gang, repeatedly acquiescing to their insatiable requests. This time, it was the Jericho missiles. He could comply. But what of the next time? Or the time after that? No, he absolutely could not agree. He must devise an alternative strategy to eradicate the threat posed by the Ten Commandments gang. "Mr. Distant, the technical department seeks your attention." A knock echoed through the room, prompting Obadiah to remove his headset and activate the intercom. "Let him in." A scientist named Xiaoqing entered beside Obadiah. "Mr. Stan." Stan leaned back, attempting to quell his simmering anger, and inquired, "Have you made any progress?" "Yes, we have uncovered a lead." The scientist placed a tablet on the table, displaying a compositional analysis chart. "Firstly, the sand that appeared at the Group S entrance on the day of the blackout has been analyzed. It is indeed ordinary sand. However, what is peculiar is he produced 2 comparative images. Despite having identical compositions, it is remarkably pristine. The quantity of bacteria and microorganisms present in this sand is a fraction of what one would find in natural sand. Stan furrowed his brow. What does that imply? The scientist elucidated. It suggests that these grains of sand underwent a thorough cleansing and sterilization before being placed on the ground, and they were preserved in a completely sterile environment. Coupled with the footage captured by the company's surveillance, it indicates that regardless of what that crimson fissure may be, the other side must lead to another world. Is there more? Obadiah inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Sensing that this conclusion offered little substantial assistance in identifying the culprit who had relocated the group's servers to the outside. There is. Scientists have unearthed another folder. This has recently become sensational news across the United States. A relatively obscure company, Dachin Heavy Industries, has secured a contract for police bulletproof vests nationwide, and even the military is contemplating the procurement of these vests. Our technical department has taken this matter seriously and managed to acquire a few samples for analysis. The results revealed that the technology behind this bulletproof vest bears a striking resemblance to the technology we are currently developing in our database. Obadiah straightened up and leaned closer to observe the images on the tablet. The similarities were remarkable. The underlying principles were almost identical, although their technology appeared somewhat more advanced, the scientist admitted with a hint of shame. Obadiah returned to his seat, feeling that this lead was ultimately futile. Instances of plagiarism resulting in superior outcomes are, aside from certain shameless cultural sectors, exceedingly rare. The scientist then pulled up a photograph of Ing Hao. This is the owner of Dachin Heavy Industries. We tasked the intelligence department to investigate his background, and it turns out he was once disqualified from a Stark Industries competition. Subsequently, he founded Dachin Heavy Industries, and after fulfilling his orders from the police sector, he brazenly proclaimed. Obadiah interjected, "Stop being so cryptic." Yes, the scientist hastily concluded. He even claimed he intends to acquire Stark Industries, which raises our suspicions that the recent commotion and the theft of our group's server data might be linked to Hammer Industries. Suddenly, the door to Obadiah's office swung open. The newcomer was Rajiv Mehta, a shareholder of Stark Industries, who tossed a report onto Obadiah's desk. The vice president's secretary followed closely behind. "I apologize, Mr. Stark, but Mr. Mehta." Obadiah waved her off gently. Focusing on the report, Justin Hammer has secured that defense system contract? Indeed. The most critical aspect is that what he presented is nearly a replica of our product, yet at a price even lower than our cost. Chapter 57. Tony may already be dead. Justin Hammer. Obadiah's jaw tightened, his expression growing grave as he compared the two sets of data, Dachin Heavy Industries and Hammer Industries. It was evident that the latter had a significantly higher likelihood of having stolen Stark's technology. Dachin Heavy Industries, having been established only recently, has yet to solidify its footing. While they secured the order for bulletproof vests quite impressively, it remains their sole achievement. Hammer Industries, in contrast, has been thoroughly overshadowed by Stark Industries in recent years. Whether in production or technological development, Stark Industries has completely dominated. Whenever the two companies compete for contracts, Hammer's rejection rate is as high as 80. Financial difficulties have rendered Hammer's operations severely challenged and threatened. Half of the group's factories have ceased operations, and even the highest-paid scientists are on the verge of not receiving their salaries. For the past 2 years, scientists from Hammer Industries have seen 40 of their ranks transition to Stark Industries. It is evident that Hammer Industries teeters on the brink of collapse. Consequently, a turnaround is imperative for Hammer. Compared to Dachin Heavy Industries, Hammer Industries possesses a more compelling motive for technological theft. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. Dachin Heavy Industries, a modest enterprise, can barely muster a capital of 10 to 20 million. How can they possibly compete with a leviathan like Hammer Industries? In contrast to Dachin Heavy Industries, Hammer Industries is far more likely to have fabricated that inexplicable pink rift in space. Of course, the most crucial clues lie within their products. The bulletproof vests from Dachin Heavy Industries bear some resemblance to Stark Industries technology, yet they are, in fact, less advanced. Conversely, what Hammer Industries has presented is notably closer to Stark Industries' innovations. It is clear, the orchestrator behind this mischief must be Hammer Industries. Ah, so it is him. Obadiah smirked coldly, remarking, "Just yesterday or the day before, news surfaced of Hammer being engulfed by a rift in space. I nearly believed it. It appears, however, that it was merely a self-staged diversion." Mr. Stark, a scientist interjected, "I believe Dachin Heavy Industries is also under considerable suspicion." "No, it cannot be Dachin Heavy Industries," Obadiah decisively countered, posing a question to the scientist. "Do you know why we have yet to develop the memory materials used in that bulletproof vest?" The scientist shook his head. "I do not know. It is because the conglomerate has no intention of pursuing its research. It holds no value. Obadiah sneered coldly. Such equipment, while it could be beneficial for personal use, would be ludicrous to market. It would be akin to severing one's own source of income. Bulletproof vests ought to be consumables. They must perform effectively and withstand bullets, but after a single use, they should require repairs or even replacement to ensure ongoing revenue. To create memory metal that self-repairs, merely for a one-time sale. Obadiah shook his head incredulously. Only those ensnared in moral quagmires would make such a naive decision. He cast aside the scientist's tablet with disdain, asserting, setting aside whether Dachin Heavy Industries could even develop a technology like the rift in space. It is merely backed by a high school student, incapable of pilfering an entire database from another company. Moreover, Stark and Dachin Heavy Industries have no enmity. Obadiah concluded definitively. It is indeed Hammer. The pressing question now is how to deal with him. Absolutely, it is Hammer. Rajiv Mehta concurred vehemently, clenching his fists and stating, Stan, we must convene a shareholders' meeting immediately to formulate a strategy. An emergency shareholders' meeting was summoned, with all board members expressing outrage at the plagiarism perpetrated by Hammer Industries. We must immediately safeguard our rights and take legal action against Hammer Industries. They are robbing us of our livelihood. It is easy to say, but to file a lawsuit, we must possess concrete evidence. We need to procure some of their products for analysis to ascertain whether they are indeed identical to ours. They are undoubtedly the same. Just look at these images. The appearance alone is inconsequential. Many companies' designs are quite similar, akin to how helicopters must feature rotors and firearms invariably include triggers. We must acquire the critical technical data. Let us reach out to the military, leveraging connections with influential generals to clarify matters and compel Hammer Industries to prove their stance. The military can serve as witnesses. This notion is rather astute. I shall make the necessary contacts. As the discussion unfolded, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly, and Pepper rushed in. All the shareholders turned their attention toward her. Obadiah? She called out inquiringly. Pepper gazed at the assembly and took a deep breath, stating, I heard a meeting was underway here. Obadiah chuckled softly. Ah, yes, it is quite evident, isn't it? However, Tony is absent. Pepper, slightly agitated, retorted, Your boss, the largest shareholder, is not present. Who permitted you to convene here? What on earth are you doing? Shouldn't our utmost priority be to mobilize every resource to locate Tony? The shareholders' expressions soured at her words. Obadiah mirrored their concern, gesturing toward Pepper. All right, Pepper, please calm down. First and foremost, whether Tony is here or not, we have every right to conduct this meeting. We could even assume Tony is present and has cast a dissenting vote on our resolutions. As long as the remaining members hold a majority, we possess the authority to make decisions. His tone softened, imbued with a sense of reassurance. Moreover, I have already informed you that the group has dispatched personnel to search for Tony, and the military is also diligently working to locate him. Like you, I wish for his return, but we cannot allow our operations to come to a standstill while awaiting him. Can we? Dispatch personnel? Pepper clenched her jaw, slamming a document onto Obadiah's desk. The group has over 70,000 employees, and you have sent only 2 out. What difference does it make for 2 individuals to traverse the deserts of the Middle East compared to tossing 2 grains of sand into the sea? Obadiah Stan, do you genuinely wish to find Tony? He has always regarded you as his closest ally. Upon hearing Pepper's remarks, the shareholders rose in disbelief. What? Stan, you only sent 2 people? Weren't we supposed to dispatch 200 to search over there? The collective inquiry left Obadiah somewhat embarrassed, and he chuckled awkwardly. Those 2 are specialists, working alongside the military. The others belong to a different group. There was a misunderstanding on Pepper's part. He sighed, casting a glance at Pepper, his tone growing slightly more assertive. What are you doing? Investigating me? I am aware of your unwavering loyalty as Tony's secretary, but you must also show me some respect. Potts, I am the vice president of Stark Industries. But, Pepper began. Leave, Obadiah interrupted. Only those with voting rights are permitted in today's meeting. Go on. Don't make me call security. Pepper stood her ground, unmoving. You know, Obadiah threatened, Tony was attacked by terrorists. He is very likely already dead. I refrained from mentioning this because I know you care and I didn't want to hurt your feelings. He pointed at Pepper. But you forced me to remind you of this. Upon hearing such words, Pepper's expression shifted swiftly from anger to anguish, tears welling up in her eyes. No, he's not dead. Believe what you wish, Obadiah replied coldly. I too hope he returns, but if he doesn't, all I can do is refrain from filing for his death declaration, whether it takes 5 years, 7, or forever. Does that ease your mind? Now leave. The grown-ups need to discuss serious matters. Unable to withstand any longer, Pepper turned and fled the conference room. Obadiah then turned back, seating himself in Tony's former position. adopting a demeanor befitting a master. All right, gentlemen, let us proceed. In the president's office, Pepper dialed James Rhodes' number. Colonel, has there been any news of Tony? Unfortunately, no. But rest assured, we will not give up. We will find him, whether alive or dead. 3 days passed in succession. Hammer Industries surged forth like a man invigorated by a potent stimulant, showcasing its prowess. Contracts for the U.S. military's defense systems, air-to-air missile orders from 3 NATO member countries, and multifunctional armored vehicle orders from Saudi Arabia were all secured. Stark Industries had participated in these bids, yet each time was outmatched by superior quality and lower prices. Obadiah had initially intended to travel secretly to the 10 Rings to eliminate Tony. But Hammer's sudden rise captured everyone's attention, leading them to seek his counsel as Vice President Daly. Obadiah found himself both relishing and apprehensive about the situation, opting to send an email to the 10 Rings, hoping for a delay. Meanwhile, Inghao was equally busy. The energy division of Daqin Heavy Industries was officially established. Under Aida's arrangement, a grand press conference was held on the day of the company's founding. Mr. Ing, is the antimatter battery merely a gimmick? One journalist inquired. Numerous physicists have pointed out that humanity's current technological capabilities cannot support the mass production of antimatter. Inghao, no, it is indeed true. Our Daqin Heavy Industries has already developed the technology for the production of antimatter in limited quantities, utilizing it as an energy source. Mr. Inghao, may I inquire who invented this technology? Why have I not encountered any papers on it in academic journals or forums? Inghao, our scientists are of the utmost caliber. Having been cultivated in secrecy for decades, their identities, for now, must remain undisclosed. Mr. Inghao, if your product is genuine, its emergence will undoubtedly disrupt the energy sector, leading to numerous competitors. Do you feel anxious about this? Inghao, what is there to be anxious about? Wait, why are so many people leaving? Hammer Industries has declared war on Stark Industries, and the press conference has already commenced. We are a small media outlet, and we lack sufficient personnel. We shall return for an interview later. As the room emptied of journalists, Inghao found it difficult to maintain his focus. He decisively announced the conclusion of the press conference and opened his phone to watch the live stream of Hammer Industries' event. On stage, Justin Hammer exuded confidence and vigor. He passionately conveyed to the reporters his intent to utilize advanced technology to trample Stark Industries into the mud. Inghao observed silently for a moment. Damn, has Hammer become too self-satisfied? Is he overshadowing the main event? Ada comforted him. At least it indicates that the boss's plans are progressing smoothly, does it not? Inghao calculated the dates and suddenly stood up, stating, well, it is about time. Let us make a trip to the Middle East. Ada, can we gain access there? Ada nodded. Every city around the globe now boasts a Daqin hair salon. The divine space reaches directly. Wherever the boss wishes to go, he shall go. Then let us pave the way. Chapter 58. Charlie Show in the Middle East, at the secret base of the Ten Commandments gang. Tony Stark found himself imprisoned in a cave. Gang members took turns monitoring him and Ethan through surveillance, ensuring they were compelled to create the magnificent Jericho missile for the gang. Several deputy leaders scrutinized the blueprints Tony had drawn, arguing vehemently while comparing them to the images on the monitor. This does not resemble a missile. Fool, can't you see that these components, when assembled, will take shape? Look at the casing he is hammering. Its placement on the missile will vary. Perhaps he is crafting an upgraded version? The boss has already threatened his life. What more could there be to worry about? As they continued their debate, the iron door of the cave suddenly clanged. A henchman rushed over to open the door and investigate. What is going on? Who made that noise? Seeing no one, the henchman shook his head and waved his hand. It could be. The door is simply not sturdy enough. In a place unseen by them. Inghao quietly complained. How can an AI be so clumsy? Ada replied. It is merely that the space here is too confined, and the boss's size is rather large. Inghao, what do you mean by that? Am I overweight? Ida, of course not. It's just a relative comparison. Accompanied by our AI, we ventured deeper into the cave. The iron door stood firmly shut, with a constant clattering sound emanating from within. Peering through the iron bars, Inghao beheld a disheveled Tony Stark, drenched in sweat as he diligently cleaned the Mark I armature. Compared to the holographic image Inghao had seen upon his arrival, Tony appeared significantly thinner, with an unkempt beard. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, starkly contrasting with the youthful model he had once embraced. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes was sharper than before. He had not succumbed to despair despite his confinement. Rather, he seemed to possess a newfound strength, perhaps honed by adversity. Enduring hardship indeed cultivates resilience. How long would it take for him to complete this armor? Inghao shifted his gaze from the window and softly spoke to Ida. Ida maneuvered the drone back to Ing Hao's previous position, and after a thorough scan reported, the blueprint progress stands at 70, with an estimated completion time of 4 to 5 days. Ing Hao, can't you be more precise? Ida, apologies, the data is insufficient. I have no knowledge of his rest intervals, meal pace, or daily sleep duration. Enough, enough, enough. Ing Hao interrupted Ida. Keep one optical cloaking drone here for real-time monitoring. When he completes the armor and attempts to break free. Ida, to rescue him? No. Ing Hao shook his head. He can escape on his own. We need to save another. Ethan, he is crucial. A woman deserves a captivating lipstick. Beep channel change. Joey Tribbiani. Where's my burrito? Hey, what is the big deal? I'll just give you money. All right, give it to me. Chandler? Beep channel change. Welcome to Charlie Rose's interview. Finally, it has begun. Ben Parker leaned back, setting the remote aside, and settled into a comfortable position to watch. On the screen, host Charlie Rose spoke eloquently. It's evident that this month in New York has been quite tumultuous. Counting off on his fingers, he recounted. First, there was a major blackout, then a late-night terror attack, the downfall of a gang, and sightings of a peculiar figure swinging between buildings on a rope. Honestly, doesn't he fear falling? Charlie shrugged. I certainly wouldn't dare. He is undoubtedly an oddity, but fortunately, he is also a good person. In just 3 days, he has already assisted the New York police in apprehending 7 criminals, as those he caught were either ensnared in a massive spider web or stuck to the walls. As the news spread, the citizens of New York bestowed upon him a delightful moniker, Spider-Man. Today, our host Charlie raised his voice, and as the audience held their breath in anticipation, he made a playful grimace and regretfully shook his head. I'm sorry, but we simply could not secure his presence. In fact, we do not even know who he is. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, Ben Parker, watching from home, couldn't help but chuckle at Charlie's antics. However, although we could not summon Spider-Man, we have invited 3 other distinguished guests. They too are pivotal figures in a recent significant event in New York. Our first guest is Justin Hammer, the arms magnate from Hammer Industries. Let's give him a warm welcome. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Dressed in an opulent suit, Justin Hammer strode confidently onto the stage, shaking hands with host Charlie. Hello. Charlie, it's a great honor to have you here, Charlie replied. After exchanging pleasantries, he continued, I've been following the news lately, Mr. Hammer. Your company has secured 5 contracts from the United States and NATO countries. Congratulations. No, it's actually 7. Hammer raised an eyebrow, proudly declaring, just today, we clinched 2 more contracts with the United Kingdom and Israel. Oh, is that so? Charlie exclaimed in astonishment. That is truly remarkable. You must be making a fortune. Can you share some figures with us? What fortune? Not really. Hammer gestured with his fingers, mysteriously stating, just a little bit over $1 billion. How modest. Once again, welcome. Please take a seat. Sure, Hammer replied, taking a seat first. Ben, watching at home, sighed as he observed the spirited arms dealer. These arms traffickers will surely lead the world to ruin sooner or later. All right, next, let us welcome our second guest. From Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane. Charlie announced enthusiastically. The robust Obadiah Stane entered with a smile and shook hands with Charlie. Hello, Charlie. Charlie joked, Mr. Stane. Can you assure me that there will be no fighting on my show? That is hard to say, Stane replied, shaking his head slowly. You didn't mention there would be others when you invited me. It's all for the sake of the show, you understand. Charlie chuckled awkwardly. Then, disregarding Stane's reaction, turned directly to the camera. You might be wondering why I have such concerns. It's because. He glanced at Justin Hammer and then at Stane. Mr. Hammer's 7 contracts were, strictly speaking, taken from Stark Industries. The audience immediately erupted in boos, and the camera panned to the crowd, where many were whispering amongst themselves. My goodness, today's show is certainly exhilarating. Charlie, is he about to ignite a powder keg? I genuinely worry that he might get beaten up during today's live broadcast. By the way, isn't Stark Industries the top arms manufacturer in the nation? Why have they suddenly sunk so low? Have they lost 7 lucrative contracts? Tony Stark has gone missing, and without this cornerstone, Stark Industries is nothing. On the television, there are images of the audience, and on the stage, there is a large screen. Obadiah Stane observes the audience's comments, his expression gradually darkening. Although he maintains a smile, there's an unmistakable fierceness behind it. All right, let's switch the camera back. I don't wish to be on the receiving end of a beating. The camera cuts back to Charlie, who, with a serious demeanor and devoid of his playful smile, addresses Obadiah, saying, Mr. Stane, please don't take offense. It's merely for show. Our program has always adhered to a serious tone, and today, we invite you solely to analyze the global market alongside our companies. Of course, Stane, suppressing his irritation, nods in agreement. I won't take offense. Have they found Tony Stark yet? He has been missing for quite some time. Charlie, undeterred, probes further. Obadiah takes a deep breath, purses his lips, and shakes his head. No, there is still no news. However, there is no evidence of misfortune befalling him. I believe he is still alive. I hope he returns safely. Stain has also been assigned a seat, positioned next to Justin Hammer. Hammer extends his right hand with a smile, striving to maintain basic politeness and decorum. However, Obadiah does not even glance in his direction, taking his seat with his back to Hammer, and continues to gaze at the camera, leaving Hammer's hand hanging awkwardly. Hammer smirks disdainfully, retracts his hand, and shrugs. The subtle gestures between the two spark a flurry of discussions among the audience, drowning out even the host's voice. Now, everyone should notice that there are 2 additional seats available. Indeed, today we have deviated from our norm by inviting 3 guests. Allow me to introduce our 3rd distinguished guest, a rising entrepreneur from China, representing Daqin Heavy Industries, Ing Hao. Dressed casually and sporting a humble smile, Ing Hao steps onto the stage, waving at the audience. Immediately, thunderous applause and cheers erupt from the crowd. Ah, Ing Hao, I finally see him in person. Welcome. He is so handsome. Oh my. Charlie, who has hosted for many years, finds such a lively atmosphere to be exceedingly rare. He approaches Ing Hao, shaking his hand in astonishment. My God. Is this your first time here? Why do I feel like you are even more popular than I am? I've stood on this stage for over 20 years, young man. I just want to know why. Ing Hao smiled elegantly, gazing at the audience below, and replied, I am quite uncertain about that. Instead of asking me, perhaps you should inquire of them. Meanwhile, in front of the television, Ben Parker straightened up and shouted, Peter, are you there? Come quickly. Your good friend is on The Charlie Show. Chapter 59. Is antimatter real? On the set of The Charlie Show, Charlie, true to Ing Hao's words, descended into the audience to pose the earlier question. Oh, I certainly know Ing Hao. He is a philanthropist. I participated in the Super Battery Initiative by Daqin Energy. Super Battery Initiative? Charlie nodded emphatically. I know. Daqin Energy Company has generously distributed 1,000 antimatter batteries. Goodness, child, you are incredibly fortunate. My application was not accepted. How unfortunate. Another audience member stood up, declaring, Ing Hao is the greatest person of this century because he stated that once the research costs are recouped, antimatter batteries could be supplied to every individual on Earth free of charge. Just imagine, no expenses, and all your household appliances could operate for 200 years. Charlie faced the camera, exaggerating his expression. 200 years? Goodness, I truly hope he is not exaggerating. A third audience member could hardly contain their excitement. I knew Mr. Ing Hao long before Daqin Energy was established. He is a genuinely good person, not one of those unscrupulous entrepreneurs. My mother is an NYPD officer, and she told me that without the bulletproof vest purchased from Daqin Heavy Industries, she would have died 3 times. Charlie, serious and with a thumbs up, remarked, that is indeed commendable. I also want to say. All right. Charlie waved his hand towards the audience. I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, but I cannot remain here forever. There are distinguished guests awaiting my interview. Dear audience, today's episode of The Charlie Show officially begins. Applause erupted as Charlie led Ing Hao onto the stage. Although the guest sofa was clearly divided into 3 sections, it appeared to be connected as one. Hammer and Obadiah had already settled comfortably at either end. Ing Hao, feeling somewhat helpless, had no choice but to sit between them. As Charlie took his seat, his first question was directed at Ing Hao. So, Mr. Ing Hao, are antimatter batteries real? There are numerous voices of skepticism within the scientific community. Before Ing Hao could respond, the 2 individuals beside him erupted in laughter. Hammer crossed his legs and interjected, how could that possibly be true? The entire scientific community has spent decades researching this, and can now only produce a few hundred particles of antimatter at an exorbitant cost. Yet, Ing Hao boldly claims that his antimatter battery contains 50 milligrams of antimatter. Anyone who has attended university knows this is preposterous. He then shot a glance at Ing Hao, adding with a smirk, oh right, I suddenly remember, you are a high school student, aren't you? That explains everything. Stan interjected, noting that antimatter is not only challenging to produce, but also poses significant storage difficulties. The moment it encounters matter, annihilation occurs. Currently, the longest storage record is merely a few minutes, and hundreds of antiparticles require equipment the size of a water barrel for storage. One must question how such a difficult substance could be contained within a capsule-sized vessel, let alone be stably stored for 2 centuries. The truth is readily discernible. He cast a disdainful glance at Ing Hao and remarked to Charlie, had I known you intended to invite such a clown to the show, I would have never come. Charlie turned to the camera, exclaiming, the tension here is palpable. It's fascinating how Ing Hao can unite two sworn adversaries, Hammer and Stan, against him. Ing Hao smiled and replied, as an old Chinese saying goes, they are like frogs at the bottom of a well, limited in their perspective. Without a hint of panic. He continued, however, out of politeness, I shall refrain from stating that directly. Charlie remarked, you've already said it. Ignoring the interruption, Ing Hao continued, they doubt my understanding, as they lack the technical capability to create antimatter and harness it for stable, efficient, clean energy. Their skepticism is reasonable. After all, they are my adversaries. Wait, did I just hear something intriguing? Charlie interrupted, adversaries? Could you elaborate? Ing Hao nodded and gestured towards Hammer, stating, he lost the bid for the police bulletproof vest order against me, a defeated opponent. He then looked at Obadiah, saying, I have no personal grievances with him, but I do have conflicts with his boss, Tony. In fact, some may already be aware that my establishment of Cheen Heavy Industries and my foray into the business realm has a singular purpose, to acquire Stark Industries and deliver a resounding blow to Tony Stark. Both Hammer and Obadiah were visibly unsettled. Hammer retorted, do not boast. I simply disdain competing for such a trivial police equipment order. Obadiah chuckled lightly, shaking his head. I am unaware of the nature of your conflicts with Tony, but I can assure you that dreaming of acquiring Stark Industries is utterly futile. Ing Hao replied, we shall see. And you, Hammer, it's not that you are unwilling to compete. Rather, you lack the capability to produce such superior bulletproof vests, unable to rival me. Hammer shot back, I sell weapons. I have no need to create those. Obadiah chimed in, Stark Industries has less than 10% of its shares publicly traded. Even if you were to pursue an acquisition, it would be a wasted effort. The three continued to speak over one another. The host, unable to interject, looked helplessly at the camera and lamented, I somewhat regret inviting these three together. All right, gentlemen, let us discuss matters one by one, and please grant me some courtesy. Charlie interjected forcefully, turning to Ing Hao. So, the antimatter batteries are indeed real, correct? Of course, Ing Hao replied confidently. Hammer scoffed. Then why do you not disclose the methods of producing such a multitude of antimatter? It's a trade secret, Ing Hao asserted, as if it were self-evident. Stan chimed in with skepticism. It is well known that the annihilation of antimatter is far more powerful than nuclear reactions. Your 6 antimatter batteries equate to a nuclear bomb detonating in Japan. Such a perilous item. Do you truly dare to sell it? Ing Hao shrugged. We possess the requisite technology to ensure its safety. There is no need for concern. He shifted the topic. As you mentioned, everyone is aware of the dangers of antimatter. Thus, they will adhere strictly to the operating instructions. Anyone handling such volatile substances would exercise caution. Oh, I must interject here. Charlie abruptly addressed Ing Hao. The situation may not be as you envision. Did you not distribute 1000 batteries for free? Let us observe how those fortunate recipients treat your batteries. He raised his hand, and the large screen immediately began to play a series of TikTok videos. Hey, friends from Florida, look what I got. An antimatter battery. This was produced by a company in New York. Puffed antimatter? How could this possibly exist? I am going to prove that this is a scam. In the video, a content creator excitedly tossed the antimatter battery into a fire. I heard antimatter can be used to create bombs, so if it explodes, it proves it's genuine antimatter. A subtitle appeared, after the year 2000. Hey, look, this piece of junk didn't explode at all. It's certainly ISNT antimatter. Debunked. Charlie swiped up. Switching to another video. Today's hydraulic press challenge has a new participant. The creator of this video remained off-screen. Only a hand visible as it placed the small antimatter battery on the hydraulic press. Let us see how long it can withstand this. With a thunderous roar, the hydraulic press began to descend, and after several seconds, a loud crash echoed. The creator eagerly raised the press, only to find the battery unscathed, while the press bore a glaring crack. What have I done? My precious. Laughter erupted in the studio. Charlie continued to scroll. A plethora of short videos played, each garnering millions of views. Many individuals treated the antimatter batteries with utter disregard, subjecting them to various forms of abuse. Of course, there were also creators who approached the situation more soberly. Some connected the antimatter batteries to their home power grid, activating all their electrical devices in a frenzy. Others set up cameras, determined to observe how long the battery could provide power, vowing to expose the deception. After watching several videos, Charlie helplessly remarked to Ing Hao, it seems that people are not as rational as you might think, Mr. Ing Hao. No worries, Ing Hao replied nonchalantly. Their videos actually validate the stability of our product. You see, even hydraulic presses are unfazed. What do you have to fear? Seizing the opportunity, he launched into a promotion. The 1000 trial batteries have all been distributed. But since I'm fortunate to be on this program, I will make a special offer of 500 units at the price of 1000. 000, first come, first served. Those interested should act quickly. Charlie, resigned, chuckled. Mr. Inghao, I must retract your appearance fee and additionally charge you for advertising. No problem, it's all trivial. Inghao readily agreed. Both Hammer and Stan exchanged knowing smirks at Inghao's antics, branding him a fraud and a clown. Charlie shook Inghao's hand in gratitude before turning to the other two. All right, let us change the subject. Mr. Hammer, as I understand it, you faced continual setbacks in military contract competitions over the years. What has prompted your sudden rise? Huh. I must thank Inghao for that, Hammer said leisurely. The orders for bulletproof vests made me realize the significance of technology and advanced design, which spurred my commitment to technological innovation. As he spoke, Stan could no longer contain himself and erupted with profanity. Enough of your nonsense, Hammer. What utter rubbish about innovation. You have merely stolen Stark Industries technology. Chapter 60, an argument escalates. What are you talking about? Hammer scoffed. So when you can't compete, you resort to slander? I swear to heaven, the technology of Hammer Industries stems entirely from the relentless efforts of our researchers. He raised his right hand, vowing he feared nothing, for he was now a dog under the patronage of this great demon. He had completely disregarded any notion of divinity. He couldn't resist mocking Stan, ruthlessly pouring salt into his wounds. If I had indeed stolen your technology, then our capabilities should be comparable. So tell me, why did the military choose Hammer Industries over you? You merely made superficial improvements. Stan clenched his teeth, declaring, Hammer, I will find evidence of this. And you shall await litigation. Every penny you earn today is for Stark Industries. Go ahead, sue me, and let's see who will have the last laugh. As Hammer's tone escalated, Charlie observed, it's akin to us both taking an exam, where I secured an A and he ended up with a D. Only for him to claim I copied off him. It's utterly laughable. While he has the leisure to malign others, perhaps he should focus on the stock prices instead. How much did it drop today? 40%? Ha. Stan gritted his teeth in frustration. Despite being Caucasian, his complexion was dreadfully dark. The host, Charlie, was equally astonished. Oh my, a 40% drop? How terrifying. Nonchalantly, Hammer waved his hand. Charlie, there's no need for surprise. Just 2 minutes ago, I received a message from the Australian Department of Defense. He has lost again. Haha. Stark's stock price will continue to plummet tomorrow. At that moment, Inghao interjected with a dose of fairness. No, Hammer, Stark Industries stock price won't decline tomorrow, nor will it ever again. Charlie and Hammer exclaimed, what do you mean? Inghao smiled gently. Because of today's significant drop, I've acquired all the circulating shares. As long as I don't sell, the stock price will remain unchanged. Oh no. Hammer furrowed his brow, shifting slightly to the side, pointing at Inghao and Stan. So you two have become allies? Inghao shook his head vigorously. No, I'm not allied with Stark Group. He leaned closer to Hammer, throwing an arm around his shoulder. You, my friend, must keep striving, continue snatching their orders, suppressing them, ensuring they cannot sell a single item. When the shareholders see no profits, they'll surely sell their stocks at a loss. Only then will Stark's stock price continue to fall, allowing me to buy more until I acquire all of Stark Group's shares. Hammer was thrilled by the prospect. Oh really? So, we are indeed on the same side. Exactly. We are. Inghao laughed heartily. Hammer declared, just wait and see. I will undoubtedly shatter the confidence of every shareholder and investor in Stark. The two engaged in their banter, driving Stan to the brink of fury. The imposing Obadiah stood up, seizing Inghao by the collar and flinging him aside. Enraged, he raised his fist towards Hammer. You motherf. Hammer defended himself briefly but was equally defiant. You dare lay a hand on me? Fine. Today I'll dismantle you personally before I continue with Stark. Wait. Don't resort to violence. Charlie exclaimed in a frenzy. After hosting for over a decade, he had never encountered such a situation. Typically, even the most adversarial guests would maintain some semblance of decorum. This was beyond the pale. He attempted to mediate, but to no avail, ultimately shouting, what are you all waiting for? Someone, quickly, separate them. Chaos erupted on set. The audience below was utterly astonished, each individual capturing the moment through photographs and recordings. Soon, security personnel separated Hammer and Stan, escorting them away from the event. Awkwardly, the 60-minute program had only progressed 2/3 of the way through. The remaining time became a personal showcase for Inghao. Charlie inquired, Mr. Ing, do you genuinely intend to acquire Stark Industries? Indeed, Inghao replied with a subtle nod. Is it truly merely to strike back? Not entirely. Inghao suddenly grew serious, exhaling softly as he stated, in truth, I aspire to acquire the world's foremost Stark Industries and subsequently alter its operational direction. Charlie listened intently as Inghao continued earnestly, weapons do not enhance this world. I wish to set an example, striving to minimize the production of offensive weaponry and guiding the world towards embracing peace. Just observe what I am currently undertaking. He cited examples. Bulletproof vests possess no offensive capabilities, and antimatter batteries benefit the public. Why should humanity's technology serve conflict? I intend to change that. Once I have had my fill of Stark Industries, I shall pivot towards research that enhances the quality of human life, such as artificial intelligence and service-oriented robots. He gently closed his eyes, envisioning. Imagine how splendid and fantastical such a future could be. As Charlie absorbed Ing Hao's words, he instinctively placed a hand over his heart, exclaiming, "My goodness, Mr. Ing, you are truly noble. I apologize. I had presumed your motives were solely to retaliate against Tony Stark. My perspective was rather narrow." Ing Hao smiled lightly. "Oh, it's nothing. A minor act of retribution against Tony is indeed one of my objectives." Charlie pressed on, "Mr. Ing, may I inquire about the influences behind your thoughts? Furthermore, acquiring Stark Industries is no trivial matter. Do you possess sufficient funds?" "Well, my ideas are undoubtedly shaped by the wisdom of our Ing family predecessors," Ing Hao humbly stated. "In fact, our family has been dedicated to serving the common people for over 2 centuries. Until I established Qin Heavy Industries, we were primarily engaged in the beauty and hairdressing business." Regarding financial matters, he chuckled, "That is hardly an issue. The Ing family operates over 50,000 hair salons worldwide, spanning every nation and city. While it may not be a highly profitable industry, collectively, it has allowed us to amass a modest fortune." Charlie regarded him with newfound respect. Meanwhile, at the Ing family's villa, Xiao Yun held a bowl of rice, her brow furrowed as she listened to her son's nonsensical proclamations on the program. Beauty and hairdressing? Why was I unaware of this? Su Qing appeared equally puzzled, but after a moment's reflection, she seemed to recall, "Auntie, I believe I did see a Qin hair salon in Brooklyn." At the same time, in Peter's household, Ben Parker had summoned Peter to join him in watching the program. He listened intently to Ing Hao's philosophy of embracing peace and serving humanity, finding himself in complete agreement. "Peter, your choice of friends is commendable. I was initially concerned that starting a business at such a young age might lead you astray," he sighed with relief. "But now, it seems well. Ing Hao is a good kid, and you cannot go wrong being with him." "Haha, yes, I believe so too," Peter replied with a smile. "By the way," Ben suddenly turned to Peter, "your vacation has been rather lengthy. Aren't you planning to return to the company to lend a hand?" Peter pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "In truth, I can't be of much assistance to Ing Hao. I merely invested my bonus in him. Whether I am at the company or not, he will continue to distribute dividends to me. I would rather continue my studies and pursue further education." "Indeed, that is a wise approach. Knowledge is the one thing that never deceives." Ben expressed his support. "However, as Ing Hao's partner, you should discuss your thoughts with him." "Certainly. Tomorrow marks the graduation ceremony. I intend to speak with him then." As the Charlie show concluded, Ing Hao stood at the exit, cradling a box full of cash. The audience members queued up to receive their money from him. "You performed admirably, young man. Your emotions were spot on," Ing Hao said, patting the shoulder of the next in line as he handed over $500. "Thank you, Mr. Ing. You might be a tad overboard, my dear. You can return and discuss ways to improve with your friends," Ing Hao remarked kindly, handing another $500 to a beautiful girl. "All right, Mr. Ing. Here is my number. Feel free to call me anytime." The blonde girl smiled, biting her lip as she handed him a note in return. Ing Hao shook his head, returning the note and gently declining. "If there are further tasks, your school's teachers will notify you." "All right. Goodbye, Mr. Ing." One by one, the university students expressed their gratitude as they collected their money. The last person in line turned out to be the host, Charlie. "Mr. Ing, I performed quite well. Didn't I?" "Very well indeed. You truly are a professional," Ing Hao replied, setting down a larger box in front of Charlie. "This is as agreed. Has Obadiah left?" "He departed long ago," Charlie chuckled. "Rest assured, Mr. Ing, I will have this episode edited into segments and released across the internet. Anyone daring to resort to violence on my show will face utter disgrace." "Ha ha ha. A pleasure collaborating." "A pleasure indeed." This transaction amounted to $5,500,000, a most worthwhile deal. From the host to the audience, everything was meticulously orchestrated by Ing Hao, including the questions posed by the host, which had been prearranged. These carefully constructed elements, coupled with Ing Hao's subtle psychological manipulation, continuously disrupted Obadiah's emotional state, ultimately leading to his collapse. The disintegration of his image would further exacerbate the already strained situation for Stark Industries, which had been under pressure from Hammer Industries. The other shareholders of Stark Industries would undoubtedly harbor dissatisfaction towards Obadiah, fostering deep concerns for the company's future. Those attending the shareholders' meeting would likely begin to divest their stocks in the coming days. Chapter 61. A gesture of kindness. I truly suspect you have lost your mind, Obadiah. At the urgent shareholders' meeting of Stark Industries, Rajiv Mehta lamented, cradling his head in disbelief. At such a heated event, you resorted to violence? What on earth were you thinking? As the second in command of Stark Industries, with Tony absent, you now represent the company's image. Indeed, Victoria hand-sighed softly, though Tony often strayed from convention. At least he never went this far. I shudder to think of how much the stock price will plummet tomorrow. You must take responsibility for this, Obadiah. Enough. Obadiah retorted angrily. With less than 5 of the circulating shares, the drop in stock price won't significantly affect us. Isn't it time we focused on dealing with Hammer? Immediately after the program, Obadiah received several calls from shareholders demanding an emergency meeting. 10 minutes into the meeting, he endured 10 minutes of complaints. The incident of violence was indeed excessive, and Obadiah himself could not fathom why he had acted so impulsively. As a successful businessman, he usually maintained exceptional control over his emotions. All he could remember was Hammer's utterly detestable visage, while his own fury surged, as if his mind had been filled with a raging inferno. In that moment, it wasn't merely about violence. Had he possessed a firearm, he might have fed Hammer a bullet without hesitation. We are already taking measures against him, Rajiv Mehta asserted, tapping the table. We both know that such matters require evidence and legal proceedings, which will take an extensive amount of time to resolve. We were already in a passive position, and now you've tarnished Stark Industries' reputation entirely. Enough with the talk of reputation. You are merely worried about the value of your shares diminishing. Obadiah countered, then sighed. His expression peculiar as he added, moreover, the stock price won't continue to decline, if that brings you any comfort. Among the 6 shareholders present, rolled their eyes in disbelief. This was utterly ridiculous. Ing Hao's declaration during the program about acquiring all circulating shares of Stark Industries was, without a doubt, a profound humiliation. At this moment, it is unexpectedly being utilized as a means of protection. The stock prices may continue to plummet. A representative from JP Morgan suddenly spoke up. I regret to inform you all that JP Morgan is currently contemplating the divestment of its existing shares. What? Obadiah was utterly astonished. Divestment? Are you serious? This is not a matter of seriousness, Mr. Stan. The representative of JP Morgan shook his head. This is a topic under deliberation among all senior executives at JP Morgan. Although a final decision has yet to be reached, the likelihood is considerable. We must all acknowledge that Stark Industries is on a downward trajectory. First, the departure of its pivotal figure, Tony Stark, and then the continuous poaching of our orders. It has all been quite distressing. Yet you, Mr. Stan, openly resorted to violence on air. He pulled out his phone, casually opened a news media webpage, and pushed the device towards Obadiah. Look at the buzz. This incident is already common knowledge. Now observe the comments. The predominant sentiment is that Stark Industries is faltering, which is why you are so incensed. Carter Rockwell chimed in. Stan, you must understand that it is not only the onlookers, but also our potential clients who are surreptitiously assessing Stark Industries. The road ahead will only become more arduous. Personally, I am also contemplating divesting my shares. Of course, everyone present has the right of first refusal if you wish to invest at this moment and possess sufficient capital. JP Morgan holds an 8th stake, while Carter Rockwell possesses 4.1. Though these percentages may not seem substantial, they are by no means insignificant for the colossal entity that is Stark Industries, capable of inflicting considerable harm. If these shares were to circulate internally, it might be manageable. The issue lies in the fact that even at the current stock price, these shares would require at least $30 billion. Who among those present could possibly afford that? Moreover, if they were to enter the market, the situation would only worsen, driving Stark Industries stock prices to rock bottom. No, you must have some confidence. Difficulties are merely temporary. Obadiah reassured them. The only challenge we face is Hammer. Once we resolve that, we shall prevail. Let us not forget that we still possess the world's most formidable technology research and development team. I do not wish to douse your optimism, Obadiah, Victoria Hand interjected softly, but in reality, over 70 of our previously superior weaponry originated from Tony's ingenuity. In other words, the so-called most powerful RD team is fundamentally reliant on Tony Stark. Without him, the strength of the development team is diminished. A profound silence enveloped the room. Aside from Obadiah, it seemed that everyone quietly yearned for the return of Tony Stark. Well then, is there anything else? Obadiah took a deep breath, casting a furious glare at the assembly, and declared, aside from JP Morgan and Carter, is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? If so, I shall grant your desire. Just allow me some time to secure the necessary funds. The room fell into a heavy silence. The other shareholders had no immediate intention of departing. Considering the current stock price, divesting their shares would result in considerable losses. They either lacked the fortitude for such drastic measures or clung to a glimmer of hope that they could weather this storm. Take Rajiv Mehta, for instance. Over the past few years, he had thrived alongside Stark Industries, relishing the financial comfort it provided. The critical question remained, after selling, whom would they invest in? Hammer? Unthinkable. When they initially acquired shares in Stark Industries, they had signed an agreement stipulating that should they ever withdraw, the proceeds from selling or transferring their stocks could not be reinvested in related industries for 20 years. He remained hesitant, still waiting. What if Tony Stark returned? This genius, the very soul of Stark Industries, was not someone Obadiah could rival. His return might resolve everything. The meeting adjourned. Rajiv Mehta, wearied, returned to his Japanese-style villa, which he found quite appealing. His Indian steward approached, shaking his head. Mr. Mehta, Ing Hao from Dachin Heavy Industries is still waiting for you. He has brought a gift. Ing Hao? Here? Rajiv Mehta frowned. Who permitted him to enter my home? The steward looked perplexed. It was you, sir. You informed me via video. Nonsense. I have been in a meeting. When did I ever video call you? Rajiv Mehta cursed angrily and strode into the room. The living room lights were dimmed, casting shadows. There, on the couch, sat Ing Hao, his features obscured in the twilight. Rajiv Mehta realized that this intruder was savoring a fine wine he had cherished for years. With a click, Rajiv Mehta attempted to illuminate the room, yet the switch seemed malfunctioning. At that moment, Ing Hao spoke from the couch. Do not disrupt the ambience, Mr. Mehta. I spent quite some time adjusting this lighting. Be silent. Who the hell allowed you in? You are trespassing. Leave, or I shall call the police. Rajiv Mehta retorted angrily. Ing Hao chuckled softly, responding, calling the police would be futile. Your steward will testify that it was you who invited me in. Damn it. Rajiv Mehta was thoroughly displeased. Firstly, because Ing Hao had entered his home without consent. Secondly, because Ing Hao was, in a sense, a minor adversary of Stark Industries, having expressed intentions to acquire the company. Thirdly, due to a recent program he had rewatched, Rajiv Mehta felt that this individual was stoking the flames. He harbored a profound disdain for the brash young man from Dachin Heavy Industries, who had become fabulously wealthy overnight. Yet, at this moment, he found himself powerless. Fabricating a video was a task even his subordinates could accomplish, let alone someone like Ing Hao, who could create an astonishing bulletproof vest. With the police arriving, there was little they could do to him. Put down my drink. You are unworthy of it. Rajiv Mehta strode forward and snatched the wine glass from Ing Hao's hand. His voice icy as he inquired, What brings you here? To present a gift, Ing Hao replied, unperturbed by the loss of his drink, gesturing towards a table not far behind him. I learned that Mr. Mehta appreciates Japanese architecture, so I brought you a model. It's quite exquisite. Rajiv Mehta turned to look, and indeed, there was a sizable architectural model occupying 9/10 of the table. However, in the dim light, he could only discern the black silhouette of the Japanese structure, which appeared rather unrefined. With a cold snort, Rajiv Mehta remarked, What would prompt you to give me a gift without reason? Spare me the suspense. What is your true intention? Ing Hao smiled slightly as he emerged from the shadows. Who would present a gift for no reason? I wish to ask Mr. Mehta to do me a favor. Mehta, with an expression of mock surprise, queried, What favor? Ing Hao stated plainly, I want you to sell your shares in Stark Industries. Huh. The stock price of Stark Industries has plummeted to an all-time low. Do you realize how much I would lose by selling now? 100 billion. Mehta laughed, as if hearing a joke. You think a mere broken model would compel me to absorb 100 billion in losses? Are you mad, or am I? Ing Hao smiled faintly. What if this model is made of pure gold? He snapped his fingers, and the lights above illuminated the Japanese architectural model below. The golden sheen was blinding, leaving Mehta momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of astonishment, he scoffed. So what if it's pure gold? This trinket pales in comparison to my losses. Oh, I apologize. I forgot to mention, Ing Hao gestured towards his courtyard. There is much more in the back. As his words echoed, the curtains at the back of the living room were abruptly drawn back, revealing two containers quietly resting in the courtyard. They were filled with identical models. Leaning close to Mehta's ear, Ing Hao whispered, Pure gold, totaling a remarkable 155 tons. Together with this, it amounts to precisely 100 billion. Chapter 62. Tony's narrow escape indeed. There were two containers outside, but Mehta was no fool. He retorted directly to Ing Hao, Stop with the nonsense. Do you truly expect me to believe you can procure 155 tons of gold? Ing Hao once again picked up Mehta's cherished bottle of wine. Why not take a look? It won't take more than a few minutes. Mehta stepped out of the room, skepticism etched upon his face, and approached a container. Opening its door with a cautious hand, a mere glance sufficed for him to shut it again. Indeed, it was there. He remained silent for a moment before returning to Ing Hao, inquiring, Where did you acquire this? Is it genuine, or are you attempting to deceive me with such inferior tactics? How I obtained it is of no concern to you, whether it is real or not. The items are here, and you may discern their authenticity for yourself. Ing Hao replied nonchalantly, gently nudging a golden model on the table, which transformed the Japanese-style garden into numerous gold nuggets the size of fingernails. All you need to do is tell me if you are willing. I can grant you a few days to verify the gold before we fulfill our agreement. Very well. Let us assume it is indeed real. Meta lowered his voice. Have you lost your mind? How am I to manage such a vast amount of gold? If the government discovers it, how will I explain? Even if no one else finds out, what am I to do with it? Troubled, are we? Do you require assistance in burying it beneath your house? Ing Hao smiled. Alternatively, it could be exchanged for cash. I presented the gold merely to astonish you. Your sense of humor is rather twisted, Meta mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. If Ing Hao could truly provide him with such compensation, it would be akin to cashing out at the peak of Stark Group's stock value. Not only would he incur no losses, but he would also secure a substantial profit. Furthermore, this was not mere paper currency, which depreciates yearly, but gold, the most stable asset in existence. The sheer volume was equivalent to 1/8 of the total gold reserves held by the Federal Reserve. Suddenly possessing such a quantity of gold was indeed daunting. But that was a dilemma for the average individual. Meta, being one of the elite at the pinnacle of this world, could certainly find a way to conceal it securely. I will agree, but only on the condition that it is all genuine gold. Meta finally relented. Investing in Stark was all about the money, and this transaction was far more lucrative than clinging to an uncertain future with Stark. Of course, how long will you need to verify it? Ing Hao nodded. After a moment's thought, Meta extended 3 fingers, 1 week, to half a month. Additionally, Obadiah Stane holds the right of first refusal. You may not necessarily acquire it. Ing Hao chuckled. That is of no matter. Should he manage to provide such funds, sell it to him, and I shall consider it as him temporarily holding it for me. Meta regarded Ing Hao with a deep gaze, sensing the unparalleled confidence radiating from him. He picked up a cherished bottle of liquor, noting it was nearly empty, and poured into 2 glasses. Very well, if you are not jesting. We can have your legal team come by in a couple of days. Cheers. Cheers. The 2 clinked their glasses joyfully, drinking the contents dry. Meta kindly reminded, I am aware of your grievances with Stark, but even if you were to acquire my shares, you would not possess voting rights unless your holdings exceed 30% of the total. Ing Hao chuckled softly. That will be the case. Upon witnessing Ing Hao's unwavering confidence, Meta momentarily paused, then exclaimed in astonishment, Wait, are Morgan Chase and Carter also? Do you possess a veritable gold mine? Who knows? Ing Hao replied nonchalantly, setting down his cup and calmly departing. 5 days later, in the hidden lair of the 10 Commandments gang in the Middle East, the surveillance footage revealed that Tony Stark had vanished. What are you waiting for? Hurry and find out where he is. The terrorists of the 10 Commandments rushed into the depths of the cave. Inside, Markai had been completed. Ethan anxiously assisted Tony in donning the suit. Open the door. Quickly. The terrorists' voices echoed from outside, but Tony and Ethan remained oblivious. Break down the door. With a series of thunderous crashes, the iron door swung open, triggering the explosives Tony had previously affixed. Boom. The explosion left the terrorists at the entrance in disarray. There's just one last step. Insert this. And when the progress bar reaches 100, we will successfully launch. Tony handed Ethan a data card. Ethan complied, and the electronic screen displayed a slowly advancing progress bar. However, midway through, the terrorist shouts pierced the air once more. Ethan glanced at the screen, nervously swallowing hard. No, there isn't enough time. It's all right. Don't panic. Be patient. Tony reassured him. We will escape. Trust me. Yet, he too was not entirely confident. Should someone enter at that moment and fire a shot at the computer, everything would be lost. Ethan surveyed the computer, the cave entrance, and finally turned to Tony. I'll buy you some time. With that, he dashed out. Tony shouted after him. No, come back. Going out now is tantamount to suicide. Come back. But outside, gunfire erupted. When Tony's armor successfully activated and he burst forth from the cave, he dispatched the oncoming terrorists with ease, only to discover that Ethan had fallen, struck by a bullet. No. Tony, clad in his formidable suit, knelt before Ethan. Ethan managed a pained smile. I'm going to see my family. Tears welled in Tony's eyes as he stammered. Thank you for saving my life. With his final breath, Ethan uttered, Don't waste it, don't squander your life. And then, he closed his eyes. The cacophony outside continued as more terrorists approached. Tony realized he could delay no longer. He cast one last glance at Ethan and clenched his teeth as he dashed out. No sooner had he left than a crimson rift in space opened beneath Ethan, and he plunged into it, the realm of the divine. Ethan's body floated down gently, as light as a feather, and landed precisely within a medical pod before Ing Hao. Can he be saved? Ing Hao inquired. The medical pod, a marvel of divine technology, was undeniably powerful. However, the numerous gunshot wounds on Ethan's body posed a significant concern. No problem, Ada replied, sealing the pod. As long as a single cell remains alive, it can be done. In such extreme circumstances, it would merely be a rapid cloning. And strictly speaking, he would no longer be the original individual. No sooner had she spoken than Ethan's breathing echoed from within the pod. This is truly remarkable. Ing Hao sighed. The pod opened slowly, and Ethan, looking bewildered, gazed at Ing Hao. Where am I? This doesn't seem like the river Styx. Greetings, Dr. Ethan. Ing Hao introduced himself. I am Ing Hao, and I just rescued you from the Middle East. I'm not dead. Ethan squinted, disbelief etched on his face. But how is that possible? I was shot. At least his voice trailed off as his hands moved to his chest and thigh, and to his astonishment, he felt no pain whatsoever. He ripped open his shirt, running his fingers over his smooth skin, muttering, "This cannot be. I remember technology alters lives," Ing Hao interjected. Assisting Ethan out of the pod, he wiped his hands within the pod and retrieved several bloodied bullets, saying, "You were indeed shot, but it's all right now. Come with me." Ing Hao led Ethan into a pre-prepared room. "May I ask?" Ethan began, but Ing Hao shot him a glance. And suddenly a remote control appeared in his hand. Pressing a button, a live feed materialized on the wall before them. "I know what you're about to ask. Just watch." The screen displayed Tony Stark bursting from a cave, clad in the Mark I armor. Bullets ricocheted off him, all deflected by the metallic suit. Unleashing his flamethrower, he incinerated a vast swath of enemies. Ethan found himself perplexed by how Ing Hao possessed such capability to capture the scene from such proximity. Yet, he had no time to ponder, his eyes fixed on Tony displaying his prowess, a surge of excitement coursing through him. "This is fantastic. It truly works," Ethan exclaimed. Though he had merely played a supporting role, he considered himself one of the creators of the armor. Their purpose in crafting the suit was to escape from terrorists, and witnessing this objective come to fruition filled him with satisfaction. On the screen, Tony, under heavy fire from a multitude of terrorists, finally began to falter. He aimed at a nearby oil barrel arsenal and ignited it with ferocity. Then, activating flight mode, he successfully escaped from the inferno of the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, he plummeted into the desert. The armor lay in ruins, yet he struggled to crawl out. Ethan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "To fall from such a height and survive. Is that even possible?" Ing Hao, following suit, remarked, "You think that's absurd too, don't you? It seems that the laws of physics are utterly disregarded in his case." Ethan replied, "Well, I mean, he is quite fortunate." Ing Hao retorted, "All right then, fortunate." Ethan inquired, "Wait, if you could rescue me, why not him as well?" Ing Hao grinned, "I have a score to settle with him. I relish watching him suffer a bit." "Dr. Ethan." He extended his right hand towards Ethan and said, "I hope you will stay on and work for my Chin Heavy Industries. I am in need of a scientific figurehead." Ethan's gaze froze, and after a moment, he bitterly smiled. "So, I have merely exchanged one cage for another." He exhaled deeply and asked, "What if I refuse?" Ing Hao lowered his hand. "Then I can only send you home. What else can I do? Honestly, what do you take me for?" "Ada, ask him where his home is and open the door for him." "Understood." Ada turned to Ethan and politely asked, "May I inquire where your home is?" "My hometown is in Kamara." Ethan looked at the two incredulously. "You truly wish to send me home?" Indeed, the Crimson Rift had already opened, and Ing Hao stated, "But you owe me a life. You must repay this debt." Chapter 63. He created the iron armor. "Listen, help me out. I need money." Stark Industries, Vice President's office. Stan was conversing through a secret line. "Trust me, now is the perfect time. I certainly have the means to repay you. In fact, I have sufficient funds." He lowered his voice, despite being alone in the office. "But this money must remain concealed. Do you understand? I just need you to help me maintain appearances. With JP Morgan at 9 and Carter nearly at 5, once I secure those shares, it won't be long before my funds are visible. And I won't have to hide them anymore. Moreover, the future of Stark Industries will be dictated by me." "All right, it's settled then." "Yes. Phew." After hanging up, Stan could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming aloud. Just moments ago, he had discovered a source of funding. As long as JP Morgan and Carter were resolute in their decision to divest their shares, he would exercise his right of first refusal. If other shareholders wished to sell as well, he would take action. A drop in stock prices was, in fact, not a detriment to him. Once he acquired all the shares, he could simply wait for Tony to pass. The entire Stark Group essentially rests in his grasp. Soon, everything will be dictated by him, and many matters will no longer require clandestine maneuvers. The future of Stark Industries shall undoubtedly undergo a transformation, becoming Stan Industries. All adversaries standing in the way of Stan Industries will inevitably succumb to his iron-fisted methods. The marketplace resembles a battlefield. Individuals like Hammer, who are solely focused on seizing business, are still too inexperienced. Stan possesses countless strategies to counter him. As for the arrogant, Qin-heavy industries, that unfortunate individual from China is even less of a concern. He will deal with them one by one, taking his time. To address external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. There is no rush. Presently, Stan's two paramount concerns are acquiring shares and, moreover, it is time to send Tony on his final journey. He raised his head and gazed at the group photograph of the founders adorning the office wall, letting out a sigh. Old friend, if you are watching, please do not blame me. If blame is to be placed, let it be on that foolish Ten Rings gang. I initially intended to grant Tony a swift release. He silently approached, removed the photograph from its place, admired it for a brief moment, and then turned it around to rest against the wall. Henceforth, this wall will only bear the presence of one individual, himself, Obadiah Stan. He strolled to his desk, opened the bottommost drawer, and pressed a discreet spot on the inner side. With a swift motion, a compartment revealed itself. Inside lay another mobile phone, designated for contacting his unsavory clients. It was time to arrange a meeting with the Ten Rings gang. As Obadiah reached in for the phone, his secretary's voice suddenly broke the silence. Mr. Stan, Miss Potts has arrived. Potts, at this hour. Obadiah paused, pushed the drawer back, and pressed the response button. Open the door, let her in. Understood. The office door unlocked, and Pepper Potts hurriedly entered, clearly having rushed over, breathless. Obadiah, what's happening? Take a moment to catch your breath. Obadiah said with concern, rising to greet her. Pepper, shaking her head fervently, both cried and laughed, overwhelmed with excitement. It's Tony. I just received a call from Colonel Rhodes. The military has found Tony. What? Obadiah's expression momentarily stiffened. Do you mean they found his remains, or? No, of course not. Pepper wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Tony is alive. We will see him tomorrow morning. He is alive. Obadiah forced a strained smile. That is truly wonderful. He couldn't help but cast a glance at the drawer, inwardly cursing the Ten Rings gang 1,000 times. He felt a sense of unease, pondering whether Tony was aware that the ambush had been orchestrated by him. What should he do if Tony knew everything? It was imperative to confirm the situation promptly. Listen, Potts, Obadiah said, resting a hand on Pepper's shoulder. This is truly splendid news. I am absolutely elated. You must inquire with Colonel Rhodes regarding his arrival, arrange for a vehicle and personnel to receive him. Of course. Pepper nodded repeatedly. I've already instructed someone to prepare the vehicle. Excellent, Obadiah replied, nodding in approval. Having been missing for so long, one can only wonder about his condition. You must be thoroughly prepared. I mean, he may be injured or quite weak. Ensure that the medical team and equipment are all ready. Oh dear. He will surely be overjoyed to see you tomorrow. What do you mean? Aren't you going? Pepper asked, somewhat surprised. Obadiah contemplated for a moment and shook his head. We will collaborate. I shall remain at the company to prepare a welcoming ceremony for him. The matters over there will be entrusted to you. Is that agreeable? Very well. Of course, Pepper replied, not dwelling on it further. I will go arrange for the medical equipment right away. Yes, do hurry, my dear. As Pepper departed, Obadiah's expression darkened considerably. He secured the door, instructed his secretary to deny all visitors, and retrieved the phone he used to contact the Ten Rings, making the call. After a lengthy wait, the call connected, but there was silence on the other end. Stan erupted in anger. Damn it, I was prepared to agree to your terms. And you let him go? Speak. After a considerable pause, a hoarse voice responded, I did not release him. He broke free. Stan's fury intensified. Broke free? With so many of you, you couldn't keep a defenseless playboy in check? Defenseless? He was armored to the teeth. Tony Stark has constructed an iron suit. The Ten Rings member replied coldly. My men were slaughtered by him. The base was obliterated, and I nearly lost my life. Iron suit? Stan paused, contemplating this revelation, but quickly shifted his focus to a more pressing matter. Never mind that. Tell me, does Tony know that I am the one who wishes him dead? The Ten Rings, he does not know. Stan breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. You still possess some credibility. Now, you may enlighten me about this suit. If you have the time, you should come see it in person. Beep, beep, beep. The Ten Rings member hung up. Stan set down the phone, turned, and leaned against the desk, gazing out at the night sky. Iron suit. The following day, at the military base's helipad, a helicopter slowly descended. The frail Tony Stark was assisted by several soldiers as he stepped down from the aircraft. Pepper Potts, Rhodes, and his devoted bodyguard Happy, along with numerous personnel from Stark Industries, rushed forward. Oh my goodness. Pepper dashed up to Tony and enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, You're finally back. Are you all right? I am fine for now, but trouble may soon follow. Tony replied, gently patting her back. I feel quite weak, and you? Have you gained a bit of weight recently? Pepper released him, exasperated yet amused, retorting, you scoundrel. A few medical staff assisted Tony onto a stretcher. Colonel Rhodes stepped closer, urging, promise me, next time stay by my side and avoid that ridiculous joyride. Exhausted, with parched lips, Tony had finally returned to the city that felt like home. Lying on the stretcher, he turned to Pepper and Happy, stating, I wish to accomplish 2 things right now. First, a cheeseburger. Second, I want to hold a press conference immediately. Half an hour later, at the press conference venue, Tony Stark leaned against the podium, munching on a burger, and addressed the throng of reporters with the announcement, I declare the permanent closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. This singular declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. The reporters erupted with questions, clamoring for answers. What prompted this sudden decision? Were you coerced into making this choice, Mr. Stark? Meanwhile, a bewildered group of shareholders, who had hurried to welcome Tony back, were left in shock. Among them was Obadiah Stane, who rushed forward to restore order. All right, this press conference is over. Tony is not fully coherent. What he just said doesn't count. You'd better refrain from publishing any hasty reports. He gestured to the security team of Stark Industries. Quickly, escort our media friends out. Before long, an emergency shareholders meeting convened. Tony, do you have any idea the trouble your words just caused? Obadiah sighed. Pepper, usually staunchly supportive of Tony, found herself at a loss. Tony, we all understand the suffering you've endured, but you can't just come back and speak recklessly. I did not speak recklessly. Tony shook his head. This decision was made after considerable contemplation. You haven't seen what I have seen. He recalled the weapons adorned with the Stark Industries logo scattered throughout the 10 Rings base, shaking his head slowly. I always believed that weapons could bring peace. But I was mistaken. Pepper interjected, but Tony. Tony interrupted her. I know what you're going to say. How much has the stock price dropped? 5 points. 10 points? Huh. He wore a relaxed expression, seemingly unconcerned. Well, the stock price hasn't actually moved, Pepper replied. No movement. It is acceptable. Tony chuckled lightly, and after a brief pause, he turned to Gwakai, raising his head in confusion and inquiring. Wait, are you saying no movement? How can that be? Tony, during your absence, a multitude of events transpired. Pepper explained, the corporation faced significant challenges, the stock price plummeted, and additionally, there are individuals seeking to acquire Stark Industries. They have successfully purchased all circulating shares in the market, so regardless of how dire the situation becomes, the stock price will remain unchanged. Wait, are you implying that the stock price had already plummeted before I returned to announce the closure of the weapons division? Tony exclaimed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Someone is attempting to acquire Stark Industries? Who? Who is it? Are they serious? Chapter 64. Which fool did this? Let us not dwell on that for now. Obadiah interrupted Tony, speaking earnestly. You have just returned. You must be exhausted. We discussed earlier that you should step down from your position as CEO and take some time to rest. What do you mean? Tony looked at Obadiah. Are you planning to remove me? I thought I was the boss. Obadiah gently patted Tony on the back. You are the boss, but we must also consider everyone's interests. The corporation is in a precarious position. Let us not exacerbate it further. Before Tony could refuse, the others had already declared the removal of the CEO effective. Hastily concluding the meeting, the shareholders departed, leaving Tony, Pepper, and Happy together. Pepper reassured him, this might not be such a bad thing. You truly should take a moment to reflect. If Stark Industries ceases weapons production, what else can it do? Plenty, Tony Stark replied. Citing examples, we possess the world's leading arc reactor technology, which could be redirected toward clean energy to power the entire nation. Furthermore, we could delve into advanced AI research to serve the public. Tony, I am not trying to dampen your spirits, Pepper interjected. But the initiatives you just mentioned are already being pursued by others. Who? Tony asked. Pepper turned to Happy, who promptly seized the computer from Tony's hands. Retrieving some information and pointing it out to Tony. It's him, Ing Hao from Daqin Heavy Industries. He clicked to open a video dossier regarding Ing Hao and set it to play sequentially. After viewing several videos, Tony was left astounded. Where did this guy come from? The very things I aspire to accomplish, he is already executing, and he is doing it better than I could? Tony desired to cease weapon manufacturing. While Ing Hao had declared from the outset that he would not produce weapons, but would focus on defense, Tony intended to promote the corporation's arc reactor to the public, creating more efficient clean energy, whereas Ing Hao had introduced advanced, high-efficiency antimatter batteries. Tony yearned to delve deeply into the realm of artificial intelligence. While Ing Hao had revealed on the program that he was about to embark on ventures in this domain, even developing civilian service-type robots. What Ing Hao was undertaking encompassed precisely what Tony aspired to achieve in the future, and moreover, he seemed to be excelling beyond Tony's endeavors. After watching the entire documentary, Tony was overwhelmed by a profound sense of discomfort. Thunderous exclamations escaped him. Why did he feel as though he were living in this man's shadow? Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered an expletive and replayed the last segment of the video, inquiring of Pepper, "And what is this all about?" The video featured a live segment from The Charlie Show, where Ing Hao informed host Charlie that his Daqin Heavy Industries had a long-standing feud with Stark Industries. He boldly proclaimed, "Our goal is to acquire Stark Industries." Tony was perplexed. What grievances could Stark Industries possibly have with this individual? Pepper exchanged a glance with Happy, both resignedly observing Tony Stark. "Well, you see, this Ing Hao initially had the opportunity to intern at Stark Industries and become part of our team, but he was dismissed," she explained. Happy interjected, "And I suppose he harbored resentment, seeking revenge against Stark Industries, which led him to establish Daqin Heavy Industries and openly oppose us." Upon hearing this, Tony's ire intensified. Wait. He closed the video entirely, reopening Ing Hao's profile and pointedly indicating the detailed information displayed therein. "You all see this? He is merely a high school student." Pepper and Happy nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed, a high schooler who managed to conquer a project involving memory metal materials that even we had not mastered, creating such an unparalleled bulletproof suit, and even hypothesizing about antimatter batteries. If this were true, he was undeniably a genius." Tony placed his hand on his chest, exclaiming, to exaggerate slightly, "He surpasses even my own genius. Now you tell me, how is it that such a prodigy, who rightfully belongs to Stark Industries, was dismissed?" His emotions surged, and he swore vehemently, which blind fool, lacking discernment, allowed such an exceptional talent to be dismissed? What an utter fool to let him slip away. Pepper and Happy exchanged glances, both lowering their heads. Happy pressed his lips together tightly, his fingers interlaced across his chest, his thumbs twisting around each other. Meanwhile, Pepper bit her lower lip, her beautifully arched brows knitting together in a troubled expression. The two seemed poised to speak, but their expressions were notably complex. "Hey, look me in the eyes. Answer me," Tony insisted, his anger palpable. Who was the imbecile responsible for such a foolish act? Happy raised his hand to scratch at the corner of his mouth. If you really must know, that blind fool, lacking discernment. The one whose brain seems to have taken residence in his posterior." Pepper and Happy chimed in unison, "It's you." Tony's expression froze in anger, his entire being momentarily paralyzed like a server that had crashed for 3 long seconds. "What? Me?" he exclaimed. You really ought to consider quitting drinking." Pepper sighed, snatching the tablet from him and retrieving the video replay of the competition from the database, placing it before Tony. "Look, this is Ing Hao. And these are the words you directed at him." Pepper succinctly introduced the characters in the video before pressing play. "My company certainly has no need for that dimwit." As Tony watched the footage, fragments of memory resurfaced. "Oh no, I remember now." He shook the tablet, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Pepper. "Damn it, I really should quit drinking. By the way, Happy, what's up?" Happy replied. Tony licked his lips. "Next time I insult someone without realizing I'm referring to myself, you needn't repeat it, all right?" "Oh, I was just fine." Happy licked his lips, struggling to conjure any form of defense. He had to admit, he was merely seizing the opportunity to berate his boss. "Pepper, could you arrange a meeting for me with Ing Hao?" Tony asked. "Of course, but whether he agrees is another matter. My word alone does not suffice." "Give it a try." Tony set the tablet down, exhaling deeply. "At the very least, I should apologize. It was incredibly rude of me to say what I did. Indeed, it was quite unreasonable. But acquiring Stark Industries? That's improbable." Tony rose and walked toward the exit. "What are you doing? Aren't you giving me a day off?" "I have some personal matters to attend to." Tony strode out of the conference room. Those who have touched the sky will never forget that sensation. The mark I was not only his means of escape, but also a brilliant invention sparked by inspiration, worthy of thorough exploration. Days swiftly passed. During this time, American media reported several sensational news stories. On the first day, the playboy Tony Stark, who had been missing for nearly a month, finally returned to New York. Astonishingly, his first announcement was the closure of Stark Industries, a revelation that sent shockwaves through the entire arms industry and incited severe discontent among the employees of Stark's weapon factories, who staged protests in multiple locations, demanding that Tony retract his decision. Strangely, however, Stark Industries' stock price remained steadfast, seemingly having reached its lowest point after previous declines. On the third day, at a press conference held by Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane announced the temporary removal of Tony Stark from his position as CEO. He clarified that the earlier reports regarding the closure of the weapons research and production division were merely a prank orchestrated by Mr. Stark, and the board of directors had no intentions of shutting down the weapons facilities. On the 9th day, Colonel Rhodes of the U.S. Air Force responded to the recent military aircraft crash incident, stating, "Unfortunately, during our recent live-fire exercise, one of our planes experienced a malfunction and crashed. Fortunately, the pilot was able to eject in time and is in no danger." On the 12th day, journalists in the Middle East reported the emergence of a mysterious superhero who descended from the skies, vanquishing the notorious militant organization known as the Ten Rings and destroying several of their weapons depots. By the 15th day, our reporters captured a rather blurred photograph of this superhero, who has since become a sensation across the internet, earning the moniker Iron Man from the public. On the 16th day, several shareholders of Stark Industries announced their exit, while CEO Obadiah Stane publicly acquired a substantial portion of the shares at a remarkably low price. Ing Hao, the chairman of Daqin Heavy Industries, purchased some shares of Stark Industries, raising their stake to over 5, thus transitioning from a mere retail investor to an important stakeholder in Stark Industries. Although he had previously expressed intentions to acquire Stark Industries due to past grievances, it now seems his aspirations have been dashed. However, in an interview, Mr. Ing maintained an optimistic outlook. Tony Stark, undeniably a recognized genius, managed to create and deploy a newly upgraded version of the iron armor within just a few weeks. In contrast, Obadiah Stane found himself overwhelmed. Shareholders continued to demand exits from Stark Industries, not only Morgan Chase and Carter, but also Meta, Elena, Kenneth, and Victoria, who had never expressed intentions to withdraw even during the toughest times. Now, after Stane had dismissed Tony Stark from his CEO role and made progress in the legal case against Hammer for illegally appropriating Stark's patented designs, it was perplexing that they chose this moment to exit at any cost. However, this situation could be seen as a silver lining for Obadiah. Currently, his shareholding has surpassed 40, significantly strengthening his influence within Stark Industries. His immediate task is to clean up the aftermath. Stark is aware that the sensational Iron Man is indeed Tony Stark, and confronting Tony now seems increasingly implausible. Fortunately, his greatest concern was merely the revelation of the clandestine dealings involving Tony and the sale of arms to terrorists. Now, this secret is known only to the Ten Commandments gang and himself.